Sigh. Suji sat at the alloy desk, an old shortwave radio crackling with static on the surface. But his attention was entirely elsewhere. His consciousness sank into his mind, where a semi-transparent panel, visible only to him, hovered in the void. The design of the panel was extremely simple, with a few function modules at the top, and in the center, a red countdown number kept ticking. Hundredfold enhancement, Phantom sports car. Countdown, 00:01:15:32. 1 hour. Only 1 hour left. He had been in this shelter, built with his own hands, for almost a month. During these 30 days and nights, he felt as though every minute, every second, he was waiting for the countdown to reach zero. He still remembered the day the apocalypse arrived, when the sky split open with a purple streak, followed by a global wave of extreme cold. The temperature plummeted within hours to tens of degrees below zero, and countless lives were unexpectedly lost in this sudden disaster. But Suji knew this was just the beginning. Because 3 months before the disaster broke out, a panel called the Apocalypse Enhancement System had already appeared in his mind. There were no intelligent dialogues, no beginner guides, but there was one function: unidirectional enhancement modification of any target designated by the host. At first, Suji thought it was a hallucination caused by too much mental pressure. He tried to test it, using a tenfold enhancement on his old phone, which he had used for 10 years. After waiting for a full 72 hours, he received a concept phone far beyond current technological levels, one with solar charging and global satellite signals. That was when he was completely convinced. The apocalypse was really coming. From that moment on, he, an ordinary college student who was usually cautious and a little introverted, unexpectedly unleashed an astonishing drive. His parents had died early, and his only younger sister was in a university town far away. His first thought was to immediately go pick up his sister, Su Qing, and bring her by his side. However, when he tried to book a flight or high-speed train ticket, he found that all public transportation systems were sold out for the next week. An ominous premonition enveloped his heart. He immediately opened the map, trying to plan a driving route, but the news kept popping up reports of chain collisions and large-scale traffic jams for unknown reasons on highways across the country. His heart sank. Social order was already starting to collapse on a level unknown to the public. He understood that if he rashly set out on the road, there was a high chance he would be stuck halfway, unable to save his sister, and even trapped himself. Before the true apocalypse arrived, he couldn't die on the road and leave his sister completely alone. In desperation, he made a painful yet rational decision: let his sister find an official shelter nearby, while he would use this last window of opportunity to build an indestructible base. Only if both of them survived would there be hope for a reunion in the future. He used various lending companies to exchange his parents' property, vehicles, and everything he could mortgage for a large sum of money. Without hesitation, he immediately spent the money to buy an abandoned underground warehouse, then began a frantic renovation. Reinforcing walls, installing power systems, constructing insulation devices, stocking enough food and water for 3 years. He poured nearly all his effort into this safe house. And on the day the apocalypse arrived, when everyone else was fleeing in chaos and despair, Suji, however, ran against the crowd, heading toward the International Convention Center in the city center. Because there was a top-tier car exhibition being held there. His target was... It was those heavy trucks that seemed to radiate a sense of security, or the luxurious RVs with massive space. But when his hand touched those behemoths, the system's hundredfold reinforcement time made his heart sink instantly. Target, Land Fortress Heavy Truck. Estimated hundredfold reinforcement time, 3 years and 7 months. Target, Rover Luxury RV. Estimated hundredfold reinforcement time, 1 year and 9 months. Placing his hand on the cold vehicle body. The end of the world changed in the blink of an eye, and no one knew when danger would suddenly strike. He couldn't even wait that long. Even if he did, what could he do by then? The cucumber and the vegetables had all gone cold. Just as he was burning with impatience, in the center of the display, a sleek, pitch-black concept sports car with a futuristic look entered his view. It was a machine born for ultimate speed and beauty, with a body made from large amounts of carbon fiber and super-light alloys, even lighter than a regular family sedan. In an odd twist of fate, Suji rushed over and, amidst the chaos of shattering glass and blaring alarms, pressed his hand on the cold body of the car. Target, Phantom concept sports car. Estimated hundredfold reinforcement time, 28 days. This was it. Taking advantage of the lack of attention, Suji activated the system's storage function, and the massive sports car instantly vanished from its spot, sucked into the exclusive reinforcement space. Now, the long wait of 28 days was finally about to reach its end. ZZZZ District 3 lost again in the early morning. A huge, fast-moving monster breached the defense line. All survivors heading to the safe zone, please avoid the elevated bridge area. According to the latest intel, a new, unusually large mutant has appeared in the monster horde in the west side of the city. Its size ZZZZ has exceeded 5 meters. Conventional firearms cannot penetrate its shell. Repeat, conventional firearms cannot. The voice from the radio pulled Suji back to reality. His brow furrowed. The outside situation was even worse than he had imagined. The extreme cold was only the first wave of selection, and soon after came the crazy mutations of plants and animals. Zombies, mutant beasts, things that only existed in movies and novels, now ruled this world. The remote area he was in had also started to become unsafe. At night, he could always hear the spine-chilling roars from afar. A few times, he even felt the underground safe house shake slightly, as if some giant creature was passing by. Although food and water were still fairly sufficient, just relying on them wouldn't solve everything. And Suji pulled out the concept phone from his pocket. In the photo, a girl with a ponytail smiled brightly, and her features resembled his, about 70 or 80%. That was his sister, Su Cheng. Before the apocalypse broke out, he had made his last phone call to her, urging her to stockpile supplies at all costs. Later, he received news that she and her classmates had gone to the Jinghua safe zone, which had the strongest defenses. He didn't know how she was doing. Had she settled down in the safe zone? Had she been bullied? He had to go check. And the sports car, about to be reinforced, was his greatest support for stepping out of here and crossing this apocalyptic world. Time passed second by second. When the countdown entered the final minute, Suji's heartbeat began to uncontrollably speed up. Chapter 2, Abyss Phantom. Every tick of the countdown stirred Suji's nerves. Countdown, 00:00:00:10. 09. 08. 03. 02. 01. When the numbers finally hit 0, the entire system panel burst out with an indescribable, dazzling light. The light wasn't golden or white, it was a tiny, almost invisible scale-like structure that the naked eye could barely see. The red light points, like billions of stars, dotted the surroundings. Enhancement complete. A cold prompt sounded. Suji's consciousness was pulled by a tremendous force, and he was instantly immersed in that independent enhancement space. The black sports car that had been quietly parked was now gone. In its place, there was a steel beast lying in the darkness. Its outline still showed the shadow of the original Phantom sports car, but every inch of detail had undergone a dramatic change. The car body was no longer a smooth lacquered surface but a matte, strange material, seemingly made from polished obsidian, with a surface full of structures that almost absorbed all the surrounding light, exuding a chilling coldness and deathly silence. The lines of the body became sharper, more aggressive, with the originally rounded corners turning into sharp blade edges. Several narrow, blood-red veins, resembling blood vessels, stretched from the front of the car all the way to the rear, slowly and rhythmically flickering with light and dark, like the machine's breath. The most exaggerated part was its tires. They were no longer traditional rubber tires, but a deep-colored metallic composite, with the tire walls covered in complex mechanical structures. One could imagine that once activated, countless vicious alloy spikes would shoot out, tearing apart any obstacle in their path. Suji's breath almost stopped. Is this still a sports car? This was simply a piece of art from the future, born for the purpose of killing. The next moment, the new attribute panel slowly unfolded before him. Item, Abyss Phantom. Enhancement multiplier, 100x. Core engine, micro arc reactor. Armor material, unnamed memory alloy. Maximum speed, Mach 3. Additional functions. 1. Optical camouflage, distorts light, blending the car with the environment, entering an invisible state. 2. Electromagnetic pulse, EMP releases a high-intensity electromagnetic pulse, paralyzing all electronic devices within a specified range. 3. Energy shield, consumes energy to form a high-intensity energy barrier around the car body, resisting physical and energy attacks. 4. Onboard intelligence, to be named. Suji read each word, his heart racing wildly. An infinitely sustainable reactor. Self-repairing memory alloy. And even ground effect flight mode and humanoid mode? This had completely surpassed his imagination. 100 times enhancement, terrifying. He suppressed the overwhelming joy and shock in his heart and made a thought. Summon, Abyss Phantom. V-Room. A deep humming sound echoed, and the air in the corner of the safe house began to twist violently. The next moment, the oppressive black beast appeared out of nowhere before Suji. It stood silently there, its red veins flickering in the light, like an ancient dragon in deep sleep, emanating a silent pressure. The surrounding lights reflected on its matte body, with no hint of reflection, all swallowed by the bottomless black. Suji extended his hand and gently touched the cold body. The sensation on his fingertips was a unique touch, warm yet sharp, unlike metal at all, more like the shell of a living creature. Click. The car door slowly opened upwards, revealing the cockpit, which had also undergone a complete transformation. Gone were the traditional steering wheel and dashboard, in their place was a semicircular control lever full of sci-fi feel, and directly ahead, a large, seamless curved screen. Suji sat in, and the soft seat automatically adjusted to fit his body, perfectly wrapping him inside. As he entered, the entire cockpit was instantly lit up. Dark blue data streams raced across the curved screen in front of him, eventually converging into a simple UI interface. A calm, ethereal, and indistinguishable synthesized voice echoed in the cockpit. Identity recognition complete. Permission confirmed. Binding unique driver, Suji. Vehicle intelligence system activated, at your service, master. Suji gripped the half-ring control stick in front of him, a sensation of bloodline connection rising within him. He felt not as if he were driving a vehicle, but as if he were merging with another lifeform. This Abyss Phantom was his extended claw and fang. Start the engine, he commanded softly. V-room. A low growl rumbled from beneath the vehicle, not the roar of a traditional internal combustion engine, but a deeper, more primal vibration. The ground of the safe house trembled slightly, as if an ancient giant beast had been awakened from its slumber. Suji sat in the cockpit for a moment, feeling and allowing himself to gradually adjust to the marvelous sensation of being one with the vehicle. On the curved screen, a ghostly blue stream of data quickly flashed across, finally stopping on a simple interface. Energy bars full, shield system ready, all function modules in standby mode. He took a deep breath, pulling the remote key for the safe house door from his pocket. Beep. The moment the button was pressed, the heavy alloy door emitted a muffled roar and slowly began to open. Boom. The half-meter-thick alloy door completely opened to both sides, and a gust of icy, crystalline cold air immediately rushed in, colliding violently with the warmth inside, creating a visible mist. The screen displayed that the outside temperature had dropped to -37 degrees. Suji sat in the Abyss Phantom's cockpit, yet he felt not a trace of cold. The temperature regulation system maintained the cabin at a perfect, comfortable 25 degrees. On the curved screen in front of him, the ghostly blue data clearly indicated the external parameters: temperature, wind speed, air composition, radiation index, all at a glance. V-room. The Abyss Phantom let out a low growl and steadily drove out of the safe house, its tires rolling over the thin snow on the ground without making a sound. Before him stretched a world of dead silence, covered in ice and snow. Abandoned factories, collapsed walls, distant trees frozen into ice sculptures, everything was buried under thick white snow, forming a desolate picture unique to the apocalypse. The sky was overcast, the sun hidden, with only a depressing leaden-gray hue. Suji drove slowly through the deserted, abandoned industrial district surrounding the safe house. Activate all-terrain mode, he issued a new command. Command confirmed, all-terrain mode activated. The vehicle intelligence's ethereal voice sounded once more. The four exaggerated metallic tires of the Abyss Phantom began to operate rapidly, the complex mechanical structures on their sidewalls spinning in high-speed motion. Countless small alloy armor plates flipped, extended, and interlocked, transforming the smooth tire surface into a rugged, spiked off-road form within just 1 second. What could have been slippery snow now felt like solid ground under the Abyss Phantom's wheels. The vehicle gave a slight tremor and then smoothly moved forward, crushing snow more than half a meter deep without any hesitation or delay. Impressive. Activate optical camouflage. Optical camouflage activated. The moment the vehicle intelligence's voice faded, Suji's screen automatically switched to an external monitor showing the safe house door. On the screen, the pitch-black Abyss Phantom, exuding an oppressive presence, flickered slightly as the light around its body distorted for a moment, like air rising from the heat of summer. In the next second, it vanished without a trace into the snow, blending seamlessly with the surrounding cold, broken environment, its shadow on the ground completely gone. It was only when it moved that the slight snow dust raised proves that an invisible ghost is passing through there. Perfect. Suji's eyes lit up. The value of this function in the apocalypse is even more important than powerful firepower. Whether for reconnaissance, infiltration, or escape, this is a trump card. He deactivated the optical camouflage, revealing the black steel behemoth once again in the snowfield. Then, he took a deep breath and gave the command he had been eagerly waiting for. Activate humanoid mode. Command confirmed. Morphing, Abyss Shadow Knight. Estimated time, 7 seconds. Before the words finished. Click. Click. Creak. A series of metal friction and mechanical gear sounds, sharp enough to make one's scalp tingle, suddenly pierced the dead silence of this icy plain. The Abyss Shadow Knight's entire body sank suddenly, and its 4 ferocious metal composite tires locked instantly. Next, several thick hydraulic struts shot out from under the vehicle's chassis, embedding deeply into the ground, frozen harder than rock, making a series of teeth-rattling sounds. The vehicle body was slowly lifted off the ground. The previously smooth armored body began to separate, flip, and reassemble in ways never seen before. The front of the vehicle flipped upwards, splitting into heavy chest armor and fierce shoulder guards. The 2 doors, opening upwards, folded backwards into wing-like armor protecting the core reactor at the back. The rear structure of the body was completely stretched and reshaped into 2 extremely thick, mechanically beautiful thighs. The four metal composites that were originally tires, in the midst of complex mechanical transformation, extended into huge feet and explosive leg joints. Boom! When these massive legs landed heavily on the ground, the entire earth trembled. At the same time, two mechanical arms hidden within the vehicle body suddenly stretched out, with elbows, wrists, and 5 mechanical fingers flashing with a cold metallic gleam, unfolding clearly to form a pair of hands filled with destructive power. Suji, in the cockpit, was lifted along with the chest armor to a height of 8 meters above the ground. The driver's seat automatically adjusted its angle, changing from lying flat to upright, firmly securing him. On the curved screen in front of him, a massive stream of data flashed by, finally displaying the first-person perspective of the Abyss Shadow Knight, high above. When the last metallic click of locking sounded, all movements stopped abruptly. A steel giant, over 8 meters tall, made entirely of matte obsidian-like unknown alloy, stood quietly on this vast ice and snow wasteland, replacing the sports car. Its body lines were full of strength and aggression, with narrow crimson patterns slowly flickering in brightness and darkness across its chest, arms, and legs, like the veins of a giant. And where the headlights once were, it now had 2 eyes in the giant's head, 2 scarlet lights scanning this desolate world, filled with cold, non-human authority. Abyss Shadow Knight. Suji sat in the cockpit, gripping the joystick, feeling an indescribable, overwhelming sense of power, as though he could control everything, flowing into his limbs through the neural connection. He felt that he was no longer the survivor trapped underground, but the brain and soul of the steel giant. He tried, and made the Abyss Shadow Knight take a step. Boom! The heavy footsteps made the snow and frozen ground explode instantly, leaving a half-meter deep footprint on the surface. He raised his left arm, and the 5 menacing mechanical fingers slowly closed into a fist. Creak! That was the roar of metal joints under extreme pressure. His gaze fell on a bus wreck, half buried in the snow, with only the roof sticking out. Suji didn't hesitate at all. He manipulated the Abyss Shadow Knight, striding forward. With every step, the earth trembled beneath him. Standing before the wreckage of the bus, this once mighty road giant now appeared as small as a toy in front of the Abyss Shadow Knight. It's you! Suji's gaze sharpened as he controlled the right arm of the Abyss Shadow Knight, which suddenly lifted, then, with a force like 1,000 tons, slammed down. Whoosh! The massive iron fist tore through the cold air, creating a sharp, whistling sound. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a dull, thunderous boom. Boom! The bus, frozen harder than steel, collapsed, twisted, and shattered under the Abyss Shadow Knight's iron fist, like a cookie struck by a hammer, instantly caving in. Countless brittle metal fragments and ice shards exploded outward in all directions. One punch. Just one punch, and the bus wreckage was reduced to a pile of unrecognizable scrap metal. Looking at the terrifying destruction before him, Suji's heart raced uncontrollably. This was the power of a hundredfold enhancement. This was his greatest reliance in crossing this post-apocalyptic world. After testing the Abyss Shadow Knight's form and basic strength, Suji didn't linger. Switch to sports car mode. Crack, crack, crack. Another dizzying round of mechanical transformations, as the massive steel giant rapidly shrank and folded, returning in just a few seconds to the cold, lifeless beauty of the Abyss Phantom. V-Room. The sports car smoothly drove back to the underground safe house, and the heavy alloy door slowly closed with a rumbling sound, fully isolating the cold and dead silence of the apocalypse outside. Suji stepped out of the cockpit, his legs still a little weak. It wasn't fear, but a slight weakness of the body and mind after the intense excitement. He leaned against the cold car body, feeling the subtle vibration from the miniature arc reactor inside, and after a long while, his racing heart finally began to settle. Chapter 4, Target, Jinghua Safe Zone. Suji stroked the cold car body of the Abyss Phantom, feeling the faint vibration from the core of the miniature arc reactor, steadily and powerfully transmitted through the memory alloy shell to his palm, like the steady heartbeat of a giant beast. He spent a full 10 minutes slowly suppressing the overwhelming sensation of power, which almost burst his soul, that came from mastering the form of the Abyss Shadow Knight, until it was deep within his heart again. As the excitement faded, it was replaced by absolute calm. This Abyss Phantom was his greatest reliance, but not his only trump card. The underground safe house he built with his own hands, along with the supplies inside, were also the cornerstone of his survival. Now, it was time for the final preparations. His gaze swept across the safe house. In the corner, rows of sturdy metal shelves were stacked with various supplies, like a disciplined army, waiting for the general's inspection. Suji's consciousness sank into his mind again, bringing up the system panel. The space below the Universal Enhancement module was now empty after the Phantom sports car was taken out. This enhancement space was essentially an independent subspace, absolutely secure, unaffected by any external factors. Before the next enhancement, this space would serve as a very convenient personal warehouse. Thinking of this, Suji no longer hesitated and immediately began to act. He walked over to the food section. On the shelves, there were neatly stacked boxes of military compressed biscuits, single-serve self-heating rations, dehydrated vegetables, and various high-calorie cans. These foods were enough to sustain an adult for over 3 years. He didn't take all of them. The safe house was his final retreat, and he had to leave enough supplies. Plans first, then action, always leaving a backup, and that was one of the reasons he chose to build the safe house first. He selected about 3 months' worth of food to cover any possible accidents on the journey. Collect. Suji silently muttered to himself, extending his hand to touch the boxes. Buzz. A slight, almost imperceptible ripple spread through the air, and the heavy boxes of supplies instantly vanished, all collected into the independent enhancement space. Next came the drinking water. The safe house's life support system had a built-in water circulation and purification device, but he still stored a large amount of bottled pure water. It was also enough for 3 months, and he stored all of it. Then came the clothing. From cold weather gear, combat suits, to ordinary clothes for change, he sorted and packed everything neatly, storing each piece one by one. Medications. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, bandages, hemostatic powder, these things, as valuable as gold in the apocalypse, had been scavenged by him through various channels, and he was now packing half of a complete medical cabinet into his enhancement space. He also gathered various small electrical appliances and tools. Solar charging panels, multifunctional military shovels, high-intensity flashlights, ropes, lighters, even a few brand new laptops and dozens of high-capacity solid-state drives. In the apocalypse, information was just as precious a resource. Perhaps one day, the data stored in these devices, from the old world, would play an unexpectedly vital role. An hour later, the shelves that had been stacked with supplies were now completely empty. And Suji's enhancement system space was packed with enough resources to allow him to survive long-term in the outside world. In fact, if Suji wished, even the abyss shadow could be stored within the space. Having completed all of this, he finally walked to the sturdy alloy table. On the table, a large paper map of China was spread out. This was the most detailed version he had specially bought, with various colors of markers indicating dense information. His finger touched the northwest corner of the map, a nondescript small town. This was where he was now. Then his finger moved across most of the map, heading east, finally stopping at a city marked with a red circle. Jinghua. The heart of China, and after the outbreak of the apocalypse, the first official, largest, and most defensively secure top-level safe zone. A straight-line distance of over 2,000 kilometers. Before the apocalypse, this would have been just a 1 or 2 day drive. But now, these 2,000 kilometers were a true death road. Suji's gaze slowly moved across the map. To get from here to Jinghua, one would need to cross deserts, climb mountains, traverse plains, and pass through several large and medium-sized cities that had long since turned into ruins. On the map, he had marked places with a black X, areas that had been reported by the radio to have powerful mutated creatures or dense clusters of monsters. Overpasses, tunnels, city centers, these former transportation hubs were now the most deadly traps. This was also why he had stayed in the safe house for an entire month without a single thought of leaving. Without the abyss shadow, driving any ordinary vehicle on the road was suicide. Forget 2,000 kilometers, even 20 kilometers would end with him as a cold corpse by the roadside or food for the mutated creatures. The journey was long, full of dangers. Facing such a death road, he had no means to cross it before, and could only bury his longing and anxiety deep inside. But now, it was different. He had the abyss shadow, the abyss knight that could transform into an 8-meter-tall steel giant. He had finally gained the qualification to cross this wasteland of death. The temperature is rising. Suji noticed that the external temperature displayed on the screen had risen from a recent minus 37 degrees to about minus 30 degrees. The extreme cold was slowly retreating. But this might not be a good thing. The low temperature limited the movement of many mutants, but once the weather warmed, the monsters lurking deep in the ruins of the city would only become more active and more hungry. He didn't have much time left. He had to set off before a larger-scale beast tide or monster migration erupted. Suji's gaze became incredibly determined. He put away the map, folding it carefully, and placed it, along with the photo of his sister, Su-Chin, close to his chest. He gave one last glance at the home he had built with his own hands. The cold alloy walls, the buzzing life support system, and the half supply of resources left in the corner. This was his starting point, and also his final harbor. Wait for me. He whispered. I will come back. After saying this, he had no more hesitation. He turned and walked towards the silent steel giant. Click. The door of the Abyss Phantom opened upward. Suji sat in the cockpit. The curved screen in front of him lit up, and the deep blue data flow quietly moved across the screen. Master, all systems have passed self-diagnosis, status is perfect. Abyss Phantom is ready to depart at any time. The vehicle's intelligent, ethereal voice echoed in the cockpit. Suji gripped the semicircular joystick, the sense of control, as if merging with the machine, returned once more. He pressed the remote button for the safe house's door. Boom! The heavy alloy door opened for him one last time. Outside was still the same pale, lifeless world covered in ice and snow. But this time, there was not a shred of confusion or waiting in Suji's eyes. Only endless sharpness and determination remained. Target, Jinghua Safe Zone. He looked ahead, speaking each word clearly as he gave the command to set off. Set off. Chapter 5, This is the real end of world supercar. V-Room. The engine of the Abyss Phantom let out a deep pulse that no internal combustion engine could compare to, a low hum as if coming from the depths of space. The black car body flashed like a streak of ink-colored lightning, charging into this world ruled by ice, snow, and death. The heavy alloy door behind it slowly closed, making a dull thud. On the curved screen, the deep blue data stream continuously refreshed, deconstructing and analyzing all outside information, then presenting it to Suji in the most intuitive way. External temperature, minus 21 degrees Celsius. Wind speed, 3.4 meters per second, northwest wind. Air composition, 19.8% oxygen, trace amounts of unknown active particles detected. The vehicle's intelligent voice rang in the cockpit, calm and ethereal. Master, the initial route to the Jinghua safe zone has been planned according to your paper map and real-time satellite signals. All known high-risk areas have been automatically avoided. Do you confirm? A 3D map appeared in front of Suji, with a prominent blue line winding from his current location towards the far east. Confirm. Suji replied briefly. Route confirmed. Abyss Phantom, depart. The engine's pulse suddenly intensified, and two red patterns of light flared up from the tail of the Abyss Phantom. The next second, a powerful thrust pressed Suji hard into his seat. The black car shadow vanished from its original position in an instant. It didn't choose the barely visible road through the abandoned industrial district but instead headed straight for the snow-covered wilderness. In all-terrain mode, the metal tires, covered in vicious spikes, easily tore through half-meter thick snow and frozen ground, leaving a straight black trail across the snowfield in a nearly reckless manner. Collapsed telephone poles, abandoned vehicle wrecks, and trees frozen into ice sculptures all turned into rapidly retreating blurry shadows in the face of its terrifying speed. 100 kilometers per hour. 150 kilometers per hour. 200 kilometers per hour. In the apocalyptic snowfield where normal vehicles could barely start, the Abyss Phantom was speeding at an unfathomable pace. This is the real doomsday supercar. Suji gripped the control stick tightly, feeling the steady vibrations from the car's body, his ambition almost overflowing from his heart. He didn't even activate the energy shield. With the strength of the memory alloy armor and the traction of the all-terrain tires alone, he could crush most obstacles on this wasteland. He was finally experiencing what true power felt like. At that moment, the cold, emotionless voice of the car's onboard AI broke the calm inside the cockpit. Warning. Multiple high-speed moving creatures detected, rapidly approaching from the 3 o'clock direction. Number, 12. Species analysis, database match failed, identified as a new type of mutant. Estimated contact time, 35 seconds. Before the voice even faded, 12 bright red light spots appeared out of nowhere on the right side of the curved screen, encircling in a fan-like formation, rapidly closing in on the blue cursor representing the Abyss Phantom. Suji's eyes narrowed, but his actions didn't slow down in the slightest. He continued cruising at high speed. They're here. He wanted to see just how strong the Abyss Phantom's battle power could be in its car form. 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Through the wide-angle camera, Suji could already see a row of rapidly moving black dots on the horizon of the snowy plain. They were incredibly fast, running on 4 legs, effortlessly racing across the snow, kicking up large clouds of snow and mist. As they got closer, their appearance became clearer. They were a pack of giant wolves, each the size of a lion. Their fur was a strange grayish-white, almost blending in with the snow. But the most horrifying part was the 4 giant canine teeth, fully exposed, that gleamed like ice crystals. Each tooth was over half a meter long, flashing with a chilling light. Based on their form analysis, preliminary designation, Frostfang wolves. This species has obvious hunting traits and is highly aggressive. Received. Suji replied calmly. Just then, one of the Frostfang wolves, leading the charge, suddenly accelerated, turning into a gray-white blur as it leaped viciously from the side, charging directly at the high-speed Abyss Phantom. In its mind, this black metal box would instantly deform and flip under its terrifying impact, and it and its companions would easily tear it into pieces. However, reality gave it the cruelest response. Boom! A dull, thunderous sound. The Frostfang wolf slammed into the Abyss Phantom like it was crashing into a high-speed mountain. The impact force it was so proud of seemed weak as a joke in front of the Abyss Phantom, which was made of an unknown memory alloy. Its hard skull shattered the moment it made contact with the car door, and the wolf's entire body was sent flying backward, faster than it had come. It left a tragic streak of blood in the air and crashed heavily into the snow, silent at last. Target 1, eliminated. The onboard AI reported in a tone as calm as ever. This sight caused a brief stir among the wolves chasing from behind. Their simple minds, driven by bloodlust, seemed unable to comprehend what had just happened. But hunger soon overcame their confusion. A whoa! A massive alpha wolf, clearly larger than the others, howled to the sky, and the remaining 11 frostfawn wolves' eyes gleamed even more viciously. They no longer tried to strike from the sides but spread out, some speeding ahead to intercept, while others leaped directly onto the roof of the Abyss Phantom. Screech creak. The deafening sound of scraping filled the air as several frostfawn wolves, with their teeth strong enough to shatter steel and claws sharp enough to tear through frozen earth, crazily gnawed and clawed at the Abyss Phantom's body. If it were any pre-apocalypse armored vehicle, it probably wouldn't even last 10 seconds under such an attack. A large hole would be torn open. However, the data displayed on the curved screen made Suji's lips curl into a cold, cruel arc. Armor integrity, 100%. External scan, no structural damage detected, only superficial scratches less than 0.01 mm deep. Memory alloy self-repair system activated, expected to return to normal in 3 seconds. A bunch of reckless animals. Suji whispered, his right hand gripping the joystick tightly and pulling it sharply to the left. V-room. The Abyss Phantom's body, moving at high speed, performed an unbelievable, extreme drift. The entire car tilted almost sideways, and the tires carved a massive arc in the snow. The tremendous centrifugal force exploded instantly. The few frostfawn wolves, which were attacking on top, were caught off guard, like stones shot from a slingshot, screaming as they were flung into the air, tumbling and crashing far away. Before they even hit the ground, Suji had already corrected the car's direction, and instead of slowing down, he slammed the throttle to the floor. System, mark all remaining targets. Command confirmed. All hostile creatures have been marked. On the curved screen, the frostfawn wolves that had been thrown into the air and were struggling to get up, along with the ones trying to intercept ahead, were all locked by a blood-red reticle. Then, Suji's eyes turned cold. The hunt begins. Chapter 6, Sweeping the Frostfawn Wolves. Boom! The Abyss Phantom's engine let out a suppressed roar, and the red patterns on the car body shone to the extreme. The black car shadow turned into a speeding arrow, no longer fleeing, but actively charging towards the frostfawn wolves that had been flung into the air and were dazed. Fast. Faster to the extreme. One frostfawn wolf, just getting up, didn't even have time to react before it saw a black phantom rapidly enlarging in its field of view. The next second. Thud. There was no loud crash, only a muffled sound like a ripe watermelon being smashed open. The Abyss Phantom's sharp, blade-like front end smoothly pierced through the wolf's body. Blood, broken flesh, and organs exploded instantly, staining the surrounding pure white snow with a shocking crimson. One-hit kill. The Abyss Phantom's speed showed no sign of slowing down, and the blood splattered on the front end was quickly swept away by some invisible force, revealing the cold, dead matte black beneath. It was like a graceful yet ruthless god of death, carving lethal arcs across the snowy plains. Thud. 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 Each turn, each acceleration meant a frostfawn wolf was broken in half or crushed into a pile of flesh under the monstrous metal tires. This was not a battle, this was one-sided slaughter. In less than 30 seconds, 11 frostfawn wolves, which were like a nightmare to the surviving humans outside, had all turned into piles of wreckage that couldn't be pieced back together. The smell of blood mixed with the cold air spread across the entire snowy plain. The Abyss Phantom slowly stopped at the center of this blood-soaked slaughterhouse. It stood quietly, its matte black body not a trace of blood, as if the bloody massacre had nothing to do with it. All targets cleared. Combat complete. The voice of the car's intelligence system remained calm. Suji slowly stopped the car. He opened the car door and stood in the blood-drenched snow. The -20-degree cold wind, mixed with the scent of blood, hit him in the face, shaking him awake. He walked over to a still relatively intact frostfawn wolf corpse, crouched down, and carefully observed this mutated creature. These mutated creatures were far stronger than any canine species from before the apocalypse, with extremely dense muscle fibers and unusually tough bones. The most peculiar part was their 4 exposed, semi-transparent canine teeth, which felt cold to the touch. The texture was hard, comparable to crystal. Suji took out the multifunctional engineer shovel and, after some effort, finally pried open one end of the frostfawn wolf's skull. He wanted to see if the brains of these mutated creatures, like in some novels, contained something called a crystal core. However, inside there was only a mess of brain tissue, with nothing special at all. Suji didn't believe it and continued to pry open each skull and search, but still found nothing. Looks like I was overthinking it. Suji laughed self-deprecatingly, stood up, and casually stored the remains of the frostfawn wolves into his space. Then he returned to the vehicle. Master, the biological data of the frostfawn wolves has been collected. Analysis result: this species has extremely strong dynamic vision and smell, highly sensitive to heat sources and sound sources. Weaknesses are the skull and spine, with defense much lower than its offensive power. Suji gripped the control lever again, and the Abyss Phantom powered up once more. it didn't hesitate at all, crushing the scattered remains and blood on the ground as it continued on its predetermined path. Behind the vehicle, the snowy ground was left with a chaotic sea of blood and two straight, cold tire tracks stretching endlessly into the distance. As they drove, the vehicle's onboard intelligence system spoke again, but this time the content made Suji, who was almost dozing off, perk up. Continuous radio signal detected. Signal source direction, 34 degrees east-northeast, approximately 85 kilometers away. Signal type, official military band, continuous broadcast. Suji paused for a moment. Official? Military band? Connecting signal. Command confirmed. Decrypting. Decryption complete. Audio signal transferred. The next second, a middle-aged man's voice, slightly crackling with static but steady and powerful, echoed through the cockpit. This is the Northwest War Zone of Huaxia, affiliated with the 73rd Army Group, Linchuan Temporary Shelter Broadcast Station. Repeat, this is the Linchuan Temporary Shelter. Attention all survivors, the extreme cold period is nearing its end, and temperatures are gradually rising. The activity of all mutant creatures will enter a high-frequency period. For your safety, please do not stay in the wild or small settlements. Please head east along the G30 National Highway to the officially established Lon City Large Forward Base. This shelter is located at the K1888 marker on the G30 National Highway, and we will provide limited supplies, medical assistance, and route guidance for survivors along the way. Our resources are limited, and we cannot provide rescue to all areas. Survivors with the ability to do so, please proceed to this shelter for rendezvous. Repeat, this is the Linchuan Temporary Shelter. The broadcast content kept looping. Suji listened in silence, and on the curved screen before him, the onboard intelligence had automatically marked the Linchuan Temporary Shelter and Lon City Safety Base on the 3D map. The Linchuan Shelter was right on his planned route. Or rather, for anyone trying to head east from this area, the G30 National Highway was the only and safest choice. Take a detour. Suji's voice sounded in the cockpit without the slightest hesitation. On the 3D map before him, the blue light strip representing the G30 National Highway was flat and straight, leading to the Linchuan Shelter. The other red, winding line, like a grotesque scar, cut through vast unknown areas. In the apocalypse, the human heart was far more unpredictable than the claws of monsters. The shelter had gathered a large number of survivors, order was not fully established, and resources would undoubtedly be tight. In a place like that, the appearance of an abyss phantom would cause an enormous stir. Suji didn't want to take that risk. Command confirmed. Rerouting, avoiding the Linchuan Temporary Shelter. New route generated, estimated to add 8 hours. The ethereal voice of the onboard intelligence reported, but Suji's mind was already elsewhere. At the very moment he gave the command, the system panel, which had been silent for so long, suddenly popped up without warning. Warning, high concentration of special energy source detected. Coordinates locking in progress. Energy source can be absorbed by the system to shorten the time required for the next universal enhancement. Chapter 7, Special Energy Source. Suji's movements suddenly froze. Shorten enhancement time? What is the biggest limitation of the system? Time. Whether it was enhancing the phone before or enhancing the Abyss Phantom, he had to wait for long periods. At the car exhibition, he even had to give up due to the 3-year enhancement time for the Land Fortress heavy truck. If the time could be shortened. System, lock the energy source location. Suji's voice carried a hint of urgency that even he did not notice. Coordinates locked. Almost simultaneously, the Abyss Phantom's onboard intelligence also gave a prompt. Abnormal high-energy reaction detected, signal source highly coincides with the military broadcast signal source location. It has been marked on the map. On the map, in the center of the area labeled Linchuan Temporary Shelter, a glaring, pulsating red light point suddenly appeared out of thin air. Enlarge the signal source and begin dynamic tracking. Suji ordered. Command confirmed. The map instantly zoomed in, and the terrain around the shelter became incredibly clear. It was a temporary camp built around a highway service area, with abandoned vehicles and makeshift barbed wire fences hastily creating a defense line. And the red light point was right inside this camp, and it was moving. And not stationary, it was making irregular, intermittent movements within a very small range. Sometimes it paused, sometimes moved a few meters, then stopped again. This discovery ruled out the possibility that the energy source was some large device or a geographical anomaly. Its movement trajectory resembled a person. Suji's breathing became a bit heavier, and the air inside the cockpit seemed to become scorching hot. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes again. Fortune favors the bold. In the apocalypse, being overly cautious and hiding will only lead to waiting for death. To stand at the top of this wasteland, one must seize any opportunity to become stronger. Cancel detour command. Suji's voice returned to calm, but carried an unquestionable command tone. Reset target, Linchuan temporary shelter. Route has been recalculated. The onboard intelligence responded without hesitation, faithfully executing the command of its master, estimated arrival at the entrance of G30 National Highway in 25 minutes. The Abyss Phantom's black body drew a massive arc across the snowy plain, changing direction and speeding toward the abandoned highway. 20 minutes later. The entrance to G30 National Highway was blocked completely by various abandoned vehicles. Cars, trucks, buses, stacked in layers, forming a steel graveyard. Many vehicles still had dried black bloodstains on them, shattered windows, and their bodies covered in fierce claw marks. It's not hard to imagine the kind of brutal chaos and bloodshed that must have erupted here when the extreme cold first descended. The Abyss Phantom stopped about 100 meters from this vehicle graveyard. Scan the roadblocks, analyze the best breakthrough route. Scan complete. The roadblock ahead is 120 meters long, with a highly unstable structure. Suggest detour. If forced breakthrough is required, recommend activating the Abyss Knight form. No need. Suji rejected the suggestion. The Abyss Knight form would be too loud, making such a big commotion before even reaching the shelter would be too attention-grabbing. His finger lightly tapped the control panel of the joystick. Buzz. Under the front of the Abyss Phantom, the armor slid open silently, and a giant alloy ramming horn, over 2 meters long and gleaming with a cold, eerie light, slowly extended. This wasn't part of the original vehicle, it was a small attack module derived from the memory alloy armor after a hundredfold enhancement, the obstacle breaking ramming horn. Engine power increased to 70%. All-terrain mode, activated. With a series of delicate mechanical sounds, the smooth tires transformed again into a fierce, spiked form. Go. Boom. The Black Phantom, under Suji's command, transformed into a beast rushing out of the gate. It didn't slow down at all, charging forward at over 150 km per hour, slamming into the steel graveyard. Bang! A deafening crash. The bus in front was hit as though by a battering ram, its front caving in, twisting, and cracking. The massive vehicle was lifted and rolled sideways. The Abyss Phantom's speed didn't decrease at all. The sharp nose of the vehicle became an unstoppable spear, tearing through everything in its path. Bang! Clank! Creak! Abandoned cars were scattered, parts and shattered glass flying everywhere. The Abyss Phantom charged through the traffic like a steel shark, and in front of it, these once mighty steel machines were fragile, easily crushed. In just a few seconds, a path was carved through the wreckage of countless vehicles. The Abyss Phantom roared out from the other side of the path, its body still as pristine as before, not a single scratch to be found. The terrifying nose, having completed its task, quietly retracted back into the body. Suji glanced at the wreckage in the rearview mirror, then calmly drove onto the main road of the G30 highway. The road conditions were better than he expected. Though abandoned vehicles and the remains of unknown creatures littered the road, the path was wide enough for the Abyss Phantom to maintain high speed. He kept the speed at around 180 km per hour while activating the optical camouflage, making the entire vehicle disappear from the highway, leaving only a barely noticeable shift in the air. The closer he got to the shelter, the more cautious he had to be. As he went deeper, new traces began to appear on the road. There were tire tracks and footprints. Signs of survivors' activity. The car's AI voice spoke at the right moment. 3 kilometers ahead, survivor convoy detected. Number, 3 vehicles. Type, 2 modified pickup trucks, 1 medium-sized truck. Convoy speed is slow, expected contact in 2 minutes. Suji ignored it, keeping the vehicle invisible and speeding past. Through the window, he could clearly see the convoy. In the truck beds of the pickups, several men wearing tattered cotton coats, holding various makeshift weapons, were vigilantly watching the surroundings. Their faces were marked with exhaustion and numbness. The back of the medium-sized truck seemed to be packed with people, faint sounds of women crying and children shouting could be heard. The Abyss Phantom passed by without drawing any attention. Several more minutes passed. Arrived at the Linchuan temporary shelter, 1 kilometer outside. The car's AI prompt made Suji focus. He slowed down, coming to a stop at the top of a snow-covered slope. Ahead, the outline of the shelter became clear. Chapter 8, Linchuan Shelter. Ahead, the outline of the highway service area loomed under the lead gray sky, like a massive steel beast stranded on the snowy plain. Abandoned trucks, shipping containers, and sharpened wooden stakes were piled haphazardly together, forming a fragile and ugly defense line. Behind the line, several thick black smoke trails rose straight into the sky, scattered by the strong wind at a certain height, adding a bit of life to this dead white world, but also bringing a sense of mess and dirt. This was the Linchuan temporary shelter. Suji did not get any closer. He turned the car around, leaving the main road and driving into a snow-covered, dead forest nearby. He stayed there until he confirmed that from every angle of the road, this location was hidden from view. He stopped. Buzz. The optical camouflage was deactivated, and the pitch-black abyss-like shadow of the vehicle reappeared in the snow. Suji pushed open the car door and stepped out. He circled around the cold vehicle, his palm finally resting on the hood. In the next moment, invisible ripples spread around the massive vehicle. This steel beast, which devours those it chooses, silently vanished without a sound, leaving only the snow compacted by its tires as proof of its existence. The reinforced space, when not undergoing the next enhancement task, was the perfect portable warehouse. Suji stood still for a moment, adapting to the extreme temperature difference of over 20 degrees below freezing after leaving the warm cockpit. The white vapor he exhaled quickly condensed into tiny ice crystals on his eyebrows and hair. He raised his hand, and a thick gray winter parka appeared out of thin air in his grasp, along with a plush ear-flap hat, windproof goggles, and a stuffed black tactical backpack. He quickly wrapped himself tightly, leaving only his nose and mouth exposed. Finally, he pulled out a sharpened entrenching tool from the side of his backpack and gripped it in his hand. Now, he looked no different from any other ordinary survivor struggling to stay alive in the apocalypse. After finishing all this, he checked the direction and walked toward the shelter, stepping through snow that reached up to his ankles. The entrance to the shelter was far more chaotic than imagined. A crooked, winding line of people stretched nearly 100 meters from the makeshift checkpoint gate, which had been converted from a shipping container. Most of the people in line were walking, dressed in a variety of tattered and bulky clothes, their faces bearing the numbness of repeated torment from the cold and hunger. A few soldiers, dressed in military coats and carrying automatic rifles, were maintaining order. Their expressions were also exhausted, with cracked lips, and their shouts sounded weak in the cold wind. Get in line. One at a time. Don't shove. If you keep pushing, I'll shoot. Suji silently walked to the back of the line. In front of him was a woman wrapped in a torn quilt, holding two children, constantly rubbing their hands and muttering something under her breath. The line moved slowly. Every person entering the shelter had to undergo a thorough inspection. Name. A young soldier sitting behind a table asked without raising his head, his stiff fingers moving over a frozen, brittle ledger. Li Chang. A middle-aged man in front of Suji answered, shivering. Where are you from? Xinjia village, to the west. The village is gone. The soldier paused for a moment, seemingly used to such answers. What weapons do you carry? Have you been hurt by those things? The man hurriedly pulled open his coat to reveal his gaunt chest, then rolled up his sleeves and pants. There were only scars from frostbite. No, absolutely not. The only weapon I have is a kitchen knife. Here, it's right here. Another soldier next to him took the kitchen knife, inspected it, and tossed it into a nearby metal box full of various homemade weapons, making a sharp clink. Go in. Find a spot in the east area, don't wander. Food and water will be distributed, wait for the announcement. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The man nodded repeatedly and rushed inside. Soon, it was Suji's turn. Name. Suji. His voice sounded a bit hoarse from not speaking for a long time. The young soldier finally raised his head, glanced at him, and his eyes lingered for a moment on the relatively clean and neat winter coat and tactical backpack. Alone? Where are you from? A factory about 100 kilometers to the west. Suji answered concisely, partly true, partly false. The soldier didn't ask further questions, just pointed to the side. Check. Another soldier came over and scanned him with a handheld metal detector. He began to search his backpack. In the backpack were compressed biscuits, bottled water, some common medicines, and a roll of bandages. A standard configuration for a refugee. Leave the entrenching tool, the soldier pointed to the weapon in his hand. Suji did not argue and handed over the entrenching tool. Go in. Passing through the sentry post, a mixed smell of burning firewood, fragrant food, heavy sweat, and disinfectant flooded in. Inside the shelter was a huge refugee camp. The main building of the service area had been requisitioned by the military, with guards standing at the entrance, vigilant and strict. Surrounding the large parking lot and greenbelts were densely packed makeshift shanties and tents. Groups of people huddled around burning fires, cooking dark food, or simply leaning against the fire for warmth. Cries, curses, and conversations mixed together into a noisy background. Every person's face bore similar signs of exhaustion, vigilance, and confusion about the future. Suji pressed down his hat and buried himself deeper into the crowd. He did not go to collect the relief supplies that were said to be distributed on time, but instead found a relatively secluded corner to quietly observe this temporary survivor gathering place. In his mind, on the semi-transparent panel that only he could see, the red dot representing a special energy source was slowly and irregularly moving within a certain area of the shelter. It was still there. And right here. As he chewed on the cold, hard-compressed biscuit, he quietly moved toward the direction of the red dot. He passed one makeshift camp after another, seeing a man beaten bloody over half a piece of black bread, a young mother silently wailing while holding her child who had already stopped breathing, and a few men with fierce looks gathered together, eyeing the passing lone wanderer with malicious intent. The end of the world magnified the most naked good and evil in human nature without reservation. After a dozen minutes, he reached near his destination. Chapter 9, Blue Crystal. It was an area temporarily isolated by barbed wire and obstacles, located at the back of the service area, which seemed to have originally been for vehicle maintenance and logistics support. A few independent two-story buildings and several large garages formed the main body of this area. Unlike the chaos in other places, it was exceptionally quiet here. A team of armed soldiers was patrolling the perimeter of the barbed wire, prohibiting anyone from getting close. Military restricted area, all stand back. Do not approach. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The red dot was inside one of the small buildings in this restricted area. Suji stopped and did not rashly advance. He retreated to a distance, blending in with a group of other survivors who were also observing, pretending to be curious. "Hey, brother, do you know what's going on over there? It's so mysterious." A thin man approached and struck up a conversation. Suji glanced at him but said nothing. The man didn't mind and continued, "I heard people say that big shots live there, seems like they're scientists. Anyway, they came from the capital, really valuable. Our military has sent the best stuff to them." "Scientists?" Suji finally spoke. "Yeah." The man grew excited, "I heard they're researching some secret weapon to deal with the monsters. If they figure it out, we won't have to fear those ghostly things anymore. We'll push all the way to the Lawn City base and live the good life." In the man's eyes, there was a flickering sense of almost fanatical hope. Suji stopped talking. He lowered his head, stuffed the last bite of the compressed biscuit into his mouth, then turned to leave. Secret weapon? Maybe. In his eyes, the pulsating red light dots looked more like bombs ready to explode at any moment, or rather, a treasure chest waiting for him to open it. The night fell. The temperature in the shelter dropped sharply again, and the howling cold wind drowned out everything. Most survivors huddled by the fire or curled up in their shabby huts, shivering from the cold. Suji, however, left the crowd. He sneaked around to the back of the military restricted area like a raccoon. Here was a steep slope, below which was the embankment of the highway, covered deeply with snow. Hardly anyone would pass by this way. He crouched behind a snow-covered mound, setting up the most ordinary civilian telescope he took from his backpack, looking towards the small building with lights on. In a room on the second floor, the curtains were slightly open, revealing a gap. Through that gap, he could see the room brightly lit. Several people in white lab coats gathered around a huge experimental table, focusing intently on something. And at the center of the table, Suji's pupils suddenly constricted. There floated a fist-sized, irregular polyhedral crystal. The crystal radiated a deep blue color, as if countless stars were slowly swirling inside, emitting a mesmerizing glow. It was bound by a circular, constantly rotating light golden energy field, quietly suspended in mid-air. Even at such a distance, Suji could feel that the object contained an unimaginable, vast, and pure energy. In the room, an old man with gray hair and glasses seemed to be the leader among the researchers. He was looking at a data report, his brow furrowed. "No, the energy dissipation rate is still too high. The current restraining field cannot maintain its stability for long. Once it exceeds the threshold, all of us, along with the entire shelter, will be instantly vaporized." The old man's voice came through the cold wind, intermittent. Beside him, a young assistant asked anxiously, "Teacher, what should we do?" "We have to set off for Lawn City with the convoy tomorrow morning. The military is pressing us hard. We can only use the backup plan," the old man sighed, his face filled with exhaustion and helplessness. "Activate the zero-point freezing program to reduce its activity to the minimum. Although this might cause irreversible damage to the crystal structure, it's better than perishing together. But that way, its research value will." "There are no buts." The old man interrupted sternly, "Our mission is to safely deliver it to Lawn City. Safe. As for the rest, let the real experts at the base deal with it when we get to Lawn City. Our ragtag team has done the best we can to get this far." The conversation ended there. Suji put down the telescope, lying in the snow, his body somewhat stiff from the cold, but his brain was racing. This special energy source was now in the hands of the military, getting it would not be easy. It seemed there was only one way to steal it directly. The cold wind whipped up snow grains, hitting his windproof goggles, making a rustling sound. At that moment, a sharp, piercing alarm, unlike anything a human could make, suddenly tore through the silent night sky of the shelter. Woo woo! The sound was filled with despair and fear, instantly waking the entire refugee camp from its numb slumber. Following that was a burst of gunfire. Da-day-day-day-day. The roar of automatic rifles, the howl of machine guns, and the dull thud of grenade explosions suddenly intertwined into a symphony of death at the front gate of the shelter. Enemy attack. It's a monster. A huge monster. The defense line has collapsed. Run. Screams of panic and cries of chaos. Like a lit powder keg, it instantly detonated the entire shelter. Suji abruptly lifted his head from behind the snow mound, looking towards the source of the chaos. There, the weak defense of the shelter, built from abandoned vehicles, had been violently torn open by a massive creature. It was a giant beetle, comparable in size to a heavy truck. Its entire body was covered with a glossy black shell, and its 6 side-like limbs could effortlessly tear a car in half with each swing. Countless smaller black bugs, resembling hunting dogs, were surging into the shelter through the gap it had created, frantically pouncing on the fleeing survivors. The screams echoed one after another. An opportunity. He hesitated not at all, turning and sprinting towards the woods where he had parked his vehicle. The entire force of the shelter was firmly drawn to the beast tied at the front door at this moment. While there were still soldiers stationed in the military restricted area, their attention was undoubtedly captured by the explosions and screams in the distance. This was his chance. Chapter 10: The Praying Mantis Catches the Cicada. Suji did not look back, his footsteps carved a straight line through the deep snow, speeding towards the desolate woods. The wind and snow poured into his mouth and nose, icy and bone-chilling, sharpening his already calm mind. Chaos was the best cover. That blue crystal, that special energy source that could shorten and enhance time, was something he had to obtain no matter what. With a thought, a circle of invisible ripples appeared in front of him, the air visibly distorted and collapsing inward. The soft seat automatically wrapped around his body, instantly isolating the cold outside, and the entire cockpit lit up with a ghostly blue glow, bringing back that connected sense of control. The front door direction was already a sea of blood. Activate optical camouflage, target, military restricted area. Optical camouflage activated. The engine did not roar but began to operate in an almost absolute silence. It can only spark a series of sparks, unless it precisely hits a vulnerable joint or the compound eyes, otherwise it can't cause any effective damage. And the huge mother insect, as big as a truck, is an invincible existence. It charges recklessly, and every swing of its limbs can crush a simple hut, along with the people inside, into meat paste. The heavy machine gun set up by the soldiers roar madly, a torrent of bullets pours onto its dark shell, but only a series of clanging sounds are heard, not even a white mark is left. Boom! A rocket-propelled grenade with a tail flame accurately slams into the back of the mother insect. The fire explodes, and the huge shockwave sends several smaller beetles flying. However, when the smoke clears, the mother insect's enormous body still stands firm in its place, with only a scorched area where it was hit, but not even a single crack appears on its shell. Hiss! The enraged mother insect lets out an ear-piercing shriek, its 2 forelimbs, resembling giant sickles, suddenly lift up and then slash fiercely toward the fire point that just launched the rocket. Crack! The makeshift bunker, transformed from a container, is instantly split in half, the steel plates twist, and the broken metal lets out a horrifying screech. The soldiers inside didn't even have time to scream. The Abyss Phantom, using optical camouflage, quietly passes through the edge of this chaotic battlefield. Suji's expression remains unchanged. He is not a savior. In this apocalyptic world, the only one who can save him is himself. His attention is fully focused on the red blinking light spot on the curved screen. The distance is getting closer. Soon, the military restricted area, guarded by barbed wire and heavily armed soldiers, appears in his view. Just as he expected, most of the troops were drawn to the front gate. But here, a team of over 20 soldiers still remains, using the 2-story building as the core, forming the last line of defense, each with tense expressions, guns aimed at the surrounding darkness. Block. Activate the highest level of blockade. Everyone, hold this position. We cannot let a single bug get through. A military officer shouts loudly, his voice filled with anxiety. The Abyss Phantom silently stops in the shadow outside the restricted area. Charging directly? No. Too much noise. The Abyss Nightform is even less possible, that would be like lighting up a super high torch in the night. Suji's fingertips lightly tap the joystick. He is waiting. Waiting for a better opportunity. Professor! Hurry! We must evacuate immediately. We can't hold this place much longer. The door of the small building is suddenly pushed open, and a young assistant rushes out anxiously, shouting to the outside. Then, the elderly man with graying hair and glasses, protected by a soldier with a briefcase, walks quickly out, escorted by 2 soldiers. The briefcase is made of special alloy, and inside the case, the crystal-emitting blue light is the one. They want to run. Suji immediately understands, these people plan to break out from the rear while most of the monsters are attracted to the front gate. And this is his opportunity. But just as he prepares to start the engine and intercept, an unexpected change occurs. Don't move! A violent shout explodes in the tense air. One of the soldiers escorting the elderly man suddenly turns his gun around, and the dark barrel is pressed hard against the elderly man's temple. Wei Bing! Are you crazy? What are you doing? Another soldier beside him, full of anger and surprise, instinctively raises his gun. I told you not to move. The soldier, named Wei Bing, looks ferocious, his eyes filled with blood and madness. Put down the gun. Give me the case. Otherwise, I'll shoot him. The elderly man, with the cold barrel pressed against him, freezes, his face turning pale. Wei Bing! You are betraying. Do you want to go to a military court? The officer shouted from a distance, his eyes filled with rage. Military court? Ha ha ha. Wei Bing laughed maniacally. Damn the military court. I don't want to die. I don't want to die here and be eaten by worms with you all. Give me that box. With it, I can survive anywhere. His eyes greedily fixed on the metal briefcase. Clearly, he knew the value of what was inside the box. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird waits in the back. Suji didn't expect that besides himself, someone else was eyeing this thing. But for him, this was a better opportunity. Give him the box. In the distance, the officer's expression changed repeatedly, but finally, he gritted his teeth and gave the order. A national treasure-level scientist was worth far more than that unknown crystal. The soldier holding the box hesitated, but eventually, unwillingly placed the briefcase on the ground. A joyful expression spread across Wei Bing's face as he pressed the gun against the old man's head, stepping back step by step, and quickly hooked the briefcase to his foot. Everyone, don't move. Anyone who dares to move, I'll blow their head off. Chapter 11, The Yellow Bird Waits in the Back? Don't move. Back off. Everyone back off. Wei Bing roared, trying to regain control of the situation. At that tense moment, when everyone was holding their breath, a piercing scream suddenly came from the chaotic battlefield nearby. Screech! The sound was sharp, piercing the eardrum, completely different from the previous cries of the small beetles. Suddenly, 3 black shadows shot out with speed hard to catch by the naked eye from the shadows of the outer buildings. They circumvented the main battlefield at the front and broke through an undefended flank, charging directly in. It was those black beetles, the size of hunting dogs. Enemy attack. 3 o'clock direction. A soldier on guard was the first to react, screaming while pulling the trigger. Tat 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 tat. Flames spat out, bullets instantly exploding in sparks on the beetles' hard shells but could not stop them at all. Ah! A soldier, caught off guard, was suddenly knocked to the ground by one of the beetles. Its mouthparts opened, revealing layers of blade-like jaws, and in one bite, it severed the soldier's neck. Blood gushed out, staining the snow red. The scene immediately spiraled out of control. The tense atmosphere of confrontation was completely shattered by the sudden killing. Open fire! Fire at will! The officer shouted angrily, aiming his gun at another beetle that was charging. Gunfire erupted, and the remaining soldiers joined the fight. The small restricted area instantly turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. And this sudden turn of events completely ruined Wei Bing's plan. He was holding the old scientist hostage and couldn't move quickly. One beetle noticed them, let out a sharp scream, and with its 6 legs moving rapidly, it transformed into a black flash, charging over. Get away! Get away! Wei Bing was terrified, instinctively pointing his gun at the beetle, shooting wildly. Tat tat tat. Bullets struck the beetle's head shell, creating crisp sounds, barely slowing its charge. Wei Bing was completely panicking. He suddenly pushed the old scientist away and turned to grab the metal briefcase on the ground. His only thought was to escape with this treasure immediately. But he was fast, the beetle was faster. Just as he bent down, the beetle pounced forward. Its sharp front limbs whistled through the air, viciously striking at his back. No! Wei Bing let out a desperate scream. Bang! At the critical moment, the loyal soldier who had been guarding the old scientist charged in with a roar, using his body to slam Wei Bing aside. Puff! The sharp limb of the beetle instantly pierced through the soldier's chest. The soldier's body convulsed violently for a moment, a large spurt of blood bubbling from his mouth. He used his last bit of strength to hold on tightly to the beetle's limb, screaming, "Professor, hurry and go!" The Wei soldier who had been knocked aside rolled twice on the ground, just hitting the alloy briefcase. Clang! A crisp metallic collision sound. The briefcase's lock, already loosened from the earlier bumps, burst open with the sudden impact. The lid of the case flipped open. In an instant, an indescribable, deep and pure blue light burst forth from the case. The light was not dazzling, but it carried a dreamy magic, illuminating the blood-soaked and smoky snowy night into a magnificent blue ocean. A fist-sized blue crystal lay quietly on the black velvet lining, billions of stars within it spinning rapidly, emitting energy waves 100 times stronger than before. The whole world seemed to freeze at that moment. Whether it was the fighting soldiers or the wildly attacking beetles, their movements froze for an instant. The instinct of all living beings was drawn and shocked by this suddenly explosive massive energy. In the distance, toward the main entrance of the shelter. That giant mother beetle, as massive as a heavy truck, was originally enjoying its feast of tearing steel and flesh with its scythe-like forelimbs. But when the blue light shot up into the sky, its huge body suddenly froze. Its enormous compound eyes swiftly turned away from the chaotic survivors, suddenly shifting toward the direction of the military forbidden zone. There was an energy it craved and greedily desired. It was the bait that would allow it to complete its next transformation, evolving to a higher level of life. Hiss. The mother beetle abandoned the easily accessible prey in front of it, letting out a shriek filled with rage and greed that shook the entire shelter. Its massive body thunderously turned, 6 thick limbs frantically digging, like an out-of-control siege beast, charging toward the source of the blue light. Boom! 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 Everything in its path, whether it was abandoned vehicles, makeshift shelters, or the hapless survivors and small beetles, was crushed into pieces under its furious charge. Disaster has arrived. In front of the forbidden zone, the officer was the first to break free from the shock of the blue light. When he heard the familiar, terrifying shriek from afar that represented absolute death, his face turned pale in an instant, devoid of any color. "It's over," he murmured, his voice full of despair. He knew what it was. He also knew that when the monster arrived here, everyone would turn to meat mud. "Quick! Protect the professor and retreat! Hurry!" The officer used all his strength to let out his final roar. But no one could respond to him anymore. The remaining few soldiers were either fighting with the nearby small beetles at the cost of their lives, or had been completely paralyzed with terror by the distant, earth-shaking footsteps, standing still, trembling all over. That traitor Wei soldier also reacted at this moment. He did not run away but instead rolled and crawled toward the open briefcase, his eyes bursting with even crazier greed than before. He wanted to obtain it. Even if he died, he wanted to die next to it. The old scientist was being supported, staggering back. He looked back at the blue crystal exposed to the air, and then at the Wei soldier rushing toward the crystal, his face revealing a bone-deep sadness and regret. It was he who had opened Pandora's box with his own hands. Chaos, despair, death. Everything intertwined, playing the final chapter of Doomsday. And at the edge of all this chaos, in a shadow unnoticed by anyone, inside the cockpit of the Abyss Phantom, Suji quietly watched everything displayed on the curved screen before him. He watched soldiers die, he watched Wei soldiers go insane, he watched the despair of the elderly, and he also watched the map, where a giant red dot representing the mother bug was madly approaching without any resistance. "The moment has come. System." He spoke, his voice in the quiet cockpit cold and without any emotion. "Plan the advance and retreat route. Route planning. The optimal plan has been generated." The intelligent voice from the vehicle system echoed. On the curved screen, a blood-red, violently aesthetic attack route was instantly marked out. The starting point is where he is now. The end point is a gap in the wall behind the shelter. And in the very center of the route, that glaring target point is the blue crystal, radiating endless temptation. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Suji's mouth. "The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird waits in the back? No. I am the Grim Reaper who reaps everything." Chapter 12, Snatching Food from the Bug's Mouth. Booming. The earth trembled, that was the sound of the giant mother bug running wildly. Its enormous body shattered the last wall, arriving before the small restricted area with unmatched ferocity. Everyone felt that suffocating sense of oppression. The officer closed his eyes in despair. At the last moment of his life, the Wei soldier finally hugged the cold blue crystal tightly, a satisfied yet mad smile appearing on his face. In the gigantic compound eyes of the mother bug, the light of the blue crystal reflected back, its greedy emotion almost taking on a physical form. It raised its 2 limbs, like sides of death, ready to chop down and take the tiny human holding the delicacy, along with the crystal, into its grasp. "Now's the time. Execute." Suji uttered those 2 cold words. V-room. The engine of the Abyss Phantom instantly switched from absolute silence to an extreme roar. Optical camouflage disengaged. A pure, black lightning bolt, as if it could devour all light, shot out from the shadows without warning. Its appearance was so abrupt, so swift. A soldier grappling with a beetle only felt a flash before a shadow swept past, and the ferocious beetle before him was instantly severed in 2, its upper and lower halves flying in different directions. The Black Abyss Phantom cut through the chaotic battlefield like a hot knife through butter, with an unyielding demeanor, directly targeting the person holding the blue crystal Wei soldier. The Wei soldier had just felt the intoxicating energy from the crystal in his arms, when the next second, an extreme, deathly crisis enveloped his whole body. He instinctively turned his head. What he saw was a rapidly enlarging, bottomless darkness. And from beneath the dark vehicle, suddenly stretched out a sharp, glimmering horn, the breach-breaking horn. PFF. There was no suspense. In the face of the terrifying kinetic energy of the Abyss Phantom, the human body was as fragile as a piece of paper. The ecstatic expression on the Way Soldier's face had not even faded when his entire body was pierced through the chest by that indestructible metal horn. The immense impact shattered his organs, bones, and flesh in an instant. His body was like a torn bag of flesh, hoisted high on the breach-breaking horn, charging forward with the Abyss Phantom. And the blue crystal he held, at the moment of impact, slipped from his hands, tracing a graceful blue arc in the air. Then, a silent opening appeared on the top of the Abyss Phantom. That blue crystal, without a deviation, precisely landed inside the cockpit, securely caught by a hand that had long been waiting there. Cold, pure, vast. This was Suji's first feeling about it. There was no time to savor it. With a thought, the blue crystal instantly vanished, collected into the system space. High concentration of special energy source detected. Energy source absorbed. The next universal enhancement will have a significant time reduction. The system's prompt sounded in Suji's ears like the most wonderful melody in the world. And all this, from the appearance of the Abyss Shadow, to the collision that killed Wei Bing, to seizing the crystal, happened in the blink of an eye. When that officer reopened his eyes due to the sudden change, all he saw was a black trajectory running through the battlefield, and Wei Bing's body, cruelly pinned to the front of the vehicle. The crystal was gone? And the giant mother bug also fell into momentary daze because of this sudden turn of events. Its simple insect brain could not understand why the delicacy it was determined to have suddenly vanished. But it soon found a new target for its anger. This sudden appearance, and the black iron box that took away its delicacy. Hiss. The mother bug, robbed of its precious evolution treasure, fell into complete rage. It let out a scream sharper and more tragic than ever before, its two massive side-like forelimbs slicing through the air with a tearful whistle, forcefully striking down toward the Abyss Shadow. This strike could split a building in half. However, the Abyss Shadow's speed was faster than its attack. At the moment of seizing the crystal, Suji did not pause at all. He controlled the Abyss Shadow, racing along the system-planned escape route. Boom! The side struck heavily into the ground, on the surface frozen harder than rock, creating a terrifying chasm several meters deep and over 10 meters long. Rocks and ice flew everywhere. But, it missed. The Abyss Shadow made a limit drift, narrowly avoiding this deadly blow. The jagged metal tires created dazzling sparks on the ground as the vehicle almost swept across the two smaller beetles blocking its path. Puff! Puff! Again, two sickening thuds, the two beetles were smashed in half, their foul green liquids spraying out. The Abyss Shadow did not stop, it charged forward, bearing Wei Bing's broken corpse like a moving battering ram, crashing into the weak rear wall of the refuge. Boom! The wall made of barbed wire and rubble was weakly no match for the Abyss Shadow. A massive breach was forcibly opened. The Abyss Shadow howled out, rushing into the endless snowy plains outside. At the moment of bursting out of the refuge, the broken horn on the front of the vehicle abruptly swung, violently throwing Wei Bing's mangled body into the snow far away, quickly buried by the wind and snow. Thus, the body was erased from existence. Behind, the mother bug's roar filled with endless anger and unwillingness sounded. Suji ignored it. The Abyss Shadow traced a straight black line on the snowy plain, quickly disappearing at the horizon's end. It restarted its optical camouflage, blending into the surrounding icy and snowy world, as if it had never appeared. Lin Chuan Refuge. Despair swept through every survivor's heart like a Siberian chill. Hold on. Everyone better hold on for me. A bloodied officer, face smeared with smoke and blood, was issuing his last roar with his hoarse voice. His name was Lu Jin, the highest commander of this temporary refuge. But his orders seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. The defense line had long collapsed, that giant bug, like a hill, was an unstoppable meat grinder. Heavy machine gun bullets hit its shell, leaving no marks whatsoever. The bombings of the rockets only made it angrier, serving no other purpose. Medical team. Get Professor Chen evacuated from the rear. Hurry! Lu Jin pushed away the guard trying to help him, shouting into the communicator, Class 1 and Class 2. Follow me. At all costs, buy time for the professor. His eyes were filled with blood and written with determination. He could die, the soldiers here could die, and even all the survivors could die. But Professor Chen must not die. Chapter 13, The Reason for Fighting. Yes. A determined response came from the communicator. Lu Jin threw down the communicator, grabbed an automatic rifle, and jumped out of cover. Beast! Come on! He furiously pulled the trigger at the giant creature rampaging around. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The torrent of bullets poured out, but it was in vain. The mother worm didn't even regard him as a tiny ant, its huge, cold compound eyes had already locked onto another target. That was the old scientist, Professor Chen, stumbling toward a rear off-road vehicle under the protection of several soldiers. Perhaps it was the lingering scent of the blue crystals on Professor Chen and his companions, or perhaps it was pure killing instinct. The mother worm abandoned everything in front of it, suddenly turning its massive body, its six-side-like limbs raised high. SSS. With a sharp hiss, it charged toward the direction of Professor Chen, launching a deadly assault. No! Lu Xun's eyes widened in anguish. He wanted to stop it, but a distance of nearly 100 meters, with countless ruins and bodies being crushed in between, lay between him and the mother worm. It's over. The soldiers escorting Professor Chen showed complete despair on their faces. They raised their guns and shot in vain, yet their feet could not move an inch. Under that world-destroying sense of oppression, their bodies had long been frozen by fear. Professor Chen came to a halt. He turned his head to look at the rapidly enlarging shadow of death, and in his murky old eyes, there was not fear, but a deep sadness and relief. The mother worm's two thickest, giant scythe-like forelimbs, capable of slicing through buildings, had already been raised to the highest point. With a shrill cry that tore through the air, it came crashing down. Death was about to descend. As everyone closed their eyes, waiting for the inevitable bloody scene to arrive, an extraordinary change suddenly happened. Boom, clack, clack, clack. A series of nerve-wracking metal grinding and mechanism engagement sounds unexpectedly exploded from the battlefield's flank. That sound overshadowed the thundering of guns, the creature's roars, and all the dying wails. Immediately following that, boom! A heavy sound that was simply indescribable. It was as if a meteor crashed down from the sky, violently striking the earth. The entire ground shook violently. The giant scythe that was descending came to a halt. No, it didn't just stop. It was blocked. A massive iron fist, entirely black and filled with a fierce mechanical beauty, had appeared there at some point. It abruptly and steadily blocked the giant scythe capable of splitting mountains, rising from below. At the junction of fist and scythe, brilliant sparks erupted. The terrifying kinetic energy traveled down the iron fist to the ground, instantly spreading massive spiderweb-like cracks in all directions from the point of impact. At that moment, time seemed to be pressed on slow motion. Lu Xun suddenly opened his eyes wide. Professor Chen shivered all over and raised his head in astonishment. All the surviving soldiers, everyone waiting to die in despair, looked toward that direction in unison. What did they see? A deity? Or a devil? Amidst the swirling dust and snowflakes, a steel giant over 8 meters tall stood silently there, unknown when it had arrived. It was entirely cast from an unknown alloy resembling matte black obsidian. The lines of its entire body were filled with a sense of power and aggression. Narrow, bright red patterns slowly flickered in darkness on its armor across the chest, arms, and legs, like flowing hot lava. Its head, with 2 crimson beams of light, surveyed the ravaged battlefield, full of cold, inhuman majesty. It was the Abyss Knight. It blocked the deadly strike of the mother insect with its right fist. Su Ji has returned. Hiss. The mother insect's simple insect brain clearly could not understand what was happening before it. It only felt that its unstoppable attack was blocked by a tiny but incredibly hard thing. Anger. Inexpressible anger suddenly replaced all thoughts in its mind. It let out an even more violent hiss, and another free scythe forelimb shot up like lightning, turning into a black shadow, and struck fiercely at the head of the Abyss Knight. Facing this earth-shattering blow, the Abyss Knight did not dodge or evade. It suddenly exerted force with its right arm, which had braced against the first strike. Creak. That was the roar of metal under extreme pressure. Under the gaze of everyone who couldn't believe it, the Abyss Knight actually forcefully pushed the heavy scythe forelimb of the mother insect upward by half an inch. It was this half-inch gap. The left arm of the Abyss Knight moved. Its movement was not fast, but bore an unmatched weight and sense of power. The enormous steel left fist, striking first, came roaring in with tremendous force, meeting the descending second scythe fiercely. Boom! Once again, a deafening metallic clash erupted. An even more violent shockwave, centered at the point of impact, exploded outward. The ground nearby instantly caved in, and countless fragments of stone and ice were lifted high, shooting out like bullets in all directions. Several soldiers nearby were even swept away directly by this fierce wind. This time, the left fist of the Abyss Knight retreated slightly by half an inch. But it was only half an inch. It, once again, blocked it. With its 8-meter body, it faced off against a Titan mother insect several times its size, and did not fall behind. The entire battlefield fell into a strange dead silence. Everyone forgot to fire, forgot to run, forgot to breathe. They just stared blankly at the black giant standing in the center of the battlefield. What kind of visual shock was that? That was a myth shining into reality. That was the ultimate embodiment of the most primitive and pure violent aesthetics in human imagination. Inside the cockpit, Su Ji felt the raging shock force sent back from the control stick, and his entire blood boiled. Cold, selfish, self-serving. This was the only principle he originally built for himself to survive in the apocalypse. He thought he could turn a blind eye, that he could be as heartless as stone. But the images that surfaced in his mind were like the sharpest carving knife, etching indelible marks on his heart disguised with indifference. He remembered a rain-soaked night many years ago. An out-of-control truck crashed into their family car, leaving his parents trapped in the deformed driver's seat, using their last strength to push him and his younger sister out through the shattered window. He remembered the last words his father shouted to him. "Little G, take good care of your sister." He remembered how they were surrounded by bystanders with umbrellas, pointing and whispering among themselves. From that day on, he learned not to trust anyone, only himself. He once told himself that kindness and compassion were the most useless things. Chapter 14, The Blade Unsheathed. The surge of thoughts lasted only an instant. The steel arms of the Abyss Knight suddenly erupted with unparalleled power. The two giant sides that had been pressing it down were twisted, making a tooth-gritting metallic sound. It was forcefully pushed open upward. Hiss! The mother bug let out a sharp cry of uncertainty. It could not comprehend why the tiny metal can suddenly surge with such immense power. In this moment of distraction, the massive body of the Abyss Shadow Knight displayed an agility that was completely unmatched for its size, moving as swiftly as the top-tier mobile weapon. It lowered its body, suddenly sliding out from beneath the mother bug's two sides, while its right leg swept out like a battle axe. Boom! The heavy metallic foot stomped forcefully on one of the mother's joints that supported its massive body. Crack! The clear sound of bones cracking was distinct amid the chaos of the battlefield. That leg, thicker than a barrel, grotesquely bent in the middle. Hiss! The mother bug emitted a cry of extreme pain, its huge body suddenly swaying, losing balance, and crashing to one side. Rumble! Its immense body crashed onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and snow, crushing several nearby makeshift shelters that hadn't been dismantled into powder. This scene left all the survivors awestruck. It knocked that monster down, a young soldier murmured, his rifle hanging limply in his hands. Lucian struggled to rise from the ground, his blood-stained face filled with shock. He had imagined countless possibilities, but never anticipated that this suddenly appearing mysterious mech would be so powerful. That was a monster that even rockets could not budge an inch. Fire! Lucian was the first to react, roaring with all his strength. Everyone! Cover! Create an opportunity for it! His voice awakened the sluggish soldiers. Fire! Shoot the damn thing! The ecstatic joy of surviving and the anger of escaping death merged at this moment into the most primitive form of courage. Tat-ata! The remaining dozen soldiers reorganized their firepower. They no longer aimed at the invulnerable back armor of the mother bug but followed Lucian's orders, showering bullets furiously towards its relatively weak compound eyes, mouthparts, and joints. Although these attacks still could not inflict fatal damage on the mother bug, they successfully attracted its attention, causing it to writhe its huge body in pain and fury, unable to regain its footing immediately. An opportunity. Suji did not waste the chance created by the soldiers with their lives. Inside the cockpit, his fingers flew across the control panel of the joystick. Command confirmed. Arm blades, deploy. The cool, intelligent voice of the onboard system echoed. Click. Click. On the Abyss Shadow Knight's two robust mechanical arms, the originally smooth external armor instantly split open to the sides. Two over 4 meters long, menacing arm blades flashed with a metallic sheen, slowly sprung out from the armor and then locked on instantly. The blade's design was filled with a brutal beauty, with red energy patterns flowing incessantly along the edge, emitting astonishing heat that slightly warped the surrounding air. At the same time, two scarlet beams at its head suddenly converged towards the center, merging into a brighter and more oppressive crimson single eye, completely locking onto the dying mother bug. The Abyss Shadow Knight bared its fangs. Thud. 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 The 8-meter-tall steel giant stepped forward with heavy strides, charging towards the fallen massive creature. With each step, the earth trembled. Hiss! The mother bug sensed the deadly threat. It frantically twisted its body, attempting to use its remaining intact limbs to smash this charging metal can. But the Abyss Shadow Knight was faster. Suji manipulated the mech, executing a remarkably nimble slide, easily dodging the swinging giant foot and bringing its massive body close to the mother bug's head. He was coming. On the curved screen of the cockpit, the mother bug's enormous compound eyes, made up of countless small hexagons, were magnified infinitely. Suji could even see the cold and majestic reflection of the dark Shadow Knight in those compound eyes. It's over. He whispered, manipulating the dark Shadow Knight to raise its right arm blade, which sparkled with a crimson light, high into the air. Then, aiming at the relatively weak enormous neck that connected the mother bug's head to its body, he brought it crashing down fiercely. Whoosh! The arm blade tore through the air, creating a sharp whistle. Thud! This time, it was no longer the crisp sound of metal clashing, but a dull sound as tough leather was instantly sliced open. The arm blade, over 4 meters long, pierced deeply into the mother bug's neck without any hesitation. Black-green, corrosive blood, with a strong stench, surged out like a breaking dam, gushing forth. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The scalding blood splattered on the Dark Shadow Knight's chest armor, producing puffs of white smoke. Hiss. The mother bug let out the most mournful and painful scream since its appearance. That sound was no longer a demonstration of defiance and anger, but pure fear stemming from the arrival of death. Its massive body struggled violently, the wind it created almost knocking down those around it. But the Dark Shadow Knight's right arm blade still remained firmly embedded in the mother bug's neck. And its left arm was already raised high. Slash. Suji spat out a second cold word. The left arm blade turned into a second flash of death, cutting through the air. Precisely, it struck the same spot. Thud. This time, the Dark Shadow Knight's arm blades crossed at a lethal angle, sinking into the mother bug's neck like the fangs of a giant beast. Black-green corrosive blood gushed out even more frantically, splattering onto the matte black armor of the Dark Shadow Knight, making a harsh sizzle sound, rising into thick white acid mist. However, under the acid's corrosion, the armor merely shone with a bright red pattern that flowed, eliminating all corrosiveness into nothingness. Hiss AOO. The dying mother bug emitted a final wail mixed with pain and despair. Its massive body unleashed its last instinct for survival, rolling and twisting violently, the remaining few intact limbs flailing wildly, striking against the ground, debris, and the Dark Shadow Knight. Bang! Clang! Boom! One side-like limb, carrying immense power, struck the Dark Shadow Knight's back with a heavy blow. The tremendous force caused the 8-meter-tall steel giant to stagger forward uncontrollably, and Suji in the cockpit felt the entire machine shake violently, receiving a strong reaction force from the controls. But his hands gripped the controls tightly, unmoving. The arm blade remained deeply embedded in the mother bug's flesh. Another limb swept towards the leg joint of the Dark Shadow Knight. Suji's reaction was incredibly swift. He didn't choose to take the hit but instead maneuvered the mech at an unbelievable angle, suddenly raising his right leg while twisting at the waist. The heavy metal foot perfectly kicked the side of the incoming limb. Boom! In the dull roar, the mother bug's attack trajectory was forcibly altered, grazing past the Dark Shadow Knight's armor and carving a deep trench in the ground. The mother bug's struggles grew more frantic, the shockwaves from its massive body destroyed everything around it. However, no matter how it thrashed, that black steel giant stood like an ancient rock amidst the furious tide, unwavering against the wind and rain. Chapter 15, Decapitate the Mother Bug. Inside the cockpit, a bluish data stream was refreshing crazily on the curved screen. Warning, the external body has suffered continuous high-intensity physical impacts. Back armor integrity, 99.8%. Left leg hydraulic system pressure value instantaneously overloaded. He did not look at those data. His thoughts, at this moment, drifted far, far away. It was a summer afternoon, the sunlight filtering through the window, casting mottled shadows on the study floor. As a child, he sat on the ground, flipping through a thick history book full of illustrations. The book depicted an ancient general, his body pierced with arrows, blood staining his broken armor. Yet he still held a broken spear, standing on the city wall, never falling. Behind him were the crumbling city walls and, below the wall, the people huddled together, shivering in fear. "Dad, why doesn't he run?" "He could survive if he ran," he asked, looking up in confusion. His father, a gentle middle school teacher with black-framed glasses who had taught history all his life, looked up from his desk piled high with books and smiled. His father walked over, his warm palm ruffling his hair. "Because behind him, there are things he must protect." Father's finger pointed to the tiny figure on the page, turned away from all, his voice gentle but filled with a unique strength. "Little G, you must remember, a man can be knocked down, can be killed, but his backbone must not break. A nation must have some who gaze at the stars, and must have some who, when everyone else bows their heads, chooses to stand tall. That is what it means to live. To live." The corners of Suji's mouth curled into a smile he didn't even realize he was making. So that's how it is. He always thought that with his parents long gone, his sister far away, he had already become completely alone, without any ties. He had always told himself that in the apocalypse, people have to be selfish, cold, and do anything to survive. He could have taken the crystal and left without a care. He could have turned a blind eye to the grim reality. Just like many years ago, at the scene of that car accident, those who stood under umbrellas, watching indifferently. But when he saw that officer resolutely facing death, saw the ordinary soldiers building a defense with their bodies, saw the relief and sorrow on the face of that white-haired old scientist. What emerged in his mind was the image of the general from that history book, and his father's gentle yet powerful words. The backbone must not break. He was not a savior, he didn't want to be any kind of hero. At this moment, he just didn't want to become the kind of person he despised the most. He just wanted to find a reason to fight for his actions at this very moment. Buzz. The long scarlet lines surged with light, a hot energy crazily rushing into his arms through the internal circuits. Ah! Suji let out a low roar that had been suppressed for too long in the cockpit. The abyssal Shadow Knight's arms, crossed and locked on the mother worm's neck, suddenly gathered all their strength. Open! Creak! A shrill, mind-splitting sound of metal twisting and flesh tearing suddenly erupted. The two arm blades of the abyssal Shadow Knight didn't withdraw, instead, in an incredibly violent manner, they twisted sharply in opposite directions. Puff! The enormous head of the mother worm, comparable to a small car, was brutally torn from its neck by this unresisting strangulation force. Black-green blood mixed with white brain matter and shattered tissue, erupting into the sky like a volcanic explosion. The massive body of the mother worm, which had been struggling frantically, suddenly froze. Then it collapsed heavily, slumping down. Boom! The earth trembled once more. Suji slowly released his arms. That ugly, hideous giant head slid off the blade, rolling onto the ground, its enormous compound eyes still filled with lingering fear and confusion. It could not comprehend until its last moment why this small tin can. Why could such terrifying power erupt? The battlefield was filled with dead silence. Everyone stopped their actions. Those soldiers who had been fighting for their lives against the small beetles, those survivors trembling behind the ruins, all stood dazed, staring at the center of the battlefield. Beside the corpse of a giant beast that resembled a hill, in the rain of black blood falling from the sky, a black iron giant stood quietly. Its armor was covered in a foul-smelling liquid, the crimson patterns on its chest slowly flickered in brightness. Its red single eye swept across the devastated battlefield. At this moment, it resembled not a god, but a blood-soaked demon from the depths of hell, harvesting everything. Did we win? That monster is dead. We survived? Disbelieving whispers broke out among the crowd of survivors. Then, someone was the first to raise their voice. Oh! The joy of surviving erupted in an instant, like a mountain flood or tsunami. We won! We won! Ha ha ha! We are saved! We are saved! Countless people embraced and cried, countless people knelt on the ground, sending out the most primal cheers and shouts toward the black giant. Lucian struggled to stand straight, he looked at the black giant, then at the cheering crowd around him, and finally directed his gaze toward Professor Chen, who was also in shock and being supported by soldiers. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found his throat too dry to make a sound. He wanted to step forward, to ask about the other's origin, to express his gratitude. However, the Abyss Shadow Knight did not give them this opportunity. Crack! Under the gaze of thousands, the two bloodied and fierce arm blades slowly retracted into the armor. The Abyss Shadow Knight turned around, its crimson single eye sweeping once more over the newly reborn sanctuary, then did not pause at all. Crack! 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 Once again, there was a dazzling mechanical transformation. The huge iron giant rapidly shrank, folded, and reorganized under the astonished gaze of all the survivors. In just a few dozen seconds, the demon vanished. In its place was a supercar, entirely black, with smooth lines filled with a sense of deathly silence and cold beauty. V-Room. The Abyss Shadow's engine emitted a low pulse. It did not turn around, heading toward the gap in the wall it had created, smoothly driving away. Wait! Lucian finally found his voice, staggering forward a few steps, loudly shouting, "Please wait! Who are you?" The Abyss Shadow did not answer, nor did it stop. The black sports car turned into a phantom, instantly accelerating, rushing into the endless snowy plains outside the sanctuary. It quickly vanished at the end of the horizon, leaving behind the entire sanctuary, where people stood dumbfounded. And a legend about the black demon, which had just begun to spread, upon the snowy wasteland. Chapter 16 Storage Space. The snowy plains were vast and boundless. The Abyss Shadow traced a black line across the icy wilderness, casting everything behind far below the horizon. Inside the cockpit, absolute silence and constant warmth formed two completely different dimensions from the lifeless world covered in ice and snow outside the window. Suji held the semicircular control stick tightly but finally released it. Stop. The black sports car steadily slowed down, eventually stopping silently in the shadow of a rock wall covered by huge ice cones. This place was hidden enough, also safe enough. The pulsing of the engine calmed, and the Abyss Shadow re-entered a state of dormancy. Suji leaned against the seat which perfectly fitted the curves of his body, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind. After a full 5 minutes, when the trembling of his fingertips completely ceased, and the surging blood returned to calm, he finally opened his eyes again. His consciousness sank into his mind. The translucent panel, which only he could see, floated in the void. In the center of the panel, the absorbed blue crystal had completely vanished. In its place were two lines of flickering options, shining softly. Special energy source absorption completed. Reward calculation in progress. Please, host, make a unique choice from the following two options. Option 1, Universal Enhancement Time Reduction. By choosing this option, the time required for your next universal enhancement will be reduced by 90%. Option 2, Unlock Independent Storage Space. By choosing this option, you will gain an initial independent storage space of 100 cubic meters. This space can expand as your mental strength increases. Suji did not make a choice immediately. He understood very well that these two options represented two completely different development paths. Choosing the first option meant ultimate explosion. A shorter enhancement time meant he could create another powerful creation comparable to the Abyss Phantom in a very short time. This would give his frontline combat power and explosive growth once again. In the apocalypse, great power was the foundation of survival, and the temptation of this option was undeniable. Choosing the second option meant stable endurance. An independent, growing storage space. Suji understood the value of this thing better than anyone. What is most important in the apocalypse? Food, drinking water, medicine, energy, tools. These are. The enhancement space he had previously used to store supplies was essentially just a temporary function. Once he began to enhance the next item, this space would be occupied, and everything stored inside would be forcibly ejected. This was a huge hidden danger. After weighing for a long time, Suji's consciousness landed on the second option. Unlock independent storage space. The urgent priority was not to pursue another uncertain big killer, but to fill in his biggest shortcoming, logistics and sustained survival ability. Option confirmed. Independent storage space unlocked. The cold prompt sound fell, and the two options on the system panel instantly disappeared. A new feature module labeled storage space appeared next to Universal Enhancement. Below the module, a line of small text was displayed. Current capacity, 100 cubic meters. With a thought, Suji tried to transfer a box of compressed biscuits that had been stored in the enhancement space to the new storage space. Buzz. In his mind, two parallel void spaces appeared. In the left space, various supplies he had previously scavenged were piled up. With his intention, the box of compressed biscuits disappeared from the left space, and the next second, it appeared in the empty space on the right. It worked. Suji continued to operate, moving all food, drinking water, medicine, clothing, tools, one by one, from the temporary enhancement space into this permanent storage space. After finishing all this, Suji felt a strong wave of fatigue and hunger wash over him. From lying in wait at the shelter all night, to snatching food from the bugs, then returning to the battlefield to drive the Abyss Phantom and kill the mother bug, his tense nerves finally relaxed completely at this moment. Accompanying this was the most real protest from his body. His stomach began to rumble, and his eyelids grew heavy. He took out a bottle of pure water and a high-calorie convenience food from the new storage space, wolfing them down. The cold liquid and dry food slid down his throat, restoring some of his strength. System. He leaned against the chair and issued a command to the onboard intelligence, display the detailed map and replan the route to the Jinghua safe zone. Command confirmed. On the curved screen before him, dark blue data streams rushed by quickly. In the next moment, a vast, intricately detailed 3D map slowly unfolded before Suji. Mountains, rivers, cities, roads, everything was crystal clear. On this map, a thick blue light band snaked eastward from his current position, pointing directly to the giant city at the far eastern edge of the map, Jinghua. This was the most direct route planned by the system based on existing geographical data. But at the same time, dozens of areas marked in glaring blood red appeared along this blue light band, varying in size. The largest ones were precisely the places where Suji had drawn X on the paper map with a marker before. Those once bustling medium and large cities had now become nests for monsters. There were also some new red zones, which were added as high-risk areas based on previously intercepted military broadcasts. The entire route seemed fraught with danger. Based on current data analysis, the probability of encountering high-threat mutated creature populations along this route is 87.4%. An alternative safe route has been planned for you. The voice of the car's intelligence chimed in, revealing another green light band on the map. This route avoided all known red high-risk areas, curving south in a giant arc, traversing large uninhabited areas and rolling low hills, nearly doubling the distance compared to the original blue route. The total expected travel time will increase by 7 to 10 days. Let's take this route. Suji chose the safer green route without hesitation. He chose to play it safe. With the route settled, a new problem arose. A strong urge to relieve himself surged from his lower abdomen. He had not attended to his bodily needs for over 20 hours, and his body was sounding the alarm. More importantly, he needed an absolutely safe place to take a good rest. Scan the nearby area for suitable buildings to establish a temporary rest point. Suji issued a new command. Scanning. On the curved screen, concentric invisible detection waves spread out from the shadow of the abyss. The surrounding terrain was analyzed and modeled layer by layer. Minutes later, the car's intelligence provided the results. Southeast, 4.7 kilometers away, a standalone building has been detected. Building structure, 2 stories, brick and concrete, with an independent yard. Based on architectural style analysis, it is a common self-built house in a town. No life signals detected, no active energy sources detected. Judged to be an abandoned building. Chapter 17, The Solemn Building of Shadows. Minutes later, a lonely 2-story building stood in the snow before Suji's eyes. The style of the building was very ordinary, its white walls weathered and yellowed by wind and sun. The yard was surrounded by a half-person. The alarm will notify in 2 forms, vibration and sound, through this device. The screen of that conceptual phone lit up automatically, and a simple UI interface appeared. In the center of the interface, it was divided into 8 small grids, each displaying surveillance footage from different angles around the Abyss Phantom in real time. Thermal imaging, night vision, wide angle, all images were clear at a glance. At the top of the interface, there was a prominent green indicator. After doing all this, Suji finally felt at ease. With this system, even in deep sleep, he could be awakened at the first sign of danger approaching. He took his tactical backpack from the storage space, packed in water and food, and gripped the sharpened entrenching tool in his hand before pushing open the car door. The cold wind rushed in instantly. Suji tightened his cold-proof clothes and glanced back at the Abyss Phantom parked behind the slope, its black body once again merging with the shadows. He stepped on the deep snow, leaving a footprint with each step as he walked toward the lonely 2-story building. The closer he got, the more pronounced the feeling of dead silence became. In the air, except for the sound of the wind, there was no other noise. He stopped in front of the half-open iron gate. Beside the gate, there was a rusty mailbox, and on it, some faded red-painted words could be vaguely seen: Happiness Road, number 13. Suji grasped the cold iron gate and pushed it hard. Creak. A sound that grated on the teeth echoed far away in this dead silent snowy land. Upon entering the yard, the snow had already reached his ankles. The yard was in disarray, with some frozen clothes still hanging on the line, and a child's bicycle lying on its side nearby. It was clear that when the disaster struck, the owner had left in a great hurry. In front of the small building was a dark red security door, with a faded, white Spring Festival couplet stuck on it, saying safe entry and exit. The door was locked. Suji took 2 steps back, gripped the entrenching tool, aimed at the lock position, and kicked it hard. Bang! With a muffled sound. The not-so-high-quality security door caved in inward significantly from his kick, and the lock became deformed, bursting out of the doorframe. A burst of stale air filled with dust and mold rushed out through the crack of the door. Behind the door was an unfathomable darkness. He took out his flashlight, switched it on, and a bright beam pierced through the darkness into the inside. The scene of the living room appeared before him. The furniture was in disarray, a wooden coffee table flipped over on the ground, and several shattered ceramic cups scattered nearby, all covered in a thick layer of dust. In the corner, a screen of an LCD TV was shattered, a dark hole faced the doorway, silently telling of the chaos that erupted on the day the disaster struck. The beam of the flashlight moved, illuminating countless floating dust particles in the air. Suji stood at the door for nearly half a minute, with his ears capturing every slight sound in the room. Besides the whimpering sound of the wind pouring in through the broken window, there were no other sounds. Only then did he take a step inside. His boots stepped on the dust-covered floor, making a soft crunch sound that echoed distinctly in this dead silence. He pulled the broken security door back shut behind him. He held the entrenching tool tightly and began to carefully check every corner of the first floor. The living room sofa was slashed by sharp objects, revealing white cotton stuffing that had turned gray and black. Suji used the edge of the entrenching tool to pry open a damaged cushion. Underneath it was completely empty. The sliding kitchen door lay on its side, glass shattered all over. The situation inside was even more chaotic. All cabinet doors stood open, pots and pans tossed everywhere. In the sink, several rusty empty cans piled up. He picked one up and, with the flashlight's light, took a look inside. It was canned black bean and pomfret fish, a common food before the end of the world, but now it was more precious than gold. The can had been pried open from the bottom, and the inside had been scraped clean. This confirmed his suspicion. In this abandoned house near the main road, it was impossible for any food to remain. Everything had been taken away by the original residents or scavengers. After checking the bathroom and resolving a physiological issue, he glanced at the storeroom filled with clutter under the stairs, finding nothing there either. The whole first floor had nothing but dust and garbage. Suji's gaze ultimately fell on the wooden staircase leading to the second floor. On the handrail of the stairs hung a few pieces of children's clothing, also covered in dust. He bit down on the flashlight, gripped the entrenching tool with both hands, and stepped onto the stairs. Creak! The old wooden planks groaned under the weight. Suji's movement paused, stopping in place, straining his ears to listen. Upstairs, it was still a dead silence. He slowed his breathing and made his footsteps lighter, moving slowly upward step by step. With each step, the stairs emitted a grating sound that echoed in the empty corridor. The corridor on the second floor was not long, with 2 closed doors on each side. The musty smell in the air was even stronger than downstairs. The first door on the left was not locked. He gently pushed it open with the edge of the entrenching tool, and the door creaked as it opened inward. The flashlight illuminated the inside. It was a children's room. On the wall were faded, curled cartoon stickers. A small wooden bed had the blanket messily piled up. On the floor lay various plastic toys, with a red toy fire truck overturned in the center of the room. A large hole was broken in the window, and the cold wind rushed in from there, lifting several sheets of homework on the ground, making a rustling sound. On the screen, 8 surveillance feeds still clearly displayed the movements around the abyssal phantom, everything normal. He placed his phone on the bedside table, the screen facing the bed, so that when he opened his eyes, he could see it. The battle shovel, stained with monster blood, leaned against the bedside table, ready to be grabbed at a moment's notice. Only after doing all this did he finally relax. He took off the heavy, cumbersome winter coat and tossed it aside. Then, he sat down heavily on the edge of the bed. From the storage space, he pulled out a bottle of purified water and 2 pieces of military compressed biscuits. With the cold mineral water, he took one bite after another of the dry, hard biscuits that provided enough energy. As the food went down his throat and into his stomach, a warmth gradually rose, dispelling some of the cold in his body. After eating, he didn't lie down right away but leaned against the headboard, taking another look at the surveillance feed on his phone. The wind and snow continued. The snowfield was dead silent. The warning system he set up had no reaction. Suji finally closed his eyes. He didn't know how much time had passed, but his chaotic thoughts slowly settled, and the heavy drowsiness, like ocean tides, completely drowned his consciousness. His entire body sunk into the soft bed. In the last second before losing complete consciousness, he could only hear the howling of the wind and snow against the window. Creak, a very faint sound, like a wooden board being stepped on, came from downstairs. The sound was so quiet that it was almost completely covered by the howling wind and snow outside. Sleeping Suji only furrowed his brows slightly in his dream, turned over, and continued to be drawn into a deeper dream. Silence. Dead silence. After a long time, the sound rang out again. Creak. Creak. This time, it was not a single sound, but a series of rhythmic sounds, moving upward. Something was going upstairs. Its footsteps were very light and slow, as if it was deliberately controlling its weight to avoid making too much noise. On the second floor's corridor, a vague, twisted shadow silently peeked from the staircase. It was not a human shape. Its body was extremely thin and long, with limbs so slender that it was unnatural, like a spider stretched to its limits. It crawled close to the ground, moving in a bizarre, crawling manner, making no sound at all. It paused for a moment at the children's room door, as if sniffing something. Then, it circled around the door and continued forward. At the study room door, it also did not stop. Finally, it stopped in front of the master bedroom door, firmly blocked by a desk and chair. It stopped at Suji's door. The shadow quietly crouched outside the door, utterly still. If someone were to see it now, they would notice that its head, or what resembled a head, had no eyes, no nose, only a huge maw that almost took up 1/3 of its head. The maw opened and closed, silently moving. It was sniffing. Sniffing the living breath leaking through the crack of the door. That breath was an irresistible temptation for it. It stretched out a front limb, like a long bamboo pole, with sharp fingertips gently scraping across the thick wooden door. Scrape. A barely noticeable scratch appeared. It did not force its way in but slowly withdrew its limb. Instead, it circled around the door, beginning to explore the walls around. The tips of its limbs scraped across the cold wall surface, sometimes knocking, sometimes clawing, as if searching for the weakest point. In the darkness, the slender shadow chose a spot. Its bamboo-like front limb, with sharp fingertips, lightly tapped on the wall. Knock, knock, knock. The dull echo signified the thickness of the wall. It seemed quite satisfied. The shadow slowly retreated, the joints of its body twisting silently, storing up strength. Its enormous maw that occupied its entire face opened slightly. It seems to have already tasted the sweet flesh and blood behind the wall. In the next moment, it would explode like a cannonball, shattering this fragile barrier and tearing the prey inside into pieces. However, just as its muscles tightened to the limit, on the verge of breaking out, its beastly instinct screamed wildly, giving a warning. Extreme danger came from behind it. It turned around suddenly. But, it was all too late. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the silence of the snowy night. The once solid brick wall behind it suddenly exploded outward without warning. Countless fragments of bricks mixed with cold snowflakes, crashing down on its back like shrapnel. The powerful impact made it emit a short squeal, and its entire body stumbled forward uncontrollably. But this was just the beginning. In its perception without visual organs, a huge object filled with destructive power tore through the wind and snow, piercing the billowing dust, and came crashing down with an unmatched force. It was a fist. A completely black fist that glowed with a red light at its joints, a giant steel fist. Chapter 19, Long-Limbed Strange Spider. The iron fist of the abyssal Shadow Knight, carrying the terrifying pressure that tore through the night sky, came crashing down. Bang! The sound was so dull that it was far beyond what flesh and blood could produce. The slender black shadow, like a rotting wood struck by a battering ram, folded inwards at a bizarre angle upon contact with the iron fist, wildly crashing towards the opposite wall of the corner. Boom! The wall could not withstand the terrifying kinetic energy transmitted, shattering into pieces the moment the black shadow collided with it. It didn't even have time to let out a squeal before being mixed with countless shattered bricks, violently sent flying by the unresisting force. The black shadow traced a parabolic arc in the air, crashing heavily into the thick snow in the distance, sending up a large spray of snow. Dust filled the air. The wall pierced through by the abyssal Shadow Knight was still raining down bricks and stones. And at the source of this chaos, in the main bedroom of the lonely two-story small building, Suji sat on the edge of the bed, wearing his heavy gray winter parka neatly. In his hand, the futuristic concept smartphone was lit up. On the screen, the first-person perspective of the abyssal Shadow Knight was crystal clear, showing the huge hole created by the fist and the black shadow lying on the snow, gently twitching, all presented vividly before him. Just now, he had remotely controlled the lurking abyssal Shadow Knight through this phone, launching this deadly ambush. Want to ambush you, Brother G? Go practice for another 2.5 years. In the snow, the slender black shadow moved. Its folded body twisted back in a way that defied the laws of physics. One could clearly hear the shattered bones inside grinding, compressing, and then reconnecting and healing. In less than 10 seconds, it actually wobbled back to its feet. Through the optical lens of the abyssal Shadow Knight, Suji finally saw the true form of this creature. Its body was disproportionately slender, the torso no thicker than a barrel, yet more than 3 meters long, completely inconsistent with any known biological structure. 8 pitch-black limbs extended from its torso, each long and tough, ending in 3 incredibly sharp claws that glimmered with metallic luster, deeply embedded in the snow, carving out several grooves. Its head had no facial features, only a gigantic mouth that occupied 1/3 of its skull, silently opening and closing, seemingly expressing anger. New type of mutant found. Is just beginning. Data analysis in progress. Database matching failed. Initial naming based on morphological characteristics. Name, long-legged deceptive spider. Biological level assessment, higher than frost-toothed wolf, lower than giant mother bug. Threat level, medium-high. Analysis, this species possesses extremely strong regeneration ability and speed, unique skeletal structure, with joints being the main weakness. Its attack methods consist mainly of piercing and cutting, extremely dangerous. The analysis result from the vehicle's intelligence was presented in a data stream alongside the first-person perspective of the Abyss Shadow Knight. Medium-high threat. Suji did not underestimate this evaluation. Hiss. The long-legged deceptive spider let out a sharp hiss, its 8 long legs suddenly exerting force, transforming its entire body into an arrow released from a bow, not charging at the 8-meter-high Abyss Shadow Knight, but straight for the second-floor small building with a large hole blasted in it. Its target, from beginning to end, was Suji hiding inside. Such speed. Suji's pupils contracted, and almost instinctively, he gave orders through his phone. Boom. The Abyss Shadow Knight's massive body stepped forward, right arm sweeping out, the gigantic steel palm opening, attempting to intercept the shadow. However, the long-legged deceptive spider displayed astonishing agility in mid-air. Its slender body twisted sharply, actually altering its charging trajectory, brushing past the edge of the Abyss Shadow Knight's palm, then using its 8 segmented limbs to push fiercely against the thick armor of the knight's right arm. Clang! 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 Claws collided with memory alloy, exploding in a shower of dazzling sparks. Using this recoil, the long-legged deceptive spider accelerated again, like a black cannonball, shooting towards the broken hole on the second floor of the small building. Not good. Suji's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect this creature to be so cunning. He himself was the target of its attack. Once it charged into the room, with his fragile self, facing such a monster, there would only be one outcome: to be torn to pieces. In a critical moment, Suji's thoughts were incredibly calm. His fingers flew across the concept machine's screen, and a brand new command was issued in an instant. Electromagnetic pulse, activate. Target, lock on the 5-meter fan-shaped area in front. Buzz. A sound at a frequency inaudible to regular people flashed from the core of the Abyss Shadow Knight's chest armor. An invisible, fan-shaped electromagnetic shockwave instantly swept through the space between it and the small building's second floor. The long-legged deceptive spider, already halfway in the air and about to dive into the hole, suddenly froze in its massive body. Its fast-moving limbs experienced an incredibly brief moment of stagnation and disarray. Now's the time. This was the opportunity Suji had been waiting for. The right arm of the Abyss Shadow Knight, originally meant to intercept, opened 5 vicious mechanical fingers, then, at an extreme speed, shot back like lightning. The enormous steel palm arrived before the spider could recover its mobility. It precisely seized 2 of the spider's long hind legs. Hiss. The long-legged deceptive spider let out an angry hiss, its remaining 6 limbs wildly thrashing, like 6 sharp spears, madly stabbing and slashing at the knight's arm. Clang! 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 A series of dense, metallic collision sounds boomed like rain on banana leaves. Sparks flew everywhere. Suji did not give it the chance to continue destruction. The mechanical giant hand holding onto the hind legs of the spider suddenly exerted force. Whoosh! The 8-meter-high steel giant swung its massive arm, using the long-legged deceptive spider, which was over 3 meters long, as a flail, smashing it fiercely towards the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently. The large body of the long-legged deceptive spider collided fiercely with the cold hard frozen ground, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Countless snow and ice debris were blasted into the air. But Suji's attack. It is not over yet. The arm of the Shadow Knight raised again, then once more, came crashing down. Boom! Lift again. Smash down again. Boom! 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 1 hit. 2 hits. 3 hits. Heavy and violent strikes resounded through the snowy night. The entire earth trembled and groaned under this pure violence. With each blow, the long-legged eerie spider's body would convulse violently, letting out painful shrieks. Yet, its vitality was astonishingly resilient. Even after such heavy injury, its 6 free legs were still frantically trying to attack the Shadow Knight. Chapter 20, The Entrance Melts Away. Suji's gaze was cold. Blade arm, deploy. Crack. The left arm armor of the Shadow Knight cracked open, a grotesque blade arm over 4 meters long slowly emerging, swirling with crimson energy patterns. In the next moment, the long-legged eerie spider's right arm suddenly froze, immense strength pinning the monster firmly to the ground, rendering it immobile. The Shadow Knight's left arm lifted high. The glimmering red blade aimed at the constantly writhing, bucket-thick body of the long-legged eerie spider, and thrust down fiercely. Thud! The sharp blade pierced flesh and blood, easily penetrating through the center of the long-legged eerie spider's back, driving deep into the frozen ground below. Hiss ah! The long-legged eerie spider let out its most wretched scream since its appearance. Its 8 legs convulsed violently, creating deep trenches in the ground. Putrid, corrosive green blood gushed from the wound, corroding the surrounding white snow with a sizzling sound. The Shadow Knight released its grip on the spider's hind leg, letting the foul liquid splash onto its armor. The surface of the memory alloy glowed with swirling crimson patterns, rendering all corrosive effects null and void. Suji felt no pity. When dealing with a monster that tried to make him dinner, any mercy was foolish. He controlled the Shadow Knight, slowly raising the right arm with a deployed blade. The second blade of death carved a cold arc through the snowy night. The target was the long-legged eerie spider's ugly, constantly opening and closing mouthparts. It's over. Thud. The right arm blade pierced precisely from top to bottom through the entire head of the long-legged eerie spider, nailing that huge mouth firmly to the ground. The long-legged eerie spider's body suddenly stiffened. The frantically convulsing 8 legs slowly lost strength and went limp. Target eliminated. Battle ended. A cold prompt sound rang from the phone. Suji then let out a long breath. The entire battle process seemed devastating but was actually fraught with danger. If he hadn't been careful enough, deployed the Shadow Knight outside in advance, and interrupted the opponent's surprise attack with an electromagnetic pulse at the first moment. At this moment, he would have long been a cold corpse. Suji did not get up immediately. He remained sitting on the edge of the bed, closely observing the monster's corpse nailed to the snow through the phone screen, confirming if it was truly dead. After 5 full minutes, the corpse did not move once more. Suji finally put away his phone, stood up, and walked to the broken wall hole made by the Shadow Knight. A cold wind mixed with snow particles rushed in from the opening, stinging his cheeks painfully. He glanced at the massive steel giant outside and the similarly giant monster corpse beneath its feet, then shifted his gaze to the desolate snowy expanse outside the yard. The noise from this battle was too great. Although this was a remote wilderness, it was difficult to guarantee that it wouldn't attract other creatures. He turned around and quickly went upstairs to pack his things. After putting on his backpack and holding the entrenching shovel in his hand, he hurriedly walked down the stairs. The living room on the first floor remained in that silent state. Suji did not linger. He kicked open the broken anti-theft door and walked into the courtyard. He did not immediately check the spoils but first circled around the 2-story building, vigilantly observing his surroundings. After confirming there was no new danger, he took a step forward and approached the feet of the Abyss Shadow Knight. Standing in front of the 8-meter-tall steel giant, Suji's figure seemed incredibly small. He looked up at the massive body covered in complex mechanical structures, then focused his attention on the corpse of the monster. The corpse of the long-limbed creeper was pinned to the ground in a humiliating position by 2 huge arm blades. Green blood continued to flow from the wounds, emitting a pungent sour smell. Suji frowned, held his breath, and walked around the corpse a few times. He remembered his previous experience of finding nothing on the frost-toothed wolf's corpse. This time, he wanted to try again. Retract the arm blades. Suji issued the command. Ka! The Abyss Shadow Knight's arms slowly lifted, the ghastly arm blades were pulled out from the long-limbed creeper's corpse, and then quietly retracted back into the armor. Suji stepped forward and crouched down. He took out a spare multifunctional military knife from his backpack and put on a thick pair of corrosion-resistant gloves. First, he carefully cut open the head of the long-limbed creeper that had been pierced by the arm blade. Inside was a mess, with only some broken, brain-like viscous matter, and no crystals were found. Suji was not discouraged. His gaze fell on the center of the torso that was pierced by another arm blade. He gripped the military knife tightly and cut down along the huge wound left by the arm blade. The monster's skin was exceptionally tough, and Suji exerted great effort to widen the wound by a bit. He reached his hand inside. It was sticky and slimy, filled with various unknown tissues and organs, a disgusting touch. Suji endured the discomfort and carefully searched inside. Suddenly, his fingertip touched a hard, angular object. Found it! His heart moved, and he forcefully pulled that thing out of the bloody mass. As soon as it left the body of the long-limbed creeper, it emitted a faint ghostly glow. Suji brought it close to his eyes. It was a thumb-sized, irregular diamond-shaped crystal. The crystal displayed an eerie dark green color, with countless tiny black arcs continually flashing and swirling inside. This dark green crystal felt cold, swift, and filled with some explosive energy. Discovered special material, Creeper Neural Core. Category, Biological Core. Effect, can be used to enhance and grant the target attributes like nerve reaction acceleration or biological electric release. Can also be directly absorbed, slightly increasing the host's nerve reaction speed. Increase, nerve reaction speed? Suji always believed his greatest shortcoming was neither equipment nor resources, but himself. His reaction speed determined the ceiling of the Abyss Shadow Knight. If his nerve reaction speed could be enhanced, that would mean he could unleash the Abyss Shadow Knight's performance to an even greater extent. He placed the cold, sparkling dark green crystal into his mouth. The crystal melted the moment it entered. A cold and spicy liquid, with a strong electric shock sensation, swiftly slid down his throat into his stomach. The next second. ZZ. Suji's body suddenly trembled, and he stood rigid in place. A feeling that was difficult to describe, a violent biological current exploded in his arms and legs, in every nerve ending of his body. Chapter 21, The Electric Baptism. ZZ. The moment the electric current exploded inside, Suji's brain went blank. Every muscle fiber in his body was crazily convulsing and twitching uncontrollably at this moment. Countless tiny blue arcs of electricity surged wildly along his nerves, bringing waves of indescribable numbness and sharp pain wherever they passed. Time stretched infinitely at this moment. Every second felt as long as a century. This process was painful, yet carried a strange, rejuvenating pleasure. It was unclear how long it had been. Perhaps a minute, perhaps 10 minutes. When the violent current raging through his body finally spent its last energy and slowly merged into every cell of his body, Suji's body suddenly collapsed, kneeling weakly on the ground, his forehead heavily hitting the cold snow. He gasped deeply, his chest violently rising and falling, every muscle still twitching uncontrollably, and every inch of skin felt bone-chillingly cold due to the evaporation of sweat. Huff, huff. He knelt in the snow, taking a full 5 minutes to prop himself up and shakily stand up. The wind howled, and the snow fell. But in his senses, the sound of the wind became incredibly clear, allowing him to distinguish the subtle sounds each breeze made as it brushed past the barren branches. The snowflakes falling from the sky appeared to move in slow, orderly patterns, and he could easily track the entire process of any single snowflake spinning, descending, and finally melting on the monster's corpse. This was an unprecedented experience. The whole world, in his perception, seemed like it was playing at 0.9 times speed. He slowly raised his right hand, opened it, and then suddenly clenched it into a fist. Fast. Faster than he had imagined. From the brain issuing the command to clench a fist, to the hand completing the motion, there was almost no delay at all. Where the heart wishes, the body follows. He bent down and picked up the multifunctional army knife that had fallen nearby. The handle felt cold and solid in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the blade drew a sharp arc in the air, producing a slight sound of slicing through the air. The movement was as smooth as flowing water, without any stagnation. Is this an enhancement in nerve reaction speed? Although the increase wasn't particularly exaggerated, only about 1/10, this power born from within himself, rather than from external sources, gave him an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and safety. No matter how strong the Abyss Shadow Knight was, it was still an external force. But he himself was the core that controlled all of this. A smile finally appeared on Suji's face, coming from the heart. This risk was worth it. Just as he was immersed in this newfound joy, an extremely strong and irresistible biological urge suddenly surged from his lower abdomen. And it came in a fierce wave, leaving him no time to react at all. The smile on Suji's face suddenly froze. He clenched his legs together, his body slightly bending forward, his expression turning somewhat pained. Is this the side effect of absorbing this thing? He looked around. On this vast snowfield, aside from the monster's corpse and the dilapidated small building, there was no other cover. Ultimately, he ran to the corner of that small building, turning his back to the Abyss Shadow Knight, and unbuckled his pants. A rush of warmth was released, rapidly condensing into large clouds of white mist in the biting cold of over 20 degrees below freezing. It lasted for nearly a minute. When that surging torrent finally subsided, Suji shivered with delight. The fatigue in his body and the exhilaration in his spirit intertwined, making him feel somewhat lightheaded. It seemed that the violent biological current, while enhancing his nervous system, also greatly accelerated his metabolism. He returned to the feet of the Abyss Shadow Knight, gazing at the monster's corpse which had begun to stiffen, falling into deep thought. This crystal core containing special energy. Indeed, it is a good thing. This kind of temptation, which can directly enhance his strength, is something no one can resist. But he also understands that such things are rare and hard to find. Moreover, the risks involved in hunting these powerful mutants are very high. If he weren't cautious enough today and had made thorough preparations, he would now be the one cut open. He cannot lose sight of his priorities. The only purpose of his journey is to go to the safe zone of Jinghua and find his sister Su Qing. Hunting monsters and collecting crystal cores must be a bonus and cannot become the main goal. Realizing this, Suji no longer hesitated. He walked to the corpse of the long-limbed eerie spider and extended his hand, silently chanting in his heart. Receive. Buzz. The massive monster's corpse instantly disappeared from the spot and was absorbed into the space. The shell and limbs of this thing are exceptionally tough, perhaps they will come in handy later. After doing all this, he gave one last glance at the two-story building that had given him a scare and turned towards the Abyss Shadow Knight. Ka! The door opened upwards. Suji sat in the cockpit, and that familiar sense of control, blending with the machine, enveloped his whole body again. On the curved screen before him, the dark blue data streams continued to flow quietly. He grasped the semicircular control stick, and a feeling of greater ease and unity between man and machine arose. Master, all systems have passed the self-check, status is perfect. Abyss Phantom, ready to depart at any time. The ethereal voice of the vehicle's AI echoed in the cockpit. Before Suji's eyes. The winding green light strip, which bypassed all known danger zones, was now incredibly clear. Let's go. Lan City, Underground Command Center. This place is the nerve center for resisting the apocalypse disasters in the entire Northwest War Zone. In the massive circular conference room, the air was so heavy it felt like it could drip with water. On the walls, dozens of large electronic screens were showing real-time images from various monitoring points. The images displayed an endless, terrifying wave of various mutant creatures, slowly advancing from the depths of the northern Gobi towards humanity's last line of defense. According to the latest model simulation, the scale of this beast tide is 30% larger than we anticipated. An old professor with graying hair, wearing reading glasses and a white coat, pointed at the main screen showing an expanding, deep red area representing a high-density biological cluster, his voice hoarse and weary. The vanguard has already shown traces of giant burrowing worms. This means that our surface defenses have more than a 60% chance of being breached in the first wave. Once a hole is ripped in the defense line, the consequences. The old professor didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present knew exactly what those consequences were. Sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man with a resolute face, bearing the star of a general. Gao Jingyun, the overall commander of the Northwest War Zone. His fingers rhythmically tapped the cold alloy table, and a heavy weight hung over his brow. What about our thunder artillery positions? How is the deployment going? The low, deep voice echoed in the quiet conference room. A young officer responsible for operations immediately stood up and reported loudly. Report, Commander. All 3 thunder positions are now in combat-ready status. Ammunition reserves are sufficient to support 72 hours of high-intensity fire coverage. Gao Jingyun nodded slightly, but the worry on his face did not diminish in the slightest. Not enough. He uttered 2 words. Far from enough. Thunder can clear the foot soldiers on the ground, but it has little effect against those large elite mutants with shells comparable to alloys. Not to mention those burrowing worms. The conference room fell silent again. Despair hung in the air like an invisible dark cloud, shrouded in the hearts of every person. The weapons they possessed felt so small and powerless in the face of the disaster-like beast tide. At that moment, a hurried footstep broke the oppressive silence in the conference room. "Commander!" Emergency communication from the Linchuan shelter. The messenger's face was red from running, and he didn't even have time to salute before handing a freshly printed document, still warm, to Gao Jingyun. Gao Jingyun took the document, his eyes scanning the paper. In the conference room, everyone's gaze was fixed on him. The Linchuan shelter has encountered a large-scale wave of insect attacks. Gao Jingyun's voice was deep, betraying no emotion. The defense line has collapsed, and the losses are heavy. Once again, the air in the conference room froze. Linchuan was merely an inconspicuous small node on the northwest defense line. Its loss was strategically insignificant. But it was a signal, a harbinger. Gao Jingyun continued to read, but his brow slowly furrowed. In the later stages of battle, an unidentified model of Black Mecha appeared and single-handedly killed the Insect Tide's queen, helping the shelter repel the Beast Tide. Mecha? Unidentified model? A suppressed gasp arose in the conference room. An officer from the intelligence department immediately stood up. "Commander, we have never received any reports of allied units possessing such individual mechas. Could it be a mistake in the intelligence?" The report included a hand-drawn diagram from a witness. Gao Jingyun flipped the paper over to show everyone. It was a hastily drawn sketch in pencil on the back of a notebook. In the drawing, a powerful black giant was seen using an arm blade to sever the head of a huge monster. The background was filled with countless cheering stick figure survivors. The drawing was crude, but the overwhelming visual impact was palpable. According to Professor Chen Xingchuan's preliminary description, the mecha stands about 8 meters tall, is completely black, and possesses extremely high mobility and defense, and it can transform into a black super sports car. Gao Jingyun's voice echoed in the dead silence of the conference room. Transform, sports car? Everyone present were soldiers, the top elites of this era, yet at this moment, what they heard was beyond their understanding. The Abyss Phantom drove steadily along the desolate national highway. This green safety route planned by the system avoided all known city ruins and monster-dense areas. But because of this, all that could be seen was the unvarying, snow-covered desert and barren mountains. Su Ji had been driving for a whole day. The enhancements brought by the cursed spider neural center were even more obvious than he had expected. He could now even spare half of his mind to control the Abyss Phantom cruising at 200 km per hour while strategizing various combat techniques in the night shadow form in his mind. Every slight vibration of the vehicle, every different feedback from the tires rolling over the ice, was captured and analyzed by him in real time. It was as if a deeper link had been established between him and the Abyss Phantom. At that moment, the intelligent voice from the vehicle broke the silence in the cockpit. Warning! A large-scale energy signal convergence has been detected 7.4 kilometers ahead. Life sign analysis. Multiple human survivors exist, as well as over 300 unknown flying mutants. Su Ji's movements paused. On the curved screen in front of him, a real-time constructed three-dimensional terrain map appeared. In a basin surrounded by several low hills, a handful of faint green dots representing humans were completely surrounded by a dense mass of red dots, representing hostility, from all sides. Most of those red dots were circling in the air. Su Ji did not slow down. The optical camouflage was turned on. The black vehicle instantly disappeared into the air, blending seamlessly with the surrounding icy snow world. Minutes later, the Abyss Phantom silently stopped at the top of a hill. Su Ji used the wide-angle camera to overlook the basin below, where despair and death were unfolding. In the center of the basin, 3 rusty cargo trucks and 2 dilapidated buses were pushed over, connected end-to-end, forming a crude circular defensive structure. Dozens of survivors were hiding behind this fragile line of defense, shooting futilely at the sky with their limited weapons. Their enemies were a large group of monsters circling in the sky. They were a type of mutant that Su Ji had never seen before. Their size was similar to that of a vulture before the apocalypse, but they had no feathers, replaced instead by a gray-white, skeleton-like shell. The strangest thing was that their wings, which spread over 3 meters, were made entirely of sharp, tough bone spurs, each flap producing a deafening crack sound. They circled in the sky, occasionally letting out a piercing scream, then diving down like fighter jets. Be careful! A survivor had just poked his head out, trying to aim with his old shotgun. A gray-white shadow came rushing down with a sharp sound of breaking air. The survivor barely managed a short gasp before the diving bone-winged vulture brutally grabbed his shoulder with its iron hook-like claws. Ah! The excruciating pain made him drop the shotgun in his hands. In the next second, the bone-winged vulture flapped its wings violently, using immense force to pull the adult man out from behind cover, lifting him into the air. Nearby companions attempted to shoot to rescue him, but the bone-winged vulture was too fast, quickly flying out of shooting range. In mid-air, the man let out a desperate scream. 7 or 8 circling bone-winged vultures pounced on him, their sharp wings and beaks like countless rapidly spinning blades, instantly tearing the man into a bloody pulp. Blood and guts rained down from the sky. This bloody scene caused the remaining survivors behind the defense line to wail in despair. Chapter 23, Bone-Winged Vulture. It's over, another one has died. Old Wang. Beasts. I'll fight you to the end. A young man, losing control of his emotions, rushed out from cover with an automatic rifle, wildly spraying bullets at the sky. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Flames spat out, but most bullets missed the mark. One bone-winged vulture was hit by a stray bullet, its gray-white body tumbling in the air, but the defensive power of its bony shell was incredible. It let out an angry screech, then regained its balance. In the next moment, over 10 bone-winged vultures simultaneously locked onto this exposed target. Come back. Zhang Chao. Hurry back. A tall, bearded middle-aged man yelled hoarsely from within the defense line. But it was too late. Dozens of gray-white death lightning bolts swooped down from all directions. The young man named Zhang Chao was instantly replaced by extreme fear on his face. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was completely engulfed by those monsters. The sounds of bones cracking and flesh tearing were clearly heard by every survivor. In less than 5 seconds. When the flock of bone-winged vultures flew back into the sky, only a mangled skeleton, gnawed to pieces, remained on the ground, with a large area stained red against the white snow. Silence. Within the defense line, a deathly silence fell. Everyone was stunned by this brutal and bloody scene, huddling behind cover, shaking all over, having lost even the courage to shoot. The middle-aged man leading the group slammed his fist hard against the cold cargo truck, his knuckles instantly turning bloody. How much ammo is left? He grit his teeth, his voice hoarse as he asked. Beside him, a girl who looked only 17 or 18 cried as she replied, Brother Lei, there are less than 2 magazines of rifle bullets, only 5 shotgun shells left. Despair choked every throat like a solid block of ice. Atop the hill. In the cockpit of the Abyss Spectre, Su Ji watched all of this with a blank expression. His fingers rested on the half-circular control stick, ready to turn the vehicle and leave silently. In the apocalypse, scenes like this played out every minute, every second. He was not a savior. Making a rash move would not only expose him, but also drain the energy of the Abyss Spectre, possibly damaging the vehicle. He was preparing to give the order to leave. But just then, the analysis from the vehicle's AI appeared on the curved screen. New mutant detected. Named, Bone-Winged Vulture. Biological level assessment, below Frostfawn Wolf. Threat level, low. Analysis, this species is a group-flying organism, with a single attack style, mainly diving and claw attacks. The bony outer shell has weak defense and fears high-intensity physical impacts. Weakness, although its skeletal structure is hard, its toughness is extremely poor, easily shattering under high-speed impacts. Fearing high-intensity physical impacts? Extremely poor toughness? Su Ji's movements halted. He glanced at the bone-winged vultures swirling below and then at the sharp, unknown memory alloy contour of the Abyss Spectre displayed on the curved screen. Perhaps, he could give it a try. Just to test his enhanced reaction speed and the Abyss Spectre's performance in sports car mode. Targets, below the basin. Eliminate all targets. Su Ji's voice was cold and resolute. Executing. V-room. The engine of the Abyss Spectre let out a suppressed growl. At the hilltop, the optical camouflage was disengaged. That all-black, steel beast, seemingly lurking in the depths of hell, was suddenly exposed under the lead gray sky. The next second. Boom! The roar of the engine turned into a scream that tore through the heavens and earth. The black silhouette of the car, like a black meteor, leapt down from the summit with an unmatched and violent momentum. Its metal tires, covered in ferocious spikes, did not even touch the sloping surface. The entire vehicle took off into the air under tremendous kinetic energy. It carved a death arc of over 50 meters, filled with the beauty of violence. Then, it heavily crashed into the center of the basin shrouded by bone-winged vultures. Thud. A huge sound. The earth trembled. Countless snow and frozen soil were lifted high. This sudden scene left everyone, and all the monsters, momentarily stunned. Within the defense line, the middle-aged man known as Brother Lei looked up in shock. What did he see? The coolest, most sci-fi, overwhelming black sports car he had ever seen in his life. It descended so abruptly from the sky. The flock of bone-winged vultures in the air also fell into brief chaos because of this unexpected guest's entrance. Their simple minds could not comprehend what this black iron box was. But soon, their bloodthirsty instincts overcame their confusion. A few of the closest bone-winged vultures let out a sharp shriek, flapping their wings, turning into gray-white lightning, and pouncing violently toward the just-landed black sports car. To them, this iron box was no different from the surviving humans below. Both were toys that could be easily torn apart. However, they were wrong. Facing the deadly claw strikes that came from the sky, the Abyss Spectre showed no sign of dodging. It simply sat still right there. Beneath the front of the car, a menacing and cold gleaming horn silently emerged. PFF. PFF. Almost at the same time. Two diving bone-winged vultures were pierced through the chest and abdomen by that unstoppable shattering horn. Their bodies, weak like paper, crumbled before the weight and indestructible armor of the Abyss Spectre. The bony shells instantly exploded, and their innards and blood gushed out. Their corpses were impaled high on the horn, writhing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, several others crashed hard against the razor-sharp roof and engine hood of the Abyss Spectre. Crack! Crack! A series of crisp sounds of bones breaking rang out. Those few bone-winged vultures smashed into what felt like a high-speed alloy wall. Their proud and hard bodies broke apart in an instant upon contact with the car, exploding into a ground of mixed blood, flesh, and tragic white bones. One-hit kill. In a single encounter, 5 bone-winged vultures were instantly destroyed. This scene provoked furious and anxious screams from the vulture swarm in the sky. It also left all the survivors within the defense line dumbfounded. What kind of car is that?" the young girl murmured to herself. Brother Lei did not answer, he only stared intently at the black sports car, his eyes bursting with a strong desire to survive after the disaster. And the black sports car, after making this shocking first appearance, finally moved. V-room. The engine's pulse suddenly intensified. At the rear of the car, 2 trails of crimson light flared brightly. Chapter 24, Hunting the Vultures. The black silhouette of the car turned into an arrow, charging towards the dense, gray-white clouds of death in the sky. Suji's neural reaction speed, enhanced by the spider-like nerve center, reached a brand new level. In his perception, the entire world slowed down. The trajectories of the diving bone-winged vultures, the frequency of their wing beats, and the angles at which their claws reached out became clear and full of openings. Then, Suji's gaze turned cold. The hunt begins. He suddenly yanked the control stick. The Abyss Spectre made an unbelievable extreme drifting maneuver while charging at high speed. The entire car almost turned sideways, the metal tires covered in vicious barbs carved a huge arc in the frozen ground, kicking up swirling snow dust. A bone-winged vulture diving down had its precisely calculated attack angle completely disrupted in an instant. Its iron-like claws grazed the car window as it passed by. Before it could adjust its posture, the razor-sharp side of the Abyss Spectre crashed hard against its frail bony wing. Crack! A crisp sound like dry wood snapping echoed. The wing of that bone-winged vulture shattered from the base, and its entire body lost balance, tumbling towards the ground. But this was just the beginning. Suji's movement showed no sign of slowing. In the instant after completing the drift, he had already corrected the car's direction, not only maintaining speed but also slamming the power to the floor. The Abyss Spectre transformed into a black god of death weaving back and forth in the basin. At times speeding forward, using its unstoppable shattering horn to string the diving vultures into a bloody mess. At times, with a violent tail whip, it smashed multiple monsters attempting to ambush from behind into a ground of tragic white bone scraps. Bang! Crack! PFF. This was a one-sided massacre, filled with the aesthetics of violence. All the survivors within the defense line were mesmerized. They huddled behind the cold cover, mouths agape, watching as the black sports car casually rampaged amidst hundreds of monsters. My God, what is that? The young girl trembled, her voice shaking, disbelief written all over her face. The middle-aged man, known as Brother Lei, gripped the truck's bumper tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. He had seen all kinds of modified vehicles, witnessed survivors welding steel plates and fitting ramming spikes to their cars for survival. But the scene before him completely shattered his understanding. That vehicle was too fast, unbelievably fast. Its movements were too agile, quick like a top assassin. Its killing was too efficient, effective like a machine born for war. The gray-white raindrops in the sky continued to fall. Each drop represented the death of a bone-winged vulture. The massive group of vultures that once circled above, forcing them into a desperate situation, had thinned out at a visible speed within minutes. The bone-winged vultures finally felt fear. Their simple minds, dominated by a bloodthirsty instinct, finally realized that the black iron box below was not prey, but an invincible predator from hell. Caw! A leader, noticeably larger than the others, let out a sharp, piercing cry. In that sound was a mixture of unwillingness, anger, but more so, a signal to retreat. The remaining dozens of bone-winged vultures, as if having received a royal decree, abandoned their attacks, turned around, and flapped their bony wings, panicking as they flew up to the sky, attempting to escape this valley of death. Want to run? On the curved screen, those dozens of red dots fleeing in panic were all firmly locked on by a blood-red reticle. Die, all of you. V-room. The engine of the Abyss Phantom emitted a high-pitched roar, and 2 bright red lines of light flared up at the back of the car. Ground effect flying mode, activate. Switching. The Abyss Phantom's body suddenly sank, and the armored structure underneath began to undergo subtle yet rapid changes. Several hidden vector nozzles silently unfolded. In the next second, boom! A powerful airflow blasted out from the bottom of the car, as the black body slowly lifted off the ground under the astonished gaze of all the survivors. It hovered about 2 meters above the ground. This car, it flew? Within the defense line, someone let out a ghostly scream. Whoosh! The hanging Abyss Phantom transformed into a true black lightning, soaring upwards at even more terrifying speed than before on the ground. It caught up with the fleeing bone-winged vultures. Then, in the air, a bloodier hunt unfolded. Thud! The sharp front of the Abyss Phantom pierced through the body of a bone-winged vulture, its stinking blood and entrails exploding instantly. The black body did not stop, performing an incredible sideways flip in midair, the sharp edge of the roof slicing 2 more unsuspecting vultures in half. The Abyss Phantom twisted and turned low in the air, each charge, each pass, raising clouds of blood mist and pale bone shards. In less than a minute. In the sky, the last bone-winged vulture was impaled in midair by the Abyss Phantom's fierce breaking horn, exploding into a bloody firework. The whole world fell silent. The Abyss Phantom slowly lowered its altitude, smoothly landing back on the ground, deactivating hover mode. It quietly stopped in the center of this blood-red scene. Its matte black body, under some unknown power, remained untouched by even a drop of blood, still cold and dead, as if the bloody carnage had nothing to do with it. In the valley, only a deathly silence and a thick, overpowering smell of blood remained. Within the defense line, a dozen survivors still held their jaws dropped in shock. It seemed to turn into one sculpture after another. Until that black sports car, with its doors opening upwards. A young figure, dressed in a gray cold-resistant suit and looking somewhat frail, stepped out from the cockpit. A living person? The middle-aged man known as Brother Lei finally regained his voice, though it was hoarse and unrecognizable. Suji stepped out of the car, the cold air invigorating him. He did not look at the survivors but walked over to a relatively intact corpse of a bone-winged vulture and crouched down. He took out a military knife from his backpack and skillfully cut open the vulture's skull, then split open its chest and abdomen. Inside was a sticky mess, and he did not find any crystals. It seemed that not every mutated creature would produce crystal nuclei. Suji stood up and put the vulture's corpse into storage space in batches. These bones were exceptionally hard, they might be useful later. Only after finishing all this did he turn around and look at the group of survivors still hiding behind the cover. When Brother Lei met his calm gaze, he shivered all over and hurriedly stood up from behind the cover. He threw away the hunting rifle in his hand, raised both hands high to signal he meant no harm, and quickly ran over. With a thud. This tall man, over 6 feet, with a face full of coarse hair, unexpectedly knelt directly before Suji, his forehead heavily banging into the blood-soaked snow. Chapter 25, Shadows of the Desolate Village. Thank you for saving us. Thank you. The man's voice was full of excitement from surviving a disaster and heartfelt gratitude. Behind him, the remaining 11 survivors also reacted, some kneeling, some bowing deeply, expressing their thanks in the simplest way possible. Get up. Suji's voice was very calm. I just passed by. Brother Lei raised his head, his face mixed with tears and snot, smeared with dirt, looking utterly disheveled. No matter what, you saved all our lives. My name is Leijin, they are my brothers and sisters. We will never forget your great kindness. Suji said nothing, only watched him. Leijin felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and hurriedly took out a cloth bag from his chest, offering it with both hands. Benefactor, we don't have anything valuable. This is all our possessions, a bit of food and medicine, and some diesel. If you don't mind, please take it all. Suji glanced at the dirty cloth bag and then at Leijin's face filled with anxiety and hope. Where did you come from? Where are you going? He asked. Leijin quickly replied, we escaped from Lingwang town to the west. The town was flooded by a bigger beast wave. We want to go to the Lan City base in the east. I heard that there is a large official safety zone. Lingwang town, the beast wave. Suji's mind recalled the scene he had seen before in the Lan City command center. What kind of beast wave did you encounter? As soon as this was mentioned, an uncontrollable fear appeared on Leijin's face. It was insects, clouds of insects. Bigger than what we encountered at the Linchuan shelter, at least 10 times larger. Flying in the sky, crawling on the ground, burrowing in the soil, everything was there. We fought hard to escape with just a dozen of us. Leijin's words confirmed Suji's suspicions in his heart. Although the road he was on was safe, no one could guarantee that they wouldn't run into a beast wave. Suji fell into a brief silence. Leijin watched him, hesitated for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and knelt down again, knocking his head repeatedly on the ground. Benefactor. I beg you. Please take us with you. We don't want to die. We can do anything. Fix cars, find supplies, keep watch for you. Just say a word. Behind him, the girl who was only 17 or 18 years old also cried and knelt down. "Big brother, please, take us with you." In the girl's arms, tightly holding a dirty rag doll that showed no sign of its original face, those eyes were filled with fear and pleading. Looking at the girl, Suji's mind suddenly flashed the face of his sister, Sucheng. His heart, which was disguised by indifference, was gently touched. "Bring your car over." He finally spoke. Leijin suddenly raised his head, looking at Suji in disbelief. "Benefactor, you mean?" "I'll say it just once." Suji's tone remained cold. "Follow me. If you fall behind or cause me trouble, I will not hesitate to leave you behind." "No. Absolutely not." Leijin was overjoyed. He suddenly stood up and shouted behind him, "Don't just stand there. Hurry. Bring the car over. Start the engines." A huge cheer erupted from the crowd of survivors, joyful to be alive. They scrambled to climb onto the old vehicles and started the engines. Suji ignored them further. He walked over and picked up the cloth bag that Leijin handed over. There wasn't much inside, just a few compressed biscuits, a small bottle of antibiotics, and 2 plastic barrels filled with diesel. He stored the items in the storage space, then turned around and returned to the cabin of the Abyss Phantom. Click. The car door closed, completely isolating the noise and cold from the outside. Suji gripped the control lever, watching the old trucks and buses awkwardly follow behind his vehicle. He didn't know whether this decision was right or wrong. Perhaps it was that small spark of humanity left in his heart, acting up. Or maybe it was just because of that girl holding the doll, reminding him of his only purpose for this journey. The night, like spilled dark ink, completely swallowed the frozen Gobi. 3 rusty container trucks and 2 broken-down buses formed a clumsy and weak convoy, trudging along the desolate national highway. The headlights shone so weakly in the darkness, illuminating less than 100 meters of road ahead, along with the swirling, ever-falling snow. At the front of the convoy, the jet-black body of the Abyss Phantom almost blended into the night. It had no headlights on, and the 2 bright red stripes at its rear dimmed, flickering occasionally, like the breathing of a beast in the dark. Suji had maintained this steady yet slow speed for over 3 hours. Master, 3 kilometers ahead, detected remnants of a village. The road is partially blocked by abandoned vehicles, direct passage is not possible. The car's intelligent voice echoed in the cabin. On the curved display, a simple 3D model of a village was quickly constructed. Dozens of low houses were haphazardly scattered in a depression. At the village entrance, several cars burned down to their frames blocked the road in all directions. "Stop." Suji issued the command. The Black Abyss Phantom smoothly decelerated, stopping about 500 meters from the village entrance. The heavy trucks and buses behind it followed with a screeching noise, awkwardly coming to a halt. The car door opened, and a tall figure quickly jumped down from the driver's seat, braving the wind and snow, jogging straight to the window of the Abyss Phantom. It was Leijin. He didn't dare come too close, stopping 3 meters away and shouting loudly, "Benefactor, why aren't you leaving? Are you out of fuel? We still have some on our truck." Suji did not lower the window, but communicated his cold voice through the external speaker. "There is a village ahead, we will rest here tonight." Leijin was taken aback for a moment, then a look of joy appeared on his face. On such a dreadful night, traveling continuously was nothing short of torment for these ordinary people. Being able to spend a night in a house, even if it was an abandoned one, was something to be grateful for. It's 100 times better than being in a cold train compartment. "Understood. I'll take people to scout the way," Leijin said as he turned to call others. "Wait a moment." Suji's voice rang out again. Leijin's body stiffened, and he quickly turned around. "Do you have any other instructions?" "Keep your convoy on standby, no one is allowed to get out of the cars." Okay. Leijin didn't dare to question at all, immediately nodding. Also Suji's voice paused, "The village isn't safe. Have a few experienced people prepare weapons." Leijin's heart tightened, and he nodded heavily. "I understand." After saying that, he turned and ran back to the convoy. Soon, the truck door opened, and 4 men armed with machetes, steel pipes, and fire axes jumped down, gathering around Leijin. They all crawled out from a sea of corpses and blood, so dealing with those things was not difficult for them. Chapter 26 Charge and Crush. Start thermal imaging scan, infrasonic detection, conduct a comprehensive scan of the village. Scanning 37 low-level biological signals detected in the village. Signal distribution is scattered, with no signs of gathering. Classified as scattered wandering type mutants. Threat level, extremely low. On the curved screen, 37 slowly moving red dots appeared in the 3-dimensional model of the village. Suji looked at those dots and glanced at the overall layout of the village. 37, this number is neither too many nor too few. Although the system evaluated the threat level as extremely low, for Leijin and those ordinary people, once surrounded, it would still be a disaster. He had two choices. One was to drive the Abyss Phantom in directly, using the impact force and sturdy armor of the sports car to crush all those things. This method was the simplest, most direct, and safest. The second was to let Legion and them handle it. Use gunfire to lure those things out, then concentrate fire to eliminate them. This would save his own energy and also allow him to see the true combat power of Legion's group. But the downside was that the gunshots might attract more troublesome things, and once casualties occurred, it would also be a problem for him. Suji's finger gently tapped on the semicircular control stick. In his mind, the pros and cons of the two plans were quickly weighed. After a moment, he made a decision. He pressed the button for the external loudspeaker, and a cold voice penetrated the wind and snow, clearly reaching Legion's ears. Legion. Here. Benefactor. I'm here. Legion startled and quickly bowed his head in response. Have your people prepare and listen to my orders? Yes. Legion didn't dare to ask further, immediately turning around and lowering his voice to shout a few words to the four armed men. Suji ignored their nervousness, his voice remained steady, devoid of any emotion. Find someone with the best marksmanship, take a shotgun, and follow me. Legion was stunned but immediately pointed to a sturdy-looking man in his 40s next to him. Oldly, follow. The man called Oldly nodded heavily, gripping his old double-barrel shotgun tightly. Suji did not get out of the car, the doors of the Abyss Phantom remained tightly closed. He continued to give instructions through the loudspeaker. Everyone else, retreat to the car, lock the doors. No one is allowed to get out without my command. Yes. Legion quickly led the remaining people back to the old trucks and buses. Outside the car, only the man called Oldly remained, standing nervously in the wind and snow, looking at this black sports car that resembled a demon from hell, his palms covered in cold sweat. Keep up. The engine of the Abyss Phantom emitted a low rumble, silently sliding forward. Oldly quickly took a step, jogging to follow the car. The vehicle stopped about 100 meters from the village entrance. Do you see that crooked tree on the east side of the village entrance? Suji's voice sounded. Oldly followed the direction he pointed, and in the darkness, he could vaguely see the outline of a bare tree shadow. I see it. Aim at the tree trunk and shoot. Shoot, shoot? Oldly hesitated. Benefactor, this will attract those cursed things. I told you to shoot. Suji's voice held a chilling authority that brooked no argument. Oldly shuddered, not daring to say another word. He quickly raised the shotgun, skillfully disengaged the safety, and aimed at the indistinct shadow of the tree. He took a deep breath. Bang! The deafening gunshot exploded in the silent snowy night, echoing far and wide. The tremendous recoil forced Oldly's shoulder to drop suddenly. Fall back. Suji's command followed immediately. Oldly dared not linger, turning and sprinting toward the direction of the convoy. Inside the cockpit of the Abyss Phantom, the curved screen in front of Suji displayed 37 red light points that were either still or moving slowly. At the moment the gunshot rang out, they seemed to be injected with a command, turning in unison toward the village entrance. Their speed was slow, and their movements appeared awkward. Optical camouflage, activate. V-room. The black car body faded instantly into the night, vanishing without a trace. The engine switched to silent mode, and the Abyss Phantom lurked like a cheetah in the shadows, silently circling to the west side of the village. A few seconds later, at the village entrance, unsteady figures emerged from the shadows of the dilapidated houses. With the help of the Abyss Phantom's military-grade night vision optics, Suji clearly saw what these beings looked like. The skin of these corpses displayed a frozen, grayish hue, their bodies were emaciated, their eye sockets deep-set, lacking pupils, and only murky grayish whites remained. Their movements were slow and stiff, aimlessly shifting toward the direction of the gunshot, emitting hoarse, ho sounds like a worn-out bellows. A total of 21 corpses were drawn out by the gunfire. They gathered at the village entrance, looking around in confusion as if searching for the sound source. The remaining 16 stayed in their own houses, unmoved. Suji did not wait any longer. Route locked. Target, eliminate. V-room. The roar of the engine once again ripped through the night sky. In the instant the optical camouflage was lifted, the pitch-black steel beast charged into the crowd of corpses from the shadows on the western side of the village like a black lightning bolt. Splat! The first corpse in front didn't even have time to react and was sliced in half by the Abyss Phantom's razor-sharp front. The Black Phantom didn't linger. Suji's hands danced on the control stick. A rough drift. Bang! 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 The heavy rear of the vehicle swept 3 or 4 corpses away, their bodies bursting apart mid-air, scattering into countless fragments. The Abyss Phantom performed a death dance filled with violent aesthetics in the narrow space at the village entrance. With each charge, each drift, a number of corpses were crushed into mud or torn to shreds. The bodies of those corpses were fragile and easily shattered before the memory alloy armor. In less than 30 seconds, the 21 corpses gathered at the village entrance were slaughtered completely. Suji looked at the screen of his phone, at the remaining 16 red points still scattered throughout the village, and opened the car door. The cold wind blew through, lifting the edges of his cold weather gear. He took out the concept phone filled with a sense of the future from his storage space, and gripped the bladed entrenching shovel in his hand. External warning system activated, vehicle on standby. Chapter 27, Cleanup Operation. At the village entrance. The echoes of gunfire had long been swallowed by the wind and snow. In the distance, a few old trucks and buses had eyes peering through the frost-covered windows, nervously watching this way. The man called Oldly had already run back, and at that moment, he was standing with Leijin, whispering about something. Suji walked to the front of their car team and stopped. Leijin immediately came forward with the 4 armed men, walking quickly. Benefactor. Don't call me Benefactor. Suji interrupted him, his voice flat. My name is Suji, you can call me Brother Su. Leijin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded heavily, a bit more awe on his face. Yes, Brother Su. The village is not clean, there are still some things hidden in the houses. Suji cut straight to the point without wasting words. You saw it just now, those things move slowly, and their brains aren't good, but there are quite a few. Leijin and the several men behind him tightened their hearts. They had only heard gunfire, followed by a loud crash from that black sports car rushing in, and they couldn't see what exactly happened. Brother Su, do you mean? Leijin asked tentatively. I want you to clean up the remaining things. Suji's tone was unquestionable. I will report a bit for you outside. As for how to kill, you can arrange it yourselves. Understood. Leijin gritted his teeth without any hesitation. Brother Su, leave it to us, we won't disappoint you. He turned around and shouted at the 4 equally serious-looking men behind him. Did you all hear? Hold your weapons tight. We're staying here tonight. Get your spirits up. Yes, Lei Gu. The 4 responded in unison, their voices not loud but filled with determination. Suji looked at them and didn't say anything more. He turned and walked over to the pile of blood and flesh crushed by the abyssal shadow at the village entrance, found a relatively clean stone, and sat down, placing the engineer's shovel on his lap. The first building on the left side of the village entrance, 2-story small building, master bedroom, 1. His voice was not loud, but it clearly penetrated the wind and snow, reaching Leijin's ears. Leijin's spirits lifted, and he immediately signaled to Oldly and the 2 other men beside him. Oldly, your shooting skills are good, take charge of lookout and reloading. Dezhuang, Hozi, you 2 come with me. Keep your weapons ready. Okay. The 4 formed a simple combat team and carefully crept towards the 2-story small building. The snow under their feet made a crunching sound, which was particularly piercing in the silent village. They pressed against the wall and arrived at the doorway of the small building. The security door was slightly ajar, the hinges rusted, and there were several streaks of dried black blood hanging on it. Leijin and Dezhuang exchanged glances, both seeing the tension in each other's faces. Leijin made a gesture. Dezhuang nodded. He was a tall man, nearly 1.9 meters, holding a heavy fire axe. He walked to the door and raised the axe high. Leijin held a sharpened steel pipe, guarding the other side. 3, 2, 1. Leijin mouthed the count. Bang! Dezhuang kicked the door with all his might. Creak! The security door was kicked open and slammed against the wall, making a huge noise. Ho! Almost simultaneously, a roar came from inside the door. A thin male corpse, dressed in tattered pajamas, suddenly lunged out of the darkness, opening its dark mouth to bite Dezhuang's neck. Looking for death. Leijin roared, the steel pipe in his hand had already been prepared like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, piercing accurately into the corpse's open mouth from the side. Put! The sharp steel pipe easily pierced through the back of the corpse's head, bringing out a stream of black-green foul liquid. The corpse's lunge suddenly stiffened, its body twitching violently. Dezhuang! Ha! Dezhuang reacted quickly, his fire axe cutting through the air with a cold glint, carrying the sound of the wind, and striking down hard on the corpse's neck. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. The corpse's head. Half of it was directly chopped off by this axe, only a layer of skin and flesh still hanging on, swaying unsteadily on the shoulder. The stinky blood splattered out, covering Dezhuang all over. He didn't care at all, kicked the twitching corpse aside, wiped his face with his sleeve, and grinned at Leijin. Brother Lei, it's done. Oldly, who was on guard not far away, let out a sigh of relief and lowered his gun. Suji at the village entrance watched all of this. They coordinated well enough and were ruthless enough. Truly worthy of being survivors who have made it this far in the apocalypse. Next, his voice rang out again, in the next house, in the kitchen, too. Leijin became energized, holding the still dripping steel pipe, and stepped out confidently. Did you hear that? Next. Monkey, you and Oldly form a team, provide cover from the window. Dazhuang and I will go in from the front. Got it, brother Lei. The young man called Monkey was very agile, holding a machete, quickly maneuvering to the side of the house, forming a crossfire with Oli. This time, they did not kick the door. Lei Jin and Dazhuang arrived at the kitchen door, which was a rickety wooden door. Lei Jin pressed his ear against the door and listened carefully. Inside, a series of gruesome sounds of gnawing bones echoed. He made a hand gesture and switched positions with Dazhuang. Then, he suddenly yanked open the wooden door while retreating sharply backward. The moment the door opened, two ghouls, crouched on the ground, gnawing on a long-decayed, stinking dog corpse, simultaneously raised their heads. Their faces were smeared with black blood and rotting flesh. Ha! The two ghouls roared, lunging towards the door from left and right. Just as they burst out of the doorway. Bang! Old Li's shotgun fired. The massive iron pellet blasted apart half the chest of the left ghoul at close range. That ghoul screamed as it flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. The one on the right was met head-on by Dazhuang, who had been waiting for a long time, with an axe to the top of its head. Thud! The fire axe deeply embedded itself into the skull. Clean and crisp. Nice! Lei Jin praised. The following cleanup became increasingly efficient. Under Su Ji's precise directions to every single room, Lei Jin's small team, with their coordinated efforts, launched a one-sided cleanup of the ghouls in this village. Third house, there's one in the well in the yard. Fourth house, in the attic, 1. Fifth house, in the pigpen, 3. Be careful. Su Ji's voice was steady and calm. Each time he spoke, it signaled the beginning of a slaughter. And Lei Jin and the others, from the initial tension, became increasingly relaxed. With Su Ji around, they didn't need to worry about ambushes or missing their targets. They only needed to focus all their energy on killing the targets pointed out by Su Ji in the most efficient way. An hour later. When the last ghoul hiding in the pit was speared to death by Monkey using a homemade spear. The entire village fell completely silent. In the air, only the strong smell of blood and the stench of rotting corpses remained, along with the howling winds and snow. Chapter 28, Value in Chips. Lei Jin and his group were all covered in blood, gasping heavily. Though exhausted, every face bore an indescribable excitement and sense of accomplishment. This feeling of taking fate into their own hands was something they had never experienced since struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Everyone's eyes unanimously turned to the figure sitting on the stone at the village entrance, unmoving from start to finish. Su Ji stood up, brushed the snow off his pants. He opened that conceptual phone. On the screen, the red dots representing abnormal signals had all disappeared. Clean up, find a house that can block the wind. Make a fire, rest. He left the sentence and turned to walk towards the abyss shadow. Lei Jin looked at his back, opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed the words thank you. He knew that Su Ge did not need thanks. What he needed was for their group to show their value. Don't just stand there. Get to work. Lei Jin turned around and shouted at the group of survivors who were also in a daze, drag the bodies to the downwind side to be burned. Find a few sturdy houses and block up the windows. Hurry. The people who had survived erupted with amazing energy. They brought tools and supplies down from the vehicles and began to work enthusiastically. Soon, the largest brick house in the village was cleared out. The broken windows were tightly nailed shut with wooden boards and rags. A pile of dry tables and chairs scavenged from various homes was split into firewood, and a blazing campfire rose in the empty space at the center of the house. The orange flames dispelled the cold and darkness inside the house, illuminating each tired yet hopeful face. The women brought down the little food from the vehicles, and a military pot was set over the fire, cooking some blackened potatoes and unknown pieces of jerky, emitting a smell that wasn't enticing but enough to make one drool. The children gathered around the fire, their little faces reddened from the heat, curiously observing this strange environment. Su Ji parked the abyss shadow in the yard of the brick house and sat alone in the cockpit. He did not like to be too close to strangers, and even less did he enjoy noisy surroundings. For him, the safest place was always the cockpit of the abyss shadow. He took out a can of canned lunch and meat hoarded before the apocalypse and a pack of compressed cookies from the storage space. With cold pure water, he expressionlessly finished his dinner. At that moment, someone gently knocked on the car window. Knock knock. Su Ji raised his head and saw Lei Jin's bearded face appearing at the window. He held a chipped enamel bowl in his hand, with steam rising from it. Su Ji rolled down the window. A mix of food aroma and smoke from the fire wafted inside. Su Ge. Lei Jin awkwardly handed over the bowl, a flattering smile on his face. This is freshly made meat soup. You should try some? It will warm you up. In the bowl were several pieces of mushy potatoes and a few thin slices of jerky, the broth cloudy with dots of oil floating on top. In the apocalypse, this was already a rare delicacy. But Su Ji did not take it. No, I don't eat this. Lei Jin's hand froze in midair, and his smile stiffened, looking somewhat awkward. He saw Suji lower the window, stood outside for a moment, and finally silently turned back with the bowl to the brick house glowing with firelight. Lei-gu, that's Su-gu-he? A woman asked softly. Lei-jin waved his hand, drank the scalding soup in the bowl in one go, swallowing the bits of jerky and potatoes whole. Su-gu has his own food. He explained hoarsely, then said no more, finding a corner to sit with his back to the wall and closing his eyes. The atmosphere in the room became a bit heavy due to this small incident. Inside the abyss shadow, Suji expressionlessly finished his cold dinner, packed the empty can and wrapping and threw them out the car window. On the curved screen in front of him, the huge three-dimensional map unfolded again. The green light strip representing the safe route began from this unnamed village, winding eastward. Beside this light strip, 5 faint glimmers representing Lei-jin's team closely followed the arrow representing the abyss shadow. With a convoy made up of old trucks and buses, the speed of the journey was dragged down by more than half. Originally, according to his plan, he should have driven out of this Gobi hill before nightfall and entered the next section of relatively flat wasteland. But now, he was stuck here. He could easily start the car now, quietly leaving in the night, leaving these people behind. They couldn't even see the taillights of his vehicle. The thought circled in his mind, tempting and in line with his usual principles of action. He remembered the girl in the basin, kneeling and crying with a doll in her arms. He also recalled the earlier scene, where Lei-jin led people with primitive weapons, rushing into those dilapidated houses to fight with zombies for their lives. They had courage, listened to commands, and struck hard enough. In certain conditions, they might become useful pawns, or shields. Suji's fingers tapped mindlessly on the semicircular control stick. He needed more information to assess the value of this team and determine if they were worth the cost of slowing him down. He pressed the button for the external loudspeaker. Lei-jin. The cold voice pierced through the wall of the brick house. Inside, Lei-jin, who had been dozing against the wall, suddenly opened his eyes wide, sprang up, and rushed out of the house. Su-gu, what do you need? He stood outside the vehicle respectfully, the cold wind making the bloodstains on his clothes start to stiffen. Come up and talk. The passenger door of the Abyss Phantom opened silently. Lei-jin was stunned. He stared at the sci-fi-like cockpit, at the curved screen emitting a ghostly blue glow, momentarily feeling at a loss. He instinctively wiped his hands on his dirty clothes before cautiously climbing inside. The door closed. All the noise and cold from the outside were instantly cut off. The warm, dry air in the seat that fit perfectly against his body made Lei-jin, exhausted from the day, feel a kind of unreal dizziness. Su-gu, your vehicle. He couldn't help but speak, his words filled with shock. Tell me about your situation. Suji interrupted him, his voice devoid of any emotion, everything from leaving Lingguang town to meeting me. Lei-jin's heart tightened. This was a test. He straightened his posture, his expression becoming serious. Su-gu, we escaped from the west side of Lingguang town's mining area. The beast tide came too suddenly, pouring out from the northern Gobi, all monsters. The defense works of the mine couldn't hold for even an hour. We had a skilled worker at the mine, who used to be a soldier and knew some tricks. He led over 100 of us out through an abandoned mine tunnel, allowing us to dodge the first wave of attacks. Lei-jin's voice was heavy, seemingly trapped in painful memories. But outside, it was full of monsters. We had no food, no weapons, and could only pick our way along small paths that the monsters ignored. Along the way, fewer and fewer people. Where did your vehicle come from? Suji asked. We picked it up on the road. Lei-jin replied quickly, an abandoned transport transfer station. We were lucky and found these few vehicles that could still run, with a little fuel left in the tanks. That skilled worker spent half a day fixing them up. A skilled worker? Suji's heart stirred. Where is he? Lei-jin's fist tightened suddenly, his knuckles turning white. He was silent for a moment before squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Dead. Outside Lingfeng County, we encountered a group of people, also fleeing. They were more numerous than us, and their guns were better. They said they could take us along to the Lan City base. A grim hatred surfaced on Lei-jin's face. As a result, they just wanted us to be the bait, to draw the monsters' attention. The old master came out to cover us, and himself, he was taken by those people and the monsters together. He did not continue his words. But the heavy atmosphere in the cockpit had already said everything. So, you now have no one who understands machinery? Suji's voice remained calm, as if asking about an insignificant matter. Lei-jin's body stiffened, he opened his mouth, seemed to want to say something, but ultimately lowered his head in despair. No. Silence fell inside the cockpit. Suji said nothing, just quietly looked at the map on the curved screen ahead. Lei-jin felt his heart sink little by little. He knew that, in Suji's eyes, his team had likely lost the greatest value. A team that could only shoot and use brute force, but could not guarantee logistics and vehicle maintenance, was indeed a burden. Just as he was about to speak, to say we'll leave by ourselves tomorrow morning, so we won't drag you down. Suji's voice sounded again. In the convoy, what did that old Lee used to do? Leijin's head shot up, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Old Lee? He used to be our electrician at the mine, responsible for maintaining the large excavation equipment. He also knows a bit about the car's small issues, although he can't compare to Master Wang. Changing a tire or connecting some wires is still no problem. He felt a bit guilty saying this. What about the girl holding the doll? Suji asked again. You mean Xiaoya? Leijin paused for a moment. She's the daughter of our mine manager, still a student, knows nothing, but she has a hard life. Her parents died in the beast tide. Suji did not ask further. He already had a judgment in his heart. A half-trained mechanical repairman, a group of brute force fighters, plus a few women and children. Not of great value, but not completely worthless either. Starting tomorrow, your convoy will keep a distance of 500 meters from me. Suji finally spoke. Leijin stared at him in shock. I won't wait for you. If your car breaks down, or if you can't keep up, think of a way yourself. Additionally, for all the supplies collected, including food, water, medicine, fuel, I will take 70%. You take 30%. The cold, emotionless terms came out of Suji's mouth. This was not charity, this was a trade. Using his protection to exchange for their value as bait, labor, and potential worth. Rather than feeling humiliated, Leijin's eyes burst with ecstatic light. What he feared most was not Suji's harsh conditions, but rather Suji's indifference. As long as Suji was willing to offer terms, it meant they still had some value, they still had a chance to survive. No problem. Brother Su. We'll listen to you. He nearly shouted, afraid that Suji might change his mind. Get out. Suji ordered vacantly. Yes. Leijin nimbly climbed down from the car. In the cold wind, he felt strength coursing through him. He turned and deeply bowed towards the already closed window before running back into the house. Inside the brick house, the fire licked the dry, cracked table legs, letting out crackling noises. The heat drove away the chill, but could not dispel the smell of blood and exhaustion in the air. Leijin returned to the house, his tall figure blocking the wind and snow pouring in at the door. The movements of everyone in the room came to a halt, and dozens of eyes mixed with awe and unease landed on him. What are you looking at me for? Eat. Leijin shouted, though his voice was not as rough as before. He walked to the fire, drank the last bit of soup from the enamel bowl, and then announced to the crowd, Brother Su has spoken. Starting tomorrow, we will follow him. He takes 70% of the supplies, we take 30%. The room was silent. No one raised any objections. Though 30% is little, it means they now have a stable source of supplies. More importantly, they have a hope that can keep them alive. Additionally, Leijin's voice was very low. Everyone remember the rules. Don't bother Su Ge, don't create trouble for him. If you can't keep up with the group or if the vehicle breaks down halfway, solve it yourself. Do you all understand? Understood, Brother Lei. The crowd answered softly. Leijin stopped talking, found a corner, leaned against the wall, and carefully wiped the steel pipe that had pierced through several zombies' heads with a rag. The atmosphere in the room returned to its previous state, but the chaos of survival was replaced by an invisible order. Everyone was silently doing their own things, eating, feeding children, checking weapons. They all understood that their lives now depended on the owner of that black sports car outside. Inside the cockpit of Abyss Phantom, there was absolute silence and a constant temperature. Suji finished dinner, his body relaxed from the food and warmth, but his mind was operating at high speed. His consciousness sank into his mind. That familiar, translucent panel that only he could see floated in the void. His consciousness landed on the option of universal enhancement. It was time to plan the next enhancement. What should he choose? Abyss Phantom was strong, whether in its sports car form's mobility or in its Knight of Abyss form's destructive power. It was a great weapon in the apocalyptic world. But its drawbacks were also obvious. Limited space. So, he still needed a mobile base. A base that is large enough, strong enough, capable of holding more people and supplies, and even conducting simple production and repairs, a mobile fortress. His consciousness clicked on the option of universal enhancement. A new line of prompts appeared. Please specify the enhancement target. In Suji's mind, outlines of various large vehicles began to appear. But the first one he excluded was the kind of bus that Leijin and the others were currently driving. That type of vehicle had too fragile a structure, and the chassis was too low, completely lacking enhancement value. And there weren't many choices left. Large RVs, or heavy-duty trucks. He began weighing the pros and cons of both in his mind. RVs have the advantage of providing living areas, kitchens, bathrooms, and beds, all essentials. After enhancement, it could directly become a comfortable and safe mobile apartment. But its drawback was that the chassis and power system were relatively weak, with a low defense ceiling. Heavy-duty trucks, especially the kind with 18 wheels and a semi-trailer cab. The advantage is that the chassis is sturdy, and the structure is simple and rugged, naturally designed for carrying heavy loads and long-distance travel. Its power system has huge modification potential. After enhancement, it could easily become a steel beast that charges through anything, a bulldozer on the road. The drawbacks were also obvious. The cab space was small, with no living functions at all. But, what if it was a semi-trailer? What if the cab could separate from the cargo container behind it? Then, when he finds a good heavy truck cab and a sufficiently large refrigerated container, he could enhance the cab into an indestructible power core and armored barrier. Then transform the rear container into a multifunctional living capsule that integrates living, storage, and repair. Combining the two would create a true mobile fortress for the apocalypse. Chapter 30, The Apocalypse Rampage. The more Suji thought, the more he felt this plan was feasible. Comfort can be created later, but the foundation of the vehicle power and structural strength are innate. Heavy-duty trucks are undoubtedly the best choice. Decided. The next enhancement target is a heavy-duty truck. Now the question is, where to find a suitable truck that's not too damaged? He remembered what Leijin had said in the car earlier. An abandoned transport transfer station? Suji opened his eyes, the blue data stream on the curved screen reflected in his pupils. He needed to confirm the exact location of that place and the situation there. Ka. The cockpit door opened upward. Suji stepped out of the vehicle, the cold wind tousling his hair. He walked straight towards the brick house that glowed with firelight. Inside the house, the survivors, who had been dozing off, instantly woke up when they saw Suji's figure appear at the door, nervously standing up one by one. Leijin was the first to react, quickly walking up to him. "Brother Su, what's the matter? Come out and talk." Suji didn't enter the house, just standing at the door, the night swallowing half of his body in shadow. Leijin didn't dare to hesitate, immediately following him outside, the two of them moving to the center of the courtyard one after the other. "Brother Su. You found the transport transfer station for the vehicles." Suji got straight to the point. "Where exactly is it? Tell me everything you know." Leijin was stunned for a moment, not understanding why Suji was suddenly interested in this. But he dared not ask too much. He immediately started recalling in his mind. About 30 kilometers west of Linfeng County, next to the national highway. It used to be a large logistics park, and when we found the vehicles, there were many vehicles, most of them crashed or burned. Many vehicles? Suji seized the key information. Are there heavy trucks? The kind that pulls large containers. Yes. A lot. Leijin answered firmly. That place was specifically for those big trucks to park and load. We also wanted to drive those types of vehicles. They have great power and are sturdy. But Master Wang said that the structure of those vehicles is too complicated, he couldn't fix them. A hint of regret appeared on Leijin's face. Besides the vehicles, what else is there? Suji continued asking. There's a large warehouse, but the door was locked, and we couldn't get in. There was also a repair workshop next to it, with very complete tools, and we took some at that time. Leijin tried hard to recall every detail. Oh right, there weren't many monsters there. When we went, we only encountered a few scattered zombies, and we easily dealt with them. A large logistics park, with a substantial number of heavy trucks, a matching repair workshop and tools, plus a locked large warehouse. This place was simply a treasure that he desperately needed. He had to go there. Can you still find that place? Yes. Leijin nodded without hesitation. We took that road twice, I remember it clearly. From here, go back, following the national highway to the west. It would take about 4 hours to get there. Suji didn't speak again. He was assessing the risks. Near Linfeng County was a place where Leijin and the others had previously encountered the evil of humanity. No one could guarantee that the group was still lurking nearby. But a suitable target for strengthening might be waiting for him there. He remained silent for a long time, long enough for Leijin to think he had said something wrong, starting to feel uneasy. Come with me. Suji finally spoke, his voice sounding particularly clear in the cold night wind. We are going to that transport station. Leijin followed Suji out of the house, the icy night wind making him shiver. He watched Suji walk towards the black sports car, which seemed to blend into the night, filled with confusion in his heart. Brother Su, you. Get in the car. Suji's voice came from ahead, the passenger door opening upward, revealing a cockpit filled with an unknown sense of advanced technology. Leijin was frozen in place, unable to react for a moment. Going to that transport transfer station? Now. Just the two of them? He glanced back at the brick house glowing with firelight and then looked at Suji's unyielding figure, finally gritting his teeth. He quickly followed behind. He carefully climbed into the car, fearing that the smell of blood and dust on him would dirty the seemingly expensive vehicle. The moment he sat down, the soft seat automatically adjusted itself to fit his body shape, perfectly enveloping his tall frame. Click. The car door quietly closed, completely isolating him from the howling wind and biting cold outside. A warm, quiet, absolutely safe world enveloped Lesion. He sat awkwardly in the seat, unsure where to place his hands and feet. He had lived for over 30 years and never thought he would one day sit in such a car. This was beyond his understanding of the word car. There was no steering wheel, no dashboard, only a huge curved screen directly in front of him, with bluish data flowing quietly, filled with mysterious beauty. Hold on tight. Suji's voice pulled him back from his shock. Lesion instinctively grasped the armrest beside him. Buzz. He heard no roar of an engine, he only felt a slight vibration from the car body as the black sports car smoothly started, turning its head and driving out of the crumbling village. At the door of a brick house, a few survivors who had just run out stared blankly at the shadow of the black car, which accelerated and disappeared into the distant darkness in just a few seconds. Brother Lei. Brother Lei was taken away by Brother Su? Where did they go? He won't be. A man's words were cut off by a hard slap from the person next to him. Shut your crow's mouth. Who is Brother Su? Does he need to be so troublesome to kill Brother Lei? The room fell silent again, leaving only the crackling sound from the burning campfire. A sense of abandonment began to spread in everyone's hearts. The Abyss Phantom raced along the desolate national road. Lesion felt as if a powerful force was pressing him back into the seat, making him unable to move. He turned his head to look outside. The collapsed utility poles, abandoned vehicle wrecks, and dead trees frozen by the roadside all turned into blurred shadows flying backward at high speed. He could barely see anything. The speed was too fast. So fast that it filled him with fear. He secretly glanced at Suji beside him. Suji's expression remained unchanged, calmly holding the semicircular control lever, occasionally making slight adjustments with his fingers. He didn't look like he was driving a car going over 200 kilometers per hour, he seemed like he was leisurely playing video games in his living room. In front of Lesion, a huge curved screen suddenly displayed a three-dimensional map. The map showed their current position in real time, along with the surrounding terrain and topography, even some large potholes and obstacles on the road were clearly marked. Chapter 31, like walking on flat ground. Guide us. Suji's voice sounded. Lesion startled and quickly focused his attention on the sci-fi-like map. He soon adapted to this new way of navigation. Brother Su, at the upcoming fork, take the left side, that's the old national road, the road condition is better. The next curve is a bit sharp, we almost rolled over when we drove the truck past last time. About 5 kilometers ahead, there's a collapsed tunnel, we need to go around it. He spoke while pointing and drawing on the map with his fingers. Every place he pointed out that needed attention was effortlessly resolved by the Abyss Phantom in a way beyond his imagination. Facing sharp turns, the car body made an unbelievably smooth drift at high speed, with no tilt at all. When encountering the collapsed tunnel, the vehicle directly surged up the steep slope beside it, easily tearing through the snow and frozen ground with its all-terrain tires. Walking on flat ground. When encountering several abandoned cars blocking the road, Suji didn't even think of slowing down. Hold on. He only said 2 words. In the next second, Lesion saw a fierce metallic horn extend from under the front of the car. Bang! 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 Suji said nothing, merely maneuvering the Abyss Phantom, quietly bypassing the ruined factory, passing through the wilderness from the other side. He had no interest in avenging Lesion. These people, as long as they did not provoke him, he could hardly be bothered to glance at them again. After driving for about half an hour. After rounding a massive valley, Lesion's breath suddenly became rapid. Sugu, we're here. Right below. Suji slowly drove the car up a slope beside them, stopping in the shadow of enormous rocks. He disabled the optical camouflage. Through the curved screen ahead, an astonishing sight unfolded before the two of them. Beneath the slope lay a vast basin covered in ice and snow. In the basin, a massive logistics park, covering an area larger than several football fields, quietly crouched in the darkness. Hundreds of enormous rectangular outlines were neatly arranged in the expansive parking lot. Those were hundreds of heavy-duty semi-trucks, towing huge containers behind them. In the center of the park, several giant warehouse buildings stood like silent giants in the wind and snow. The entire park was deathly silent. No lights, no sounds, only the wailing of the cold wind as it blew across the empty space. This is it? Suji's voice was soft. Yes, this is it. Lesion's voice trembled with excitement. Sugu, we entered through that small door on the east side, the car parked in the outermost row. Suji did not rush to get out. Initiate a full-range scan. Command confirmed. Scanning. On the curved screen, a detailed 3D model of the entire logistics park was rapidly constructed. Scan complete. 8 low-level biological signals detected within the park, no signs of aggregation. Classified as scattered wandering zombies. Threat level, extremely low. Large warehouses A, B, C, internal structures undetectable, metal doors are physically locked. Maintenance workshop, large amounts of metal tools and equipment found inside. 8 zombies could be disregarded. 3 locked large warehouses likely stored massive amounts of supplies. A well-equipped maintenance workshop. And the hundreds of heavy trucks that filled the entire parking lot. Chapter 32, Linfoam Logistics Park. Get out. Suji's voice broke the silence in the cabin. Leijin jolted suddenly, turning his head to look through the window at the vast snow-covered, silent park outside, his throat rolling slightly. Sugu, is it just us? Get out. Suji repeated, his tone flat and emotionless. The passenger door opened silently, and a rush of cold air mixed with ice crystals immediately flooded in, causing Leijin to shiver. He dared not question further, using both hands and feet to climb out of the car. His feet landed on the thick snow, making a crunching sound. Leaving the warm, comfortable cabin of the Abyss Phantom, the bleak cold of the end times wrapped around him once more. He watched as Suji also stepped out of the driver's seat. Suji moved calmly, shutting the car door. The black sports car quietly remained in the shadow of the rocks, merging with the darkness. You lead the way ahead. Suji's voice echoed in the vast snowy ground. Go to the door you entered last time. Yes, Sugu. Leijin straightened his back instinctively and answered loudly. He drew out a steel pipe over half a meter long from his waist, his most handy weapon. Gripping the pipe tightly with both hands, he walked ahead, each step sinking deeply and steadily. Suji followed behind him, maintaining a distance of about 5 meters between them. This distance allowed him to see Leijin's movements clearly while providing enough reaction time in case of an emergency. His left hand was buried deep in the pocket of his cold-resistant clothing. In his right hand, he held a futuristic concept mobile phone. The phone screen was divided into 2 parts. On the left side was the real-time status monitoring of the Abyss Phantom, with energy, armor, system modules, and all data clear at a glance. On the right side was a simplified control interface, with several key function buttons, including optical camouflage, electromagnetic pulse, and even form switch, arranged as virtual keys. His thumb hovered over the red button labeled Phantom Knight. As long as he pressed it, the Abyss Phantom, parked on the hillside, could transform into an 8-meter-tall steel giant and descend to any corner of this area within 7 seconds. This was his greatest confidence in daring to enter this unknown area with only Leijin. The two of them stepped cautiously through the deep snow, making their way down the hillside. As they got closer, the overwhelming presence of the massive logistics yard grew stronger. Hundreds of heavy trucks, covered in ice and snow, stood silently in the dark like silent steel graves. Tall warehouse buildings cast huge, twisted shadows under the lead gray sky. The wind here turned sharp, whipping up snow particles that stung their faces. Sugu, it's that small door ahead. Leijin lowered his voice and pointed with a steel pipe to an inconspicuous corner of the east wall of the yard. It was an iron gate for people to enter and exit, the paint long since peeled, rust-covered, and a similarly corroded big lock hung on it. Last time we smashed this lock open. Leijin explained. Suji said nothing, walking up to the gate and giving the big lock a kick with the tip of his foot. Clang. The chain made a crisp sound. Open it. Got it. Leijin switched the steel pipe to his left hand and pulled a heavy fire axe from the side of his tactical backpack. He swung the axe and smashed the back of it against the rusty lock head with all his might. Clang. A harsh metal clash echoed far into the dead of night. Sparks flew. Leijin's arm went numb from the impact, but the big lock just shook a little and did not break. Damn, it's pretty sturdy. He cursed and spat in his palm, adjusting his stance to try again. Stand back. Suji's voice came from behind him. Leijin was taken aback and quickly stepped aside. Suji walked to the front of the gate and took out a peculiar tool that looked like a handgun but had a small hydraulic clamp at the end. The entire tool was painted black, exuding a sense of industrial design. Under Leijin's surprised gaze, Suji aimed the hydraulic clamp's jaws at the U-shaped lock beam and pulled the trigger. V-room. Snap. There was no earth-shattering boom, only the low hum of a motor, followed by a crisp sound of metal breaking that made one's teeth ache. The U-shaped steel lock beam, as thick as a finger, was cut silently like a fragile cookie. The lock body fell to the snow with a dull thud. Leijin's mouth dropped slightly. He recognized this tool from the rescue equipment in the mine, used specifically to cut steel rebar and locks, but he did not expect Suji would carry such a big guy with him. Suji ignored his astonishment, pushed open the creaking iron door, and stepped inside. A mixed smell of machine oil, rust, and some rotten odor rushed towards them. Keep up. Oh, okay. Leijin finally woke from his daze, hurriedly putting away the fire axe and gripping the steel pipe as he followed closely behind Suji, entering this vast steel jungle. Upon entering the yard, the pressure from the hundreds of massive truck silhouettes intensified even more. It was too quiet here. Besides the wind, only their footsteps remained in the snow. Brother Su, our car was parked in this row at the very front. Look, it's that one, the door is still open. Leijin pointed to an old truck not far away. Suji's gaze swept over the truck and then landed on the phone screen. On the screen, a simple 3D map of the park had been constructed. 8 red dots representing the zombies were scattered in various corners of the park, moving very slowly. One of them was less than 50 meters ahead, swaying as it approached through the aisle between 2 rows of trucks. Suji stopped in his tracks. Leijin immediately halted as well, gripping the steel pipe tightly, his body tense, scanning the surroundings cautiously. What's wrong, Brother Su? Ahead, the aisle, 1. Suji's voice was very soft. Leijin's heart tightened. He followed Suji's pointed direction. In the shadow of the 2 massive trucks, a tall, swaying figure was slowly appearing. It was a zombie dressed in tattered work clothes, half of its cheek rotting away, revealing a dark, exposed jaw. Hiss. It seemed to have noticed Suji and Leijin, letting out a low growl from its throat, its shriveled body starting to accelerate toward them. Leijin's breathing instantly became rapid. He instinctively glanced back at Suji, only to find Suji standing there, calmly watching everything, with no intention to act. Leijin immediately understood. This was his chance to show Brother Su his fighting ability. Beast, seeking death. Leijin growled low and did not retreat, instead, he charged forward. His hands gripping the steel pipe bulged with veins. As he got 3 meters away from the zombie, he suddenly accelerated, sinking his body down, swinging the steel pipe upwards, drawing a sharp arc as he struck the zombie's knee hard. Chapter 33, Enhanced Target. Crack. The crisp sound of bones cracking echoed. That zombie's left knee was directly bent backward from the heavy blow, and its massive body immediately lost balance, toppling forward. At the moment it fell, Leijin's movements did not stop for a second. He stepped forward, his body rotating as the steel pipe, powered by his spin, crashed down on the zombie's back of the head. Bang! A dull sound, like a watermelon being smashed. The zombie's skull instantly caved in at a terrifying angle, dark green, putrid liquid mixed with white brain matter splattering out from the shattered skull. Its body twitched violently twice before going completely still. The entire process was clean, swift, and filled with the wild beauty of violence. Leijin was panting heavily, wiping the blood splattered on his face with his sleeve, turning to look at Suji, his face showing a hint of excitement as if asking for praise. Brother Su, I took care of it. Suji's face still showed no expression. He was just watching the red dot representing the zombie disappear completely from the phone screen. Keep moving. Yes. Leijin's spirits were lifted even higher. He felt his performance earlier must have gained Brother Su's approval. The two continued deeper into the park. Rows of huge heavy trucks stood like silent soldiers along the sides of the road. Most of these vehicles were the Dongfeng Tianlong series that Leijin mentioned earlier, tall and powerful in appearance. But their condition was terrible. Some had smashed fronts beyond recognition, some of the cabins had burned to empty shells, while others were tipped over on the roadside, with enormous cargo containers crushing the nearby vehicles. Brother Su, this row won't work, they're all accident vehicles, the engines must be broken. The Volvo over here looks pretty intact, but I wonder if it can still be repaired. Leijin guided the way ahead while sharing everything he knew. Suji did not speak, he only stopped occasionally to walk up to a truck that seemed fairly intact and reached out to touch its cold body. Every time he did this, a line of simple information would appear in his mind on the system panel. Target, Dongfeng Tianlong KL heavy truck, severely damaged. Core component integrity, 47%. Hundredfold enhancement estimated time, 2 years and 1 month. Target, Volvo FH16 heavy truck, moderately damaged. Core component integrity, 68%. Hundredfold enhancement estimated time, 1 year and 5 months. He walked, looked, and touched along the way. With the system's help, he clearly analyzed the internal damages of these trucks that looked almost the same on the outside. What he needed was a truck with core components, specifically, the engine, transmission, and chassis, that were relatively intact. Only in this way could the system allocate more computational power for functional transformations during enhancement, rather than wasting it on basic repairs. They crossed more than half of the parking lot, and Leijin casually dealt with 3 scattered zombies along the way. His movements became increasingly skilled and confident. With Sugo behind him as backup, he felt like he had an all-powerful guardian, no longer feeling any fear. Just as they reached the central area of the parking lot, Suji's footsteps stopped once again. His gaze fell on a giant beast parked in the corner. It was a fully red heavy truck, a domestic Shanxi DeLong X6000, taller and grander than the surrounding Dongfeng Tianlong and Volvo. Its body was covered in snow and dust, and all 18 tires were completely deflated. But most importantly, its body was very intact, with no obvious collision marks or signs of fire damage. Su Ji quickly walked over, and Lei Jin hurriedly followed. "Su Ge, this truck, it really looks impressive. Almost like new." Lei Jin couldn't help but exclaim. Su Ji ignored him. He walked around the giant truck, inspecting it carefully. The cab door was unlocked, and he pulled it open, a mixed new car smell of leather and plastic still lingering. The inside of the cab was very tidy, just covered with a thick layer of dust. He reached out and pressed his hand on the huge steering wheel. Target, Shanxi DeLong X6000 tractor, slightly damaged. Core component integrity, 93%. Reason, electronic components aging, fuel line frozen. Hundredfold enhancement estimated time, 9 months. This is it. 9 months of enhancement time, although still long, was already the best option he could find compared to the previous ones that took 1 or 2 years. Moreover, after absorbing that blue crystal, he had a reward to shorten enhancement time by 90%, but he chose to store it instead. This also proved that as long as he could find more special energy sources, the enhancement time was not an unsolvable problem. He suppressed his excitement and jumped down from the cab. "Lei Jin." "Yes, Su Ge. This is the one." Su Ji patted the huge tire taller than himself. "Find a way to get it to the repair shop." Lei Jin looked at the massive figure before him and the completely deflated tires, a look of difficulty appearing on his face. "Su Ge, this truck has no air and won't start. I'm afraid it will lose a lot of value." He gritted his teeth and began to circle around the giant truck, his mind racing quickly. Change the tire? No, he didn't even know where the spare tire was, and they didn't have tools that large. A tow truck? Even less likely, where would they find a vehicle that could tow this guy? Just when he was sweating bullets in frustration. Bang! A loud metallic crashing sound suddenly came from the largest warehouse nearby. The sound was extra jarring in the dead silence of the yard, echoing back and forth between the countless steel bodies. Lei Jin's movements suddenly froze, and his body hair stood on end. He abruptly turned around, gripping the steel pipe tightly in his hand, staring fixedly at that huge warehouse marked with the letter A. In the wind and snow, that black building looked like a giant beast lurking in the darkness, slowly opening its eyes. "Brother Su, what is that sound?" His voice trembled a bit because of his nerves. Su Ji did not answer. His right hand had long since emerged from his pocket, and on the screen of the concept phone, the red button representing Abyss Shadow Knight was radiating dangerous light. Bang! Another loud bang. This time, the sound was even clearer and wilder than before. It was as if something enormous was inside the warehouse, crazily smashing against the thick metal door again and again. Chapter 34, Crazed Bull. Bang! That heavy metal rolling door suddenly bulged outward in a huge arc, the door axle groaning under the heavy load. Lei Jin's body froze in place, the color drained from his face in an instant. He gripped the steel pipe tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain, the muscles in his arms taut like stone. "Su. Brother Su." His voice was dry, his throat felt tight, each word trembling uncontrollably. There is something inside." Su Ji did not turn back. His body slightly sank, ready to spring back at any moment. The concept phone was clenched tightly in his hand. The glow from the screen illuminated his face, which was calm to the point of being cold. His thumb, without hesitation, pressed down hard on the bright red virtual button on the screen. Activate, Abyss Shadow Knight. Almost simultaneously, under the shadow of the massive rock on the hillside in the distance, the Abyss Shadow, which was quietly parked, suddenly lit up with its long crimson patterns on the body. V-Room. A deep pulsation, indescribable in words, rumbled from under the car. Click. 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 The dense metal friction and the sound of mechanisms snapping together shattered the lifeless night sky. That sleek sports car began to separate, flip, and reorganize in a way never seen before. Back in the logistics yard, Lei Jin was still staring at the thumping iron door, but he heard a strange sound from the distance, a broken series of noises, like steel grinding. That sound made him even more alarmed. Bang! 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 The crashing sounds inside the warehouse became more and more frequent, more and more violent. The heavy metal rolling door was hit again and again from the inside, and the dents increased deeper and deeper. Cracks like spider webs began to appear in the concrete where the door met the wall, dust cascading down. "Brother Su! Let's get out of here." Lei Jin finally couldn't hold on any longer. He urged with a trembling voice, "This noise is too loud. The thing inside is definitely not easy to handle. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." He was not a coward. But at this moment, the pure, unreasonable, terrifying force that could crush everything coming from behind that door was something a normal person like him could not fight against. Step back. Suji's voice finally rang out. Still calm, no emotion could be heard. He took a few steps back, creating nearly 20 meters of distance between himself and the door that could burst open any moment. Leijin dared not disobey and quickly followed him back, the two of them finally stopping beside a row of huge truck containers. He pressed his back tightly against the cold metal, feeling a hint of insignificant safety. Brother Su, you. He wanted to ask Suji why he wasn't leaving, but the words were swallowed back down his throat. Because he saw that Suji was just standing there, calmly watching the shaky door, as if waiting for something. This calmness made Leijin's racing heart inexplicably calm down a little. Boom! A terrifying and unprecedented roar exploded. That incredibly heavy metal roller shutter door could no longer withstand the violent impact and exploded right in the middle. Countless twisted metal fragments mixed with concrete blocks shot out in all directions like cannonballs. A terrifying dark shadow, huge enough to take one's breath away, suddenly burst out from the shattered door. It was a monster the size of a heavy truck. Its shape barely resembled that of a bull, but its entire body was covered with a thick layer of dark, obsidian-like hide, filled with menacing bone spines. Its limbs were disproportionately stout, and every time they hit the ground, the hard frozen earth trembled. The most terrifying was its head. Its head had no eyes, only an enormous, constantly opening and closing maw, filled with dense, white, knife-like teeth like those of a meat grinder. Above the maw, two spiraled horns over 3 meters long sparkled with a metallic cold light, pointing straight to the sky. Ha, ha! After the monster burst out of the warehouse, it stopped. Its enormous head slowly turned, as if adapting to the external environment. From its maw, billows of hot steam spouted out, thick with the strong smell of sulfur. At that moment, Leijin stopped breathing altogether. His mind went blank, and all the strength in his body was instantly drained away. The steel pipe in his hand fell to the snow with a clatter. It's over. This was the only thought in his mind. A monster of this size, just standing there, was enough to drain all courage to resist. How could they possibly survive? That monster quickly locked onto Suji and Leijin, who were not far away, emitting tempting heat like food. Moo! A terrifying roar capable of tearing eardrums erupted from its maw. The sound waves even formed visible ripples, shaking the snow up from the ground. The next second, it moved. Its massive body suddenly sank, and its 4 thick hooves stomped fiercely on the ground. Boom! The ground exploded into a large pit. Its heavy body charged like an uncontrollable battering ram towards the position of Suji and Leijin, launching a death charge. The earth trembled madly beneath its stomping. Leijin's legs went weak, he wanted to run, but found his feet felt as though they were filled with lead, unable to move at all. He could only watch helplessly as that massive shadow representing death rapidly enlarged in his vision. The 2 twisted spiraled horns were already within arm's reach. He could even smell the nauseating sulfur breath spewing from the monster's maw. It's over. In despair, Leijin closed his eyes. However, the anticipated agony and death did not arrive. Thud! A heavy sound, as if a meteorite had fallen to earth, exploded in his ears. A ferocious shockwave erupted from in front of him, tossing his whole body into the air. He crashed heavily against the truck container behind him. Leijin made a painful grunt, feeling as if his insides had shifted. But he couldn't focus on the pain, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. What he saw was something he would never forget. A steel giant, over 8 meters tall and entirely black, had somehow descended before him. It was in a half-squat position, firmly standing between him and a terrifying beast. Its right arm reached forward, its massive steel palm tightly gripping one of the raging bull's spiraled horns, forcefully stopping the beast's deadly charge. Underneath the abyss Shadow Knight, the hard frozen ground had completely cracked, forming a huge depression more than 5 meters in diameter. And that furious bull, with its enormous body still pressed forward due to inertia, was digging deep trenches into the ground with its 4 giant hooves, creating a harsh grinding sound. Chapter 35, Beast and Steel Giant. An 8-meter-tall steel giant. A mutant beast the size of a truck. Both were engaged in a mad struggle with the most primitive and pure power. This scene was filled with a mythical epic sense and violent beauty, deeply etched into Leijin's soul. This is... Leijin's mouth hung open, murmuring to himself, unable to find any suitable words to describe his inner shock. Inside the cockpit of the Abyss Shadow Knight, Suji's body was forcefully pressed into the seat by the tremendous impact from the machine. A massive flow of data flashed frantically on the curved screen before him. Warning! The machine is under continuous high-intensity impact. Analyzing target organism. Species name, Raging Bull, mutant. Biological characteristics, extremely strong defensive power from the outer chitin armor, conventional physical attacks are ineffective. Incredible strength and impact. Weakness analysis, no obvious external weaknesses. This creature is blind and relies mainly on hearing and smell for locating. Joint connections are structural weak points. Moo. The blocked raging bull fell into a frenzy. It wildly shook its head, trying to throw off the tin can gripping its giant horn. The right arm of the Abyss Shadow Knight swayed left and right under the immense force, the metal joints emitting a grinding groan that made one's teeth ache. But those 5 fierce mechanical fingers still held tightly onto the spiraled horn, showing no sign of loosening. The standoff lasted less than 3 seconds. Suji had already given his command. Arm blade mode. Command confirmed. Click. The outer armor of the empty left arm of the Abyss Shadow Knight split open in an instant. A menacing arm blade, over 4 meters long and glowing with bright red energy patterns, shot out suddenly and locked on. In the next second, the Abyss Shadow Knight's body suddenly sank down, its hydraulic devices exploding with tremendous power. It braced against the raging bull's impact, forcibly rotating its body half a turn to the left. That deadly arm blade, just released, drew a cold arc of death in the air, shrieking as it tore through the air and viciously struck the raging bull's massive front limb joint. Splash! The cold arc of death accurately hit the target. The over 4-meter-long menacing arm blade easily tore through the raging bull's seemingly impenetrable black chitin layer, deeply cutting into the joint connection of its forelimb. Thick, black, and foul-smelling blood, with a strong corrosive odor, sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun. Moo! A roar filled with pain and rage erupted from the raging bull's massive jaws, the sound waves lifting a layer of snow nearby. The intense pain drove the beast into complete madness. It abandoned its struggle with the Abyss Shadow Knight, violently retreating backward. Trying to pull away. But how could Suji give it that chance? The mechanical palm of the Abyss Shadow Knight's right hand held tightly onto the massive spiral horn, as if it were welded on. No matter how the giant beast struggled, it couldn't break free. At the same time, the left arm blade, deeply embedded in its joint, was suddenly flicked upwards under Suji's control. Crack! A horrifying sound resonated, like bones and tendons being forcefully torn apart. The brutal bull's left front leg, thicker than an adult's waist, was brutally snapped at the joint. Its massive body instantly lost balance and crashed to the left. Boom! The earth trembled again, smoke and snow flew into the sky. Not done yet. Inside the cockpit, Suji's expression didn't change at all, his orders were calm and efficient. The Abyss Shadow Knight released its grip on the giant horn, and in the moment the brutal bull fell, the massive machine stepped forward, bringing its right leg's knee down with overwhelming force onto the beast's struggling body. Thud! With a heavy thumping sound, the bull's body, which had just attempted to rise, was once again forcefully pushed back to the ground. It thrashed madly, its remaining 3 legs scraping the ground chaotically, leaving deep craters, but it was all in vain. Under the absolute power of the Abyss Shadow Knight, it was like a fish nailed to a chopping board, only capable of a desperate roar. The Abyss Shadow Knight slowly raised its left arm. The menacing arm blade, still dripping black blood, traced a cold arc in the air, aiming for the vulnerable spot where the giant head connected with its neck. Moo! As if sensing death's arrival, the bull's roar echoed for the first time, laced with fear. But Suji didn't give it any chance. Slash! Splatter! The arm blade fell. It encountered no notable resistance. That enormous head, comparable to a small car, was efficiently severed completely from its neck. The massive bull's head rolled in the snow for a few rounds before finally stopping, its gaping mouth now stiffly open, making no further sounds. A foul-smelling blood column shot into the air, staining half of the Abyss Shadow Knight's body black. But the obsidian-like memory alloy armor's surface merely rippled slightly, and all the blood was pushed away by an invisible force, leaving no trace behind. The massive headless body of the brutal bull twitched violently a few times before finally going limp and silent. Target has been eliminated. The vehicle's intelligent voice resonated in the cockpit. Only then did Suji release his grip on the controls, exhaling a long, heavy breath. The excitement and tension after the battle had already soaked his back with sweat. This brutal bull was the strongest mutated creature he had encountered so far. If it weren't for the overwhelming performance of the Abyss Shadow Knight, and if he hadn't seized the opponent's weakness right away, the outcome of this battle was uncertain. The entire logistics park, after a brief frenzy, fell back into deathly silence. Only that 8-meter-tall black steel giant stood silently beside the beast's body, with its narrow red markings flickering, as if announcing the end of this bloody slaughter. Not far away, Leijin, who had been thrown back by the shockwave, struggled to crawl up from the snow. He leaned against a cold container, breathing heavily, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. He raised his head, staring blankly at the scene before him, his mind still a blank slate. It's over? That terrifying beast, like a calamity, just died? He looked at the black steel giant. Looking at the massive, dismembered corpse beneath it, a shiver stemming from deep within his soul caused every muscle in his body to tremble uncontrollably. It wasn't fear. Rather, it was a kind of awe, like a mortal gazing up at a divine being. Chapter 36 Harvest, Retreat. Crack. The armor on the chest of the steel giant slowly opened. A figure leaped out from the sci-fi cockpit, landing gracefully on the snow. It was Su-Ji. He wore the same gray parka, appearing somewhat thin against the massive mech and the giant beast's corpse. But at this moment, in Lei Jin's eyes, this figure seemed even more majestic and awe-inspiring than the 8-meter-tall steel giant. Su-Ji did not look at Lei Jin, his attention was entirely on the corpse of the brutal bull. Such a large bull contained energy within its flesh and blood that was absolutely remarkable. Even if it couldn't be consumed, its trading value would still be considerable. With this thought, he had already taken out a sharpened entrenching shovel from his storage space, as well as a sharp military knife over half a meter long. Come here. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Lei Jin's ears in the silent park. Lei Jin jolted, awakening as if from a dream. He did not dare to delay even slightly, forgetting to pick up the steel pipe that had fallen on the ground, and hurriedly ran over. He stood in front of Su-Ji, his voice trembling with excitement and awe. Cut all the edible meat from this bull. Su-Ji's tone was calm, as if he were discussing something ordinary. Don't take the bones or organs, just strip the skin. Ah. Oh. Yes. Yes. Su-Gu. Lei Jin was initially taken aback, but quickly reacted, nodding vigorously. He looked at the massive beast's corpse like a small mountain before him, glanced at the military knife in Su-Ji's hand, and revealed a troubled expression. Su-Gu, the skin of this guy is too thick. Relying on just a knife, I'm afraid. Su-Ji said nothing, only walked over to the bull's corpse, aimed the military knife at a relatively soft part of the bull's belly, and thrust it in with force. Puff. The military knife sank less than 2 inches before being caught by the tough muscle tissue. It really was hard. Su-Ji frowned. He retracted the Knight of Abyss back to its vehicle form and took out the hydraulic pliers that had previously cut the big lock from inside the car. He aimed the jaws of the hydraulic pliers at the bull's skin and pulled the trigger. Buzz, crack. With a light sound, a large piece of tough bull skin was easily cut off, revealing the bright red muscle beneath. Lei Jin's eyelid twitched. Get to work. Su-Ji tossed the hydraulic pliers to Lei Jin. Yes. Lei Jin received the heavy tool, awkwardly but forcefully starting to cut the bull's skin like Su-Ji. Su-Ji took the military knife and entrenching shovel, beginning to carve the uncovered bull meat. The texture of this bull meat was very firm, deep red in color, with almost no visible fat, full of explosive power. The two of them, in this silent steel jungle, under the swirling wind and snow, began their work as butchers. At first, Lei Jin was a bit unaccustomed, but soon he was consumed by the instinct for survival. This was a bull the size of a truck. His movements became faster and more skilled. Meanwhile, Su-Ji was like an accurate robot, every cut yielding a complete chunk of muscle tissue. Then, he reached out, touching the chunks of bull meat that had been cut off. Buzz. The mountain of bull meat instantly vanished from the spot, stored in that 100 cubic meters of storage space. This wasn't the first time Lei Jin had witnessed such a miracle, but every time he saw it, the shock in his heart only grew stronger. This has completely exceeded his understanding. More than an hour later. That massive, brutal bull was left with nothing but a huge, bloodied skeleton and a pile of rotting intestines. In Su-Ji's storage space, nearly 20 cubic meters of high-quality beef had accumulated. Brother Su, it's all done. Lei Jin wiped the blood and sweat from his face, gasping for air. Su-Ji nodded and put away the tools. We can't stay here long. He glanced at the large warehouse that had been smashed open, dark within, not knowing what else it might hide. The noise just now was too loud, and other things will be attracted here soon. A tightness gripped Lei Jin's heart as he remembered that they were still in danger. Then, that truck, he pointed to the nearby red Shaanxi Auto Delong. Where is the repair shop you mentioned? Su-Ji asked. It's just behind the warehouse, I'll take you there. The two didn't linger any longer and quickly walked around the bloody slaughterhouse, arriving at a row of low buildings at the back of the park. One of them had a sign that read Vehicle Repair Center, and the large roll-up door was half open. Su-Ji shone his flashlight inside. Inside was a vast repair workshop, the floor covered in black oil stains, the air thick with the smell of machine oil. In the workshop, various large repair tools, jacks, wrenches, welding machines, everything was complete. In one corner, there was even a half-person high air compressor. Move the air compressor outside and inflate that truck. Su-Ji ordered. Okay. Lei Jin now obeyed Su-Ji's commands 100%. He exerted all his strength to drag the heavy air compressor out of the workshop. Fortunately, the backup generator in the workshop was still usable. With a roar, the air compressor started to work. Inflating the 18 huge tires took them almost half an hour. When the last tire was pumped up, the red Shaanxi Auto Delong X6000 finally regained its majestic stance. Brother Su, it's done. Lei Jin exclaimed excitedly. Suji walked to the truck, circled around it, and after confirming there were no problems, he reached out and placed his hand on the huge hood. Collect. He silently thought. Under Lejan's wide eyes, as if they might pop out, the entire body of the massive red truck seemed to distort the surrounding air for a moment. The next second, it disappeared into thin air. All that was left were 18 deep tire imprints on the ground. Lejan's mouth hung open, unable to say a word. If seeing Suji magically retrieve those food and tools earlier had only shocked him, witnessing a heavy truck vanish instantly had completely shattered his worldview. Let's go. Suji's voice pulled him back from his dazed state. He turned and walked towards the black abyss phantom. He had obtained what he wanted, enhanced targets and a large amount of mutated beast meat. He didn't want to stay in this dangerous place for another second. Brother Su, Lejan followed behind him. Are we going back now? Yeah, we're going back. Suji opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. Chapter 37, Abyss Phantom speeding away. The room. The Abyss Phantom emitted a soft pulse, steadily turning the vehicle around and leaving the steel graveyard that had just experienced a bloody slaughter. Hold on tight. Suji's voice suddenly echoed, waking Lejan from his chaotic thoughts. He instinctively grabbed the armrest next to him, and the next second, a powerful force pushed him firmly into the seat. The scenery outside once again transformed into a blur of rapidly retreating lights. The Abyss Phantom, like a black ghost, began its wild dash back along the desolate national road. On the curved screen, a deep blue data stream quietly flowed, with a detailed 3D map occupying most of the display, clearly marking their route ahead. At that moment, a sudden urgent alarm rang out in the quiet cockpit. Warning! Multiple human life signals detected. Direction, 3.2 kilometers straight ahead. Number of signal sources, 31. Number of vehicles, 6. The other side is moving toward our position at high speed, with an estimated contact time of 1 minute and 12 seconds. Suji's brow slightly frowned. Trouble. The commotion earlier at the logistics park had indeed attracted some flies. He glanced at Lejan, whose face twisted with hatred and fear, and remained silent, gently tapping the joystick. Buzz. The surrounding lights of the Abyss Phantom distorted, instantly entering optical camouflage, disappearing on the snow-blown highway. Suji maneuvered the invisible sports car slightly off the road, prepared to bypass it through the snow-covered wilderness beside them. But the convoy ahead seemed to have noticed something. They stopped, and several modified pickups and SUVs turned on their blinding spotlights, the beams crazily sweeping across the open snowy field. Have they found us? Lejan asked nervously. No, Suji's voice was steady, they should be looking for something. Sure enough, the vehicles remained in place for a moment, seemingly finding nothing. From one of the vehicles, a voice came through the loudspeaker, cursing. Damn it, nothing here. What a waste of a trip. Let's go, this damn place is spooky. The convoy restarted, but they did not turn back. Instead, they continued along the highway toward the logistics park. They were perfectly blocking Suji and Lejan's route back to the village. Suji frowned again. He rhythmically tapped his fingers on the half-circular joystick. Lejan watched Suji anxiously, not daring to breathe. He didn't know what Sugu was thinking, but he could feel the pressure in the cockpit gradually lowering. Finally, Suji's tapping stopped. Route correction. He issued a new command to the car's intelligence, target, straight ahead. In the next second, he deactivated the optical camouflage. The pitch-black supercar, filled with an oppressive aura, appeared suddenly on the highway less than 500 meters behind the convoy without any warning. Sugu, you. Lejan's pupils suddenly contracted. Suji ignored him, slowly pushing his right hand forward on the joystick. Buzz. The pulsing of the engine suddenly intensified. At the rear of the car, 2 narrow crimson streaks shined brightly. Boss, behind. There's a car behind. A voice full of shock screamed from the intercom. In the lead vehicle of the convoy, a Ford Raptor pickup with a ram and iron net, a bald, muscular man with a face full of flesh grabbed the intercom. What car? What are you panicking about? A black sports car. Damn it. Where the hell did a sports car come from in this apocalypse? The bald man frowned, and from the rearview mirror, he indeed saw a black shadow. The shadow stood out starkly against the white highway. It was rapidly approaching their convoy with extreme speed. A sports car has you so scared? The bald man sneered. Stop, brothers, we have a new toy. Let's get it. With a command, 6 vehicles immediately began to slow down, trying awkwardly to block the entire highway. Several men excitedly leaned out of the windows, pointing dark gun barrels at the approaching black sports car. To them, this flashy sports car already seemed to be in their grasp. However, the scene they had envisioned, of the sports car slowing down and stopping, it did not appear. Not only did it not slow down, but instead, it got faster. Boss. Something's wrong. It's not slowing down. It's coming at us. Fire. Shoot it down. Blast its tires. The bald strong man also sensed something was off and yelled fiercely. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. Bang. The sounds of gunfire rang out densely across the open snowfield. Countless bullets, dragging flames, shot toward that black shadow. But it was useless. Those bullets, the moment they touched the black body, were silently deflected, not even sparking a single spark. And the speed of that sports car had reached an unbelievable level. Under the horrified gazes of the people in the convoy, that black sports car sliced through their flawed blockade like a burning red scalpel, precise and graceful. How is this possible? A man's incredulous scream came through the walkie-talkie. The bald strong man was dumbfounded as well. He stared fixedly at the rearview mirror at that shadow, enduring the rain of bullets, the speed not slowing down in the slightest, but rather getting faster. A chill shot up his spine. Crash. I want it dead. He screamed hoarsely. Two modified pickups driving side by side slammed on the steering wheels, aiming their fronts at the abyss shadow, intending to barbarically crush this strange sports car into a heap of scrap metal. Just as the two pickups were about to close in, the abyss shadow performed a maneuver completely violating the laws of physics, at a speed exceeding 200 kilometers per hour. The entire car body almost turned sideways, tracing a startling black arc on the snowy national road. In an elegant and deadly posture, it narrowly slipped through the gap between the two pickups as they were about to close in. The drivers of the two pickups had no time to react. Boom! The two out-of-control pickups crashed violently into each other. One side of the front crumpled instantly, glass shards mixed with metal debris exploded outward. The two people in the driver's seat were thrown against the impact, their heads bleeding. One fainted immediately, the other held his bloodied forehead, howling in agony. Chapter 38, Collision and Crushing. The wreckage of the two pickups belched black smoke, blocking the center of the national road. The bald strong man stared intensely at the rearview mirror, veins bulging on his forehead. That black sports car zipped through the convoy, its speed showing no sign of slowing, rather accelerating. Boss, what should we do? A panicked voice transmitted over the walkie-talkie. The bald strong man gritted his teeth, picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Pursue! Catch up to it!" The remaining vehicles immediately turned their heads and crazily chased after it. Inside the cockpit of the abyss shadow, Suji glanced at the rearview mirror. Still chasing? He said with a cold smile. Leishan, tense, watched the cars approaching rapidly in the mirror, his palms sweaty. Brother Su, they're closing in. Suji did not respond, just lightly pressed on the control stick. The speed of the abyss shadow suddenly decreased. Leishan widened his eyes. Brother Su, what are you doing? Just ran out of bullets. Suji's voice was very calm. If they're coming right to me, then I won't be polite. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned the control stick sharply. The abyss shadow traced a beautiful arc on the national road, the front facing the pursuing convoy, coming to a halt. The bald strong man saw the sports car suddenly stop and thought the other side was frightened. Ha ha ha. It stopped. Brothers, let's crash it dead. Four vehicles arranged in a fan shape roared towards the abyss shadow. Leishan's breath became rapid, gripping the handrail tightly. Suji's right hand slowly pushed the control stick forward. Tell that to my crash horn. V-room. The pulse of the engine instantaneously rose, the car body jolted violently. Under the front of the abyss shadow, that menacing breaching horn slowly extended, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the dim sky. The next moment, the black sports car burst out like a wild beast unleashed. In 3 seconds, its speed soared to 150 kilometers per hour. The bald, strong man sat in the lead car, watching as the sports car advanced instead of retreating, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. But it was too late. The distance between the two cars closed to less than 10 meters in an instant. Boom! The sharp horn of the Abyss Phantom collided precisely with the center of the Ford Raptor's front. The terrifying kinetic energy erupted instantly. The pickup, outfitted with a ram and steel mesh, crumpled like paper, the entire hood flying off, and the engine exploding. The bald man didn't even have time to scream before the whole car was lifted off the ground, flipping through the air and crashing down heavily into the snow several meters away. The driver's cabin was completely deformed, glass shattered everywhere. The people inside the car were lost to the fate of life or death. The Abyss Phantom did not lose any speed. After crashing the first car, it slightly swerved and aimed at the second car on the left. The driver of the second car, seeing this scene, was scared out of their wits, wildly turning the steering wheel trying to dodge. But the speed of the Abyss Phantom was too fast. Thud! The whole car was pushed forward, dragging for several meters, leaving 2 deep ruts in the snow. Suji wildly swung the car's body. The pierced SUV was tossed like a rag doll, soaring through the air and crashing into the third car. Bang! The 2 cars collided, producing a piercing sound of metal tearing. The driver of the third car was struck, blood streaming from his head, slumped over the steering wheel, motionless. The last modified Great Wall pickup watched the hellish scene and completely broke down. He slammed the gas pedal, turning the car around to escape. But the Abyss Phantom had already caught up. Suji's gaze was cold, pushing forward with his right hand. The speed of the Abyss Phantom surged again, instantly catching up to the pickup, the ram forcefully crashing into the rear. Boom! The back half of the pickup was smashed to pieces, the whole car lost control, spinning over, flipping onto the highway, sliding several meters before stopping. In less than a minute, all 6 cars were totaled. The Abyss Phantom came to a steady stop in the center of the highway, the body untouched, as the ram slowly retracted. Leijin stared blankly at the hellish scene outside, his throat tightening, unable to speak. Suji pushed open the car door and stepped out, the cold wind hitting his face. He took a spade from the storage space and walked towards the nearest overturned pickup. Inside the driver's cabin, the driver was bloodied, struggling to crawl out. Seeing Suji approach, a strong desire to survive burst forth in his eyes. Don't kill me. Suji ignored him, bending down to pick up a scattered shotgun from inside the car, fiddling with it and trying to fire a shot. The driver's mind went blank, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Suji walked to the next car. The Ford Raptor that had been knocked away lay overturned in the snow, the driver's cabin fully deformed. He looked through the shattered window. The bald strong man was trapped between the seat and the steering wheel, his chest caved in, blood bubbling from his mouth. He was still alive, but not for long. Seeing Suji, fear and despair flashed in his eyes. Who exactly are you? Suji said nothing, simply taking out a pistol from the window and checking the magazine. 6 bullets remained. He aimed at the bald man's head and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bald man's head fell to the side, utterly silent. Suji continued walking to the next car. Those 2 cars that had crashed together had some inside who were already dead, while others were still struggling. He didn't waste words, one by one he finished them off. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out across the snowy plain. Suji put away the gun and turned back towards the wreckage of the vehicles. Together with Leijin, began to scavenge supplies. In the trunk of each car, there were plenty of things. Food, water, medicine, fuel, and various weapons. Suji gathered all useful items into the storage space. A few shotguns, 2 handguns, and several hundred bullets. A box of compressed biscuits, a few barrels of purified water, and some canned food. Several barrels of diesel and some tools. There was even a box of grenades. Let's go. Suji dusted off his hands and turned toward the black sports car silently parked in the middle of the highway. Leijin took one last look at the chaotic battlefield and quickly caught up. The car door closed silently, completely isolating the bloody smell and cold from the outside. Half an hour later, the Abyss Phantom slowed down gradually. In the distance, the outline of the dilapidated village flickered in the deepest darkness before dawn. In the center of the village, the faint glow of fire leaked from a brick house. Suji parked the car at the entrance of the village, not immediately driving in. He turned on the car's smart life signal scanning function. On the curved screen, more than 10 green light dots, representing Leijin's group of survivors, clustered in the brick house, remaining still. There were no unusual red light dots appearing inside or outside the village. Everything was normal. Only then did he drive into the village, stopping in front of the brick house emitting firelight. Chapter 39, Reinforcement of the Tractor. The car door opened, and the cold wind rushed in, making Leijin shiver. He jumped out of the car, took a deep breath of the cold air, feeling revitalized. The door of the brick house was pushed open, and several survivors peeked out. Seeing Leijin return safely, their faces lit up with joy. Brother Lei is back. Brother Lei, where did you go? We thought. Leijin waved his hand, signaling them to be quiet. He turned to look at the Abyss Phantom. Suji had already stepped out of the cockpit. Brother Su. Leijin quickly walked over, speaking in a very low voice. What are we going to do next? We depart early tomorrow morning, Suji said. Tell your people to be ready. If they can't keep up, don't blame me. Understood. Leijin nodded heavily. He knew this was the opportunity Suji was giving them. Suji said no more and turned back into the car. The cockpit door closed, isolating him from the outside. Leijin stood there, looking at the black sports car, feeling a mix of complex emotions inside. Awe, gratitude, and a vague sense of reliance. He turned and walked back to the brick house, all eyes were on him. Brother Lei, what happened? A young man couldn't help but ask. Leijin looked at the crowd and finally shook his head. Don't ask, everyone go rest. We leave early tomorrow, follow Brother Su. But Brother Lei. I said don't ask. Leijin's tone turned stern. Remember one thing, whatever Brother Su says, we do. Anyone who causes trouble for Brother Su, don't blame me for being rude. The room fell silent. Everyone glanced at each other, but no one dared to speak up. Leijin found a corner to sit down and closed his eyes. Images from tonight flashed repeatedly in his mind. He knew he would probably never forget tonight in his life. As night deepened, the bonfire in the village gradually went out, leaving only the sound of whistling wind and snow. The Abyss Phantom quietly stood in the yard, the crimson patterns on the car flashed occasionally, like the breath of some creature. Inside the cockpit, Suji's consciousness sank into his mind, the semi-transparent panel only he could see quietly floated. In the storage space, the pile of deep red beef, divided like a small mountain, occupied nearly 1/5 of the capacity. Beside it were a few well-maintained shotguns, handguns, and a full box of various types of bullets, along with a box of green military grenades. But his biggest gain was still the gigantic item quietly placed in the reinforcement space. Item, Shangxi Automobile DeLong X6000 Tractor. Estimated reinforcement time, 9 months. Suji's consciousness landed on the module of Universal Enhancement. Inside, ever since the Phantom sports car was taken out, it had been left empty. He did not hesitate, and with a single thought. Please specify the enhancement target. Suji focused his mind on the red heavy truck in the storage space. Target specified, Shangxi DeLong X6000 Tractor. Enhancement multiplier, 100 times. Estimated time, 9 months. Do you confirm to start enhancement? Note, after enhancement starts, the enhancement space will be occupied, and no temporary items can be stored until this enhancement is completed. Confirm. Suji silently chanted in his heart. Buzz. He felt a slight tug on his mental power. Inside the storage space, the huge red heavy truck instantly vanished. And beneath the Universal Enhancement module, the previously empty space slowly revealed the phantom of the Shangxi DeLong X6000. A stream of brand new information unfolded beneath the phantom. Enhancement target, Shangxi DeLong X6000 Tractor. Remaining enhancement time, 270 days 0 hours 00 minutes 0 seconds. After completing this, the largest stone in his heart finally fell. The Abyss Phantom was indeed powerful, but it was ultimately a battle machine. He needed a mobile base that could truly allow him to rest, store supplies, and even conduct repairs and research. This heavy truck that was being enhanced was the most important piece of his post-apocalyptic plan. After finishing all this, an uncontrollable wave of fatigue washed over him like a tide, from his limbs to his bones. He took out a bottle of pure water from the storage space, twisted it open, and gulped down a few mouthfuls. The icy liquid slipped down his throat, refreshing his brain, which had been tense for a long time. He stretched out his hand and gently pressed a virtual button on the sidewall of the cockpit. Hiss. Accompanied by a soft hydraulic sound. The sci-fi feeling seat beneath him slowly reclined, automatically adjusting its backrest and leg support to a near horizontal position, perfectly supporting his body. Suji sank into the soft seat. He lifted his head. Above the cockpit, the skylight turned completely transparent. Snow danced wildly in the silent night sky. The outside temperature had dropped below -30 degrees, but inside the cockpit, the constant temperature system maintained a comfortable 25 degrees. Suji's breathing became long and even, and his eyelids grew heavier. With the slight vibrations of the seat and the steady hum of the life support system, Suji quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when the first pale and weak ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and fell on the snow-covered village, the survivors in the brick houses had gradually woken up. The cold was the best alarm clock. The bonfire in the center of the room had extinguished, leaving only a pile of ashes with lingering warmth. The women shivered as they carefully gathered new firewood from the corners to reignite the flames. Leijin hadn't slept well all night, and as dawn approached, he opened his eyes. Leaning against the wall, he held a half-finished cigarette but hesitated to light it, only letting it rest under his nose to smell the familiar tobacco scent. His few trusted subordinates, De Zhuang and Monkey, were huddled together, carefully wiping their weapons with a piece of rag. The edge of the fire axe had received several small nicks in last night's battle, and De Zhuang was sharpening it with a stone he had picked up from the ruins. The atmosphere in the room felt somewhat oppressive. Everyone moved quietly, and conversations were instinctively lowered. "Brother Lei, it's almost 8 o'clock, has Sugu woken up yet?" a young survivor leaned over to ask softly. "What's the hurry?" Leijin didn't even lift his eyelids, replying in a hoarse voice, "Sugu can wake up whenever he wants." "Wake up whenever you want. We can just wait. But, our food is running low. If we don't leave today." "Shut up." Leijin suddenly opened his eyes wide, reprimanding in a low voice, "If you don't want to wait, you can leave right now. I won't stop you." The young man was startled by his fierce expression, shrinking his neck, and dared not say another word. The room fell silent again, with only the sound of the whetstone grinding against the axe blade. A little girl holding a doll, the miner's daughter Shoya, rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked to Leijon's side, looking up and softly asking, "Uncle Lei, when will that brother with the sports car take us away?" Leijon's fierce look instantly melted away. He reached out his rough hand to pat Xiaoya's head, his voice softening a lot. "Soon. Once Brother Su is rested, we'll set off." "Xiaoya, are you hungry? Go ask Aunt Lu for a biscuit." Xiaoya nodded obediently and ran towards the woman distributing breakfast. Time passed second by second. The sun climbed higher, and the snow outside reflected a dazzling light under the sunlight. Chapter 40: A large convoy. At 9 in the morning. In the cockpit of the Abyss Phantom, Suji woke up slowly in a warm and comfortable environment. The fatigue in his body vanished, replaced by a feeling of abundant energy. He sat up, and the seat automatically adjusted back to the driving position. Suji first brought up the car's smart monitoring interface. Through 8 high-definition cameras from different angles, the situation inside and outside the village was fully visible. In the yard, Leijon and his group were gathered around the bonfire, showing no signs of abnormality. Outside the village, the wind and snow continued, with no moving life signals within a kilometer range. Safe. Suji took out a bottle of pure water and a can of luncheon meat from the storage space. He twisted open the water bottle and drank a few gulps, then pried open the can with a soldier's shovel, eating 2 whole pieces of hardtack along with the cold canned meat. After doing all this, Suji pushed open the car door. Click. A soft mechanical sound was particularly clear in the dead silence of the yard. At the door of the brick house, all conversations stopped abruptly. Dozens of gazes turned simultaneously towards the figure stepping out of the black sports car. Suji ignored the mixed looks of respect, fear, and curiosity. He walked to the center of the yard, stretched lazily, and then turned towards the brick house, his voice not loud but clearly reaching everyone's ears. "Pack your things, we leave in 10 minutes. Leijon was the first to react, jumping up from the ground and answering loudly, "Yes. Brother Su." He turned and shouted to the dazed survivors behind him, "Did everyone hear? Move quicker. Pack everything and get ready to board." The crowd immediately stirred, bustling to gather their meager belongings. They extinguished the bonfire, rolled up bedding, and stuffed pots and pans into backpacks. Leijon then quickly ran up to Suji, wearing a slightly ingratiating smile. "Brother Su, are you well rested? Last night we searched the village and found nothing useful, just a few bags of unopened salt." Suji responded blandly, his gaze scanning the several dilapidated trucks and buses. "Set off." Leijon immediately turned around, directing the crowd to board their respective vehicles. The roar of engines shattered the village's tranquility. Several old vehicles belched black smoke as they clumsily turned in the snow. The Abyss Phantom led the way, smoothly driving out of the village entrance. Leijon's few old trucks and buses inevitably encountered problems. Creak. A harsh screech of brakes broke the silence of the procession. A vintage Liberation truck at the rear emitted a foul black smoke from its hood and slowly came to a stop by the roadside. Damn it, it stalled again. Inside the cabin, a greasy-faced man slammed his hands on the steering wheel. Jumping out of the car, cursing and grumbling. The lead car that Leijon was in also stopped. He quickly walked to the broken-down truck, his face dark as he looked at the few people who were frantically checking the engine with the hood open. "What's going on?" "Old Lee." The electrician called Old Lee, a man in his 50s with graying hair but sharp eyes, peeked out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Brother Lei, it's probably the filter that's clogged. I'll clean it up, it'll take about 10 minutes. Leijon looked up and glanced at the black car parked quietly in the distance on the snow. That oppressive sports car was like a silent sculpture, completely still, showing no signs of urgency or wanting to leave. But a cold sweat broke out on the back of Leijon's neck. He knew better than anyone that Suji's patience was limited. In these 3 days, similar small problems had occurred 7 or 8 times, although Sugu said nothing, that invisible pressure was heavier than any scolding. "Hurry up! Don't just stand there, help out!" Leijon shouted at the others. The survivors immediately surrounded the truck, some handing over tools, others providing light, the atmosphere tense. Inside the cockpit of the Abyss Shadow, Suji looked expressionlessly at the images coming back on the screen. The curved screen was divided into several areas. A main screen displayed a 3D map of the road ahead, while several small windows monitored the movements of the convoy behind in real time. He wasn't surprised by the truck breaking down. He was calculating whether to find a chance to completely shake off this burden when a synthetic voice from the car's intelligence system suddenly sounded in the cockpit. "Warning. Large-scale signal source detected. Location, 18.7 kilometers ahead. Signal type, multiple vehicle engines and human life signals. Initial estimate, vehicle count exceeds 50, life signal count exceeds 300. Suji's body instantly straightened. 50 vehicles? Over 300 people? This number made his heart sink. In today's apocalyptic world, a group this large could not be friendly. Either it was a well-organized military force or a vicious and ruthless gang of mega raiders. Without any hesitation, he immediately pressed the command on the virtual panel of the joystick. Activate optical camouflage, silent mode. Buzz. The light around the Abyss Shadow's vehicle distorted, and in an instant, it blended into the surrounding icy environment, completely disappearing from Lesion and the other's sight. The vehicle silently drove away from the national highway, climbed up a nearby elevated dirt slope, and hid behind a grove of desolate trees. Inside the cockpit of the Abyss Shadow, Suji turned up the vehicle's detection system to the maximum. On the massive curved screen, the situation 18 kilometers ahead was gradually magnified, becoming clearer. A steel dragon formed by dozens of vehicles was slowly driving along the national highway towards him. The composition of the convoy was very complex. Leading the way were several heavily modified heavy trucks, with vicious bull bars and thick steel plates installed at the front, and machine gun shooting positions welded onto the roof, resembling moving fortresses. In the middle were more than a dozen large buses and freight trucks, the windows sealed with iron mesh, likely housing non-combat personnel and supplies from the team. Behind and on both sides of the convoy were over 20 agile off-road vehicles and pickup trucks, also modified, with spare tires and fuel barrels hanging from the bodies, armed personnel frequently keeping watch on the roofs. The entire convoy stretched over a kilometer, moving slowly yet firmly across the vast snowy plains, kicking up clouds of snow dust. Their speed was not fast, but the formation was neat, and they maintained contact with each other through radios, clearly a disciplined and highly organized survivor team. This team's strength far exceeded any group of survivors he had encountered before. Who are they? Where do they come from? Where are they going? It is hard to tell friend from foe. Suji silently observed, not daring to act rashly. After more than half an hour, the massive convoy finally appeared at the edge of Lesion and the other's sight. Chapter 41, Choice. The convoy. Such a large convoy. The survivor on guard immediately shouted loudly. Lesion and the others, who had just fixed their truck and were ready to set off, looked in the direction he was pointing, their faces turning pale instantly. The iron dragon writhing in the snow brought an oppressive feeling that could suffocate anyone. It's raiders. Definitely raiders. It's over, we're dead for sure. Fear spread again like a plague. Several timid women had collapsed on the ground, holding their children and crying out loud. Everyone, stay calm. Lesion forced himself to calm down and shouted loudly, bring the vehicles together and form a circle. Women and children in the middle. Those with weapons, come out with me. The instinct to survive overcame fear, and the survivors began to act as he instructed. At that moment, the massive convoy on the opposite side also discovered them. The convoy came to a stop, and several modified off-road vehicles from the flanks detached from the main group, speeding toward them. Lesion's heart rose to his throat. He stared intensely at the off-road vehicles approaching closer, his muscles tense, ready for what could be his final battle. However, the expected rain of bullets did not occur. The off-road vehicles stopped more than 100 meters away from them, and a tall middle-aged man in a thick jacket got out of the lead vehicle. The man had no weapon in his hands, he raised both hands to show he meant no harm and walked alone towards Lesion and the others. Lesion was stunned. The survivors behind him looked at each other, not knowing what the other side was up to. Friends up ahead, don't be nervous, we mean no harm. The middle-aged man stopped about 50 meters away from them and shouted loudly, his voice deep and steady. We are from the Panshur survivor camp, coming from Yinchuan, preparing to go to the Lanzhou base. You are survivors too, right? Lesion tightened his grip on the axe, not answering, just watching them with caution. In the apocalypse, trusting anyone lightly is equivalent to handing your life over to others. The middle-aged man seemed to understand his vigilance, smiled, and continued, my name is Fang He, and I am one of the leaders of the convoy. By the looks of you, your truck is broken? He pointed at the liberation truck that was still emitting black smoke. Our convoy has professional mechanics and complete tools. If you need help, we can assist you. Fang He spoke sincerely, with a kind smile on his face. Lesion still did not speak. Seeing they still weren't speaking, Fang He was not anxious, he just shrugged his hands and said, friends, I know what you are worried about. But you can rest assured, our camp has rules, we never actively attack any survivor team. In this world, it is hard enough to survive, as fellow humans, we have no need to harm each other. The road ahead is becoming harder to travel. There are more and stronger mutants. With so few of you, trying to go to Lanzhou alone is likely a death sentence. We are heading that way too, why not travel together for mutual support? Fang He finally threw out his proposal. Lesion's heart leaped suddenly. To travel with such a large convoy? The safety difference was like heaven and earth. Just as he hesitated, a crude device that Suji had previously tossed to him, which could only receive short messages, vibrated slightly in his pocket. Lesion quickly took it out to take a look without making a fuss. On the screen, there were only 2 words. Agreed. Leijin's pupils suddenly contracted, and a surge of wild joy flooded his heart. Brother Su hasn't left. He's watching from nearby. He instantly felt more confident, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He raised his head and said to Fang He in a deep voice, "All right. We will go with you." A sincere smile bloomed on Fang He's face. "Welcome to join us, friends. There is strength in numbers, and we will surely survive to reach Lan City." He turned around and spoke a few words into the intercom behind him, and soon, from the massive convoy, a specialized maintenance vehicle was dispatched. Several workers in uniforms jumped out of the vehicle with tools in hand, enthusiastically approaching the broken-down truck. What should have taken over half an hour to fix was completed in less than 10 minutes by them. Leijin and his group were completely impressed by the friendliness and efficiency of this large team. Under Fang He's arrangement, Leijin's convoy was merged into the end of the pillar convoy. Looking at the endless steel dragon ahead and behind them, feeling the warmth brought by hundreds of survivors around, Leijin's men were all moved to tears. They felt they were saved. Only Leijin, after a brief moment of excitement, felt a strange sense of loss arise in his heart. The massive convoy restarted, and the roar of engines gathered together, creating a deafening sound. On a hillside 2 kilometers behind the convoy, the pitch-black abyss shadow, like a ghost in the snow, silently maintained its optical camouflage. Suji watched the slowly moving steel dragon in the distance, his lips curling up slightly. Route correction. He issued a new command to the onboard AI. Follow the convoy ahead, keep a distance of 2 kilometers. Received, Master. The engine of the abyss shadow emitted a slight pulse, leisurely hanging behind the massive convoy. The convoy set out again. After being accepted, Leijin's small team of over a dozen people was also assigned to the logistics group, responsible for some odd jobs like transporting supplies and clearing snow. The work was not heavy, and they received 3 meals a day. The women and children in the team, especially Xiaoya, were arranged to stay in the medical vehicle, which had been converted from a bus. Although it was crowded inside, there were doctors and nurses, making it much warmer and safer than their previous situation in the leaky truck. A few of Leijin's men initially held some wariness and unease, but after a few days, that feeling completely disappeared. They watched the people of the pillar camp live and fight in an orderly manner, their faces lacking the numbness and despair they were used to, instead showing a resilient sense of order. That evening, the convoy camped beside an abandoned gas station. After receiving today's food rations, Leijin squatted in a corner, wolfing down his meal, when the person named Fang He approached and handed him a cigarette. "Want one?" Fang He asked with a smile. Leijin, taken aback, stood up quickly and waved his hand. No, brother Fang, I have my own," he said as he reached into his pocket to pull out his own half-smoked cigarette. "Take it, it's from the supplies we seized." Fang He shoved the cigarette into his hand and lit one for himself, taking a puff and exhaling white smoke rings. "So, are you getting used to it?" "Used to it, very used to it." Leijin rubbed his hands together and smiled somewhat shyly. "Brother Fang, thank you so much. If it weren't for meeting you guys, we..." "Don't say those things." Fang He waved his hand. "It's all for survival. I saw your vehicles, they're in terrible condition. When we reach a bigger city, we'll find a chance to get you 2 better ones." Chapter 42, Farewell to the Pillar, Alone in the Capital. Leijin's heart warmed, and for a moment he didn't know what to say, just nodding heavily. "By the way, Fang He seemed to remember something. You mentioned before that a friend saved you? Also a driver?" Leijin's heart skipped a beat. His face remained unfazed. "Ah, yes, a friend, driving a modified off-road vehicle, quite impressive." "Oh?" Fang He showed some interest. "Why didn't he come with you?" "In times like this, having more people means more strength. He has other business, going south, not traveling the same route with us," Leijin answered vaguely. Fang He didn't press further, just patted his shoulder. "All right. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. Work hard, once we reach Lan City, everyone will be safe." After saying this, Fang He turned to inspect elsewhere. Leijin watched his back, feeling mixed emotions inside. He knew Fang He was a good person, and the Pancher camp was indeed a good place to be. But he still felt an emptiness in his heart. At this moment, 2 kilometers away from the Pancher camp, behind a hill, the pitch-black abyss phantom rested quietly, like a lurking beast. Inside the cockpit, Suji turned off the recorded conversation he had hacked from Leijin and Fang He. For the past few days, he had been hanging at a distance behind the convoy. He observed the style of the Pancher camp closely. It was indeed a well-managed survivor team, with clear rules, combat capability, and basic humanitarianism. Following this team would greatly increase Leijin and their chances of survival. He had even seen several times that the fighters from the Pancher camp, while clearing roadblocks, would actively share some food with scattered survivors they encountered along the way, informing them of the direction to Lan City base. This raised his evaluation of this team even further. He pulled up a 3D map, looking at the huge green light representing the Pancher convoy, then at the red destination he had set, far in the eastern direction. The Panzer convoy moved very slowly due to the large number of people and vehicles, covering just a little over 100 kilometers a day at most. At this pace, it would take at least half a month to reach Lan City. And from Lan City to Jinghua, there was still over 1,000 kilometers to go. It was time to leave. Panzer camp was indeed a good place, with order, kindness, and strength, the most precious things in this apocalypse they all possessed. Lei Jin and his small team should have no problem surviving if they stuck with them. Suji opened the 3D map on the curved screen, seeing the huge green light of the Panzer convoy moving at a snail's pace. On his map, this light was separated from the final destination Jinghua by a large part of the Huasha map. It was time to set off. Suji opened part of the storage space, and with a thought, a pile of neatly cut deep red beef, like small mountains, appeared in the snowy ground outside the vehicle. This was part of the meat from that brutal bull, containing good value, but taking up nearly 1/5 of the storage space. He couldn't eat that much by himself. Instead of letting it take up space, it was better to do a favor, marking an end to Lei Jin and their time following him. After finishing this, he picked up the simple communication device that he had previously thrown to Lei Jin. He couldn't make calls, only input a short line of text one way. I have left, 3 kilometers ahead, beside the national road, there is something left for you, take care. After pressing the send button, he tossed the device onto the passenger seat. Suji took one last look at the massive convoy slowly moving forward on the screen, feeling no lingering attachment. Abyss Phantom. I am here, master. Plan the fastest route to Jinghua, ignoring all danger zones, and initiate maximum power driving. Route has been replanned. Expected to pass through 17 high-risk areas, 3 unknown areas. Confirm execution? Execute. Suji gripped the half-ring control stick, feeling that sense of mastery as if it was one with the machine. Let his chaotic heart return to calmness. Set off. In the next second, the black car body tore through the air, transforming into an uncatchable shadow as it sped eastward, leaving dust in its wake. The Panzer convoy. Lei Jin, along with a few subordinates, was straining to push a supply truck stuck in a snow pit. Sweat trickled down his forehead, quickly freezing in the cold air. 1, 2, 3. Hey! Everyone shouted in unison, the truck's tires wildly slipping in the snow, kicking up a flurry of snowflakes, but the vehicle only swayed slightly. At that moment, the simple communicator in Lei Jin's pocket emitted a faint vibration. His heart lurched, and he quickly let go of his grip, stepping aside and pretending to wipe sweat as he discreetly took out the device. When he saw the short message on the screen, Lei Jin froze completely. Left? Sugu just left like this? A wave of immense disappointment seized his heart, making him momentarily short of breath. Though he had long understood that he and Sugu were not from the same world, and that parting was only a matter of time, when that moment truly arrived, he felt lost. Lei Gu? What's wrong with you? The sturdy man next to him noticed his odd expression and asked with concern. Nothing. Lei Jin took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the chaos in his heart and putting the communicator back in his pocket. He glanced at the content on the screen. 3 kilometers ahead, there was something left for them. He immediately ran towards the middle of the convoy, where Fang He was directing traffic. Fang Gu. What's wrong, Lei Jin? The truck still isn't out? Fang He frowned. No, Fang Gu, I want to borrow a vehicle from you to scout ahead. Lei Jin said breathlessly. Fang He looked him up and down, a bit puzzled. There are reconnaissance teams for scouting, what are you going for? My friend, the one who saved us before. Lei Jin had to lie with an uneasy heart. He just contacted me, saying he left something for us ahead, and we should go pick it up. Your friend? Fang He's gaze turned sharp. Didn't he go south? How can he still contact you? What method is he using? Lei Jin's heart leaped into his throat, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. It's just a communication method we agreed on before, it can only be used over a short distance. He probably took a detour to handle something, and just happened to pass by. Fang He said nothing, just looked at him silently. After a long 10 seconds, Fang He finally withdrew his gaze, and in a plain tone said, there are regulations in the camp, you can't leave the team without permission. How about this, I'll send a team with you. If there is really something, it will help you bring it back. Chapter 43, Unknown Powerful Enemy. Lei Jin felt like he had been pardoned, repeatedly thanking him. Soon, a modified off-road vehicle and a small truck, carrying Lei Jin and 7 or 8 combat personnel from the Panzer camp, left the main team and headed forward. The 3-kilometer journey took only a few minutes. When the off-road vehicle's headlights illuminated the scene beside the national highway, everyone in the vehicle gasped in cold shock. There, beside the open snowy ground, stood a small mountain made of deep red beef, quietly resting there. Each piece of meat was cut into perfect squares, reflecting an enticing sheen under the headlights. How much meat is this? A combat personnel stuttered. Lei Jin was also stunned. He knew Sugu left something, but he never expected such a bounteous gift. He had seen how large that cow was with his own eyes. This meat was enough for them, over 10 people, to feast for a long time. It's mutated beef. Hurry, check for radiation. The combat team leader was the first to react, immediately ordering his men to take out instruments for testing. The testing results came out quickly. Captain, energy readings are normal, no harmful radiation, it's safe to eat. Everyone was in a frenzy. In a world ravaged by scarcity, this heap of high-energy meat was as valuable as a small armory. Hurry! Don't just stand there, move! Get it all on the truck. With the captain's command, everyone rushed forward, hands busy loading the frozen beef onto the truck. Lejeune joined in the effort, feeling the coldness of the frozen beef, and in his mind, the giant black steel figure reappeared, alongside the thin but incredibly strong figure standing at its feet. He stepped aside, pulled out the half-burned cigarette he had been reluctant to discard from his pocket, and with his stiffened hand, he trembled as he lit it, taking a deep drag. The spicy smoke made him cough, tears flowed from his eyes. He bowed deeply in the direction of the east, where the black silhouette of the vehicle had disappeared. Brother Sue, take care. Boom! The Abyss Phantom shattered the wreck of the bus, which had long turned into an iron lump, into flying debris without breaking a sweat. The vehicle's speed did not diminish at all, smoothly cutting through the rain of fragments, leaving a straight black line on the devastated national highway. It had been 6 hours since they left the rock-solid convoy. In these 6 hours, Suji had pushed the performance of the Abyss Phantom to its limits. The speed remained above 200 km per hour, with the scenery outside turning to a blur of flowing light and shadow. On the massive curved screen, a dark blue data stream raced by. The onboard AI Abyss Phantom was processing a massive amount of information from the front road condition detection system at billions of calculations per second. 1.2 kilometers ahead, road broken, width 7.5 meters. Suji's eyes remained steady, his right hand gripping the control stick as he gently pushed it forward. Ground effect flight mode, short distance dash. V-room. The vector nozzles on both sides of the car opened instantly, ejecting light blue flames. Just before reaching the broken section, the whole vehicle suddenly lifted up, soaring 3 meters above the ground, gracefully arching down to land precisely on the other side of the brake. The entire process flowed seamlessly. Suji in the cockpit didn't even feel a noticeable bump. 300 meters ahead, a small horde of zombies detected, approximately 40 in number. Suji didn't even flinch. The speed of the Abyss Phantom not only did not decrease but increased, like a red-hot knife slicing through butter, plunging straight into the disheveled, slow-moving horde of zombies. Thud. Thud. The dull thumping and the sound of flesh tearing meshed together. Those zombies were as fragile as paper before the overwhelming speed and power. They couldn't even react before being crushed into unrecognizable bits. Black-green stinky liquid splattered all over the windshield, but the next second, an invisible force swept through, instantly clearing away all the filth, restoring the screen to its pristine shine. From start to finish, Suji did not hit the brakes. His gaze remained locked on the end of the three-dimensional map, the city marked prominently with a red circle. Jinghua. He pulled out the warm photo from his chest pocket. Although he had many photos stored on his phone, this one was the most precious to him. In the photo, a girl with a ponytail beamed brightly at the camera. That was his sister, Su Cheng. Ching, wait for me. Suji gently traced the girl's smiling face on the photo with his finger, whispering to himself. Brother will come find you soon. He carefully tucked the photo back into his pocket, his eyes sharpening into cold determination. He knew that the road ahead would only get more dangerous. Leaving the Lim River shelter zone and exiting the radiation area of the Northwest War Zone meant fully entering the chaotic. The true wasteland. There, no military broadcasts, no temporary shelters, only stronger and stranger mutants, and hearts more treacherous than the mutants. But Suji had no fear at all. He had the Abyss Phantom, the Abyss Knight, and the capital to roam freely across the wasteland. More importantly, he had a reason to fight on. Abyss Phantom, report current location and remaining distance. Master, we have entered the territory of Ganzhou. The remaining distance to the final destination Jinghua is 1,847 kilometers. At the current speed, the estimated arrival time is in 9 hours and 13 minutes. More than 9 hours. Suji silently calculated the time. This speed was already faster than the fastest train before the apocalypse. But the premise was that he could not encounter any troubles that could hinder his steps on the way. Just then, a sudden, urgent alarm broke the silence in the cockpit. Warning! Warning! Detected ultra-high-intensity energy response. Direction, southeast 15 degrees, distance 41 kilometers. The energy source is moving at high speed. On the curved screen, a huge and glaring red light point suddenly appeared at the edge of the map, rapidly approaching his route. The brightness of that light point was even several times stronger than the brutal bull he had encountered before. Slow down, stop. Suji calmly gave the order. The speed of the Abyss Phantom quickly dropped from over 200 kilometers. Activate Optical Camouflage, enter complete silent mode. Shut down all unnecessary energy output, reduce the reactor power to the minimum. Command confirmed. Buzz. The light around the black vehicle twisted and vanished into the wind and snow in the blink of an eye. The sound of the vehicle's engine completely disappeared, and even the flickering crimson patterns on the body were extinguished. Suji slightly leaned forward, gripping the semicircular control stick tightly, with all his attention focused on that rapidly approaching red light point. Chapter 44, King of the Sky. Distance 35 kilometers. Distance 30 kilometers. Distance 25 kilometers. Switch to high magnification long-distance observation mode, lock onto the target. Locking on. Target locked. The curved screen's image instantly switched, turning from a map to a gray-white sky. After a few seconds of zooming and stabilizing the image, a blurry black dot appeared in the center of the screen. With continuous zooming and analysis, the outline of that black dot gradually became clear. Suji's pupils suddenly constricted. In the center of the screen, under ultra-high magnification, the black dot finally revealed its true form. It was a giant flying creature with a wingspan close to 30 meters. Its shape couldn't be defined by any pre-apocalyptic creature. Covered in heavy, dark blue scales glistening with a metallic sheen, each scale was the size of a bull, with sharp edges. On a fierce head, there were no eyes, instead, 6 irregularly distributed, glowing compound eyes constantly rotated, scanning the earth below. Its wings were not feathered but made of some tough membrane and skeleton, each flap created a dull sound, like tearing cloth in the air. Most striking was the semi-transparent sac-like structure near the chest, beneath its long neck. Inside that structure, a fist-sized energy core pulsated rhythmically, emitting a thunderous blue glow. Every pulse saw delicate arcs of electricity flicker across the surface of the sac. Unknown giant mutant detected. Database matching failed. Preliminary naming based on its ecological niche and morphological characteristics. Naming, King of the Sky Thunderstorm Giant Lizard. The vehicle's AI voice echoed in the cockpit. On the nearby curved screen, lines of data were rapidly refreshing. Biological level assessment, far higher than brute bull. Threat level, extremely high. Analysis, this species possesses supersonic flight capabilities, and its outer scale armor has extremely high resistance to conventional physical and energy attacks. The main attack methods are high-pressure plasma spewing and supersonic dive impacts. Weak point analysis in progress. Analysis result, the energy pouch in its neck is a defensive weak point and is also its energy core. At that moment, the King of the Sky seemed to discover something. Its massive body circled in the air, and 6 compound eyes simultaneously locked onto several dark spots moving rapidly on the snowy ground below. Those were dozens of migrating bone-winged vultures. The King of the Sky let out a silent roar. It was an infrasound wave. Although the human ear could not hear it, the Abyss Phantom's sensors precisely captured that destructive energy fluctuation. The next second, it sharply folded its wings, and its entire body transformed into a blue-black death meteor, diving fiercely from several thousand meters high. The speed was too fast. The group of bone-winged vultures didn't even have time to take any evasive actions before the King of the Sky plunged into their formation. Its open, tooth-filled massive mouth swallowed 3 or 4 bone-winged vultures in one bite, crushing them to bits, bones and blood alike. The remaining bone-winged vultures fled in terror, but it was all in vain. The King of the Sky simply swept its wings through the air, and the sharp edges of its wing bones severed 2 vultures in half. At the end of its long tail, a giant bone hammer swung out, smashing one of the fastest fleeing vultures into a cloud of blood mist. It was a one-sided, bloody massacre. In less than 30 seconds, those dozen bone-winged vultures that seemed quite difficult to deal with had been wiped out completely. The King of the Sky circled low once, seemingly dissatisfied with these appetizers, and let out another silent roar, flapping its wings, preparing to ascend back into the clouds. Suji sat in the cockpit, his face as solemn as water. Powerful. Unprecedentedly powerful. This King of the Sky was the most terrifying creature he had encountered since entering the end of the world, without exception. No matter the frost-toothed wolf pack, the giant mother bug, or the brute bull, all appeared insignificant in front of this ruler of the sky. Warning, high concentration of special energy source detected. Energy source highly overlaps with the mutated entity King of the Sky biological signal. This energy source can be absorbed by the system, expected to shorten the current universal enhancement required time. Suji's breath suddenly stagnated. What did he lack the most right now? It was time. The enhancement time for the Shaanxi automobile DeLong X6000 was as long as 9 months, which was almost an unbearable number. If this time could be shortened, he would immediately possess an indestructible mobile fortress. At that time, both the safety of long-distance travel and the quality of survival would leap to a new level. This temptation, he could not refuse. Do it. The only thought left in Suji's mind was that. He was not an impulsive person, but when great benefits were laid before him, he too possessed the decisiveness to bet everything. Abyss Phantom, analyze combat feasibility, plan a hunting scheme. Planning scheme. Performing simulation based on existing data. Simulation complete. Scheme 1, direct frontal assault. The target strength is still formidable, the estimated probability of winning if confronting head-on is 21.5%. This scheme carries extremely high risk, not recommended for execution. Scheme 2, ambush. Utilize the explosive power and mobility of the Abyss Nightform, combined with terrain advantages, to deliver a fatal blow to the target's weakness. Estimated success rate, 53.7%. 53.7. A probability of over 50%. This number slightly relaxed Suji's tense nerves. But soon, he picked it up again. After all, this was a battle against a ruler of the sky, any accident could lead to failure. However, having more than 50% chance of winning was enough for him to gamble everything. He quickly zoomed in on the 3D map on the curved screen, his fingers swiftly moving across it, searching for usable terrain. Soon, his fingers stopped at a certain spot on the map. It was a narrow canyon, located about 20 kilometers southeast of his current position. On both sides of the canyon were steep cliffs hundreds of meters high, and at its narrowest point, it was less than 100 meters wide. This is the place. Suji established his battle plan in his heart. The sky was the domain of that giant beast, he could never fight it in an open area. He had to lure it to the ground, into this narrow canyon that was just enough to restrict its massive body. Abyss Shadow, deactivate silent mode, increase engine power to 80%. Prepare to create noise and heat sources. Command confirmed. The black sports car hidden behind the withered trees, its crimson patterns glowing again. Deactivate optical camouflage. Chapter 45, Canyon Ambush. Buzz. The air twisted, and the completely black Abyss Shadow reappeared on the snow-covered ground. Set off, target, the canyon ahead. Suji suddenly pushed the joystick forward. Boom. The engine of Abyss Shadow let out a deafening roar, the vector nozzles at the back shooting out dazzling blue flames. The whole car turned into a black bolt of lightning, charging down the slope, leaving a straight black track on the snowfield, speeding towards the canyon. Such a huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of the King of the Sky, who was preparing to rise. It slowly lowered its head, 6 glowing compound eyes precisely locking onto that fast-moving, heat-emitting iron box on the snow. In its perception, the energy contained within this small object was larger and more delicious than all those bone-winged vultures combined. After a silent, excited roar, the King of the Sky abandoned its ascent, flapped its wings, and adjusted its direction, chasing after Abyss Shadow like lightning. It's coming! Suji looked at the rapidly enlarging blue-black figure in the rearview monitor, his heart racing uncontrollably. He pressed the accelerator all the way down. The speed of Abyss Shadow was pushed to the limit. 250 kilometers per hour, 300 kilometers, 350 kilometers. The world outside the window had completely turned into a blurred white. But even so, the distance between him and the giant beast behind was still being shortened bit by bit. The flying speed of the King of the Sky was simply too fast. 5 kilometers to the canyon entrance, the onboard smart system calmly reported. Suji tightly pressed his lips together, his hands gripping the joystick firmly, his nerves at their peak. 4 kilometers. 3 kilometers. He could even see through the rearview monitor the rows of sharp, pale teeth in the open mouth of the King of the Sky. Boom! A thick, destructive blue plasma came crashing down, grazing the rear of Abyss Shadow, hitting the snow-covered ground. The ground was instantly blown into a scorched black pit over 10 meters in diameter, and countless ice and snow were vaporized, forming thick white steam. Suji suddenly swerved left, the car narrowly avoiding a second plasma strike in a high-speed drift. Warning! Right rear energy shield has been splashed with attack, energy consumption at 0.3%. Sweat beads formed on Suji's forehead. This was just splash damage. How many hits could the energy shield withstand if hit directly? 2 kilometers. The massive entrance of the canyon, resembling the mouth of a giant beast, had already appeared at the end of his view. 1 kilometer. The King of the Sky seemed to have sensed his intentions. With an angry roar, the diving speed accelerated once again. The enormous shadow completely enveloped the Abyss Phantom. The pressure of death came rushing toward him. 500 meters. Now is the time. Suji's pupils suddenly narrowed, and he let out a roar in his heart. Form switch, Abyss Knight. The Abyss Phantom, racing at over 300 kilometers per hour, suddenly plunged as it entered the canyon entrance, its 4 metal composite tires locked instantly, screeching and sparking on the hard frozen ground. Click. Click. Crackle. That familiar and heart-pounding sound of metal transformation echoed in the narrow canyon. The running steel beast completed its magnificent transformation from a sports car to an 8-meter-high steel giant in just a few seconds. Boom! When the massive metallic foot of the Abyss Knight slammed down on the canyon floor, the entire canyon trembled. Almost at the same moment, the Sky King followed closely, folding its wings, its massive body diving into the narrow canyon with unmatched inertia. Its nearly 30-meter wingspan seemed constrained in the less than 100-meter-wide canyon, and its sharp wing bones scraped against the walls, producing a series of ear-splitting friction sounds, sending up large clouds of rubble and sparks. When it finally steadied itself and lifted its head, it saw a pitch-black steel giant with eyes gleaming in crimson, quietly standing not far ahead. Abyss Knight, on high alert. The Sky King clearly did not expect its prey to undergo such a strange transformation. A hint of confusion flickered in its 6 compound eyes. But the next second, this confusion was replaced by brutal killing intent. It opened its massive mouth, unleashing a thicker and more violent high-pressure plasma toward the Abyss Knight, aimed directly at its head. Energy shield, maximize power. Suji calmly issued the command. Buzz. A layer of light blue hexagonal energy shield instantly unfolded in front of the Abyss Knight. Boom! The raging plasma torrent violently struck the energy shield, erupting in dazzling light. The entire canyon was illuminated by this blue light. The massive body of the Abyss Knight was pushed backward step by step under this terrifying impact, its giant metal feet plowing deep grooves into the ground. In the cockpit, a piercing alarm blared all around. Warning! The energy shield is under continuous high-intensity attack. Energy is rapidly depleting. 91%. 85%. 77%. Suji bit his teeth, glaring at the rapidly decreasing numbers on the screen. He knew that resisting directly was a dead end. Arm blade mode. With the command given, the 2 arms of the Abyss Knight, suppressed by the plasma torrent, suddenly cracked open their armor. 2 over 4 meter long fierce arm blades shot out instantly and locked into position. Now is the moment. Suji yanked the joystick hard to the side. The hydraulic system of the Abyss Knight's legs unleashed maximum power, forcing its massive body to roll sideways against the impact of the plasma torrent. Boom! The plasma torrent, losing its target, slammed into the canyon wall, blasting a massive hole in the hard rock. The rolling Abyss Knight did not pause for a moment. Its legs pushed powerfully, and its 8-meter-high steel body shot out like a cannonball, racing upwards along the steep rock wall. The Sky King let out an angry roar, its massive head suddenly turning, and the second blast of plasma followed closely. The Abyss Knight displayed astonishing agility on the nearly vertical rock wall, dodging a series of deadly plasma attacks with continuous changes in direction and leaps. Suji's nerve reaction speed, enhanced by the Chiju Neural Center, was pushed to its limits. Every move he made was precise to the millisecond. In the gap of dodging the 5th attack, the Abyss Knight leveraged the strength of the rock wall and suddenly performed a flip towards the Sky King. The 8-meter-tall steel giant drew a sharp arc in the air, raising its arm blade, which shimmered with crimson energy patterns, and severed down towards the Sky King's slender neck. The Sky King reacted very quickly, its huge head suddenly shaking. It did not meet the attack with its weak neck, but instead used the incredibly hard scales on its head to face the Abyss Knight's arm blade. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing erupted in the canyon. The violent shockwave propelled the Abyss Knight's body high into the air. Meanwhile, on the Sky King's head, the indestructible scales were sliced open, leaving a pale scar more than half a meter long. Having failed with that strike, Suji immediately maneuvered the Abyss Knight to adjust its position in the air, landing solidly on the opposite rock wall. Chapter 46, Thunder Baptism. The Sky King was utterly enraged. It abandoned its remote plasma spit and lunged forward with its massive body, its sharp claws rushing towards the Abyss Knight on the rock wall with an overwhelming force capable of tearing anything apart. Suji's eyes sharpened, controlling the Abyss Knight to not retreat but instead dive down along the rock wall, narrowly evading the swipe of the claws. At the same time, the arm blade in his hand slashed upwards in a cunning arc, striking fiercely at the joint of the Sky King's extended forelimb. Thud! Black-blue blood spurted into the sky. The joint of the Sky King's forelimb was torn open, revealing a wound deep enough to see bone. The intense pain drove the Sky King into a frenzy, letting out a maddened roar. It became completely berserk, its massive body wildly crashing and rolling in the narrow canyon, launching indiscriminate, devastating attacks against the Abyss Knight with everything it had: claws, huge wings, and long tail. For a moment, the entire canyon shook violently, and rocks flew everywhere. Under Suji's control, the Abyss Knight was like a small boat in a tempest, constantly dodging and weaving through the torrential assault, searching for fleeting counterattack opportunities. Clang! 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 The sound of the arm blade clashing against the scales was unending. The armor of the Abyss Knight began to show deep and shallow scars. This isn't good, its scales are too hard. If this continues, our energy will eventually be exhausted. Suji's mind raced with calculations. It must be a decisive blow. The target is only that energy pouch. But that giant beast's protection of its neck was flawless, giving him no chance at all. Electromagnetic pulse, prepare to activate. Suji issued a brand new command. Target locked on the enemy's head nerve center. Power, maximum. There was only one chance. The Abyss Knight was once again hit by a heavy tail strike from the Sky King, its massive body slamming forcefully against the rock wall with a loud crash. It's now or never. At the moment the Sky King opened its massive mouth, ready to tear him apart with its sharp teeth. Activate. Buzz. An invisible, high-intensity electromagnetic pulse instantly enveloped the entire head of the Sky King. The massive body of the Sky King suddenly stiffened. Its muscles, which had been moving rapidly, experienced a brief paralysis and stagnation lasting 0.01 seconds. In a battle of experts, victory or defeat lay in an instant. The Abyss Knight's eyes glowed red, its legs, slammed into the rock wall, exploded with power. The entire mech, like a cannonball, instantly broke free from its restraints, driving forward, transforming into a black phantom, charging into the briefly opened defensive gap of the Sky King due to the paralysis. The right arm's arm blade was raised high. All strength, all speed, all hope converged into this one strike. Thud. This time, it was no longer the sound of hard collision, but the sound of the blade piercing into flesh. A dull yet pleasing sound. A terrifying blade over 4 meters long, without a moment's pause, precisely pierced through that translucent, blue lightning-emitting energy sac from above. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The fierce light in the 6 compound eyes of the Sky King instantly solidified, replaced by a sense of unbelievable terror. In the next second. Boom. The pierced energy core lost its binding, and the raging thunder energy exploded violently. The blue lightning surged like a tsunami, sweeping across the entire canyon. Boom. A terror so great it cannot be described exploded in the narrow canyon. In an instant, the blue thunder completely lost control, turning into a destructive energy storm, wildly sweeping in all directions. The Shadow Knight was the first to bear the brunt and was completely engulfed. In the cockpit, Suji's vision was entirely occupied by a blinding blue light, and all he could hear was the high-frequency screech of electric currents and the alarm system's piercing shriek. Warning! Detected ultra-high-intensity energy impact. Energy shield overload. 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 99%. 87%. 65%. 31%. The numbers on the screen dropped at a heart-stopping speed. The light blue hexagonal energy shield covering the surface of the Shadow Knight distorted and flickered violently in the raging plasma torrent, surface cracks resembling spider webs appearing densely. It barely held for less than 2 seconds. With a crisp sound, like shattering glass, the energy shield completely collapsed, dissipating into countless light points. Losing the first layer of protection, the destructive energy torrent slammed fiercely into the main armor of the Shadow Knight. Thud. A sound so heavy it felt as if the entire mountain had crashed into it. The 8-meter-tall steel giant was ruthlessly slammed against the rock wall behind it, embedding deeply into the mountainside and causing countless fragments to tumble down. In the cockpit, Suji's body was pressed firmly against the seat, the safety strap digging painfully into his bones. The violent shaking made him dizzy, as if his internal organs had shifted. Warning! The body has sustained a catastrophic impact. Back armor integrity reduced to 89%. Left shoulder joint system damaged. Right leg drive shaft overloaded. Memory alloy self-repair system has been activated, estimated repair time, 7 hours 12 minutes. A series of red alert messages refreshed like a waterfall on the curved screen, the sharp alarm filling the entire cockpit. Suji gritted his teeth, desperately holding back the churn in his blood, staring intently at the data on the screen. The explosive energy came quickly and left just as fast. In just a few seconds, the all-consuming blue thunder slowly dissipated. The canyon had completely transformed. The originally steep rock walls were leveled, leaving a massive blackened pit over 50 meters in diameter, with the edges of the pit melted by extreme heat, shining like glass and still emitting wisps of blue smoke. The air was thick with a pungent burnt smell and a strong scent of ozone. As for the proud Sky King, it had long vanished without a trace, not even a bone fragment remaining, completely evaporated in its out-of-control energy. The whole world fell into dead silence. Cough, cough, cough. Suji coughed violently a few times before feeling the stuffiness in his chest ease a little. He shook his still-dazed head and commanded the onboard AI, report the damage to the body. Core reactor is functioning normally, energy output stable. Main structure integrity 94.3%, no fatal damage. External armor is damaged in several areas, mainly concentrated on the back and limbs, self-repair system is in operation. The ethereal synthetic voice reported calmly. Only then did Suji let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had made it through. The armor of the Shadow Knight was strong enough, and the energy provided by the miniature arc reactor was also sufficiently robust. This is what allowed him to survive such a terrifying close-range explosion, and he only suffered some surface wounds that could be healed. If it had been any ordinary armored vehicle from before the apocalypse, it would have been reduced to fundamental particles, just like that King of the Sky. He controlled the Abyss Shadow Knight, breaking free from the embedded rock wall. With a harsh sound of metal grinding, the enormous steel giant stood back on the ground, its body covered in charred marks and scratches of varying depths, looking somewhat battered, yet that overwhelming sense of destruction remained undiminished. Suji's attention quickly focused on the bottom of the huge blackened pit. There, a flickering point of ghostly blue light was shining, its brightness fluctuating endlessly. Chapter 47, Thunder Core. Suji controlled the Abyss Shadow Knight, stepping heavily as he descended into the deep pit. The temperature at the bottom of the pit was extremely high, the ground beneath his feet was still scalding. The enormous mechanical hand of the Abyss Shadow Knight carefully cleared away the molten rock and charred earth, lifting the object that emitted ghostly light from the depths of the pit. It was an irregular diamond-shaped crystal, about the size of 2 fists. Its main body exhibited a profound ghostly blue color, somewhat similar to the previous crystal, but deeper and more opaque. Inside the crystal, there were no longer swirling stars, but instead, fragmented black arcs of electricity continuously darted about. The entire surface of the crystal was covered in fine cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. Detected special energy source, degraded thunder core. Energy purity, 48%. This energy source has been partially absorbed by a biological entity, resulting in severe loss due to energy instability. Do you wish to absorb it? After absorption, the current universal enhancement required time can be significantly reduced. Sure enough, Suji's judgment was not wrong. This King of the Sky became so powerful by absorbing that kind of blue crystal. And during the recent self-detonation, the energy of the crystal itself was depleted by more than half. Although it was only a defective product, it remained an irresistible treasure for Suji. Absorb. He issued the command without hesitation. The degraded thunder core in the mechanical hand instantly transformed into a stream of ghostly blue light, entering the chest armor of the Abyss Shadow Knight, and was absorbed by the system. In the next second, on the translucent panel in Suji's mind, the enhancement progress bar for the Shanxi DeLong X6000 tractor changed dramatically. Remaining enhancement time, 270 days 0 hours 00 minutes 0 seconds. This number began to rapidly decrease. 260 days. 230 days. 200 days. 150 days. The speed of the countdown gradually slowed, and finally, under Suji's gaze, it came to a stop at a brand new number. Remaining enhancement time, 75 days 21 hours 48 minutes 13 seconds. From 270 days, it was directly reduced to 75 days. A full 195 days had been cut down, more than half a year's worth of time. Suji let out a long breath of turbid air. It was worth it. All the dangers and damages from this perilous battle had been rewarded at this moment. What was originally a long 9-month wait had now been shortened to 2.5 months. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a series of muffled rumblings came from the mountainsides of the canyon. Suji immediately became alert. The vehicle's smart scanning system activated instantly. Report, Master, due to the intense explosion just now, the mountain structure on both sides of the canyon has become highly unstable, and a large-scale collapse could happen at any moment. Additionally, multiple high-energy biological signals have been detected, rapidly approaching from different directions. The nearest target is 8.7 kilometers away, expected to arrive in 11 minutes. The massive energy wave generated by the explosion eventually attracted nearby scavengers, didn't it? It's not safe to stay here. Without any hesitation, Suji immediately issued a command. Switch form, Abyss Phantom. Received. Standing in the deep pit, the steel giant, its charred armor and scratches still not fully repaired, began to transform with a series of slightly dry mechanical sounds. This time, the transformation process lost its previous smoothness, as some joints emitted sharp grinding noises, clearly affected by the recent battle and explosions. But in the end, it successfully folded and reassembled, transforming back into that all-black, aerodynamically beautiful supercar. Suji gripped the semicircular control lever, and the engine emitted a deep pulse. The Abyss Phantom smoothly drove out of the giant pit, crushing over the burned land, speeding towards the exit of the valley. Less than 5 minutes after it left, the walls of the valley finally couldn't support themselves and collapsed with a roar. Countless tons of boulders and dirt cascaded down, completely burying the battlefield and hiding everything that had once happened here. The Abyss Phantom burst out of the valley, returning to the vast snowy plains above. Suji didn't stop, pushing the power to the maximum. The black silhouette of the car left a straight track on the snow, racing into the distance, leaving dust behind. About 10 minutes after Suji left, on the completely destroyed and buried ruins of the valley, the first batch of guests arrived. It was a dozen quadrupeds similar in size to cheetahs, covered entirely with grayish-white shells, their jaws menacing. They were attracted by the strong residual energy in the air and the smell of burning, restlessly prowling and roaring at the edges of the ruins, trying to dig something out of the collapsed rubble. However, they weren't able to enjoy this feast. Just a few minutes later, a sharp shriek came from the distant sky. A flying mutation, resembling a giant eagle with a wingspan of over 10 meters and covered in barbed armor, swooped down from the clouds. Its sharp claws easily grasped one of the shelled creatures, and with a brutal flick in the air, it smashed it against another of its kind. The hard shells of both shelled creatures shattered simultaneously, with green fluid splattering everywhere. The surviving beasts on the ground gave out a fearful roar, scattering in all directions. But the flying mutation was faster. It was like an elegant and cruel reaper, each dive and swirl accompanied by a shelled creature being torn apart or pierced. In less than 5 minutes, over a dozen shelled creatures had all become corpses. The bone-armored giant eagle landed at the highest point of the ruins, letting out a cry of victory. It lowered its head, pecking at a still twitching corpse with its sharp beak. But its victory was also very brief. The earth began to tremble slightly. At first, it was just a slight quiver, but soon, the tremor grew stronger, as if some colossal creature was approaching from deep underground. The bone-armored giant eagle lifted its head warily, nervously flapping its wings. The next second. Boom! The pile of rubble beneath it exploded violently, as a massive maw over 3 meters in diameter, covered with circular fangs, shot up from the ground, swallowing half of that bone-armored giant eagle whole. The bone-armored giant eagle let out a dreadful scream, struggling wildly, its sharp claws carving deep wounds into the flesh of the giant worm. But it was all in vain. The giant worm's jaws suddenly closed, accompanied by the painful sound of bones shattering, as the once mighty flying mutation was bitten in half. The upper half of its body fell powerless to the ground, its black blood staining the rubble beneath. A terrifying giant worm, dozens of meters long and resembling a mix between a centipede and an earthworm, slowly burrowed up from the ground. It swallowed the remains of the bone-armored giant eagle, its massive head slowly turning above the ruins, seemingly savoring the lingering energy in the air. It became the temporary king of this ruins. Time passed for over an hour. When the sun reached its highest point, this ruin that had witnessed several bloody massacres finally welcomed a group of entirely different visitors. 3 vehicles, completely black and with a peculiar shape, somewhere between an armored car and an off-road vehicle, silently appeared on the distant horizon. Their tires were extremely wide, making almost no sound as they drove on the snow, only leaving shallow imprints. Chapter 48, The Mysterious Team. At the same time, a low, unnatural humming sound suddenly arose without warning. The sound was not loud, but carried an eerie frequency that penetrated the soul. All the mutated creatures that were engaged in battle, whether digging worms or black-armored leopards, suddenly froze as if having their throats grabbed. Their bodies began to spasm uncontrollably, emitting painful cries, and then as if seeing some arch-nemesis, they scattered in all directions, burrowing into the frozen ground, disappearing at the far end of the snowy plain. In just over 10 seconds, the chaotic battlefield regained its deathly silence. The humming sound stopped. The 3 vehicles came to a halt at the edge of the collapsed canyon. One of the vehicle doors silently slid open, and 4 people dressed in the same black combat uniform stepped out. They all wore tactical helmets that concealed their entire faces, making it impossible to see their features, with movements that revealed a trained coldness and efficiency. The others who got out of the vehicle immediately spread out, establishing a perimeter of security around them. The remaining few walked towards the ruins of the canyon. The person in front was slightly slender. He took off his helmet, revealing a pale and elegant face, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, looking more like a scholar than a soldier. He was the commander of this small team, codenamed Doctor. Behind him was a tall, strong man holding a silver metal box, his expression respectful yet tense. "Doctor, this is the place," the strong man said in a low voice. The doctor said nothing, just walked to the edge of a huge, charred pit, crouching down, using his gloved finger to pick up a piece of glassy substance that had melted and then solidified from high temperatures. He brought his finger to his nose and sniffed, his brow furrowing slightly. "Take out the equipment," he ordered coldly. "Yes." The strong man immediately opened the silver metal box he was holding, revealing not weapons, but a finely structured instrument covered in various probes and displays. The strong man skillfully operated it, directing a probe toward the center of the pit. The instrument emitted a faint buzzing sound, and countless data began to scroll rapidly across the screen. A few minutes later, the strong man's expression turned somewhat grim. "Doctor. Experiment subject number 7, confirmation of life signal disappearance," he reported in a low voice. "The tracking signal we implanted in it has been completely interrupted here." The doctor's response was flat, lacking any ripple of emotion. He stood up, brushed off the dust from his gloves, his tone carrying a blatant disappointment. "Waste. Can't even withstand this little shock. Wasted a prototype of a core for nothing." The strong man broke out in a cold sweat. He hesitated briefly but steeled himself to continue reporting. "No. Doctor, something is off. According to the instrument's energy residual analysis, two completely different high-intensity energy reactions exist on site. Speak. The doctor's tone remained icy. One is the lightning energy produced during subject number 7's explosion, which is normal. But the strong man swallowed hard, pointing at a striking red waveform on the screen. The other energy reaction is very unfamiliar, its structure is unusually stable, and its energy level is extremely high. Preliminary modeling suggests it is the energy residue of some kind of miniature reactor. Reactor? The doctor finally showed a hint of reaction. He turned his head and walked to the instrument. Under his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes were fixed tightly on the red waveform chart. Yes, doctor. The intensity of this energy reaction has even, for a short time, surpassed the peak of experiment number 7's self-destruction. This means, before experiment number 7's self-destruction, there was an extremely fierce battle here. Experiment number 7 was not out of control and self-destructed, but was killed. The deep man's voice trembled with excitement. An existence that can single-handedly hunt down the king of the sky. In their minds, this was something that simply could not happen. A strong interest flashed in the doctor's eyes. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and the corners of his mouth curled into a chilling arc. Interesting. He extended his finger and lightly swiped across the instrument's screen. Analyze the trajectory of this energy. Doctor, the residual energy is very weak and dissipating at a very fast rate. We can only track it through atmospheric particles to determine a rough direction. The deep man pointed to a nearly invisible dotted line extending on the screen. It's heading towards the direction of Jinghua. Jinghua. The doctor repeated this place name in a low voice, his eyes glimmering with more amusement. The so-called land of human hope gathering the last strength of Huaxia? He turned around, put on his tactical helmet again, and his cold voice transmitted through the built-in communicator to everyone present. Notify headquarters, the Thunder King cultivation plan has failed, and experiment number 7 has been destroyed. Activate the scavenger plan. I want to know who took my things. The Abyss Phantom raced wildly across the desolate snowfield. The world outside the car window turned into rapidly retreating white lines, and the engine's deep pulsations replaced all sounds in the heavens and the earth. Suji tightly gripped the semicircular control stick, his body bouncing slightly with the vehicle's minor bumps, but his attention was highly focused on the data stream refreshing on the curved screen. Self-repair progress of the machine, 3.7%. Left shoulder joint system fault has been eliminated, normal operation restored. Right leg drive shaft overload issue is being repaired, estimated repair time, 6 hours 49 minutes. The car's intelligent voice kept reporting the state of the machine. The desperate battle against the King of the Sky was the most dangerous battle Suji had experienced since entering the apocalyptic world. The Abyss Knight's armor had suffered significant damage for the first time, its energy shield instantly destroyed by overload. If it weren't for the strong energy provided by the microarc reactor, if it weren't for the defense power of the memory alloy armor being extreme, he would have already been evaporated along with that giant beast by the violent thunder energy. High risks also brought high rewards. The enhancement time reduced from 9 months to just 2.5 months, this huge gain was enough to offset all the damage and consumption. Suji exhaled a breath of turbid air. It was worth it. This deal did not lose. 12 kilometers ahead, abandoned town silhouette detected, no life signals or high-intensity energy reactions detected. The car's intelligent reminder interrupted Suji's thoughts. He glanced at the map, it was a small county town abandoned next to the national highway. The Abyss Phantom needed time for self-repair, and he also needed a relatively safe place to rest. Slow down, enter the town, and look for a hiding spot. Received. The speed of the Abyss Phantom slowly decreased, and finally, it quietly glided into the silent county town. The streets were covered with thick snow, with crooked billboards and cracked buildings on either side. Suji maneuvered the vehicle through the ruins and finally parked at the entrance of an underground parking lot of a department store that had collapsed halfway. This place was hidden enough, and the entrance was narrow, so even if mutated beings were attracted, it could provide some obstruction. He did not turn off the engine, but instead set the reactor's power to the lowest mode, keeping only the external monitoring and the internal temperature control system active. After doing all this, Suji adjusted the seat to the most comfortable angle and closed his eyes. The exhaustion of his body and the high tension of his mind quickly took him into a deep sleep. Chapter 49 Frozen Jungle. He did not know how long it had been. Suji woke up. Report the machine status. Suji sat up, rubbed his slightly swollen temples, his voice hoarse from just waking up. The core reactor is operating stably. All damages have been fully repaired. Listening to the series of reports, Suji finally relaxed completely. The battle with the Sky King was the biggest crisis he had faced so far, and the damage suffered by the Shadow Knight was unprecedented. Now, this steel giant had finally awakened from its slumber again. His consciousness sank into his mind, checking that semi-transparent enhancement panel. Under the Universal Enhancement module, the Phantom representing Shanchi DeLong X6000 still quietly floated. Remaining enhancement time 75 days 9 hours 16 minutes 42 seconds. Suji took out 2 cans of luncheon meat from the storage space, along with a bottle of purified water, and quickly finished this late dinner. Set off. After eating, Suji gave the command. Buzz. The Abyss Phantom's engine made a slight pulse and silently drove out from the collapsed mall's underground parking lot. The black body traveled through the silent county town streets, crunching through thick snow and scattered ruins without making extra noise. A huge three-dimensional map unfolded on the curved screen, with a blood-red, almost straight line extending from the current location to the other end of the map, the city that was highlighted Jinghua. Current distance to the Jinghua safe zone, 988 kilometers. Estimated arrival time, 4 hours 57 minutes. Less than 1,000 kilometers left. Suji clenched the joystick slightly. The Abyss Phantom left the county town and returned to the desolate national highway. Suji slowly pushed the power up, and the speed quickly broke 200 kilometers. The snowy landscape outside raced past, turning into a blur of white. The scattered ghouls that appeared along the way did not even make Suji think of slowing down, they were smashed into pieces by the jagged ram. About an hour into the high-speed drive, the steady atmosphere of the cockpit was suddenly broken by a loud alarm. Warning! Abnormal air composition in the area ahead. High concentration of unknown active spores detected, highly corrosive. Oxygen levels are dropping, methane and hydrogen sulfide concentrations are excessive. Suggested detour. Suji paused for a moment. He looked towards the horizon ahead. The once unchanged pale snowy plain began to reveal large patches that looked like black frostbite. The snow here had not melted, instead, it seemed to be covered and eroded by some kind of lichen-like lifeform, displaying a strange, dark sheen that flickered with metallic luster. In the air, a pungent smell mixed with metallic rust and pine resin began to diffuse, but was filtered out by the vehicle's air system. Activate energy shield, continue forward. Detour? There was no need for that. Buzz. A layer of light blue hexagonal energy shield instantly covered the entire body of the Abyss Phantom. The vehicle's speed did not decrease as it charged into that patch of black land. As the tires rolled over, the ground emitted a hard crunch sound, like rolling over shattered glass, still as hard as frozen soil. The surrounding dead trees frozen in ice seemed to be injected with some strange vitality. Vines like ice crystals clung to their trunks, and the leaves shone with a glossy, obsidian-like luster, sharp as blades at the edges. Some of the trunks were still hanging with hard, frost-covered spore pods, under the dim light of day. A faint cold light shimmered on the surface. Countless black roots, like threads of metal, twisted and sprawled across the ground and sky, tough and sharp, with a layer of white frost on the surface. This was clearly a frozen jungle filled with deadly traps. SSSSS. A translucent vine hidden in the snow suddenly sprang up from the ground like a sharp ice spear, fiercely stabbing towards the body of the Abyss Phantom. Clang! The moment the vine made contact with the energy shield, it exploded in a shower of sparks, making a sharp metallic sound. The light blue shield flickered violently, while the crystalline vine was shattered into countless ice crystal fragments by the tremendous backlash. Warning! Energy shield under attack, energy consumption 0.1%. This was just the beginning. As the Abyss Phantom moved deeper, the surrounding cold-resistant mutated plants became denser and more aggressive. From all directions, countless crystalline vines surged from the ground and withered trees, like ice spears raining down, wildly stabbing and whipping at the Abyss Phantom. Clang! 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 The surface of the energy shield kept bursting with clusters of sparks, its brightness fluctuating, while the energy consumption percentage on the system panel began to leap at a visible speed. 0.5%. 1.2%. 2.7%. Some spore pods hanging on withered branches suddenly burst open, spraying large amounts of sparkling ice crystal powder. These powders landed on the energy shield, producing a biting crunch, rapidly absorbing the surrounding heat and accelerating the energy shield's consumption. The speed of the Abyss Phantom was forced to drop. Ahead, the road had been completely blocked by countless thick crystalline vines as robust as ice pillars, intertwined and reflecting cold light in the dim sky, forming an impenetrable wall of ice crystals that sparkled with frost. Suji looked at the wall of vines shimmering with the cold light of death, his face showing no expression. Form switch. The power of the Abyss Phantom's engine instantly increased, and the whole vehicle suddenly sank down. Crack! 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 The dense, gritty sounds of metal friction and mechanism engagement thundered in the silence of the frozen jungle. The originally smooth sports car shell quickly separated, flipped, and reassembled. Countless crystalline vines trying to coil around were easily severed and torn apart under the terrifying force of the transforming steel armor. Ice blue liquid and crystal fragments sprayed everywhere. The front of the vehicle flipped upward, transforming into a menacing chest plate and shoulder armor. The mid and rear sections of the vehicle stretched and reshaped, becoming two powerful, stout mechanical legs. Boom! The huge metal feet slammed heavily onto the hard frozen ground, causing the earth to tremble, crushing countless small vines into ice debris. Hidden mechanical arms extended, transforming into two steel giant hands that could tear anything apart. The cockpit where Suji was located was smoothly raised to a high altitude. A steel giant, over 8 meters tall, entirely black with joints flashing red light, replaced the trapped sports car, descending into this crystalline sea of trees. Chapter 50, Crystal Vine Breakout. The arms of the Abyss Knight's armor suddenly split open, and two over 4 meter long, menacing arm blades, shimmering with red energy patterns, instantly shot out and locked in. In the next second, the steel giant moved. It took a step forward, actively charging towards the ice crystal wall made of countless vines. SSSSS. The dozens of crystalline vines, as thick as water buckets, blocking the way were sliced apart effortlessly by the arm blades. A large amount of corrosive cold gas sprayed out, splashing on the Abyss Knight's armor, but could not leave a single trace of frost. Without pausing, the left arm blade followed closely, crossing to slice again. A huge X-shaped gap appeared in the wall of crystalline vines. An 8-meter-high steel giant, in the most brutal and unreasonable way, forcibly carved a path. Its heavy footsteps made the earth tremble with every step. The blades of its arms transformed into two black whirlwinds of death, severing and shredding all the nearby vines. This mutated crystalline jungle seemed to be thoroughly enraged. From all directions, more vines burst from the ground, no longer simple thorns, but more agile. Some vines split at the tips into countless small spikes, roaring down like morning stars, while others woven into a massive net in midair, attempting to trap the steel giant for good. The spore pods hanging on the dead trees burst one after another, spraying a thick, low-temperature, translucent gooey liquid. Once this liquid touched the armor of the Abyssal Shadow Knight, it quickly solidified, forming a hard ice shell that greatly restricted the movement of its joints. Inside the cockpit, alarms rang out again. Warning! The surface of the Mecha is under a large-scale adhesive attack, joint flexibility decreased by 3.7%. Back and leg armor continue to suffer high-intensity physical impacts. Suji's expression remained unchanged as his fingers danced rapidly on the semicircular joystick. The crimson patterns on the surface of the Abyssal Shadow Knight glowed intensely, and a scorching airflow suddenly erupted from the joints. The ice shells that had just solidified melted and vaporized instantaneously under the high temperature, making a hissing sound. The steel giant broke free from its restraints and moved even more violently. It no longer simply swung its blades, but its entire body turned into a weapon. A heavy elbow strike crushed a mutated dead tree from the side. Then a heavy iron shoulder rammed into another mutated dead tree, which was covered in spore pods, shattering it to pieces. With a sturdy mechanical leg raised, a fierce sidekick kicked a massive vine net, creating a big hole in it. The blades of its arms turned into a storm of razor light. The Abyssal Shadow Knight abandoned defense, attacking head-on, rampaging through the crystalline forest sea. Anything in its path, be it hard vines or eerie dead trees, was crushed like dry wood under absolute power. Boom! The Abyssal Shadow Knight crossed its arms, the blades coming together like huge scissors, completely cutting through the last barrier formed by dozens of entangled vines. The way ahead was suddenly clear. A sharp metallic smell of rust and sulfur rushed towards them. The steel giant charged out of the crystalline jungle's blockade and stopped. Suji sat in the cockpit, looking at the scene before him, and fell silent. What they burst out into was the edge of a city. A city that had been completely transformed and invaded. The original tall buildings still stood, but their exteriors were covered in a gleaming, metallic black lichen. Countless stout crystalline vines coiled around the structures like giant pythons, drilling in and out of windows, turning the entire building into a huge, hole-ridden nest. The wide asphalt roads had long disappeared, the ground covered by a thick, hard layer of black crystals. A bus flipped on the roadside had already been pierced and wrapped by countless vines, merging completely with the ground, leaving only a blurred outline. The entire city had turned into a gigantic, cold, and shimmering crystalline jungle. There was no wind, no sound, only a suffocating silence. Report Mecha status. Suji's voice broke the stillness in the cockpit. Mecha structural integrity at 99.1%, external armor undamaged. Warning! Multiple high-intensity biological signals detected. The intelligent voice in the car suddenly became urgent. Quantity, over 30. Distribution, lurking in a three-dimensional way within the city buildings. Threat level assessment, high. Almost at the same time the car's intelligence system issued a warning, Suji, through the wide-angle lens of the Abyss Shadow Knight, detected the unusual movement. About 500 meters ahead, on the exterior wall of a 30-story building completely wrapped in vines, several crystal protrusions suddenly moved. They unfolded their bodies, revealing their true forms. Their shapes resembled a mantis by 7 parts, but their entire bodies were made of that flickering, translucent black crystal. Measuring over 4 meters in length, their forelimbs were two massive, jagged crystal blades, refracting a chilling light in the air. Their heads were shaped like an inverted triangle, with no mouthparts, only two enormous compound eyes made up of countless tiny crystal facets, shining with an emotionless cold light in the darkness. Target recognized, Crystal Corpse Mantis. Threat level, medium. Biological features, extremely strong camouflage ability and explosive speed, highly aggressive. Weakness analysis, joints, compound eyes. The ethereal voice of the car's intelligence rang out in the cockpit, labeling these eerie creatures. Just as the voice report ended, the closest Crystal Corpse Mantis to the Abyss Shadow Knight moved. Its figure disappeared from its original spot. In the next second, a dazzling spark exploded on the right shoulder armor of the Abyss Shadow Knight. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. That Crystal Corpse Mantis had appeared on the shoulder of the Abyss Shadow Knight, its huge crystal blade striking hard against the obsidian-like armor, leaving only a shallow white scratch. So fast. Suji's pupils constricted. Before he could retaliate, that Crystal Corpse Mantis, missing its first strike, pushed off on the shoulder armor of the Abyss Shadow Knight with its hind legs, and its body turned into a streak of light, shooting away at an even faster speed, merging back into the shadows of a distant building as if the previous attack had never happened. Gone like the wind, one strike and retreat. Swish. The sound of slicing through the air came from the left rear. The massive body of the Abyss Shadow Knight awkwardly shifted half a step to the right. A gleaming crystal blade almost grazed the armor of the Abyss Shadow Knight's left arm, sparking a shower of tiny flames. Chapter 51, Crushing Destruction. Put. The black arm blade precisely struck the waist connection of the Crystal Corpse Mantis that had just launched a sneak attack and had not yet retreated. The arm blade cut effortlessly, and a large amount of thick black liquid gushed forth. That Crystal Corpse Mantis let out a silent shriek, its body convulsing violently, the enormous compound eyes dimming in an instant, and its massive crystal body fell helplessly from the air, crashing heavily onto the black crystalline ground below, shattering into countless fragments. One strike, one kill. This scene seemed to completely ignite the fury of this Death City. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of spine-chilling, high-frequency wing sounds echoed from all directions. On the buildings wrapped in vines, from the dark window holes, in every shadowy corner, countless pairs of gleaming cold eyes flickered to life. 30. 50. 100. More Crystal Corpse Mantises emerged from their disguises, clinging to the walls of the buildings, hanging upside down beneath the crystallized vines, clearly well prepared, densely filling the entire view. Detected a sharp increase in signals of the same type of organism, now exceeding 150, and still rising. Recommendation, immediate retreat. The voice of the car's intelligence remained calm, but the frequency of the alarms was steadily increasing. Retreat? These creatures treated the entire city as their hunting ground, surrounded on all sides. All the escape routes have been blocked. Since there is no way out, let's carve a path. Charge. Suji pushed the joystick all the way forward. Boom. The vector thrusters on the back of the Abyss Knight unleashed a scorching blue flame. This 8-meter-tall steel giant suddenly dipped, and its leg mechanisms erupted with terrifying power never seen before. In the next second, it transformed into a black cannonball, fiercely charging ahead. The crystal skin mantis blocking its path didn't have time to react, as it was smashed to bits by the menacing shoulder armor of the Abyss Knight. Black crystal shards and thick liquid splattered everywhere. The speed of the Abyss Knight showed no signs of slowing, its heavy footsteps stomped on the hard black crystalline ground with a thunderous roar. Open up! Suji shouted angrily. The blades on the Abyss Knight's arms crossed in front of its chest, the whole machine spinning like a high-speed meat grinder as it charged into the nearest 20-story office building. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the ground. The office building's exterior, wrapped in countless crystal vines, along with its internal concrete structure, was brutally smashed, creating a massive hole over 10 meters in diameter. Countless crystal fragments, concrete chunks, and twisted steel bars shot out in all directions. The Abyss Knight did not stop, it crashed straight through to the other side of the building. The entire building was pierced in half by it. More than a dozen crystal-skinned mantises clinging to the building were instantly torn to pieces by this unstoppable force. This unreasonable scene caused a momentary freeze among the entire mantis swarm. But in the next second, even more violent attacks came from all directions. Countless shadows surged from the buildings and ground, overwhelming the rampaging steel giant. Clang! 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 The sound of dense metal clashing rang out like a torrential downpour on the Abyss Knight's armor. Dozens of crystal-skinned mantises pounced onto it, their sharp crystal sickles wildly hacking at every part of the machine, their massive compound eyes fixated on the joints of the armor, trying to find any cracks. More mantises, with their backward-hooked limbs, clung tightly to the Abyss Knight, refusing to be shaken off no matter how fast or wildly it moved. They wanted to use their weight to slow down this steel giant's pace. The Abyss Knight suddenly spun its upper body back 180 degrees while running. Its arm blades turned into two deadly whirlwinds, executing a spinning move like a top, sweeping outwards from its center. Swoosh! Swoosh! The dozens of crystal skin mantises clinging to its back and shoulders were instantly severed in half. Black liquid splattered like a torrential rain. The Abyss Knight's upper body quickly turned back. It did not slow down but instead accelerated into the next taller skyscraper ahead. Boom! Another tremendous roar echoed. Once more, the Abyss Knight crashed through the building with a devastating force. This time, the entire building's structural integrity was completely destroyed, and countless massive cracks spread out from the hole in all directions. The building groaned under the unbearable load, beginning to slowly tilt. The third building. The fourth building. The steel giant staged the most violent straight charge through the city ruins occupied by crystal. Any buildings that stood in its way were mercilessly smashed and crushed. Only 800 meters remained to the city center. And blocking its way was the city's former landmark building. A skyscraper with more than 60 stories, standing 300 meters tall. At this moment, the outer wall of the building was densely covered with at least 100 crystal skeleton mantises, countless pairs of compound eyes flickering with eerie light, creating a sea of haunting dots. It seemed they knew Suji's goal, gathering here to form the final defense line. Deep Shadow Knight, switch modes. Siege Hammer. Suji's voice carried a hint of madness. The Deep Shadow Knight changed shape again as it charged forward. Its arm blades quickly retracted, replaced by two incredibly heavy, monstrous shields covered in sharp horns. These were made from the memory alloy modules forming the front armor and breakthrough horns, reorganized in knight form. The arms came together, and the two shields formed a giant, destructive conical ram in front of the machine. Smash it for me. Hum. The crimson patterns on the surface of the Deep Shadow Knight glowed to their utmost brightness. The ground beneath it shattered with a thunderous roar. The 8-meter-tall steel giant, carrying all the accumulated kinetic energy, transformed into a stream of black light, fiercely crashing into the bottom of the skyscraper. Time seemed to slow down in this moment. The next second. Boom, 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 boom. An indescribable terrifying roar erupted. The entire city shook violently under this impact. The base of the skyscraper was smashed into a massive, bottomless pit. Countless steel bars were twisted and torn apart, countless concrete blocks turned to dust. The Deep Shadow Knight's colossal conical ram embedded deeply into the building's interior, completely destroying the core load-bearing structure at the base. The entire 300-meter-tall skyscraper emitted its final cry of life. Its massive body began to slowly and irreversibly collapse backward. Chapter 52, Scavenger Team. The moment the Deep Shadow Knight burst out of the building, the skyscraper behind it finally couldn't hold on and collapsed with a thunderous roar. A huge shadow enveloped half the city. Countless crystal skeleton mantises, swept up by this earth-shattering force, let out desperate screams but could not escape, crushed beneath millions of tons of debris. The earth wailed, dust billowing up, forming a gray mushroom cloud. On the screen, the red dots representing the crystal skeleton mantises instantly extinguished over 80% in that earth-shaking collapse. The rest were trapped on the other side of the city, completely isolated by the collapsed building debris. The steel giant, with a piercing sound of machinery, quickly transformed and folded, turning back into a completely black supercar. Hum. The engine emitted a deep pulse, and the Deep Shadow Knight turned around, rolling over the debris beneath it, rushing toward the outskirts of the city. Behind, the massive city of flickering, strange black light lay quietly in the wind and snow, like a silent ancient beast, waiting quietly. Breaking out of the city limits, returning to the vast snowfield above. Suji pushed the speed to the max. The black shadow on the snow left a straight trail, racing toward the distance, kicking up dust. Less than 900 kilometers remained to the Jinghua safe zone. The strengthening of Shanxi Delong X6000 still needed 75 days. Time remained his greatest obstacle. He did not know that less than an hour after he departed, 3 jet-black, oddly shaped armored off-road vehicles silently appeared at the edge of the Crystal Skeleton City. Nor did he know that ahead on his path, an invisible net had quietly spread. 200 kilometers away from Crystal Skeleton City. This was a completely abandoned highway. A bridge spanning several hundred meters was broken in the middle. Twisted steel bars and concrete blocks fell into the frozen riverbed, forming a natural dead end. This is one of the most dangerous passes on the way to the capital. The biting cold wind rolled snowflakes, whipping through the remains of the broken bridge, making sounds like ghostly wails. On top of a pile of wreckage made of containers and concrete blocks on the north side of the bridge, a figure almost blended into the environment lay motionless. She wore gray and white snow camouflage combat gear, covered with a layer of specially designed thermal camouflage net, making her look like a lifeless rock. In front of her stood a uniquely shaped sniper rifle, longer than her arm, with its dark barrel aimed at the end of the highway to the south. Her code name, Phantom. And about 20 meters below her, behind the wreckage of a flipped fuel truck, a man over 2 meters tall and as strong as a bear impatiently rubbed his hands. He wore heavy exoskeleton armor, but it was not fully activated, relying solely on the armor's physical defense. Next to him, a more intimidating weapon rested on a tripod, a single-soldier portable electromagnetic railgun, with a barrel diameter exceeding 15 centimeters, its sides wrapped in dense energy conduction coils, exuding a sense of violent and destructive beauty. His code name, Titan. Crow, how much longer do we have to wait? My butt is about to freeze solid. Titan grumbled through his built-in communicator, is that target the doctor told us about really coming? Let's hope we aren't in the wrong place. Silence filled the communication channel. After a few seconds, without a response from Titan, he was about to complain further when a cold, emotionless voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Shut up, Titan. The voice came from behind him. A man in black combat gear, tall and slim, wearing a seamlessly fitting birdbeak mask, appeared there without warning. He carried no heavy weapons, only a tactical dagger hanging at his waist, his hands donned in black gloves, standing quietly like a ghost blending into the shadows. He was the commander of this three-person squad, Crow. Titan's massive body noticeably stiffened, and he muttered, I was just asking. The doctor's intelligence never misses. Crow's voice came muffled through the mask, sounding heavy and oppressive, the target will come through here. All we have to do is wait and then, send him on his way. Titan grinned, revealing a fierce smile, hey, I can't wait any longer. Whoever can take down experiment subject number 7 is definitely not someone to be taken lightly. Just let me test the power of this Punisher. He excitedly patted the electromagnetic cannon next to him, producing a dull thud. Crow ignored his excitement and simply looked up at Phantom, who lay atop the wreckage, asking through the communicator, status? Everything is normal. Wind speed level 3, northwest wind. Visibility is 1200 meters. No life signals detected. Phantom's voice was equally cold and concise, like a precision instrument. Good. Crow replied indifferently. They were the scavenger team dispatched by the doctor. An elite task force specifically responsible for handling accidents and eliminating variables. Regarding the target that killed experiment subject number 7, they felt both vigilant and a hint of deep-seated contempt. In their eyes, a biological weapon of the caliber of experiment subject number 7 was not something that humans could confront head-on. If the target managed to survive an even counterattack, it was most likely due to luck. Perhaps utilizing the terrain, or perhaps experiment subject number 7 itself had some sort of defect. And they were professional hunters. They had the most advanced equipment, the coldest determination, and a meticulously planned plot. Deadly trap. As long as the target enters the range, Titan's Punisher electromagnetic cannon will instantly destroy the target's vehicle. No matter what armored vehicle the target is in front of the sublight-speed tungsten core armor-piercing round, it's like paper. Once the target escapes from the wreckage, Phantom's long-range sniper will immediately lock on. If the target miraculously evades 2 rounds of attack, Crow will personally step in using his elusive methods to send the target on their final journey. This is a perfect, flaw-free hunting plan. I still can't figure it out, Titan broke the silence again, that big lizard, the 3 of us would have to walk around it, right? When it goes crazy, a lightning strike can melt this broken bridge. How did that guy take it down? That's exactly why the doctor sent us. Crow's voice showed no emotion. An uncontrollable powerful individual is a threat in itself. Their existence will disrupt the doctor's plan. Plan, again with the plan. Titan scoffed, anyway, just blow it up. At that moment, Phantom, who had been silent, suddenly spoke in the communications channel. Something's happening. Her voice remained steady, but her speed increased slightly. Southeast direction, detected a high-speed moving heat source signal. Single target, vehicle form. Very fast, approaching. Estimated time to enter range, 1 minute and 30 seconds. Chapter 53, Punisher. Titan's eyes instantly lit up. He lunged behind the electromagnetic cannon, his massive hands gripping the launch switch, bloodthirsty excitement on his face. It's here. Finally here. Let me see who it is. Crow also turned around, facing the end of the southern road. The gaze beneath his beak mask seemed to pierce through the wind and snow. A minute passed in the blink of an eye. At the horizon's end, a tiny black dot appeared amidst the wind and snow. That black dot was rapidly expanding at an incredible speed. Target confirmed. Performing optical magnification, identifying vehicle model, Phantom's voice echoed in the channel. Titan had already locked onto that black dot using the electromagnetic cannon's optical sight. As the target approached, its outline gradually became clear. It was not any type of military armored vehicle they had anticipated, nor was it a heavily modified heavy truck. It was a super sports car, sleek and flowing, completely black, exuding a sense of sci-fi beauty. What the heck? Titan was stunned. He even rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was seeing things. Phantom, are you sure you're not mistaken? That's a sports car? Confirmed. Phantom's voice held a hint of disbelief. Model unknown. Appearance is a super sports car. The communication channel fell into a strange silence. A sports car? On this ice and snow wasteland, where monsters roamed and even heavy tanks struggled, driving a low-chassis sports car at full speed? What kind of behavior is this? Is it looking for death? After a brief stupor, Titan let out an uncontrollable wild laugh. Ha ha ha. A sports car. It's really a sports car. Which rich kid from a big family thinks he's invincible? Does he think he's just out for a joyride before the apocalypse? His laughter was filled with disdain and scorn. Crow, could this be our target? No way, right? The one who killed Subject 7 would be stupid enough to be on the road in something like this? Crow did not laugh. He simply stared quietly at the black shadow rapidly approaching in the snow, the expression beneath the beak mask unknown to anyone. A sports car. This indeed exceeded his expectations. This wasn't just stupidity, it was an outright provocation against the very rules of survival in this apocalypse. A sports car, in this environment, had a survival capability even less than that of the most ordinary pickup truck. The tires are weak, the chassis is too low, and apart from running a bit faster on smooth roads, it has no use at all. Phantom, confirm life signals inside the vehicle. The Crow coldly commanded. Scanning. Imaging shows only one driver inside the vehicle. One person? The Crow whispered the question again. One person, a sports car, speeding down this road of death at over 200 kilometers per hour. This scene, no matter how you look at it, exudes a sense of absurdity and eeriness. Could this be their target? The one who could kill Subject 7? It seemed unlikely. Who cares if he's the target? Titan was already impatient, grinning as he licked his cracked lips. Anyone foolish enough to drive a sports car during this time deserves to die. Crow, give the order. I guarantee to turn both him and the car into a pile of scrap metal. The Crow fell silent for a moment. His fingers gently tapped on the handle of the tactical dagger. The doctor's mission was to eliminate the target. But equally important was to eliminate all possible variables that might interfere with the plan. The appearance of this car was a huge variable in itself. Whether the person inside was their target or not, such abnormal behavior must be crushed. Target is in optimal range. Phantom's voice calmly announced. The Crow stopped tapping. Take action. He uttered 2 words. Received. Titan let out an excited low growl, as if he had received his most beloved toy. He brought his eye to the scope, the huge crosshair steadily locking onto the approaching black sports car. Through the magnified view, he could clearly see the sleek lines of the car's body, and the matte black sheen reflecting in the snow. What a work of art! Unfortunately, it was about to turn into a brilliant firework. A cruel smile appeared on Titan's face. His fingers heavily pressed down on the launch switch of the Punisher. No sound. No flash of light. At the moment Titan pressed the launch switch, there was only a barely visible, thin, distorted air trail that flashed from the Punisher's fierce barrel. A specially designed tungsten core armor-piercing round, accelerated to sublight speed by an electromagnetic rail, carried the terrifying energy capable of penetrating 100-meter-thick alloy armor, tearing through the wind and snow, and accurately shooting towards the front of the black sports car over a distance of hundreds of meters. In Titan's scope, he had already envisioned the scene of the next second. That flashy sports car would disintegrate and explode like an egg hit by a hammer, bursting apart from the point of impact, transforming into a dazzling firework mixed with metal shards and flesh. This was the power of the Punisher. This was the crystallization of the Doctor's technology. This was the unmatched, ultimate embodiment of the laws of physics. Titan's lips had already curled into a cruel and satisfied smile. However, the smile froze. Just as the twisted air trail was about to reach the black sports car, a layer of pale blue energy grid, composed of countless tiny hexagons, unexpectedly appeared on the surface of the vehicle. Buzz. A deep, almost inaudible low-frequency vibration spread through the frozen ground. The tungsten core armor-piercing round collided with that thin blue energy grid. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No deafening sound of metal tearing. Under the incredulous gazes of Titan, Phantom, and the Crow, that armor-piercing round, capable of leveling a building, began to twist, redden, and vaporize at the moment it touched the blue energy grid. The terrifying kinetic energy seemed to vanish into the ocean, as that seemingly fragile light grid crazily absorbed, conducted, and counteracted it. The entire process lasted less than 1/10 of a second. The blue energy grid flashed violently for a moment. The colors dimmed slightly, then restored their stability. And that specially made tungsten core armor-piercing shell had vanished into thin air. No, it didn't disappear. It was completely disassembled into the most basic particles in the clash of extreme speed and energy, dispersing into the air. That black supercar didn't even wobble a bit. It still maintained a speed over 200 kilometers per hour, leaving a straight black line on the snowy national road, continuing towards the broken bridge. The car body was unscathed. Silence. Near the broken bridge, an eerie silence fell. The wind and snow howled, but Titan felt that he couldn't hear anything. His mind was blank. No. He murmured unconsciously, his huge palm still in the position of pulling the trigger, but his body was as stiff as a stone. Impossible. He suddenly lifted his head from the scope, staring intensely at the approaching black supercar, his expression changing from shock to astonishment, then to incomprehensible rage. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Titan let out a beast-like roar, smashing his fist against the heavy side of the Punisher, producing a loud clang. How could my Punisher be what a joke? Chapter 54 Energy Shield. It's an energy shield. In the communication channel, Phantom's cold voice finally exhibited strong fluctuations, even tinged with sharpness. Target vehicle equipped with an energy shield. An energy shield? It's actually an energy shield. How is this possible? Titan's roaring voice was filled with absurdity and disbelief. A supercar. How could such a thing fit in a supercar? And it can even block a hit from the Punisher. Titan was not wrong. The technology of energy shields was not a secret for their organization. They had even captured some mutated beings with similar biofields for research. But all research results indicated that this technology faces insurmountable bottlenecks at this stage. Low energy conversion rates, huge device size, and extremely poor stability. Miniaturizing it to be installed in a supercar, while still having such terrifying defense, was completely beyond their understanding. This is not something current technology could achieve. Phantom analyzed the shield's energy response. The silent crow finally spoke. His voice remained dull, but anyone could hear the suppressed horror within. Unable to analyze. The energy response completely disappeared within 0.3 seconds after it appeared, cannot track, cannot model. Only certain, its structure is extraordinarily stable. Phantom's voice regained some calm but spoke rapidly. Crow, this car has problems. Major problems. No kidding. Titan cursed silently in his heart. This was not just a problem, it was downright ghastly. Just as the three of them were engulfed in immense shock by this surreal scene, the black supercar moved. It didn't turn back to escape, nor did it stop in place. V-room. A slight sound, completely different from the previous electromagnetic cannon, pulsed through the engine, clearly reaching the ears of the three through Phantom's pickup device. The black supercar, after a brief pause, emitted two long, red glimmers of light from the tail. It revved back up and charged towards the broken bridge in an even more aggressive and furious manner. Its speed, faster than before. It's coming. Titan shouted in surprise. What does this guy want to do? Is he planning to crash into their constructed defenses with that fragile car body? Phantom, lock onto the driver. Crow's voice turned extremely serious. He made a swift decision, attack him directly. Titan, second charge. Hurry. Received. Titan snapped out of his shock, anger twisting his face into a fierce grimace. He slammed his fist hard against the body of the electromagnetic cannon, roaring, damn it. I won't believe this nonsense. Let's see whether your turtle shell is tough or if my shells are plenty. He fumbled to replace the energy cartridge for the Punisher, preparing for a second charge. At the top of the ruins, Phantom's breathing became steady. She cast aside all thoughts of the strange sports car, focusing all her attention on her mission. To eliminate the driver. Her high-powered scope locked onto the cockpit of the sports car. However, the next second, her brows furrowed tightly. Unable to lock on. The windows are made of special material, completely blocking infrared and thermal imaging signals. Her sniper rifle, equipped with the most advanced composite aiming system, could freely switch between multiple spectrums, with almost no known individual cover able to escape its lock. But now, in front of that pitch-black window, all her detection methods had failed. In the scope's view, that area was only a cold, dark expanse with no signal feedback. She couldn't see the silhouette of the driver at all. Damn it! Crow cursed softly. Energy shields, counter-detection windows. What kind of monster is this sports car? The target has completely exceeded their expectations. This was no longer a simple hunt. This was an encounter battle. An encounter with a terrifying enemy armed with unknown technology and operating completely outside the norm. A tactical dagger slid silently into Crow's hand from his waist. He sank his body down, eyes locked intently on the approaching black lightning. Distance, 800 meters. 600 meters. 400 meters. The black sports car was moving at a breathtaking speed, leaving a straight black line on the snow, charging forward with an unstoppable determination, directly towards the cliffside gap they were in. Is the charging not done yet? Crow roared into the communicator. Almost. Damn it, almost. Just give me 10 more seconds. Titan was sweating profusely, his hands operating quickly as the electromagnetic cannon glowed with a ghostly blue light again, but more time was needed before firing. 10 seconds? Crow looked at the sports car already within 300 meters and felt his heart sink. There's no time. At the other party's speed, they wouldn't need 10 seconds to reach them. Just then, Phantom's calm voice rang out again. Watch out. It's front end. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the speeding black sports car suddenly revealed two menacing horns, flashing with a metallic cold light, under its front end. The horns were powerful, their tips incredibly sharp, covered in complex mechanical structures. At their appearance, the super sports car, once exuding a sci-fi beauty, instantly transformed into a steel beast ready to devour. A daunting sense of death loomed over everyone's hearts. Scatter! Crow yelled sharply. He could no longer care about any ambush formation. He pushed with his feet, his body turning into a black shadow as he dashed toward the rubble on the side. At the top of the ruins, Phantom didn't even have time to stow her sniper rifle. She rolled lazily and jumped straight down from several meters high, landing heavily in the snow. Only Titan remained, watching the increasingly close menacing horns, glancing at the Punisher still charging beside him, a flash of madness and unwillingness in his eyes. Want to ram me? In your dreams. He roared, and instead of dodging, he suddenly lifted the electromagnetic rail cannon beside him, hefting the hundreds of kilograms of fearsome weapon onto his shoulder, aiming it at the charging black sports car. He actually planned to complete the final charge before being rammed. To perish together with the other. However, he ultimately underestimated the speed of the Abyss Phantom. He also overestimated his own reaction. Just as he aimed the cannon at the target, that black steel beast had already crossed the final distance. Boom! A deafening sound. Titan, along with the Punisher he was carrying on his shoulder, was hit squarely by that fierce horn of destruction. Chapter 55. Will we win? Boom! The thunderous roar made the entire ruined bridge tremble violently. The Crow's body was pushed away by an invisible shockwave, crashing against the container wall behind him with a dull thud. He endured the suffocating feeling in his chest, steadying himself, and looked towards the center of the impact. What he saw was a scene of devastation. Titan's towering body, over 2 meters tall, along with his heavy exoskeleton armor, was violently smashed away by that black sports car. The indestructible exoskeleton armor shattered into pieces the moment it made contact with the fearsome horns, sending countless intricate parts and glowing metal fragments flying in all directions. As for Titan himself, he was like a broken doll tossed aside, tracing a parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily into a pile of twisted steel and concrete in the distance, never to make another sound. And the Punisher electromagnetic railgun he had shouldered met a more tragic fate. This proud creation of the Doctor was completely torn apart and dismantled in the impact, reduced to a pile of unrecognizable scrap metal, with the energy core in the center bursting open, triggering a small-scale energy detonation, blue arcs of electricity dancing and leaping through the ruins, making crackling sounds. Titan! In the communication channel, Phantom's sharp cry, suppressing terror, rang out. There was no response. Only the unsettling crackling sound left behind by the overloaded electrical current. The Crow did not turn back to look at the direction where Titan had fallen. His body trembled slightly with anger and fright, but more was a bone-deep coldness. The plan had encountered the worst change in the first minute of its start. They lost the strongest firepower point and a core combat member. And the enemy. The Crow's gaze fixed tightly on that black sports car which had just delivered this deadly blow. After delivering that earth-shattering collision, it did not stop immediately. The ear-piercing sound of tires screeching filled the air, the black body tracing a rough yet smooth arc on the snowy ground, stirring up billowing snowflakes, and finally coming to a slow stop less than 50 meters from where Titan had fallen. The fierce horns at the front of the car slowly retracted beneath the vehicle with a series of precise mechanical sounds, as if they had never existed. The vehicle maintained its sleek, sci-fi aesthetic. Only at the front, there remained a visible dent. That was the scar left from colliding head-on with Titan's exoskeleton armor and the Punisher. However, in the next moment, the dented matte black armor surfaced with a strange, wave-like sheen. The metal making up the car body seemed to move, stretch, and restore in a way that defied the laws of physics. In just a few seconds, the dent completely vanished, the front of the car returning to its perfect, smooth form. Self-repair. This car actually had the ability to heal itself. It is repairing itself, Phantom's voice rang out in the communicator, filled with disbelief and tremor. The Crow did not answer, he simply tightened his grip on the tactical dagger in his hand, every muscle in his body tensed to the limit. This was no longer a technological gap. This was crushing. From energy shields to anti-detection materials, to this almost magical self-repairing alloy. Every technology displayed on this sports car far exceeded their understanding, even beyond that of the Doctor. What on earth is this thing? Where did it come from? Who are the people inside the car? Countless questions churned in Crow's mind, but the cold reality left him no moment to think. That black sports car, after completing its self-repair, had no intention of leaving. It quietly stopped in the snow, and the long, crimson lines on its body began to flicker with a brightness and dimness at a faster pace than before. A sinister premonition enveloped Crow's heart. Then, the unforgettable sound they had heard before echoed again. Clack! 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 A series of densely packed, spine-tingling sounds of metal rubbing and mechanisms coupling abruptly pierced through the howling wind and snow. The black car, quietly parked, suddenly sank down. The originally smooth car armor began to separate, flip, and reorganize in ways unheard of before. When the final click of metal locking echoed, all movements came to a halt. A steel giant, taller than 8 meters and made entirely of a matte black, unknown alloy, replaced the car, quietly standing on the desolate ice and snow wasteland. Its entire body was filled with lines of strength and aggression, with the long crimson lines slowly flickering on its chest, arms, and legs armor. And where the headlights used to be, 2 red lights turned into the giant's eyes, sweeping over the dead bridge with a cold, inhuman authority. Crow and Phantom were utterly dumbfounded. Hiding behind their respective cover, they stared hard at the steel giant that had appeared out of nowhere, their minds blank. If the sports car that could withstand an electromagnetic cannon had already overturned their perceptions, then the steel giant transformed from the car completely shattered their common sense and reason. This was no longer a weapon. This was a monster. A monster clad in a mechanical shell that should not exist in this world. What is that? Phantom's voice sounded in the communication channel, already tinged with sobs. As a top sniper, she was used to controlling everything, used to deciding life and death from a kilometer away. She had never felt so small and powerless as she did now. In front of that 8-meter-tall steel giant, her prideful sniper rifle was no different from a stick. Thud. The steel giant took its first step after transforming. The heavy footsteps instantly blasted the frozen ground and ruins, leaving a half-meter deep footprint on the ground. It slowly turned its upper body, those 2 red eyes accurately locking onto the pile of containers where Phantom was hiding. A raw, naked threat of death, as if being stared at by a prehistoric beast, instantly seized Phantom's whole body. She felt her blood nearly freeze. Crow, what do we do? Can we win? There was a moment of silence in the communication channel. We will win. Steel Giant lifted its right arm, the 5 vicious mechanical fingers slowly clenched into a fist. Hum. A deep energy hum resonated. On the giant's enormous iron fist, the crimson energy lines flared up, terrifying physical energy was rapidly accumulating within, compressing the air around the fist, producing a dull explosive sound. Chapter 56, Escape Route. Phantom. Crow's explosive shout echoed in the communication channel, move to position 3. Hurry. This command jolted Phantom awake from her near-death stiffness. She instinctively abandoned all her equipment, crawling awkwardly out from the gap of the containers, rolling and scrambling toward another ruin designated by Crow. In the very next second after she left her spot. Boom! A giant steel fist, carrying the force of 1,000 mountains, came crashing down from the sky, striking heavily onto the pile of containers where she had just hidden. The stacked iron containers, weighing several tons, emitted a horrifying, continuous sound of metal distortion, as if they were cans being crushed by a giant hammer, smashing into a huge, shapeless mass of twisted metal. A violent shockwave sent clouds of snow and dust swirling, pushing the surrounding debris outward in a circle. Phantom lay in the snow, turning her head to witness the scene, sending chills through her entire body. Crow. Her voice trembled, feeling pure fear for the first time during the mission. Shut up. Crow's voice remained cold, report Titan's status. Phantom was momentarily stunned, instinctively bringing up the life signs monitoring interface for her squad. The icon representing Titan had turned gray, with heart rate and blood pressure readings showing as 2 glaring straight lines. Titan, signal lost. Confirmed deceased. Crow's voice revealed no emotional fluctuations as he hid behind a broken cement pipe, his eyes behind the beaked mask fixated on the iron giant slowly turning toward them. This was an unknown, terrifying enemy with crushing-level technology. Maybe from the very beginning, they were the prey. Thud. The iron giant seemed to lose interest in the little bug that Phantom had fled from. It slowly turned around and began scanning the entire wasteland. It was searching for itself. Crow's heart sank. He knew he could wait no longer. Phantom, listen to my command. Crow's voice dropped low, but his words came out fast: activate swarm, disrupt its search. Then, at all costs, move towards the center of the broken bridge. Center of the broken bridge? That's a dead end. Phantom exclaimed in shock. The bridge was broken in the middle, with only a few twisted steel bars and a suspended concrete slab connecting the center area. Not even a mutated dog could cross. Follow the order. Phantom gritted her teeth, no longer asking questions. She pulled out 3 fist-sized metal spheres from her tactical pouch, pressed the start buttons with force, and then threw them in different directions with all her might. Buzz. The three metal spheres expanded midair, transforming into dozens of palm-sized, dragonfly-like drones, emitting a high-frequency buzz as they scattered in all directions, simultaneously releasing strong electromagnetic and thermal signals. The crimson eyes of the Abyss Knight flickered for a moment, seemingly dismissive of this small trick. Buzz. An invisible, undetectable electromagnetic pulse rapidly swept out from its core reactor, engulfing an area of several hundred meters. The agile drones, under the impact of the EMP, had their intricate circuits instantly fried. They fell like marionettes with their strings cut, crashing down from the air into useless heaps of scrap metal on the snow. In less than 2 seconds, all the swarm was cleared away. But this bought Phantom precious time. She darted through the rubble like a nimble snow fox, making a few jumps to reach the section of the broken bridge, charging toward the suspended, deadly center area. The Iron Giant seemed enraged by this act of provocation. It no longer hesitated, its massive body lunged forward, heavy footsteps trampling the debris as it charged toward the broken bridge. Thud. 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 Every step caused the wreckage of the broken bridge to tremble. Crow. It's catching up. It's catching up. Phantom's voice echoed through the calm channel, filled with terror. She had reached the broken section of the bridge, with the Iron Giant trailing behind her. Less than 100 meters away from her. That enormous pressure made it nearly impossible for her to breathe. Jump. The crow's voice was chillingly calm. What? Jump down. Phantom looked down at the bottomless abyss made of twisted steel bars and floating stone slabs, her mind went blank. But the absolute obedience to the commander's orders was already ingrained in her very bones. Without the slightest hesitation, she leaped toward a rusty steel bar jutting diagonally below. Almost at the same moment she jumped. A shadow flashed past just above where she had been standing. It was the crow. He had silently moved behind Phantom without her noticing. Using the bridge's steel structure, he climbed and jumped on the vertical bridge like a ghost, moving with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, the steel giant had also charged onto the broken bridge. Boom! The vector nozzles on its back suddenly burst forth with blue flames, and its 8-meter-tall body leapt up, crossing dozens of meters, landing heavily on the most fragile suspended area of the broken bridge. Rumbling. The entire broken bridge groaned under the unbearable weight. Countless huge cracks spread out from the giant's landing point, reaching in all directions. Now! The crow screamed maniacally into the communicator while in midair. He pulled out a remote control from his pocket and pressed down hard. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions erupted within the concrete piers underneath the broken bridge, where the main supporting structures were. These were high explosives he had preset. Originally, they were meant to deal with the target. Now, they had become their only hope against the steel giant. The last few steel-reinforced concrete structures connecting the suspended bridge collapsed completely under the intense explosions. The nearly 100-meter-long suspended bridge, along with the steel giant standing on it, lost all support. Under the force of gravity, it began to crash down into the frozen riverbed, which was dozens of meters deep. Ha ha ha! The crow hung from a side steel cable of the bridge, watching the giant fall, bursting into mad laughter as if he had escaped death. Didn't expect this, did you? He shouted hoarsely at the falling shadow. This is my escape route. No matter how powerful the giant was, no matter how advanced its technology was, it was still heavy. In the face of absolute physical laws, it too had to fall. It seemed the steel giant had not expected the ground beneath its feet to suddenly disappear. Its massive body lost balance in midair, but it did not fall helplessly into the abyss as the crow had expected. Buzz. At the moment of falling, the vector nozzles on its back, as well as the auxiliary nozzles on its legs and feet, simultaneously spewed forth scorching blue flames. The vast body executed a forced and physically impossible adjustment in midair. The falling speed suddenly slowed down. It actually stabilized itself and even started to fly upward again using the power of the thrusters. The crow's laughter abruptly stopped. Chapter 57, Crushing. The scorching blue flames erupted from the vector nozzles on the giant's back and the auxiliary nozzles on its legs and feet. That unstoppable falling force was suddenly and forcibly restrained. The giant's massive steel body completed a completely unphysical and forced adjustment in the air. It did not continue to fall, but hovered in the air in a slow yet incredibly stable posture. Then, it began to rise. Bit by bit, inch by inch, rising with an unmatched sense of pressure from the shadows of the abyss. No. The crow murmured unconsciously. He looked at the scarlet eyes that reappeared in his sight, feeling his very soul tremble. Crow, the communication channel screamed with Phantom's tearful voice, it has flown up. At this moment, Phantom was awkwardly hanging from a twisted rebar beneath the broken bridge, the cold wind making her body sway dangerously. She looked up at the iron giant slowly rising into the air, her mind blank. Fear, pure, untainted fear, seized her heart. It's over. They had attracted a monster they should never have provoked, one that was incomprehensible and absolutely unbeatable. Thud. A heavy sound echoed, shaking the ruins of the entire broken bridge. The Knight of the Abyss stepped back onto the bridge deck on the north side. The hard concrete surface cracked instantly under its stomp, creating a huge pit. It did not attack immediately. Those scarlet eyes first swept over the crow hanging on the cable, its body stiff. Then slowly shifted down, locking onto Phantom, who was hanging on the rebar, nearly out of strength. A chilling feeling of being targeted by a top predator surged up Phantom's spine to the crown of her head. Split up and run. Crow's voice finally broke free from extreme shock, giving a hoarse roar on the communication channel. Execute Plan B. Break out separately. Plan B. That was their final escape plan when encountering an unbeatable enemy, after the mission had completely failed. Escape separately, save whoever could. Phantom almost instinctively released her grip on the rebar. Her body fell several meters, and then her feet pushed hard against the concrete wall of the bridge support. Her whole body became a gray-white shadow, swinging down towards the frozen river below. A thin but tough grappling line shot from her waist, firmly anchoring itself to a huge concrete ruin in the distance. Using the momentum to swing away, trying to escape this bridge of death. Crow did not hesitate for a moment. He let go of the cable, his body performing several jumps on the vertical bridge. Landing steadily on the bridge deck, then without looking back, he sprinted desperately to the north. His backup evacuation point was in a ravine 3 kilometers to the north. There lay a high-performance snowmobile he had prepared in advance, fully fueled. As long as he could reach that place. However, that iron giant seemed to deny them the right to choose. It ignored the fleeing crow, its massive body slightly sinking. The scarlet eyes still fixed firmly on the small figure swinging rapidly below. Click. 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 The chilling sound of machinery that sent shivers down the spines of both Crow and Phantom sounded again. The 8-meter-tall iron giant transformed from a giant to a sports car in just a few seconds. The pitch-black Abyss Phantom quietly hovered at the edge of the broken bridge. Buzzing. The vector nozzles beneath the vehicle shot out a ghostly blue light. The entire car slowly lifted off the ground, hovering 2 meters in the air. Ground effect flying mode. The next second, the black supercar transformed into a shadow, leaping from the edge of the broken bridge. And shot down towards the fleeing Phantom below like lightning. No! Phantom looked at the black car soaring through the air, rushing straight toward her, and let out a desperate scream. She frantically retracted the grappling line, changing her swinging trajectory. Trying to hide within the complex terrain formed by twisted rebar and concrete ruins. She pulled out the last few stun grenades and smoke bombs from her tactical vest. And threw them behind her without looking back. Boom! A blinding white light and thick smoke exploded instantaneously. But the black car was unaffected by it. It did not even decrease its speed, cutting through the smoke with precision. Under the front of the vehicle, that pair of menacing horns silently extended. The pupils of the Phantom shrank to the size of a needle tip. She saw the pair of horns, flashing with a metallic cold light, rapidly enlarging in her line of sight. She wanted to dodge. But it was too late. Puff! A dull sound, like a sharp weapon piercing flesh, was quickly scattered by the wind and snow. The Phantom's body was precisely pierced through the back by one of the horns. Her expression froze, her mouth slightly opened, but no sound came out. Her final vitality flowed away swiftly with the blood that gushed out. The abyssal Phantom showed no signs of stopping, slamming her corpse against a huge concrete wall ahead. Boom! The Phantom's body, along with all her gear, instantly turned into a blurred mass of flesh and blood under that terrifying impact. The abyssal Phantom slowly reversed, its menacing horns retracting gradually. On that concrete wall, only a shocking blood-red mark was left. The crow was running wildly. He did not look back. When the desperate scream of the Phantom in the communications channel suddenly cut off, replaced by a harsh electrical noise, he knew that the Phantom was dead. His heart had no ripples. Death, to them the cleaners, was an inevitable fate that could arrive at any time. The only thing he had to do now was to run. Run with all his might. The cold air rushed into his lungs, bringing a knife-like pain. But he dared not stop, dared not slow down. He could feel the terrifying shadow of death rapidly approaching from behind. 2 kilometers. 1 kilometer. 500 meters. The outline of the valley was already in sight. He could even see the blurred outline of the snowmobile covered in snow and camouflage netting. Hope. A faint glimmer of hope rose in his heart. As long as he could ride that vehicle. Just then, the space ahead of him twisted slightly in the air, almost imperceptibly. In the next second, that pitch-black supercar appeared out of nowhere less than 20 meters in front of him on the snow. Optical camouflage. The crow's footsteps abruptly came to a halt. He stared at the black sports car blocking his path, and his heart sank to the bottom in an instant. There was no escape. The crow slowly straightened up, his chest rising and falling violently. He did not attempt to run again, just fixed his gaze on that car. Chapter 58, Future Prophecy. That pitch-black, sleekly designed supercar stood quietly in the snow, blocking the crow's last path to survival. It did not extend its menacing horns, nor did it transform again into that despair-inducing iron giant. It simply stood there, with the narrow red lines on its body flashing rhythmically in the dead silence of the snowfield, giving off an inhuman, cold sense of scrutiny. The crow's chest heaved violently, his lungs burning from the extreme sprint just now. He did not move, just stared intently at that car. No escape. When that car silently appeared before him with optical camouflage, he understood. The opposing side had never intended to let him escape. Chasing the phantom may have just been to eliminate a pesky fly. Keeping him alive was the true purpose. A wave of humiliation surged in his heart. They were the cleaners, the sharpest knife in the hands of the doctor, hunters who dealt with accidents. But today, they had been treated as prey from beginning to end. Played with, torn apart, crushed one by one. Come out. The crow said hoarsely, his voice sounding a bit weak in the wind and snow. What kind of skill is hiding in a metal shell? Come out, face me. He tried to provoke the person in the car with words. This was his last chance. As long as the opponent got out of the car, as long as the opponent was a flesh and blood being. With his close combat skills, there might still be a glimmer of hope. All that answered him was a terrifying silence. The car was dead quiet. Suddenly, a faint sound of electric current crackled. A cold, emotionless voice, processed by electronics, came from the car's external speaker. Who are you? The voice was low but clearly reached Crow's ears. Crow's body stiffened for a moment. The other side was not at all angered. This person was eerily calm. He was interrogating. Crow suddenly laughed, his laughter hoarse and mad. Us? We are here to collect your corpse. He straightened his body, the perfectly fitted bird mask on his face looked especially eerie against the pale snow. It's just that I didn't expect your rat's shell to be so tough. The voice in the car ignored his taunt and continued in that unperturbed tone to ask. Who sent you? Want to know? It has gone out of control, and you, an unknown insect, have taken advantage of it. The crow's tone was filled with disdain. Do you think you have one? Do you think by killing us all and destroying experiment number 7 you can rest easy? He shook his head, the bird mask carving a strange arc in the wind and snow. You know nothing. You are completely ignorant of this world. The crow spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the vast snowy landscape. Look at this sky, look at this land. Do you think this is the end of the world? No, this is just the beginning. A small, trivial appetizer. His voice grew high and intense, carrying a fervent preacher's tone. Soon, very soon, this world will face a real great cleansing. By then, all the mutated beings you see now, all the monsters, will be no different from docile sheep. The entire environment of the planet will change completely. A global era of mass migration is about to arrive. Only the chosen can survive. Only those who board the ark built by the doctor will endure this disaster. Great cleansing? Era of migration? All of Suji's previous plans were based on the current apocalyptic environment. Searching for supplies, strengthening vehicles, heading to the capital's safe zone, picking up his sister, then finding a safe place to live. But if what the crow said is true, if the environment of this world will undergo even more drastic, revolutionary changes, then does everything he is doing now still have meaning? Your vehicle is indeed impressive. The crow's voice pulled Suji back to reality, so impressive that it exceeds our imagination. But it's useless. In the face of real natural disasters, your power is like a speck of dust. You will be crushed, consumed, along with your ridiculous toy, disappearing into the river of history. Only the doctor's plan is the only way for humanity. We are the true hope of humanity. Chapter 59, Silver White Metal Sphere. The wind and snow grew sharper in the crow's maniacal laughter. Inside the cockpit, Suji quietly listened to the near-sermon declaration, not interrupting. On the curved screen, the lines representing the crow's heart rate and adrenaline levels fluctuated violently, finally settling into a manic calm. A madman. This was Suji's only evaluation. A brainwashed madman, deeply believing in the so-called doctor and great cleansing. But a madman's words may not be all lies. Great cleansing, era of migration, arc. These words swirled in his mind, each carrying heavy weight. If all of this is true, then all his previous plans based on the current apocalyptic environment would become ridiculous. In the face of natural disasters capable of changing the entire planetary environment, even the Abyss Phantom is just a flimsy boat. What's wrong?
Are you scared? The crow seemed very satisfied with Suji's silence, thinking his words had intimidated the mysterious enemy in the vehicle.
It's still not too late to ally with the doctor. With your vehicle, the doctor will surely be very interested in you. You will have the chance to board the Ark and become part of the new world.
Put.
A slight sound, like flesh being pierced, interrupted the crow's sermon. His words came to a halt. The crow looked down, incredulously gazing at his own chest. A grotesque and gleaming metal horn pierced through his chest. There was not a trace of blood on it. The black sports car had silently slid to his front without him even realizing it. No roar of an engine, no sound of tire friction, it was so fast he had no time to react. You. The crow opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but only a large gush of blood surged to his throat. His black combat suit, made of special fibers that could withstand conventional rifle bullets. In front of this horn designed specifically for breaking barriers, it was as fragile as a single piece of paper. Life force was rapidly fading away. The crow's body swayed and finally weakenedly knelt on the ground, propped up by the horn, without falling down. W.I. He used his last bit of strength to squeeze out a few words from his throat. From the loudspeaker, that cold electronic synthetic voice rang out again, as a final answer to him. You talk too much. Hum. The engine of the Abyss Phantom emitted a slight pulsation, the front of the vehicle lifted slightly, throwing the crow's body away, landing in the thick snow. Those terrifying barrier-breaking horns slowly retracted beneath the vehicle, as if nothing had happened. The entire world returned to silence. Suji sat in the cockpit for a moment until the vehicle's smart system confirmed that the crow's life signal had completely vanished. He pushed the car door open and stepped out. The frigid wind at dozens of degrees below zero hit him squarely. He tightened his parka, and made his way first to the crow's body. Suji crouched down, unceremoniously stripping off his black combat suit. This suit was made of special material, lightweight and tough, though it had a large hole torn by the horn, other parts remained intact, holding high value for repair and research. Next was that birdbeak mask. The mask felt cold to the touch, its structure precise. Suji found a micro-communication module and an air filtration device on the inside. He didn't hesitate. With a thought, he stored the crow's body, combat suit, and mask, along with a dagger and several special ammunition he found on him, into the storage space. After doing all this, Suji returned to the vehicle, maneuvering the Abyss Phantom to turn around and drive back to the battlefield at the broken bridge, several kilometers away. A few minutes later, the vehicle came to a steady stop at the center of the true wreckage. The Titan's body had been beaten beyond recognition, its heavy exoskeletal armor shattered into dozens of pieces, scattered everywhere, including a similarly shattered electromagnetic cannon. These items were severely damaged. Although their technological level far surpassed the current era, they had already lost their value, and he merely glanced at them. Finally, there was Phantom. Her remains were embedded in the concrete wall in the distance. Her death was tragic. Suji dealt with her body and gear. While cleaning up the tactical vests that had become rags and fragments, an unexpected object rolled out from a pile of rotten flesh. It was a fist-sized silver metal sphere. Against such a terrifying impact, it had miraculously remained intact. Its surface was smooth, perfectly sealed, and there were no switches or interfaces to be found, clearly made of some high-strength alloy. Suji picked it up, weighing it in his hand. It wasn't heavy, the texture was cold. But now it seems he was wrong. The word appetizer from the crow sent a chill deep into his bones. If even a monster like the King of the Sky is merely a failed product, then what kind of terrifying existence is the true experiment? If the extreme cold and mutations sweeping the globe are just an appetizer, then what will the real great cleansing look like? Suji's plan must change. He not only needs to go to the capital to find his sister, but he also needs to possess enough strength to protect himself and even secure a place during the upcoming catastrophe of the so-called Great Migration era. The moving fortress plan must be escalated to the agenda as soon as possible. And the enhancement of that Shanxi automobile DeLong X6000 must also find a way to accelerate again. With this thought, he pulled his attention from the chaotic thoughts and focused on the silvery metal ball he had just acquired. He took the metal ball out of the storage space and placed it in his palm. Scan this item, try to activate, Suji commanded the vehicle's AI. Command received. Beginning deep scan. Analyzing internal structure. Attempting to crack underlying protocol. A pale blue beam of light shot out from the top of the cockpit, enveloping the metal ball. On the curved screen, complex codes and data streams flashed rapidly. A few minutes later, the voice of the vehicle AI sounded. Crack completed. Hidden activation command found. Execute? Execute. With Suji's command, the metal ball in his hand suddenly vibrated slightly. Then, a silent crack appeared on the surface of the ball, and a soft blue light projected from within, forming a palm-sized holographic image in the air before Suji. It was a chubby, cartoonish bird with tiny flapping wings. The bird blinked its pixelated eyes, tilted its head, and then emitted a clear, pleasant sound, synthesized electronically.
Chapter 60, Reconnaissance Unit. Chirp. Su-ji. He stared at this incongruous little creature in the midst of the apocalypse, unsure of what to say. Reconnaissance Unit Little Chirp, system starting. Starting complete. The cartoon bird spun in the air and said in an unrealistically cheerful tone, "Hello, new master. Little Chirp is at your service. How can I help you? Do you want to go on a picnic, or find a beautiful place for a picnic?" Su-ji's mouth twitched. He seriously suspected that the Phantom Woman had some peculiar preferences. To use such a thing as a reconnaissance unit in this cruel apocalypse. "Shut off your voice assistant, switch to silent mode," Su-ji commanded. "Okay, master." Little Chirp cheerfully replied, then continued in its sweet voice, "Silent mode activated. Now Little Chirp won't make any sound. See, isn't Little Chirp very obedient?" Su-ji. He found that he couldn't communicate with this artificial intelligence at all. Access core database, retrieve all information about Doctor, Cleaner, and Arc. Searching keywords. Little Chirp's little tuft of hair wobbled, search complete. No information about Doctor, Cleaner, or Arc in the database. However, Little Chirp found many recipes for grilled wings, cake, and ice cream. "Do you need them, master?" Su-ji's temple throbbed. He understood now that this thing was a toy stripped of its core functions, retaining only some basic reconnaissance ability, wrapped in a silly exterior. Just as he was about to toss Little Chirp back into storage, the cartoon bird suddenly spoke again. "Oh no! Master, at 3 o'clock ahead, 20 meters underground, detected an abnormal energy frequency. Its signal is so strong. Like a warm little sun." Su-ji's movements paused. He immediately turned his gaze to the main screen. On the curved display, the vehicle's smart scanning interface appeared normal, with no abnormal alerts. It's not that the Abyss Shadow couldn't detect the underground, on the contrary, its geological penetration scanning ability was extremely powerful. But this scanning is like turning on full-power radar, consuming massive energy. To prioritize energy for shielding, weapons, and mobility systems, Su-ji had kept the ground scanning in a low-power passive alert state, reacting only to severe surface tremors or ultra-high energy bursts. "Sync the detected signal source coordinates to the main screen," Su-ji said in a deep voice. "Roger that." Little Joe responded, and a stream of data flew out from its projection, instantly connecting to the Abyss Shadow system. The vehicle's smart voice then sounded. "External probe signal received. Starting focal geological penetration scan, analyzing target coordinates." In the next second, a fist-sized mark emitting orange-red light suddenly appeared in an area that was previously normal on the 3D map. Next to the mark, a series of complex energy data and biological structure models were rapidly being constructed. The vehicle's smart voice sounded again, delivering the conclusion after analysis. Analysis complete. The target is a high-density biological energy aggregate, in a dormant state. Based on energy fluctuation frequency, this organism is judged to be huge, with a threat level estimated as high. Su-ji stared at the newly appeared light spot, falling into deep thought. He understood. This seemingly foolish little Geo did not have stronger detection ability than the Abyss Shadow. Instead, it served as a mobile, low-power passive sonar. It could continuously listen for underground anomalies with very low energy consumption, and once a problem was detected, it immediately sent an alert to the main system, guiding the Abyss Shadow to activate strong active scans for precise strikes. Although its intelligence level was concerning, as a tool, it seemed somewhat useful. "Well done," Su-ji rarely complimented. "Geo. Helping the master makes little Geo the happiest." The cartoon bird flapped its wings excitedly in the air, even scattering a flurry of virtual petals made of blue light. Su-ji ignored this eye-searing effect. He chose not to provoke the huge creature underground. The current priority was to quickly head to Jinghua. The Abyss Shadow bypassed the marked point and continued to race across the snowy plains. With the unexpected gain of Little Geo, Su-ji felt that his reconnaissance system was further completed. The smart system of the Abyss Shadow was the absolute command core, responsible for large-scale, high-intensity ground and aerial scanning, as well as precise strikes under guidance. And Little Geo, serving as a mobile, energy-efficient ground sentinel, could continuously monitor underground threats, allowing him to safely invest more energy in combat and maneuvering. Although along the way, this artificial intelligence's chattering voice was somewhat annoying. "Master, master, that stone on the left looks like a rabbit. Master, master, we have been driving for 2 hours. Should we stop and take a break, have some afternoon tea? Master, master." Su-ji expressionlessly turned off its external voice, keeping only the data transmission function. The entire world finally became quiet. The wind and snow had lessened considerably. The Abyss Shadow moved silently across the wasteland, its wheels rolling over the snow, leaving 2 deep tracks behind. In the cockpit, Su-ji turned off all communication permissions for Little Geo,
only allowing it to send alerts directly to the vehicle's smart system upon detecting high-risk targets. Its projection flapped its wings in the corner, pretending to do various meaningless cute actions,
but no longer made a sound.
Distance to the final destination, Jinghua Safe Zone, 481 kilometers.
Estimated arrival time, 2 hours 24 minutes.
The vehicle's intelligent and ethereal synthesized voice sounded in the quiet cockpit.
481 kilometers. Suji looked at the shrinking number on the curved screen, feeling little relief in his heart.
The closer he got to Jinghua, the more signs of human activity there would be, along with more potential rules and dangers. Just as he expected, the condition of the road improved significantly for the next stretch. The heavy snow on the national road had been cleared, and although it was still bumpy, at least there were no piles of abandoned vehicles blocking the way. On both sides of the road, he could occasionally see some makeshift defensive fortifications built by humans, although mostly abandoned. The blackened walls and scattered bullet casings told stories of battles that had once occurred here. After driving for more than half an hour, the Abyss Phantom's speed slowly decreased.
The vehicle's intelligence emitted a low hum.
27 kilometers ahead, detected a large-scale artificial building complex and high-density life signals.
Signal analysis: human life signals exceed 5,000, operational vehicle engine signals exceed 300, and high-power defense weapon energy fluctuations detected. Comprehensive assessment: ahead is a large military fortress or outpost city. A detour route has been planned. Chapter 61, The Citadel.
Suji looked at the massive red area on the three-dimensional map that completely interrupted the national road, his brow furrowing. On the map, the system-planned green detour route required venturing deep into an unexplored mountain range on the west side, marked in deep black, meaning unknown high risk. He did not make an immediate decision but instead silently drove the vehicle off the national road and into a sparse grove of dead trees, stopping about 5 kilometers from the fortress city.
Activate optical camouflage. Also turn on silent mode. As the order was given, the black car quickly blended into the surrounding icy environment. Suji picked up the cartoon bird reconnaissance unit obtained from the Phantom.
"Little Chirp, go take a look ahead and send the footage back," he said to the palm-sized metal bird.
Chirp. Received. Mission guaranteed.
The bird's projection saluted in the air, then the bottom of the metal body ejected a light blue stream, silently flying out of the cockpit, like a real flying bird, skillfully navigating through the desolate woods toward the distant, blurry city. Soon, a new picture window appeared on the curved main screen of the Abyss Phantom. It was a real-time aerial view sent back by Little Chirp. When he saw the appearance of the city, even Suji couldn't help but feel a wave of oppression. It was not a city, but a war fortress. Over 30 meters high, the enormous walls were built of countless abandoned containers, wrecks of heavy trucks, and twisted steel and concrete blocks, all covered with icicles and congealed black blood. On top of the walls, every 100 meters, there was a machine gun bunker jutting out, the dark gun muzzles intimidating all living beings outside the city. Further away, on the highest points of the walls, several huge searchlight towers and anti-aircraft gun emplacements pointed straight at the sky, the camouflage nets covering the gun barrels swaying slightly in the cold wind. The only entrance to the walls was located right in the middle of the national road, a heavy gate made of thick alloy. In front of the gate was a wide open space, cleaned thoroughly. Anything attempting to approach would be exposed under the gaze of hundreds of gun muzzles. At this moment, 2 long lines were waiting in front of the gate. One line was a convoy, with various trucks, buses, and off-road vehicles lined up in a queue over a kilometer long, each vehicle loaded with people and goods.
It appeared bulky and cumbersome.
In another line, there was a crowd of people walking, their clothes tattered, pushing simple wooden carts, or carrying huge bundles on their backs, shivering in the cold wind, their faces showing numbness and hope. A row of fully armed soldiers, wearing uniform white winter combat uniforms, patrolled beside the line, maintaining order. Their expressions were indifferent, their movements efficient, completely different from the soldiers Suji had seen before in the Linchuan shelter.
Zoom in, let's hear what they are saying. Suji gave a new order.
Little Geo lowered its flying height, hovering above a truck waiting for inspection. The noisy conversations were clearly transmitted into the cockpit of the Abyss Phantom through the high-fidelity microphones.
What the hell is going on in front?
We've been waiting for almost 2 hours. A sturdy man poked his head out of the truck cabin, impatiently cursing.
Someone in a nearby vehicle replied, "What's the rush? Can't you see they're checking up ahead?"
I heard today the walled city raised the entry standards again. All supplies have to be taxed 30%, no, 40%.
As entry tax. 40%?
Why don't they just rob us? The sturdy man's eyes widened. I barely snatched this life back, and this little stuff on the truck is all I have.
Keep it down. Do you want to die?
The person next to him quickly gestured with his eyes. This is the walled city.
It's the last gate before the Jinghua safe zone.
They call the shots.
If you're capable, don't go in. Look at those wandering monsters outside the city, aren't they more deadly than this entry tax?
The sturdy man reluctantly pulled his head back, not daring to complain any further. On the other side, in the walking line, a middle-aged man was nervously advising his wife and child beside him. When we get in, just answer whatever they ask, don't play clever tricks.
Do we have our identity cards ready?
I heard that as long as you have a skill, like a doctor or a technician, the walled city welcomes you, not only reducing taxes but also assigning good housing.
His wife tightened her hold on their shivering child and nodded, we've got everything. Dear, can we really get into Jinghua?
Yes.
We definitely can. The man nodded vigorously, as long as we get into the walled city, it's like we're halfway into Jinghua.
With my machine repair skills, I won't starve anywhere.
Once we get into Jinghua, we will be safe, no more living in fear.
Suji silently listened to these conversations, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the control stick. Walled city.
The last defensive line before Jinghua.
A new, harsh order of apocalypse had already been established here. He commanded little Gio to continue reconnaissance. Soon, he saw a modified off-road vehicle being inspected. Several soldiers carefully scanned the body and cargo of the vehicle with instruments, and then unceremoniously removed several boxes of canned goods and 2 barrels of oil from the truck. The owner dared not express his anger and could only nod and smile. Next, a researcher in a white coat, wearing glasses, was respectfully invited out of an inconspicuous car by the soldiers and was directly given priority access through a special channel into the walled city. Suji's brows furrowed even deeper.
Come back.
Suji said softly to the communicator. In the distance, that cartoon bird finished its reconnaissance mission, drawing an arc and silently flying back into the abyss phantom.
Master. I'm back.
The uncles outside look so fierce, but they have a lot of delicious food. I smelled the aroma of roasted potatoes.
Suji directly cut off its voice function.
Now, before him, it seemed there were only 2 paths left. The first, abandon the abyss phantom, store it in his space, and then blend into the walled city like those people, walking in on foot.
This thought only appeared for a second. It was rejected by him. Secondly, the route planned by the vehicle's onboard system, detour.
He shifted his gaze back to the 3D map. The green route, like a long, slender worm, clung to the massive mountains on the west side of the Acropolis, winding through.
Execute the detour plan.
Recalculating the optimal path, cutting into the Black Wind Mountains. The engine of the Abyss Phantom pulsed, maintaining its optical camouflage, silently turning the car around, heading towards the west, where the Black Mountains loomed like a giant beast lying low. The vehicle's all-terrain mode quietly activated, the metal structure on the tires changed, countless fine barbs sprang out, allowing it to easily traverse the thick snow and steep slopes.
Chapter 62 The Plan. Goodbye National Highway, the Abyss Phantom dove headlong into the true wilderness. Here, there were no roads, only hills covered in ice and snow, rivers frozen like steel, and dead trees twisted into strange shapes by the cold winds. The speed of the Abyss Phantom slowed down, but it remained steady. The onboard intelligence continuously scanned the terrain ahead, constructing a 3D model in real time on the curved screen, clearly labeling every dip and rock for Suji to choose the most suitable route. An hour later, the vehicle finally arrived at the foot of the Black Wind Mountains. A chill, oppressive atmosphere met them head-on. Within the mountains, the wind became sharp, like countless wronged souls wailing. The towering mountains blocked the daylight, making this place darker than outside. Master. Below.
Below there are so many strange signals.
They are moving.
They are digging holes down there. The muted little bee suddenly flashed red light crazily on the screen, with lines of text popping up.
Suji paused for a moment.
He immediately commanded the onboard intelligence, activate geological penetration scan the area ahead within 5 kilometers.
Scanning initiated. In the next second, the 3D terrain map ahead was instantly peeled away, revealing what lay dozens of meters beneath the surface. Suji's pupils tightened slightly.
He saw that, in the frozen ground below, there were countless crisscrossing tunnels, densely packed like an anthill.
Countless red dots of varying sizes were quickly moving through these tunnels. There were at least thousands of them. Analysis complete.
The voice of the onboard intelligence sounded, the targets are a colony of burrowing worms. This biological colony exhibits a high degree of social behavior, living in groups and is extremely sensitive to surface vibrations and heat sources. Warning, this area is a highly active zone for burrowing worms. There is a 95% chance that vibrations caused by vehicle movement will provoke an attack.
Suji said, restore voice mode.
Yes, Master. Little Bee's voice rang out again, filled with a sense of survival after disaster.
Suji ignored its cheerfulness and asked in a deep voice, you just said you can distinguish their emotions?
Yes. Little Bee immediately replied, Little Bee's passive sonar system can not only detect energy frequencies but also analyze the biological electric wave states of the signal sources through subtle changes in frequency.
It's like listening to their heartbeat.
They were so scared just now, their hearts were racing super fast, and then they all ran away.
Suji understood. Alright. Little Bee's tuft of hair shook, closing its eyes as if it were listening intently. A few seconds later, it opened its eyes and confidently said, "It's sleeping." Sleeping so soundly, even snoring. Its heartbeat is very, very slow, but every beat is strong. Suji was calculating in his heart. A bold plan gradually took shape in his mind. Suji did not act immediately. He controlled the abyss shadow and backed away hundreds of meters, hiding the vehicle completely in a rocky hollow, ensuring everything was foolproof. Inside the cockpit, he pulled up the complete three-dimensional map of the Black Wind Mountain Range. On the map, red light spots representing the burrowing worm colony almost covered all areas from the mountain's entrance to its depths, densely packed, making one's scalp tingle. And the huge sleeping creature he had marked before was located about 7 kilometers to the northeast of this active worm area. Little Geo, highlight the center area of the burrowing worm colony and the position of that big guy on the map. Received. On the map, 2 areas were highlighted with different colored circles. Suji's finger glided across the curved screen, starting from the coordinates of the sleeping creature, drawing a straight red line that cut across the entire burrowing worm nest area. Plan confirmed, Suji whispered. His plan was simple. To drive a tiger to eat a wolf. Forcing a passage through this deadly zone full of burrowing worms would mean, even in the abyss night form, he would face unending assaults. But what if something could attract the attention of all these thousands of burrowing worms? That sleeping giant was the best bait, and also the strongest ally. What he needed to do was wake this terrifying creature, then lure it towards the burrowing worm nest. When the 2 terrifying monsters clashed in a frenzy, he could then carve out a safe path from the edge of the battlefield amidst the chaos. Of course, the risk was extremely high. If that giant creature woke up and immediately locked onto him as the target, he would have to face the pursuit of 2 powerful forces at once. Little Geo, how far can you monitor the emotional changes of that big guy? Suji asked. Little Geo tilted its projection, about 10 kilometers. Beyond 10 kilometers, the signal becomes blurry, and I can't hear its heartbeat clearly. 10 kilometers. That was enough. This meant he could confirm from a relatively safe distance that the giant had indeed been successfully provoked and was charging in the right direction. Alright, it's your turn to work. With a thought, Suji took out a box of military grenades he had obtained from the earlier convoy defeat. He opened the box and took out 5 grenades, tightly binding them together with high-strength fiber rope and linking all the safety pins with a thin metal wire. A makeshift cluster bomb was completed. He handed the bundle of grenades to Little Geo's metal body. Do you see this? I see it. Green, like a big pineapple. Little Geo replied cheerfully. Later, you carry it and fly directly above that big guy. Then pull the metal wire and throw it down. After that, quickly return. Can you do it? No problem. Little Geo is a professional courier. The cartoon bird's projection pounded its chest to assure him. 2 small mechanical claws extended from below its metal body, securely grabbing hold of the bundle of cluster grenades, which was twice its own size. Remember, your task is to throw it down, then come back immediately, without any unnecessary delays, Suji emphasized again. Understood. The cockpit's top cover silently slid open, and Little Geo, clutching the pineapple, disappeared into the dim sky. Chapter 63, The Burrowing Giant Bear. On the curved screen, the green light spot representing Little Geo was flying at high speed toward the coordinates of the sleeping creature. Suji's heartbeat also began to involuntarily accelerate. Success or failure hinged on this one move. 7 kilometers was a distance that matched Little Geo's flying speed. It was just a matter of minutes. Soon, the green light dot on the screen reached above the target area and began to hover. Master! I'm here! It's so quiet down below, I can't see anything, just a patch of snow. Little Geo's voice came through the communicator. Execute command. Okay. A crisp metallic sound of a pull tab echoed through the communicator. Bomb drop successful. Little Geo is going home. On the screen, the green light dot representing Little Geo immediately turned around, retreating faster than it had come. All of Suji's attention was focused on the geological scanning interface. The huge orange-red light dot, representing the dormant creature, remained still. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Just as Suji furrowed his brow tighter and began to doubt whether the bundle of grenades had been damp and failed. Boom! A dull roar, extreme in intensity, like a mighty sound from the depths of the earth, clearly echoed back to the cockpit through the seismic waves of the geological scan. The entire body of the Abyss Phantom trembled slightly in response. On the map, that orange-red light dot suddenly burst forth with a blinding brightness. Immediately after, the onboard intelligence alarm filled the entire cockpit. Warning! Ultra-high-intensity energy reaction detected. Energy level is rising exponentially. Warning! Surface structures are being destroyed. Intense crustal movements detected. Suji stared hard at the screen. He saw that at the spot where Little Joe dropped the bombs, the ground began to swell and crack violently. Giant fissures radiated outward from the explosion point in all directions, bottomless. In the next moment, the ground within a radius of several hundred meters collapsed with a thunderous roar. Then, a colossal creature slowly stood up from the collapsed pit. Its size was far larger than the previously savage bull, standing over 15 meters tall at its shoulders, its entire body covered in a heavy, rock-like brown shell, through the seams of which flowed a dark red glow like molten lava. Its shape barely resembled a bear, but its limbs were disproportionately thick, each paw comparable to a small car, with 5 massive claws several meters long, glistening with an obsidian sheen. The most terrifying part was its head. That huge head had no eyes, no nose, just a mouth spanning 2/3 of its face, filled with ring-shaped sharp teeth. Earth hernia giant bear. The onboard intelligence immediately displayed the analysis result. Threat level assessed, extremely high. The Earth hernia giant bear was forcibly awakened from its slumber, letting out a tremendous roar. Roar! That sound was not merely a sound wave, but a destructive shock mixed with infrasound. Wherever the shock reached, the air twisted violently, and the snow on the ground was instantly vaporized, even causing cracks to appear in the massive rocks on the distant mountain. The giant head of the Earth hernia giant bear, devoid of visual organs, spun wildly in the pit, trying to capture the scent of the little firecracker that had awoken it. However, the explosive aftermath and heat dissipated quickly in the biting cold wind, leaving no trace to track. Unable to find the culprit intensified the fury of the Earth hernia giant bear. At this moment, it sensed the vibrations that had been bothering it beneath its feet. Those little bugs. The annoying digging worms that had been burrowing under its sleeping territory, making "oh" at its sounds. Furious, the Earth hernia giant bear turned its head towards the direction of the digging worm colony. It moved. That massive body charged forward with a ferocity that seemed completely disproportionate to its size. Thud. 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 Each step shook the entire mountain range. The ground cracked and collapsed under its tread. And its target was the area where the digging worms were most concentrated. The battle erupted. As the massive body of the ground distortion giant bear stepped into the territory of the burrowing worms. Countless burrowing worms, measuring from several meters to over 10 meters long, crazily drilled out of their tunnels. They let out sharp shrieks, fearlessly launching suicidal attacks against the towering king-level creature. However, before absolute strength, the advantage of numbers seemed powerless. The ground distortion giant bear completely ignored the small worms that pounced on it, simply raising its gigantic claws, comparable to a battering ram, and smashing them down onto the ground. Boom! With one swipe, the earth cracked open, and a giant pit over 20 meters in diameter appeared, with dozens of burrowing worms turned into mush. It opened its terrifying ring-shaped mouth and suddenly inhaled. A powerful suction formed a small tornado, pulling hundreds of burrowing worms, along with dirt and stones, into its mouth, its ring-shaped teeth crazily chewed, creating a sound that made one's teeth ache. Black-green, rancid blood spilled from its mouth, cascading down like a waterfall. The entire entrance of the Black Wind Mountain range turned into a scene of bloody carnage. Now's the time. The Abyss Phantom, which had been silent, emitted a suppressed low roar from its engine, disengaged its optical camouflage, and burst out from the concealed depression. V-Room. The black vehicle left a blur in the snow, following the pre-planned route, skimming close to the edge of the mountains, cutting into the bloody battlefield. Thud. The ground distortion giant bear swiped down again, the earth trembled, and a violent shockwave mixed with gravel and flesh spread outwards. The body of the Abyss Phantom shook slightly from this force, but its 4 fierce metal tires clung to the ground tightly, and the vehicle's suspension system made multiple adjustments, dissipating most of the impact energy. On the curved screen, a ghostly blue data stream refreshed wildly, as the onboard intelligence analyzed every movement of energy on the battlefield, every frequency of vibration, and every trajectory of flying debris. Steer left 3 degrees, evade the falling rocks ahead. Accelerate, a gap in the worm swarm attack will appear in 3 seconds ahead. Caution, the ground distortion giant bear is turning, energy readings on the right side are dramatically increasing. Suji's hands firmly grasped the joystick, his entire being merging with this killing machine. He didn't pay attention to the earth-shattering battle of the beasts, all his focus was on the safety path extending for him on the screen. Outside the car window was a true hellish scene. Countless burrowing worms drilled out from the ground, their ugly, slimy bodies stacked upon each other, forming a writhing wave of flesh and blood, recklessly charging toward the ground distortion giant bear. The ground distortion giant bear was already covered in worms, with those little creatures madly gnawing at its rock-like shell, sending sparks flying. Roar! The ground distortion giant bear roared in annoyance. It suddenly rose to stand upright, its enormous body blocking the sky, then slammed back to the ground. Rumble! With it as the center, the ground within a radius of 100 meters instantly collapsed, and all the burrowing worms were crushed into a pulp by this irresistible force. Chapter 64, Allies.
Black-green blood gushed forth, pooling into small streams flowing across the cracked earth. The Abyss Phantom navigated through this chaotic edge zone. At times it accelerated, narrowly skimming through the energy shockwaves produced by the collision of the two beasts. At other times, it made sharp turns, gliding close past a massive worm that had just broken through the ground. The highly acidic slime spewed from the worm's mouth splattered against the energy shield, creating a hissing sound of corrosion, yet failing to shake that faint blue barrier even slightly. Crossing through the core battle zone, 300 meters ahead is the edge of the worm nest. Danger level decreased. The voice of the vehicle's intelligence came through. Suji's tense nerves relaxed slightly. He turned to glance back. The giant earth bear had completely succumbed to madness, its gigantic circular mouth opening and closing continuously, swallowing hundreds and thousands of worms, grinding them to bits, while more worms surged up from the ground, rushing forward one after another. This war will not end anytime soon. And he had successfully used this chaos to cross this previously impassable death zone. The speed of the Abyss Spectre surged again, leaving the hellscape behind and plunging deep into the rolling mountains of the Black Wind Mountain Range. Meanwhile, at the other end of the Black Wind Mountain Range, east entrance, a 12-person squad was moving silently through the snow-covered forest in tactical formation. They were all wearing white multifunctional combat suits, heavy tactical backpacks on their backs, and uniquely styled assault rifles in their hands. Every move was steady and efficient, their breathing long, and even on the rugged mountain path, their formation remained unbroken. The first in the line was a tall, stern-looking middle-aged man. He was the squad leader, Jianwen. Jianwen stopped, raised his right hand, and the entire squad immediately halted. Everyone crouched slightly, their rifle barrels pointed in different directions, alert to the surroundings. Report current position. Jianwen's voice came through the communications device built into his tactical helmet, clear and steady. Report, Captain, we have entered 5 kilometers into the eastern foothills of the Black Wind Mountain Range. The terrain here is flat, suitable for establishing a temporary outpost. A communication officer promptly replied. Jianwen did not speak. He raised his wrist and looked at the map displayed on the tactical terminal. The blue arrow representing their position was located at the edge of a vast mountain range. Release worker bees 1 to 4. He issued a concise command. Received. From behind the squad, soldiers immediately unlatched 4 mechanical things from their metallic carrying devices. These were 4 quadrupedal mechanical constructs, half the height of a human, covered all over in matte gray alloy armor, their shapes exhibiting a graceful beauty inspired by biomimicry. They had no heads, instead, they featured a spherical module integrated with various sensors. As the command was issued, the 4 mechanical dogs, codenamed worker bees, activated, their spherical sensors glowing with eerie blue light, silently rising to their feet. Woof, woof. One of the mechanical dogs emitted 2 extremely realistic barks from its speaker, as if testing its sound unit. Hound, put away your bad habits. Jianwen said coldly. Hee, yes, Captain. A young voice filled with amusement echoed on the communication channel. In the next second, the 4 worker bees swiftly took off on their agile 4 legs, making no unnecessary noise, like 4 true ghost hounds, quickly disappearing into the forest ahead. Instantly, 4 independent video windows appeared on Jianwen's tactical terminal, displaying real-time footage sent back from the worker bees. Simultaneously, more detailed terrain scans, heat source responses, and soundwave spectrum analyses were continuously refreshing on the screen. According to intelligence, the activity range of the digging worms has spread from the west to the midsection of the mountain range. Their underground activities have already begun to affect the structural stability of the underground defenses on the west side of the Watch City. Jianwen observed the screen, his voice flat. Our mission is to clarify the size and activity patterns of their nests and to mark the coordinates of the core nest, providing data support for the subsequent purification operations. Understood. All the squad members replied in unison. Rest in place for 10 minutes and check equipment. Jianwen said, then focused all his attention on the images transmitted by the worker bee. Time passed second by second. The reconnaissance efficiency of the 4 mechanical dogs was extremely high. They traversed mountains and valleys as if walking on flat ground. Any terrain difficult for humans to navigate posed no problem for them. Soon, they had penetrated deep into the heart of the mountains, more than 10 kilometers in. Captain, number 3 worker bee has found what appears to be the entrance of a tunnel dug by worms up ahead, reported the team member in charge of controlling the mechanical dogs, Hound. Jianwen's gaze immediately locked onto window 3. On the screen, beneath a snow-covered mountainside, a black hole over 3 meters in diameter appeared. The soil at the edge of the hole was very fresh, still bearing uncomfortable traces of mucus. Send number 3 in, number 2 stand guard at the entrance, and number 1 and 4 continue expanding the reconnaissance area to the sides, Jianwen decisively ordered. Yes. Number 3 worker bee did not hesitate and dove into the dark tunnel. The view inside the tunnel was pitch black, but as it activated infrared and night vision modes, the surrounding scene became clear. This was a very rough underground passage, with claw marks and mucus covering the walls, and the air was filled with a foul smell. Air composition detection complete. Methane and sulfide concentrations exceed safety levels, consistent with worm-digging worm habitat characteristics.
Sonar scanning initiated, constructing a model of the surrounding tunnel network.
As number 3 worker bee advanced, it transmitted massive amounts of data back. Just then, without warning, everyone felt the ground beneath their feet suddenly shake. It was not a slight tremor, it was an extremely violent shaking, as if a fierce explosion had occurred far away.
What's happening? An earthquake?
The team became restless, all trying to steady themselves. Jiang Wen's expression also grew serious. He stared intently at the seismic wave data on the tactical terminal, watching as the curve had just shot up to the red warning peak.
Report.
All worker bees have transmitted consistent readings of the tremor.
The epicenter is to the west. About 20 kilometers away from us.
Hound's voice came with shock.
A tremor from 20 kilometers away could produce such a strong sensation here? What was happening underground over there?
Chapter 65, Battle of the Beasts.
Let number 3 retreat immediately.
Jiang Wen decided in an instant. All worker bees turn towards the source of the tremor immediately and activate maximum power scanning. As soon as he finished speaking,
Z.
The image from number 3 worker bee suddenly distorted violently, showing a burst of snowflakes, then the signal was lost.
On the screen, the green icon representing number 3 worker bee turned into a blinding red lost. Captain. Number 3 is missing. Hound's voice became tense. And then. Number 2 is missing. Number 4 is missing. Number 1.
Hound's voice came again. The sensor for number 1 is close to blowing. The energy readings it transmitted.
My God. Before he could finish, the last video window went completely dark.
In less than 10 seconds, all 4 advanced reconnaissance devices, costing a fortune, were lost.
The entire communication channel fell into a dead silence. Jiang Wen's fists tightened unconsciously. The intelligence was wrong.
And it was a grave mistake.
Retreat, he almost shouted. All personnel retreat to the second reserve point 3 kilometers away. Establish defensive positions. Hurry.
No one dared to hesitate. The entire team immediately changed direction and retreated to the rear at the fastest speed. Long-standing training had them maintain the basic battle formation. 2 people were responsible for covering the rear, taking turns to shield each other, their guns always pointed warily towards the west, where the terrifying vibrations came from. Jiang Wen ran in the middle of the team, his face dark.
10 minutes later, the team arrived at the second reserve point.
This was a half-circular pass formed by several giant natural rocks, easy to defend and hard to attack.
Establish a circular defensive line. Heavy fire team, set up positions. Gecko, lay out the sensor mines around. Jiang Wen's orders came one after another, concise and clear. The team members immediately sprang into action, dropping their heavy tactical backpacks and quickly retrieving and assembling various equipment.
2 portable heavy machine guns were set up on the rocks, their dark gun muzzles aimed deep into the mountains. A small team member took out dozens of sensor mines, swiftly laying them around the perimeter of the position. The whole process flowed smoothly. In less than 3 minutes, a standard field defense position was ready.
Captain, everything is set. Jiang Wen nodded and walked over to the communications and technology officer, Hound.
Hound was staring at the 4 red lost icons on his terminal, quietly muttering, "What on earth is going on? 20 kilometers away, and we lost the worker bee."
Hound.
Jiang Wen's voice broke through his daze.
Yes. Captain. Hound jolted and immediately stood up straight. What else can we use?
Jiang Wen asked, "I need to know what happened over there." Hound took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and quickly operated the terminal with his fingers.
Report, Captain, all conventional reconnaissance units have failed. We have one left. Tianyan. Tianyan. Hearing this name, a few team members paused in their movements.
It was the most advanced and expensive reconnaissance equipment they carried on this mission. A single-use high-altitude drone capable of ascending to 3,000 meters, providing optical and thermal imaging reconnaissance over a radius of 50 kilometers. Due to its high cost and the fact that once launched it cannot be recovered, it would only be used in the most critical moments.
Launch it. Jiang Wen did not hesitate at all. Yes.
Hound opened a silver carry case and took out a streamlined silver-gray drone about half a meter long.
He quickly completed the final adjustments and walked to the open area in the center of the position. Tianyan, prepare for launch. 3, 2, 1, launch.
Buzz. The miniature duct fan at the bottom of the drone let out a sharp whine as it vertically ascended, hovering beautifully in the air, then adjusting its posture and transforming into a silver-gray streak, flying swiftly toward the western sky. On Hound's operating terminal, the flickering snowy screen was soon replaced by clear images.
It was the view from Tianyan as it climbed to a kilometer high. As the drone continued to ascend, the reconnaissance range became larger and larger. When it reached the epicenter, everyone in the communication channel gasped in shock. In the image, the west entrance area of the Black Wind Mountain had turned into a true hell. The earth was cracked, countless bottomless ravines crisscrossed, dark red magma seeped from the ground, mixing with black-green blood and emitting steaming mist. A terrifying giant bear, over 15 meters tall, covered in a rocky shell, with no eyes but a circular giant mouth, stood in the center of this wasteland. With every swipe of its paw, the ground caved; with every roar, it generated destructive shockwaves. And around it were endless digging worms. These ugly monsters formed a writhing wave of flesh, recklessly charging towards the giant bear, using their mandibles and acidic fluid to frantically attack its massive body. This was a battle of giant beasts that could only appear in myths and legends. "Oh my god!" a team member muttered in shock. "Is this the source of the tremors? What kind of monster is this? There's no record of this kind of creature in our database." Hound's fingers trembled slightly as he forced himself to control his shock, manipulating Tianyan's lens. The scene continuously zooms in, capturing this terrifying moment. The value of this footage has far surpassed their mission itself. Jiangwen stared intensely at the screen. He finally understood why all 4 worker bees were destroyed simultaneously. In the face of the infrasound and energy shock produced by that giant bear's roar, any precise electronic device is utterly fragile. "Hound, continue scanning, record the entire environment around the battlefield." Jiangwen's voice was somewhat hoarse. "Yes." Hound controlled the camera, slowly moving around the battlefield, trying to gather more comprehensive information. However, just as the camera swept across the western edge of the battlefield, an extremely discordant object intruded into his view. "Wait a minute," Hound exclaimed in surprise. "What's wrong?" Jiangwen immediately asked. "Captain, look here." Hound suddenly zoomed in on that area. At the edge of the mountains, less than a kilometer away from that meat grinder, a black shadow was racing across the rugged and steep terrain. The speed of that shadow was unbelievable, ignoring the uneven ground and scattered boulders, creating a straight trajectory with an incredibly smooth motion, quickly distancing itself from the battlefield. As the camera zoomed in further, everyone finally saw the true face of that shadow. It was a car. A completely black, smoothly designed car, filled with a sense of the future, a super sports car. The communication channel fell into an eerie silence again. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the absurd scene on the screen. A sports car. In a world overrun by monsters, where even armored vehicles struggled to move in the Black Wind Mountains, at the edge of a battlefield where 2 king-level creatures were fighting, a sports car was speeding wildly. "Am I seeing things?" a team member rubbed his eyes. "A sports car? This can't be real." Chapter 66, The Black Demon. Jiangwen's throat moved slightly. He looked at the black sports car disappearing into the distance on the screen, speechless. In the communication channel, dead silence continued for more than 10 seconds. Cough. "Captain," it was still the young team member called Hound, his voice dry as he broke the silence. I need to confirm, what we just saw was indeed a sports car." No one answered him. Because the question was so absurd that everyone doubted whether their senses had malfunctioned due to the astonishing battle they had just witnessed. In the apocalyptic wasteland, where even 6-wheel drive military trucks struggled to move in the Black Wind Mountains, a sports car with a chassis so low it was almost touching the ground was speeding at over 200 kilometers per hour. This scene was even more shocking than the giant bear tearing through the worm swarm earlier. "Is it recorded?" Jiangwen's voice finally sounded, very hoarse. All recorded." From its appearance to its disappearance, not a single frame was missed. Hound quickly replied. "Good." Jiangwen turned off the tactical terminal screen, stood up, "Mission terminated. All personnel evacuate, return to the safe city." "Captain, what about the worm's nest?" a team member instinctively asked. "Do we still need to check?" Jiangwen glanced at him. "Bringing back the footage we just captured is more useful than squatting here for a month." He paused and added, "That giant bear and those worms won't leave that battlefield for a short time. Leaving now is the safest option." "Yes." The team no longer hesitated, quickly packed up their gear, and withdrew at a speed double that of their arrival, following the same path out of the mountains. Along the way, no one spoke. Everyone's mind was replaying the utterly unbelievable scene from earlier. The shocking battle of titanic beasts. And that sports car weaving along the edge of the battlefield. A black sports car, now only a shadow, speeds by. 3 hours later. Undercity, underground command center. In the huge circular command room, the atmosphere is heavy. Dozens of staff in various military uniforms are busy at their stations, the sound of keyboards and whispered reports intertwining, creating a tense yet efficient rhythm.
At the center of the command room, a massive electronic sandbox over 20 meters wide displays, in holographic projection, real-time information of all terrain, military deployments, and confirmed monster activity areas within a 500-kilometer radius of the city. A man with graying hair, but still standing tall, is standing with his hands behind his back in front of the sandbox. He is Qianjingwa, the highest commander of the city.
Report, Commander, the sword team has returned. Captain Jianwen requests to report in person immediately.
A communications officer quickly walked up behind him and stood at attention.
Let him in.
Qianjingwa did not turn around, still focused on the sandbox, particularly the area marked in deep red, the Black Wind Mountains. Soon, Jianwen, looking disheveled with his combat uniform stained with dried blood and dirt, strides into the command center.
Report, Commander, Sword Team Leader Jiang Wen returned as ordered. Casualty situation.
Qianjingwa turned around, his voice steady.
Report, no personnel casualties.
But, all 4 worker bee reconnaissance units were destroyed. Jiang Wen's face flashed with a hint of shame.
Qianjingwa raised an eyebrow but did not ask further. Get to the point.
Yes. Jiang Wen took a deep breath, pulled out a military data terminal from his pocket, and connected it to the command center's system. Commander, we encountered unforeseen circumstances in the Black Wind Mountains. There was a major oversight in intelligence.
As he operated, the massive electronic sandbox in the center changed its display.
Reconnaissance images sent back from the Sky-Eye drone were clearly presented before everyone in the command center. When the image appeared, showing the torn earth, flowing magma, and a terrifying giant bear mercilessly slaughtering a swarm of worms, the entire command center fell silent. All that was left was the hum of equipment and the sound of people gasping in shock.
What is this? A senior officer widened his eyes and gasped, what is this creature?
Our biological database has no records of this king-level creature. The source of the tremor, it was this. Qianjingwa looked at the bear on the screen, every attack shaking the ground, finally understanding the cause of the abnormal earthquake waves from several hours ago.
Commander, look here. Jiang Wen's voice brought everyone's attention back. He paused the image and began enlarging an area at the edge of the battlefield.
When that sleek, entirely black supercar clearly appeared before everyone, the entire command center fell into a silence even more eerie than before. Everyone glanced at each other, their expressions shifting from shock to disbelief.
Jiang Wen. Qianjingwa stared fixedly at that car, his voice slightly trembling. Are you sure this is not a synthetic image you created later?
Report, Commander, the original data is here, and we can accept any technical verification at any time. Jiang Wen straightened his chest. I guarantee with my military career that what we saw is exactly this.
Qianjingwa fell silent. He certainly believed Jiang Wen.
But logic told him that everything before him was inherently illogical.
Analyze the trajectory and speed of this vehicle. He issued the order. Yes. The technical department immediately sprung into action. Minutes later, a set of cold data appeared on the screen.
Report, Commander, the target vehicle's average speed exceeds 200 kilometers per hour, peak speed cannot be estimated.
Its travel route ignored all terrain obstacles. According to the model analysis, its suspension system and power system exceed all our current technological understanding.
Qianjingwa walked to the screen, his fingers lightly gliding over the black sports car. His brow furrowed tightly. A strange sense of familiarity surged in his heart. A black, mysterious vehicle with advanced technology. It was as if he had heard a similar description somewhere before. Gather all A-level and above intelligence reports from lower-level shelters and outposts from the past month, and pull them out completely. He suddenly spoke.
Yes. A massive stream of data began to flash rapidly across Qianjingwa's personal terminal.
He scanned through it quickly, trying to find the source of that familiar feeling in the complex reports. The flood of reports was filled with bad news about various mutations attacks, shortages of supplies, and conflicts among survivors. Suddenly, his fingers' movement stopped. A post-war report from the Linchuan shelter caught his attention. The report was not of high grade and was very brief. It described how the Linchuan shelter was about to be destroyed under a massive wave of insect attacks when a mysterious black mech saved them. At the end of the report, there was a hand-drawn concept illustration of the mech based on survivor accounts. It depicted a completely black, powerful steel giant, slashing a mother insect the size of a truck with its fierce arm blades. Next to the concept illustration, there was a supplement description. According to several survivors, after the battle ended, the mech rapidly transformed, folded, and reassembled into a completely black, model unknown super sports car within seconds, then sped away from the battlefield, disappearing into the snowy plains. The mech was referred to by the survivors as the Black Demon.
Chapter 67, Capital of the Empire.
A bolt of lightning seemed to strike through Qianjingwa's mind.
Black. Mech. Transform. Super sports car.
All the clues connected perfectly at this moment.
Compare and analyze Lynchwan's report with the images from Sky Eye, he commanded sharply. The technical staff immediately carried out the order. The screen was split into two. On the left was the black sports car captured by Sky Eye racing wildly through the mountains. On the right was the hand-drawn image of the black giant named Yuan-ing Knight by Lynchwan survivors. Although one was in vehicle form and the other was a humanoid mech, both had astonishing consistency in design language and armor texture. Particularly the long crimson patterns on the car's body were almost identical to the patterns on the mech's chest and arms.
The match rate exceeds 90%.
The voice of the technical advisor trembled. It can be basically confirmed that the two are different forms of the same target. The truth was revealed.
The entire command center fell into silence once again.
If seeing the sports car before had left them merely shocked by its timeless technology. Now, when confirming that this sports car could transform into an 8-meter-tall killing mech, only chilling fear remained in everyone's hearts. This was a mysterious individual with unknown, powerful, and uncontrollable armed forces. And now, this black demon was speeding towards the capital of the empire.
What is its purpose?
What does it want? A staff member mumbled.
No one could answer.
Immediately raise the threat level of the target to the highest level S. Qian Jinghua's voice broke the silence with undeniable authority. Lock down all information. Everything that happens in the command center today must not leak a word.
Yes.
Also, Qian Zhenghua looked at his communications officer, speaking clearly and deliberately. Immediately connect me to the highest command of the Northwest War Zone, the direct line to the underground fortress in Lancheng. I want to personally speak with Commander Gao Jingyun.
Yes.
The communications officer shivered and immediately ran to his communication station.
Jiang Wen stood nearby, watching the unprecedented serious expression on Qian Zhenghua's face.
He knew that the seriousness of the situation had far exceeded their imagination. Outside the Jinghua safety zone, at entrance D13. The noisy voices and the pungent smell of disinfectant mixed together, forming a complex odor unique to the giant settlements of the end times. Su Ji, carrying a slightly worn tactical backpack, blended into the crowd waiting to enter the city, appearing unremarkable.
He wore a gray windbreaker, hiding himself in the bulky crowd.
Just half a day ago, he had driven the Abyss Phantom, successfully crossing a devastating battlefield fought by the ground fault behemoths and burrowing worms, completely bypassing the outpost known as the Watch Citadel. After leaving the Black Wind Mountains, he didn't rush directly into Jinghua City, but instead found an absolutely concealed valley, completely storing the Abyss Phantom into his storage space.
As for how to enter Jinghua, the car's onboard intelligence had already prepared everything for him.
About 50 kilometers away from the main urban area of Jinghua, he intercepted a small survivor convoy that was preparing to enter the city, effortlessly borrowed a forged identity from a gluttonous merchant leader, along with a few passes printed with special watermarks. This identity was quite roughly made, but after spending over 10 minutes, the onboard intelligence utilized data decrypted from the merchant leader's computer to refine the details, making it seamless. The forged identity was for a freelance mercenary named Liu Mo, with a clean record and even a few glorious records assisting in defending against mutated creatures at small shelters. Of course, to make this glorious record more believable, Su Ji also persuaded the merchant to willingly hand over some high-calorie canned food and compressed biscuits as a fee for smoothing relations to a small logistics official at the entrance of Jinghua. Money, or rather, goods acting as hard currency in the end times, are always the best lubricant.
Thus, when Su Ji, now known as Liu Mo, appeared at entrance D13 with the forged identity and special pass, the soldier responsible for the inspection only gave a cursory glance before impatiently waving him through.
He had finally reached the most famous sanctuary for survivors in the end times, Jinghua.
Next batch.
Move faster. A staff member in a white protective suit, wearing a mask and goggles, shouted loudly at the crowded people ahead. The line crawled forward slowly.
Su Ji followed the flow of people into a long passage constructed of white metal panels.
The sides of the passage were filled with various instruments flashing red and green lights.
Stand within the yellow line. Arms spread out.
Cold mechanical arms stretched out from the walls, spraying a cool, pungent disinfectant mist all over him.
Next, different colored beams swept from head to toe. Body temperature 36.5 degrees, normal. No high-energy reactions detected. No residual mutated biological tissue detected.
At the end of the passage, a screen flashed a series of green data.
Next. Su Ji, expressionless, walked through the passage to a newcomer registration window.
Behind the window sat a weary middle-aged man, who didn't raise his head but asked mechanically, "Name, where are you from, do you have any skills?"
Li Mo, from the Western Wilderness, I used to work in auto repair for a few years. Auto repair? The middle-aged man finally raised his eyelids, sizing him up. What level of technician? Advanced. Su Ji answered calmly. Oh. The middle-aged man's attitude noticeably improved a bit. Can you repair the diesel engine of military trucks? Do you know the turbocharger system of the Warrior Generation 3? I know it all. This time, even a hint of a smile squeezed out on the middle-aged man's face. In the apocalypse, any talent related to machinery, energy, or weapons is the most valuable resource. A senior automotive technician, especially one who understands military vehicles, is worth as much as an experienced veteran.
All right, young man, not bad.
The middle-aged man quickly operated the terminal in front of him.
Take this and report to the talent reception center in Zone F. Someone will arrange accommodation and work for you. Your ID card will be sent to you in 3 days. He handed over a blue magnetic card that shimmered with a faint glow.
Suji took the card, thanked him, and turned, blending into the bustling crowd within the Jinghua safe zone.
Chapter 68, Blackstone Prison.
Walking out of the registration hall, an even larger surge of noise hit him. Looking up, a steel jungle of a doomsday city unfolded before him. The towering skyscrapers, although covered in scars from wind and frost, mostly had heavy alloy armor and external firepower platforms affixed to their outer walls. The dozens of meters wide streets were clean and tidy, while monstrous armored military vehicles and modified civilian trucks roared past, stirring up a cold wind. On both sides of the street, former luxury shops, restaurants, and banks transformed into various functional agencies. There were temporary hospitals marked with the Red Cross, material exchange centers constantly flowing with people, and the Public Security Management Office, which appeared particularly strict with rows of armed soldiers standing guard. The sky was covered by a gray, invisible dome. Suji knew that it was the sky screen system that allowed the Jinghua safe zone to survive, a vast energy shield separating the entire city from the cold and dangers outside. The temperature here was around 5 degrees Celsius. Although still cold, it felt like paradise compared to the outside, where temperatures plummeted to below 30 degrees in the snowy wasteland. Countless survivors moved through the streets, most with pale faces and hurried steps. However, unlike the numb, desperate faces Suji saw at the Linchuan shelter, these people held a glimmer of something called hope in their eyes. Here, a fragile, high-pressure, yet real order had been restored. Suji pushed down his cap to hide his overly young face in the shadows. He did not head directly to the talent reception center in Zone F but navigated through the crisscrossed streets using an offline map downloaded previously from the vehicle's AI to his concept phone. He needed to find his sister, Su Qing, as quickly as possible. Based on their last call before the apocalypse, Su Qing's university, Jinghua University, had been fully designated as an A-level protected area, one of the earliest institutions under military protection.
If nothing went wrong, she should be safe now.
But in the apocalypse, what is most common is the unexpected.
Suji crossed 2 bustling streets and turned into a relatively secluded alley.
The light here dimmed significantly, and a foul smell of rotten food and poor quality alcohol mixed in the air. Some ragged individuals leaned against the walls, their eyes watching every passerby with a mix of caution and greed. This was another side of Jinghua, the shadow birthed under the sunlight of order. Ignoring the ill-intentioned looks, Suji walked straight to the end of the alley in front of a shabby shop with a sign that read Old Lee's General Store.
This was a black market.
It was one of the few information trading points he pried out from the merchant leader's lips. He pushed open the creaking wooden door and walked inside. The shop was dimly lit, with shelves scattered with rusty parts and expired canned goods. A middle-aged man, thin as a monkey, was dozing off behind the counter.
Hearing the sound of the door opening, he lazily lifted his eyelids. Buying something? Or selling something? Looking for someone. Su Jiyan said briefly. Looking for someone?
The thin monkey man sneered and lay back down.
This is a grocery store, not a missing person service.
Turn left when you go out, the security management office is there, go register.
Suji didn't say anything. He walked to the counter and extended 2 fingers, gently tapping the surface. Knock, knock.
The thin monkey man's movements froze. He suddenly raised his head, a glint of sharpness flashing in his murky eyes, staring intently at Su Jiyan.
Who are you?
His voice became alert.
A buyer.
Su Jiyan pushed a folded piece of paper in front of him. The thin monkey man suspiciously picked up the paper, opened it, and his expression instantly changed.
There was a simple yet extremely unique symbol drawn on it.
He brought the paper close to the oil lamp, scrutinizing it carefully several times, and after confirming it was correct, the alertness on his face slowly faded, replaced by a flattering smile unique to businessmen.
Oh, so it's a distinguished guest. You see, my eyes failed me,
he said while quickly pulling out an old tablet from under the counter.
Boss, what do you want to check? As long as it's in Jinghua, there's nothing we mold or don't know. Su Qing. Su Jiyan reported his sister's name, female, 20 years old, sophomore in biological engineering at Jinghua University.
All right. The thin monkey man quickly typed the information on the tablet. This information is a bit broad.
There are many with the same name. Do you have any other clues? For example, after the apocalypse broke out, which camp she was assigned to in her district? Jinghua University, Area A3. Su Jiyan added. Area A3. The thin monkey man's fingers moved across the screen, and his brows gradually furrowed. This area is a bit troublesome.
Why? Su Jian's voice grew cold.
Distinguished guest, you may not know, the thin monkey man rubbed his hands, a difficult expression appeared on his face. Area A is the core administrative and research area, with the highest security level.
Our mole door informants cannot easily infiltrate. The information there isn't cheap.
Su Jian remained expressionless and took out 2 cans from the side pocket of his backpack, placing them on the counter. They were military lunch meat cans, the packaging intact. In today's Jinghua, this kind of hard currency is worth more than gold. The thin monkey man's eyes instantly widened. He instinctively reached out to grab them but then froze in midair.
2 cans, and I can only find public information.
He swallowed hard. That's the kind of information posted on bulletin boards that everyone can see. To find her movements over the past week, or even her real-time location, will cost more.
Su Jian took out 2 more cans from his backpack. A total of 4.
The thin monkey man's breathing became rapid.
Deal.
He no longer hesitated, grabbing the 4 cans into his arms as if holding a priceless treasure.
Rest assured, half an hour. No, 20 minutes. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer.
He rushed into the back of the shop, holding the cans tightly.
Su Jian stood in place, quietly waiting. Time passed second by second.
About a quarter of an hour later, the thin monkey man ran out from the back, his expression a bit strange.
Boss found it. He looked at Su Jian, hesitating to speak. Speak.
The Su Qing you are looking for. The thin monkey man hesitated for a moment but gritted his teeth and said, she was caught by the patrol team 3 days ago for stealing controlled biological samples from the laboratory in Area A3. Now, she has been locked up in the Black Stone prison in Area C.
Chapter 69, Clue.
In the apocalypse, the word prison often means something more terrifying than death, despair. Boss, you see this news? The thin monkey man cautiously observed Su Jian's reaction, fearing this generous guest would turn hostile if displeased.
Su Jian ignored him.
His mind was a chaotic mess, various thoughts surging wildly.
Why did his sister steal some restricted biological samples? She was just a student, too timid to even watch horror movies. How could she do such a thing? Was she framed? Or was there more to this story? Black Rock Prison, what kind of place is that? Su Ji's voice was dry.
That's the scariest place in Jinghua. The thin monkey man lowered his voice, fear showing on his face. It's a place for the worst criminals, and some monsters that went out of control during experiments.
They say once you go in there, you never come out.
The prison warden is a madman, and his methods are extremely cruel.
Su Ji's fingers glided across the counter. I need more information about Black Rock Prison.
He raised his head and looked directly at the thin monkey man. Blueprints, guard shift schedules, defense flaws, everything.
The thin monkey man's face instantly fell, shaking his head repeatedly. Boss, this won't do. It really won't.
Black Rock Prison is a forbidden zone within a military zone. Even our mole gang can't do anything about it. The information there is truly priceless. You can't buy it for any amount of money.
Su Ji silently stared at him.
He took out 2 cans of luncheon meat from his backpack.
Then 4.
6. When the 8th brand new military can was placed on the counter, the thin monkey man's eyes nearly popped out, his breathing heavy like a worn-out bellows. Boss, this isn't about money. He spoke with difficulty, his gaze glued to the cans, unable to look away.
Su Ji remained expressionless, putting the cans back into his backpack one by one.
With each can put away, the thin monkey man's face turned whiter. When the last can vanished, the thin monkey man collapsed into his chair with a thud, as if all his strength had been drained.
I understand. Su Ji turned to leave. Wait.
The thin monkey man suddenly jumped up from his chair, his voice crackling. Boss.
Don't go. There's a way. It's not completely hopeless.
I really don't have any internal information about Black Rock Prison. The thin monkey man gritted his teeth, seeming to make a huge decision, but I know someone.
Su Ji stopped and turned to look at him.
He used to work at Black Rock Prison, but later got into trouble and was kicked out. If you want to know who knows that place best, aside from the living and the dead inside, it's him. The thin monkey man licked his cracked lips, his eyes a mix of greed and fear, but this guy has a terrible temper and he charges very high. Su Ji said nothing, just took out 4 cans of luncheon meat from his backpack and placed them on the counter, exactly the number the thin monkey man had nearly gotten.
I just need his contact information and address. Su Ji's tone was flat. These 4 cans would buy a name and an address.
The thin monkey man swallowed hard, hugging the cans closely, afraid Su Ji would change his mind.
South City, the 7th scrap metal recycling station.
When you get there, look for a one-armed man called Wrench. He spoke quickly, but I must warn you, that guy is a drunkard. He recognizes money, not people.
Whether you can get him to talk depends on your skills. Suji got the answer he wanted. Without saying another word, he turned and pulled open the wooden door, disappearing into the shadow of the alley.
District F, Technical Talent Reception Office.
In stark contrast to the dark chaos of the black market, this place was bright and clean. Although there were many people coming and going, the order was impeccable.
With the blue magnetic card, Suji smoothly completed the procedures.
The person in charge of receiving him was a young clerk wearing glasses. After confirming Suji's identity as a senior automotive technician, their attitude became much more polite.
Master Liamo, right? Welcome to Jinghua. The clerk handed over a key and an identity card.
This is the key to your temporary residence, in room 302 of building F7, a single room. Your official ID card and work arrangement will be notified to you in 3 days. During these 3 days, you are free to move around District F and District E to familiarize yourself with the environment.
Thank you. Suji responded succinctly as he took the items.
By the way, the clerk seemed to remember something and added, your residence is provided free of charge, but water, electricity, and food need to be exchanged with contribution points. You are a skilled talent, and you brought 100 contribution points into the city, which should last you for a while. After bidding farewell to the clerk, Suji followed the map and found his temporary residence.
This is an old residential building, with reinforced outer walls, and the hallway is relatively clean.
Upon opening the door to room 302, a single room of about 15 square meters appeared before him. A single bed, a table, a chair, and a small compartment with an independent bathroom, that was all. Though small, it had all essential elements. For survivors struggling in the apocalypse, having such an independent space that shielded them from wind and rain was already a luxury.
Suji locked the door and pulled down the curtains, and the entire room instantly fell into darkness.
He didn't turn on the light, instead, he stood quietly in the darkness, calming his breath. His sister was locked up in Blackstone Prison. This news felt like a heavy stone, weighing down on his heart. He must rescue Su Qing as soon as possible, but he could not act recklessly.
This is Jinghua, where order is strict.
He could not summon the Abyss Phantom Knights like he could in the wilderness, using overwhelming violence to solve problems. He needed more information, a more thorough plan, and most importantly, he needed to enhance his own combat capability. During the month of waiting for enhancements in the shelter, he did do some basic physical training, but that meager strength was no different from that of a 3-year-old child in front of a true martial arts expert. He needed a new trump card.
Suji's consciousness sank into his mind.
The storage space, below the Universal Enhancement module quietly floated. He suddenly remembered that when he first entered the city, the system had briefly flashed a notification. Weak special energy source detected.
Medium strength special energy source detected. At that time, due to the complex situation and the presence of many people, he was in a hurry to find someone and directly ignored it.
Now, thinking back, it was perfectly normal for Jinghua, as the top security zone in Huaxia, to have a collection of the most advanced technology and talents before the apocalypse, possessing special energy sources. He speculated that those energy sources were likely stored in the core laboratory of Area A, protected by layers of security.
Getting hold of them would be nearly an impossible task. Chapter 70 Preparation. Suji's thoughts returned to the present. What are his advantages?
Aside from Abyss Phantom, his greatest advantage is this storage space that allows him to access items in an instant with his mind.
If used properly.
He walked to the only table in the room, and with a thought, the black special combat uniform he had peeled from the crow appeared out of thin air, bringing with it a lingering smell of blood and cold that heavily thudded onto the table. The material of the combat uniform was unique, neither silk nor hemp, cold and flexible to the touch. At the chest, there was a large hole, its edges neat, left by the piercing blow of the Abyss Phantom's rending spike. Surrounding the hole were patches of dark brown, dried blood, making the garment look particularly gruesome.
Suji picked up the combat uniform and walked into the narrow independent bathroom.
He turned on the faucet, and cold tap water flowed rapidly. He soaked the combat uniform in the water, scrubbing the bloodstains with his hands little by little. The dark brown stains slowly dissolved in the water, staining a small area red, only to be quickly washed away by more clean water. He washed carefully, sparing no corner. After more than 10 minutes,
he wrung out his combat uniform and hung it up in the room.
After finishing all this, he stood again in the empty space of the room and slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, he began to simulate every action that was to follow. Seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide.
With a thought,
a black Type 92 pistol appeared out of nowhere in his right hand. This was a trophy he had seized from the convoy of that bald, muscular man, fully loaded with bullets. But this time, the summon did not succeed. The pistol appeared too abruptly, and his palm had no time to react, only instinctively opening. The heavy gun thudded into his palm, the massive weight causing his wrist to dip sharply, and the gun nearly flew out of his hand. In his panic, his fingers clumsily grasped at it, with his index finger even accidentally resting on the trigger.
This was an extremely dangerous mistake. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Suji's back. If his finger had applied just a little more pressure, the bullet would have punctured the thin wall and shot into the neighboring room. In a place like Jinghua, privately possessing a firearm and accidentally firing it had unimaginable consequences. He immediately returned the pistol to his storage space, standing still with his heart beating slightly. He realized he had underestimated the situation. The action of taking out an item was not as simple as making the item appear. It required intense focus and precise control of mental power. Controlling the item's appearance, position, angle, and even the moment of appearance, his body needed to make corresponding movements. This was almost equivalent to a small-scale act of creating things from thin air. He needed to practice. Suji closed his eyes again, this time fully concentrating his mental power on his right hand. He could see every inch of skin on his palm, every bone, and every muscle's subtle tremor. Then, he began to construct the shape of the Type 92 pistol in his mind, stroke by stroke. Its weight, its outline, its cold metallic feel, and how it should appear seamlessly in his hand. Appear. This time, the pistol steadily appeared in his right hand. His thumb just right held the gun's grip, his fingers naturally tightened around the body, while his index finger steadily rested on the outside of the trigger guard. A perfect shooting stance. He succeeded. He did not stop, the thought moved again, and the pistol disappeared. Then he summoned it again. Appear. Disappear. Appear. Once. Twice. 10 times. 100 times. In the dimly lit room, only his slightly hurried breaths could be heard, and the extremely faint, weak waves of items appearing and disappearing in the air. His movements transitioned from clumsy at the beginning to gradually smooth, until finally, it formed a muscle memory etched in his bones. 1 second, his hands were empty. The next second, he held a loaded, deadly weapon that could fire at any moment. The entire process took less than a tenth of a second. This was the real killing move. At any moment when no one expected it, the weapon appearing out of thin air would be every enemy's nightmare. He moved his mind again, and the tactical dagger obtained from the crow appeared in his hand. Unlike the pistol, the terror of this weapon lay not in its speed of appearance but in the timing of its emergence. Suji closed his eyes, once more simulating in his mind. An enemy, wielding a sharp blade, charges at him fiercely. He did not dodge, he went forward empty-handed, as if to block with his arms. Just as their arms were about to cross. With a thought. The originally empty palm saw a dagger appear reversed, turning the blocking motion into a cunning upward slash. The cold blade would slice through the enemy's throat in complete astonishment and inability to react. Or perhaps, in close-quarter grappling, the moment both fighters lost balance. His seemingly powerless, drooping arms suddenly lifted, a short knife appearing out of thin air, stabbing fiercely between the ribs of his enemy from below. This is the true killing technique. In the flash of combat, any seemingly harmless body movement could, in the next millisecond, turn into the deadliest attack. An empty hand is the perfect disguise, a trump card that the enemy can never predict. Of course, this kind of operation requires higher coordination of mental strength and body. The short knife is lighter than a pistol, easier to control, but the precision required for the angle of its appearance is extremely harsh. A tiny deviation could lead to a wrist fracture when blocking a heavy blow, or cause a deadly thrust to miss its target. Then there are grenades. He practiced summoning the grenade, his thumb already pressing down on the safety pin's pull ring. He even began to attempt more complex operations. A short knife appeared in his left hand, and a pistol in his right. This kind of dual operation multiplies the consumption of mental strength. Bang! Suji sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Leaning against the cold wall, he took out a bottle of pure water from his storage space and gulped down more than half in one go. His body was very tired, and his mind was even more exhausted. But the anxiety in his eyes faded a little, replaced by a cold determination. After resting for about 10 minutes, he stood up and walked to the chair. That black combat suit was already half dry. He took off his jacket and t-shirt and put on the combat suit, which still carried a hint of coolness and moisture. The cold touch pressed against his skin, and the coolness from the hole in his chest brought him an inexplicable sense of reassurance. He put on his t-shirt and jacket again. The combat suit fit snugly. From the outside, it only made him look slightly more solid, not attracting any attention. Chapter 71, The One-Armed Man. The nights in the Jinghua safe zone are completely different from the orderly days. The F District and E District, such ordinary living areas, are still relatively peaceful, with streetlights casting dim yellow light, and occasionally soldiers on patrol walk by in neat steps, the sound of their boots striking the ground echoing clearly in the quiet streets. But the farther south he went, the darker the light became, and the boundaries of order grew blurred. Suji lowered the brim of his cap, hands stuffed in the pockets of his jacket, silently navigating through the crisscrossing alleys. From F District to the south of the city, he almost had to cross half of Jinghua.
The architectural styles on both sides of the street changed constantly, from relatively tidy residential buildings to warehouses with barbed wire and searchlights, and finally, even decent buildings disappeared, replaced by huge slums haphazardly built from containers, abandoned carriages, and various metal sheets. A mix of engine oil, poor-quality alcohol, and some decaying matter filled the air with a sour, rancid smell. In the dim corners, pairs of eyes peeked out from the darkness, filled with hunger, greed, and numbness. This is the southern city, the sewer of Jinghua, gathering all the dark and forbidden things. Suji twisted and turned, eventually stopping in front of a huge area made up of mounds of scrap metal and rusted iron. A rusty iron sign hung crookedly on a gate welded from train tracks, painted in red with large words, 7th Scrap Metal Recycling Station. A strong smell of rust mixed with cold wind rushed towards him. Suji pushed open the half-closed iron door and walked in. The recycling station was even more chaotic than outside, with heaps of scrapped vehicles, twisted steel bars, and unknown mechanical parts forming a labyrinth of steel. Several bonfires lit by oil drums flickered in the cold wind, illuminating a few numb or alert faces nearby. His appearance caught the attention of some people. But seeing him all alone, dressed simply, they just glanced and shrunk back into their corners. Suji's gaze quickly swept across the room, and soon he locked onto a figure in front of a shabby shelter made from a half-bus. It was a man, about in his 40s, with a scruffy beard and greasy, tangled hair. He sat alone at a table made of piled tires. On it sat a dirty wine bottle and an enameled cup with a chip. He wore a tattered leather jacket, and the right sleeve hung empty, swaying weakly in the breeze. One-armed. This must be him. Suji walked over and stood before him. The man didn't lift his head, pouring himself half a cup of cloudy liquid, tilting his head back and draining it down, emitting a satisfied groan from his throat. The strong smell of alcohol instantly spread. I'm looking for wrench. Suji's voice was very plain. The man put down the cup, finally lifted his eyelids, and with his murky eyes, looked Suji up and down, the corners of his mouth twisting into a mocking curve. Wrench is dead, froze to death last winter. If you want to find him to fix something, wait until your next life. His voice was hoarse, filled with the fatigue of a hangover and a weary indifference to everything. Suji ignored what he said, concentrated, and a brand new military can luncheon meat appeared out of nowhere in his hand. He slammed the can onto the table, the metal colliding with the tire, making a muffled sound. I'm looking to buy something from him. The one-armed man stared at the can on the table, a glimmer of light flashing in his murky eyes, but it quickly faded. He extended his only left hand, picked up the can to weigh it, then put it back on the table, pushing it back towards Suji. Not enough. He spoke concisely, grabbed the wine bottle again. One can is only worth a word from me. Now that I've said my piece, you can get lost. Suji remained silent. He took out another can, placing it next to the first one. Blackstone Prison. Suji spoke the 4 words. The man's action of pouring liquor stopped. He slowly lifted his head. This time, much of the drunkenness in his eyes faded, replaced by extreme vigilance and scrutiny. Who are you? What do you want? Buying information. Suji's response was still simple: internal structure, guard deployment, anything useful you know. Ha, Wrench laughed lowly, as if he heard a tremendous joke, his laugh hoarse and unpleasant. Blackstone Prison? Kid, are you tired of living, or did the cold freeze your brain? You dare ask about the info from that place? He pointed to his empty sleeve. See this? I lost this arm because I accidentally looked at something I shouldn't have inside. You still want to buy information? I advise you, go back where you came from, forget that foolish thought. In the vast Jinghua, dying anywhere is better than dying in Blackstone Prison. After saying that, he no longer looked at Suji, picking up the wine bottle to drink again. Suji did not take out more cans. He knew that for someone like Wrench, simple material bribes were no longer effective. Blackstone Prison was clearly his taboo, touching that was equivalent to touching his most painful memories and fears. Just as Suji was pondering what to do next, a hurried sound of footsteps came from not far away. Uncle Fong. A somewhat anxious young voice called out. Suji turned his head and saw 3 people quickly walking toward this side. Leading was a young man in his early 20s, with a buzz cut, a resolute face, but his eyes revealing an undeniable urgency. He wore a faded camouflage jacket and carried a bulging backpack. Following him was a slightly smaller youth, wearing black-framed glasses. Nervous expression, hands tightly holding a heavy-looking metal box, walking with a bit of unsteadiness. At the back, there was a woman, similar in age to the young leader, with short hair, a pretty face, but a stern expression, moving lightly, her eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly, finally landing on the stranger, Suji. Lindsay? Why are you back again? The mechanic frowned upon seeing them, his tone impatient. Didn't I say it? I can't do that job, no matter how much you pay. Find someone else. The young man called Lindsay quickly walked to the table, glanced at Suji, and urgently said to the mechanic, Uncle Fong, we can't find anyone else.
In all of South City, you are the only one who can dismantle the Hive encryption firewall. This time, we'll raise the reward by 30%. 30%?
The mechanic sneered, even raising it by 30% won't help. Where you want to go is the abandoned server center of B4 Research Institute. That place is now a military supply transit hub, with drones patrolling 24 hours a day.
Are you going to steal something, or go seek death?
Lindsay's face paled, gritting his teeth. He said, we have a way to avoid the ground patrols. As long as you can help us deal with the central server's firewall and give us 10 minutes, we will definitely get the goods.
Chapter 72 Temporary Alliance. 10 minutes? Dream on.
The mechanic slammed his palm on the table, causing the bottles and cups on the table to jump. Once the Hive system is breached from the outside, the highest alarm will trigger within 3 minutes, sealing all physical exits and sending a location signal to the nearest security management office.
10 minutes?
10 minutes is enough for the patrol team to wrap you up like dumplings. The thin young man holding the box couldn't help but speak, his voice a bit stuttering. But the data says that as long as we can implant the decay program, it can delay the alarm to 15 minutes.
Data? Nonsense data. The mechanic spat on the ground. That's theoretical data.
In reality, server overload, aging lines, and even changes in air humidity can affect program performance.
You bookish academics don't understand a damn thing.
Lindsay's face grew even uglier, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. They had clearly prepared for this operation for a long time, but got stuck at the most critical point.
Suji, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. What if we could make the drone blind for 10 minutes?
His voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. Lindsay and the others turned to look at him sharply, their eyes filled with surprise and vigilance. The mechanic was also stunned, his murky eyes squinting as he re-evaluated this young man who had felt somewhat inscrutable from the beginning.
Who are you?
Lindsay asked in a deep voice, unconsciously positioning himself in front of his companions. Suji did not answer his question, but looked at the mechanic, pushing the 2 cans of luncheon meat on the table a bit closer. I'll help you deal with their troubles. He spoke calmly. You, give me the intel on Blackstone Prison.
The mechanic's throat moved slightly. You? He scoffed, just you? Do you know what drones are flying over Zone B4?
Those are military Eagle Eye 7 drones, equipped with thermal imaging and dynamic capture modules. Not even a mouse can escape detection.
Make them blind for 10 minutes? Who do you think you are?
Suji did not speak. He casually reached into the inner pocket of his assault jacket and rummaged around. When his hand came out again, he was holding a uniquely shaped phone. It was the concept phone that had undergone 10 times enhancement. He turned the phone screen towards the mechanic and Lindsay. The screen clearly displayed a complex program interface. A stream of deep blue data flowed swiftly by. In the center was a constantly rotating 3D model, which was the Eagle Eye 7 drone in the mouth of the wrench. Beside the model, there were rows and rows of terrifyingly detailed data: flying altitude, cruising speed, sensor model, signal frequency, encryption protocol.
There was even a bright red countdown. Remaining time to crack the protocol, 03 minutes 17 seconds. Everyone present was frozen in shock.
The small, thin youth holding the box, Mouse, was even more shocked. He pushed up his glasses, and his mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg. The metal box in his arms was the device they used to crack the drone signals, but their team had spent a whole week barely managing to interfere with the signal for just a few seconds.
And this stranger before them actually could directly crack military encryption protocols? This wasn't a mere technical domination, it was nothing short of a divine skill.
The wrench's breathing grew heavy, and he stared intently at the phone, his eyes finally showing a look of horror. Having been in the southern part of the city for so many years, he considered himself well informed, but this scene completely exceeded his understanding.
Who exactly are you?
Lindsay's voice was somewhat dry. Just a passing trader, Suji replied, putting away his phone, and the screen darkened immediately. I help you, and you help me.
It's that simple. He looked at Lindsay. Your target is some kind of special agent in the B4 Research Institute, right?
Lindsay's pupils suddenly constricted sharply.
This information was the highest secret of their team. How could this stranger know about it?
A smirk appeared on Suji's lips. He certainly didn't know the exact target, but from the snippets of conversation from the wrench and Lindsay, words like Research Institute and academic faction led him to deduce that their goal was likely connected to scientific achievements. And in this end-time world, the most worth risking for scientific achievements, aside from weapons, were life-saving medicines. Seeing Lindsay's reaction, he knew he had guessed correctly. I can help you incapacitate all the Eagle Eye drones above your target area for 10 minutes, Suji stated his price. In exchange, after we succeed, I will take priority in selecting half of the items obtained from B4 Research Institute.
Half? Lindsay immediately countered, his emotions flaring. We worked so hard. Lindsay.
Suddenly, the short-haired woman, Chinya, who had been silent, reached out to stop him.
She looked at Suji calmly and asked, "You alone want to take half of the loot? This deal is unfair." "Unfair?" Suji countered, "Without me, you wouldn't even be able to enter the research institute. You might even lose your lives there. Just coming back alive is the greatest fairness." His words were cold and very real. Lindsay's face changed color, clearly stunned into silence. Shinya furrowed her brow as well. She had to admit that Suji was speaking the truth. Half is too much. She pondered for a moment and proposed a compromise. The medicine must be ours, that's the bottom line. Besides that, for other resources, you can have priority in selecting 30%. Suji looked at her, not answering immediately. He was assessing. Hidden within the research institute was that faint special energy source, which was one of his true objectives for this trip. The other party's target was the medicine. The two objectives did not conflict. Now that they had actively proposed a plan, it perfectly provided him with a great step down in cover. Most importantly, his real goal was to use this cooperation to connect with the wrench. "Okay." Suji nodded, as if agreeing, "But I want to add a condition." He looked at the wrench, who had been silent since earlier, his eyes flickering unpredictably. "After the operation ends, regardless of success or failure, I want to know everything about Blackstone Prison. You must tell me." The wrench stared at Suji, then looked again at Lindsay and the others. He saw the hope ignited in Lindsay's eyes from the successful negotiation, and he also noticed a hint of pleading beneath Chinya's feigned strength. Finally, his gaze landed on the two lonely cans of luncheon meat on the table. Suddenly, he grinned widely. "All right." He snatched up the two cans, stuffing them into his arms as if afraid someone would take them away. "Damn it, I won't live many more years anyway. Let me join you crazy kids for one more bout of craziness." He stood up and said to Lindsay, "Kid, consider yourselves lucky to meet a benefactor. Come on, let's go to my place, I'll get the job done for you today." Chapter 73, Breaking the Code. The shed where Wrench worked, transformed from a half-bus, was much larger on the inside than it looked from the outside. Various dismantled electronic parts and unnameable mechanical components piled high, leaving only a narrow path in the middle. The air was thick and suffocating with the mixed scents of machine oil, solder, and dust. Lindsay and his companions clearly weren't first-timers. They navigated through the clutter smoothly, placing the heavy metal box on the only relatively clean workbench. Wrench carefully stuffed the two cans of luncheon meat into a locked metal cabinet before grumbling and kicking a chair out to sit down. "Damn it! We agreed that after the job, whether it works or not, you still owe me 10 more cans." He extended his sole left hand and made a 10 gesture, his muddled eyes filled with barefaced transaction. "Uncle Fong, as long as we can get the stuff, 20 cans are fine," Lindsay said eagerly, opening the metal box they had brought. Inside the box was a complex portable computer and signal decryption equipment, wires tangled everywhere. Wrench glanced at it and snorted disdainfully. A pile of junk. He didn't touch the equipment brought by Lindsay. Instead, he dragged out a toolbox covered in grease from under the workbench, pulling out an old laptop that looked older than he was. The laptop shell was covered with scratches, and several keys had fallen off, replaced with bits of plastic. Using his only arm, he connected several cables to his computer and the equipment Lindsay had brought with a dizzying speed. "Did you bring your decay program?" he asked without looking up. Yes, the thin youth called Mouse hurriedly pulled out a USB drive from his pocket and handed it over. Wrench took the USB drive, plugged it into his computer, and a series of incomprehensible codes popped up on the screen. His fingers flew across the keyboard, his single arm seeming to turn into a blur. The core of the firewall is a dynamic key, randomly generated every 3 minutes. Your program can only be implanted in the 0.5 seconds when the key is generated for it to theoretically delay the alarm. Wrench's voice was hoarse but carried an undeniable authority. "There's only one chance. If we fail, we all go down together to the security office." Lindsay and Mouse's faces turned a bit pale as they anxiously watched the rapidly scrolling codes on the screen. Shinya walked over to Suji's side and lowered her voice. "Are you really confident?" Suji didn't look at her. His attention was also on Wrench's old computer. He needed to confirm whether Wrench really had the skills he bragged about. "I am only responsible for the drone." Suji's reply was flat. Shinya asked no more, silently checking her gun holster at her waist and the dagger on her leg. Time passed second by second. The shed was filled only with the sounds of Wrench hitting the keyboard and the nervous breaths of the crowd. "All right." After about 20 minutes, Wrench slammed the return key, and all the scrolling codes on the screen instantly froze, finally converging into a constantly rotating green progress bar. "The back door has been opened. I've made a disguise protocol for you that will last 4 minutes. Within these 4 minutes, you must implant the decay program into the main server." He leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply, sweat appearing on his forehead. "After that, it all depends on your noble skills." Everyone's gaze focused on Suji.
Suji stood up and said to Lin Zhe, "Give me something to communicate with, and the detailed layout of the research institute." Without hesitation, Lin Zhe took out a walkie-talkie and a folded hand-drawn map from his backpack and handed them to him. "I need to find a suitable location to set up my device." Suji received the items, speaking concisely. "How long do you need?" Lin Zhe asked. "I can start any time once I'm there." "Okay." Lin Zhe nodded heavily. "We'll wait for your signal at the ventilation duct entrance on the south side of the research institute. The channel is 3. Suji said no more, turning and walking out of the chaotic shed, his figure quickly disappearing into the labyrinth of scrap metal and darkness. Watching him leave, the mouse couldn't help but whisper, "Lingu, is this guy reliable? I feel a bit." "Shut up." Shinya coldly interrupted him. "Right now, we can only trust him." Lin Zhe said nothing, only tightening his fists. The wrench technology gave him confidence, but that mysterious young man was the key to the success or failure of this operation. Suji left the scrap metal recycling station, not lingering in the chaotic southern part of the city. Following the map's guidance, he crossed several dilapidated blocks, heading towards Area B. The closer he got to Area B, the cleaner the streets became, and more patrolling soldiers appeared. The air's rotten, sour smell was replaced by the scent of disinfectant. The B4 Research Institute was located at the junction of Area B and Area C, in a vast area. This used to be the Electronic Information Industrial Park of Jinghua, but after the apocalypse, most companies had long abandoned it, leaving behind large empty factories and office buildings. The military took over this place, transforming it into several large supply transfer warehouses. In the night, this area was eerily quiet. Only the beams of rotating searchlights on high walls and the faint buzzing from drones hovering in the sky proved that this was not a lawless zone. Suji did not approach the main body of the research institute but stopped in a cluster of abandoned buildings about 2 kilometers away from it. He sneaked into a writing office that had been reduced to a shell by a great fire. The parking lot on the ground floor was filled with the rusted remains of scrap cars. It was hidden enough that no one outside would notice the situation inside. Confirming that no one was around, Suji's consciousness sank deep into his mind. Buzz. An invisible wave spread through the air. The next moment, that pitch-black, silent, and oppressive abyss phantom appeared silently in the center of the empty parking lot. Its matte body swallowed all the surrounding light, quietly lying in the darkness. Suji hurriedly stepped forward. With a click, the car door opened upward. He sat in the cockpit, and the soft seat automatically adjusted, enveloping him. As he entered, the entire cockpit instantly lit up with a ghostly blue glow. On the huge curved screen before him, data streams flew by quickly, finally freezing on a three-dimensional map of Jinghua's safe zone. Suji connected that concept machine phone to the vehicle's system. Identity confirmed, access granted. The vehicle's intelligence system is at your service, Master. That ethereal synthetic voice echoed in the cockpit. Scan the airspace of Area B4, lock onto all Eagle Eye 7 drones, and analyze their control protocols. Suji issued the command. Command received. Scanning. On the curved screen, the airspace above the B4 Research Institute was rapidly enlarged, and 6 red light points, cruising on fixed routes, were clearly marked. Countless data refreshed, parsed, and reorganized on the screen like a waterfall. Target locked, Eagle Eye 7 reconnaissance drones, a total of 6. Analyzing data link, encryption protocol is military version 3.0 modified, matching protocol library. Generating intrusion plan generation completed. Chapter 74 Research Institute. B4 Research Institute, basement level, central server room. Behind the heavy lead door, there was a silent darkness. Lin Zhe, Shinya, and Mouse pressed against the cold wall, deliberately minimizing their breaths. The only sound in the air was the low hum of the server fans, like the collective breathing of countless monsters. We're at the door of the server room. The physical lock outside has been unlocked. Now, it's up to you. Lin Zhe spoke into the intercom, his voice tense and hoarse. After a crackling sound of electricity, a calm and emotionless male voice came through, saying just one word. Okay. In that instant, Mouse, who had been staring intently at his portable terminal screen, suddenly stiffened. On his device's main screen, the 6 red dots representing the Eagle Eye 7 drones were cruising in a fixed trajectory above the institute. Just now, it was as if an invisible giant hand had gripped these 6 dots simultaneously, causing them to flicker and twist like crazy, turning their originally smooth cruising path into chaotic scribbles. Then, in less than 3 seconds, the 6 red dots all turned blue simultaneously. Some of them abruptly stopped in midair, hovering still, others swayed as if drunk, drawing circles in the sky. Oh my God! Mouse let out a moan like a daydream, pushing up his glasses with a wide open mouth. He did it, he really did it. All 6 eagles have been taken over. The hacking device he brought with him now displayed glaring red letters saying signal interference failed.
The gap between the two was beyond description with technology. No more nonsense, act now.
Xinya's voice was as cold as ice as she pulled open the heavy server room door. Lin Zhe was the first to slip inside, quickly confirming safety, then signaling to the two behind him. The mysterious person's voice once again echoed in the intercom, still terrifyingly calm. The drones are incapacitated, you have 10 minutes for your performance.
Received. Lin Zhe responded, then lowered his voice to urge, quick. Mouse, get to work.
Inside the server room was like a massive steel maze, with rows of tall server racks neatly aligned, countless indicator lights flickering in the darkness, their eerie green glow illuminating everyone's faces. Mouse no longer hesitated, rushing toward the largest main server array in the center of the room, clutching his device. He skillfully lifted the maintenance cover, revealing a row of densely packed data ports. Starting to implant the decay program, he said while connecting several cables to the ports. On the screen of his portable terminal, a green progress bar slowly began to grow.
1%. 3%.
Lin Zhe and Xinya stood on either side, holding their guns alertly towards the two ends of the passage.
Time seemed to stretch infinitely at this moment, each second felt like a century of suffering.
The hum of the racks became the only background noise, weighing heavily on their hearts.
Suddenly. Wait.
Mouse's voice changed, laced with a hint of panic, something's wrong.
There's a level 2 firewall. It's the Guardian Protocol. It wasn't mentioned in the documents.
The progress bar got stuck at 12%, then turned red and began to rapidly retreat.
What's going on? Lin Zhe's heart sank.
The Guardian Protocol will track the source of the intrusion, we have at most 30 seconds before we are locked in. Once locked in, the alarm will be triggered immediately, Mouse said, sweat forming on his forehead as his fingers flew over the keyboard.
It's useless. Wrench.
Xinya suddenly spoke up, reminding, the wrench for your back door. The mouse, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly pulled up a hidden program window, typing in a long string of garbled instructions that the wrench had given him before.
Damn, that old drunk.
He cursed under his breath, but his hands moved with hope. In the moment he hit enter, the red level 2 firewall on the screen opened like a lock with a key, revealing a tiny gap.
It's working. The mouse's spirit lifted, quick, reinsert.
The green progress bar appeared again, this time it advanced without obstacles.
15%. 40%. 75%. 100%. The decay program implant was successful, the alarm system delayed, remaining safe time, 14 minutes 27 seconds.
Watching the green notification pop up on the screen, the mouse collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath.
Done. Nice job.
Lin Zhe patted his shoulder, then turned to Xinya, let's go get the stuff. The three of them no longer hesitated, quickly gathering their equipment and following the hand-drawn map, they crossed the server room and entered deeper into the research institute through a maintenance passage at the other end.
The corridor here became narrow and oppressive, the walls cold metal, with a dim emergency light every 10 meters, stretching their shadows long.
They passed several laboratories with thick observation windows, empty except for some strange experimental instruments, giving off an ominous air in the dim light. Finally, they stopped in front of a heavy alloy door. Above the door, an electronic nameplate displayed a line of small text, Low Temperature Sample Storage Unit 07.
This is it.
Lin Zhe's voice trembled slightly.
The mouse stepped forward, connecting his device to the control panel by the door.
This time there were no accidents, and after a series of complex decodings, the alloy door let out a deep click sound, unlocking. Lin Zhe and Xinya worked together to slowly push the heavy door open to the side. Cold white mist gushed out from the gap of the door, bringing a chill that could freeze souls. The world behind the door was a silver-white cage shrouded in low temperatures. Rows of metal racks neatly held hundreds of labeled frozen tanks, each emitting a chilling aura.
Hurry, the stuff is on the 7th rack in Area C3.
Lin Zhe rushed in first.
In the abandoned underground parking lot.
Inside the cockpit of the Abyss Phantom, the curved screen clearly showed the green dots representing Lin Zhe and the others rushing into a room marked as Low Temperature Sample Storage Unit 07.
Their actions were under Suji's full scrutiny. Suji's attention shifted from them to another corner of the map.
That room, located on the 3rd underground floor, was highlighted by the system in eye-catching green.
Sample Storage Room 307.
I hope they found their target and don't stir up trouble.
Suji silently thought.
The black ghost raced at high speed along the factory roads, and in a few minutes, it reached another marked underground entrance on the map. Abyss Phantom quietly entered this more dilapidated underground loading area, finally stopping in front of a passage covered in dust and partially blocked by huge concrete slabs. The car door opened, and Suji stepped out. External alarm system activated, monitoring all life signals and energy fluctuations within a 5-kilometer radius. Any anomalies will trigger an alarm. The car door slowly closed behind him, merging the black steel beast with the darkness, vanishing entirely.
Suji pulled down the brim of his cap, hands in the pockets of his tactical jacket, and approached the abandoned cargo passage. He slipped inside, his figure disappearing into the deep darkness. The passage was pitch black, filled with thick dust and the smell of rust. Suji took out a high-intensity flashlight from the storage space, and the bright beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. The walls were covered with long-abandoned pipelines, and scattered on the ground were discarded tools and parts. Above, at intervals, there were non-functional surveillance cameras, their red indicator lights long extinguished. This was a corner of the abandoned research institute. As he ventured deeper, Suji gradually understood why the internal defenses here were so relaxed. This before research institute was more of a massive warehouse of unfinished products than a proper research facility. The apocalypse had erupted too suddenly. During the early establishment of the Jinghua safe zone, a large number of valuable research equipment and personnel were urgently moved to the more highly defended district. This place, along with those pieces of equipment and samples too late to take or deemed of little value, was hastily taken over and turned into a supply transit station. All defense forces were concentrated outside. High walls, electric fences, patrol teams, and the eagle-eye drones in the sky formed a defensive line of tight outside and loose inside. In the military's view, as long as they held the outside, what was inside wouldn't escape. They had never considered that someone could cripple their proud aerial surveillance network in such a reckless manner. After passing through a long maintenance corridor, Suji arrived at the area on the third underground level. The air here was even colder and drier than above. The walls were no longer rough concrete but covered with cold metal plates. He stopped in front of a heavy alloy door. The electronic sign above the door was no longer lit, but the letters were still clear: Sample Storage Room 307. This was the place. There was no keyhole on the door, only a complex electronic keypad and a fingerprint scanner. Suji had no intention of attempting to crack it. He directly took out the concept machine phone from his pocket. The phone screen was already connected to the Abyss Phantom's onboard intelligence system. Take over the access control system for room 307, Suji issued the command. Command received. Initiating breach. Almost as soon as he spoke, the electronic keypad beside the alloy door flickered, making a soft beep sound, and the originally red locking indicator light turned green. Click. A crisp unlocking sound echoed in the silent hallway. Suji reached out and gently pushed. The heavy alloy door opened a crack inward. A gust of pure, extreme cold air leaked from the crack, colder than what Lindsay and the others had opened in the cold storage. Suji did not enter immediately. Instead, he pressed himself against the door, waiting a few seconds. Confirming that no traps or alarms were triggered inside, he quickly slipped in and closed the door behind him. Inside was a small room, about 30 square meters. Unlike outside, it was spotless. The floor and walls were made of some special pure white material, emitting a faint cold light. In the center of the room stood a lonely cylindrical metallic container, about half a human height, covered in complex pipelines and instruments. The container was encased in transparent reinforced glass, and inside was a pale blue low-temperature liquid. Within that liquid floated two objects. Two crystals. One large and one small. The larger one was about the size of a fist, deep blue in color, with what seemed like electrical light swirling and flickering inside, emitting a heart-pounding energy wave. The smaller one was only the size of a thumb, much lighter in color, its glow faint and quiet. In Suji's mind, a translucent system panel automatically appeared. Detected medium-strength special energy source. Detection of weak intensity special energy source. Found it. He walked to the metal container, not touching those complicated pipes, but placing his palm on the transparent glass cover. Absorb that medium-intensity energy source. Detection of medium-intensity special energy source. Do you wish to absorb it to reduce the time required for universal enhancement? Yes. The moment Suji's confirming thought landed. Buzz. The blue crystal instantly disappeared, drawn into his space. At the same time, in his consciousness, the module representing universal enhancement shone brightly. On the translucent panel, beside the phantom of Shanxi Automobile DeLong X6000 heavy truck, the string of numbers representing the remaining time began to reduce at a crazy speed. 70 days. 50 days. 30 days. 10 days. 5 days. Finally, when all the light faded away, that string of numbers finally came to a stop. Remaining enhancement time, 1 hour 00 minutes 0 seconds. 1 hour. The enhancement time that originally needed 2.5 months was brutally shortened to just the last hour after absorbing this energy source. This meant that, in just 1 more hour, his mobile fortress, which had been given high expectations, would officially come into being. A huge surprise struck Suji's nerves, but he forcibly suppressed the excitement within. His attention fell on the last, and only remaining, weak energy source in the container. Although this thing had low energy intensity, it might play an unexpected role in key places. For example, enhancing a close-range weapon, or a special piece of equipment. Suji did not immediately absorb it.
With a thought, he stored the thumb-sized light blue crystal in an independent storage space. After doing all this, the metal container in Sample Preservation Room 307 was left completely empty. Suji's main goal for this trip had been achieved. He glanced at the time on his phone screen. Less than 8 minutes remained before Lindsay and the others triggered the alarm. That's enough. Suji did not linger, turned around, pulled open the alloy door, and quickly left this room, his figure merging back into the darkness of the corridor. He returned the same way, his footsteps faster and lighter than before. The joy of the mobile fortress nearing completion raised his whole state to a peak. With that heavy truck, his survival capability in this apocalypse would leap qualitatively. Just as Suji was about to reach the underground parking lot, a vague alarm sound suddenly faintly spread from the direction of the main building of the research institute. Woo woo woo. The sound was suppressed and sharp, piercing through layers of walls, echoing in the dead silence of the underground space. Suji's footsteps halted. He took out his phone, and on the screen, the green dots representing Lindsay and the others were madly moving on the returning passage. And behind them, several red dots were closing in from all directions. Chapter 76 Escape. The alarm grew louder, sharp and ear-piercing, constantly echoing in the empty underground space, striking everyone's nerves. Suji's figure flashed out from the dark corridor. He didn't pause for a second, quickly walking towards the quietly lurking abyss specter. Click. The car door opened silently. Suji sat in the driver's cabin, the cold alloy door slowly closed behind him, completely isolating him from the chaos outside. Master, welcome back. The ethereal synthetic voice sounded. The external warning system has detected that the internal security system of the research institute has been activated, and over 30 armed personnel are converging on the underground level of Zone B4. All exits are expected to be completely sealed off in 3 minutes. On the curved screen, the green dots representing Lindsay and the others were sprinting in a narrow passage, while dozens of red dots were rapidly closing in around them. Lindsay, report your position. Suji pressed the intercom button. In the sound of electricity crackling, Lindsay's heavy breaths and hurried footsteps echoed. We've been discovered. On the way back to the server room, B2 maintenance passage. There are too many of them. I see them, Suji's voice was calm, without a hint of disturbance. To the south, 500 meters away, there is an abandoned ventilation shaft. We can crawl up to the surface from there. I will clear a path for you on the ground. Ventilation shaft? But there are patrols on the surface. That's my concern, Suji interrupted him. You have 1.5 minutes. With that, he cut off the communication directly. Suji's fingers swiftly glided across the curved screen, overlaying the floor plan of the B4 Research Institute with the three-dimensional map of the Jinghua safety zone. He focused on the location of the ventilation shaft exit, his gaze sharpening. Start the engine, activate optical camouflage, silent mode. Command confirmed. The Abyss Phantom's body shimmered with an invisible wave in the darkness, then completely vanished. Even the engine's pulsing sound was minimized to the extreme. Hurry! Keep up! Lindsay yanked up the nearly fallen mouse, shouting. Shinya covered the rear, turning back occasionally to fire 2 shots at the pursuing soldiers. The flash of her gun momentarily illuminated her cold face in the dim passage. They're ahead. Block them. Suppressive fire. Don't let them escape. Behind them, the chaotic sound of footsteps and the angry shouts of soldiers grew closer. Bullets whizzed by their ears, hitting the metal walls and sparking brightly. To the south. He said there's a ventilation shaft to the south. Lindsay gritted his teeth and led the two into a narrower side path based on his memory of the map. Here. I found it. At the end of the passage, a rusty iron ladder leaned against the wall, extending up to a square dark hole. I'll go first. Lindsay swung his backpack to the back, grabbing the cold iron ladder with both hands, quickly climbing up. At that moment, a sharp cracking sound pierced the air. A flashbang exploded at the corner of the passage behind them. Boom! A bright light and a loud noise erupted instantly. Mouse and Shinya let out a muffled groan, temporarily losing their hearing and sight, their bodies teetering. Be careful! Lindsay's eyes widened in horror as he saw several soldiers with bomb shields about to charge around the corner. However, the anticipated impact did not come. A duller, more terrifying crashing sound came from the ground, penetrating the thick concrete layer, clearly resonating underground. Bang! The soldiers pursuing them momentarily halted, feeling the commotion above, their movements instinctively freezing as they cautiously looked around. Following that were a series of louder crashing sounds, along with the mournful cries of twisted metal and the cracking of bones as bodies were crushed. On the ground, a 5-man patrol team tasked with blocking the ventilation shaft exit had no time to react before a massive, blurred shadow flashed past their vision. The light armored patrol vehicle they were riding in, like a soda can seized by an invisible giant hand, twisted and deformed, was lifted high and crashed against a distant wall.
The soldiers inside the vehicle couldn't even let out a scream before being turned into a pile of scrap metal along with the vehicle. The invisible ghost wreaked havoc in the factory area. Another team trying to flank from the front had their off-road vehicle struck by an irresistible force from the side, sending the entire vehicle flying and smashing through a row of barbed wire. Throughout the factory area, alarms, crashes, and screams mixed into a chaotic symphony. In the command channel, only chaotic shouts and reports filled with fear remained. "We are under attack. Repeat, we are under attack. Can't see the enemy. See nothing. Ghost. There's a ghost." Panic began to spread. In the underground passage, Lindsay and the others also heard the chaos coming from the ground. They had no time to think. Xinya and Mouse had already recovered, and the three of them climbed into the ventilation shaft as fast as they could. Pushing open the heavy manhole cover, a blast of cold night wind rushed in. They cautiously poked their heads out, and the scene before them left them completely frozen. The factory area, which should have been filled with patrol teams, was now in complete shambles. Several patrol cars had turned into twisted scrap metal, some spewing black smoke, others embedded in walls. Dozens of soldier corpses lay sprawled in the snow in various grotesque positions, blood staining the ground. The entire world seemed to be reduced to the sound of the sobbing wind and distant alarms still blaring. "Go!" On the walkie-talkie, that calm voice sounded again. Lindsay and the others jolted, not daring to hesitate even for a moment, climbing out of the ventilation shaft and disappearing into the night towards the south of the city. Half an hour later, at the 7th scrap metal recycling station. In the shack transformed from half a bus, the bonfire was burning brightly, driving away the cold outside. Lindsay, Xinya, and Mouse sat around the fire, the cold gradually leaving their bodies, but the shock and fear on their faces lingered. Mouse tightly hugged the metal box containing the serum, something they had risked their lives to obtain. Wrench sat opposite him, slowly tearing into a can of luncheon meat with his one arm, examining them with his murky eyes. "You all look like you've lost your soul. Did you succeed?" He stuffed a greasy piece of meat into his mouth, mumbling the question. Lindsay raised his head, his lips moving, but he didn't know what to say. Everything that happened tonight had completely overturned his understanding. Whether it was the mysterious hacker cracking the military drone control system or the bizarre tragedy that happened on the ground afterwards, none of it was in the realm of what ordinary people could achieve. Creak. The door of the shack was pushed open. Suji walked in, still dressed the same, the brim of his cap lowered, obscuring his expression. He had no traces of blood on him or any signs of having fought, as if he had just taken a stroll outside. Everyone in the room focused their attention on him. "Did you get the stuff?" Suji's gaze landed on the metal box in Mouse's arms. Lindsay nodded, his voice a bit hoarse. "We got it." He paused, raised his head, and stared directly at Suji's face overshadowed by the brim of his cap. "Thank you." That thank you came from the heart. Without Suji, they wouldn't even have made it through the door of the research institute, let alone obtain this life-saving serum. In fact, the three of them might very well have already become cold corpses in Zone B4 at this moment. Xinya and Mouse also looked at Suji, their expressions complex, filled with gratitude, respect, and a hint of an indescribable distance. Suji didn't respond to their thanks. He turned to Wrench, who had been silent all along. "Your turn." Wrench stuffed the last piece of luncheon meat into his mouth, chewed it vigorously a few times, then casually tossed the empty can into the fire, sparking a few embers. "What's the hurry?" He picked up the bottle of liquor from the table and poured himself a full cup, tossing it back in one go, letting out a satisfied sigh. The smell of liquor mixed with the scent of meat wafted throughout the shack. Black Rock Prison. Wrench set down his cup, wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with his one arm, his voice growing low. "That place is not a prison, it's hell. It's the incinerator where the Jinghua safe zone handles all the garbage." He paused, seemingly gathering his words, as if recalling those unbearable past events. On the surface, the Jinghua safe zone appears orderly, but behind the scenes, there are just as many dirty deeds. Those who offend powerful figures, those who know secrets they shouldn't. There are also some failures that went wrong in the experiments, which will eventually be thrown into Blackstone Prison. Wrench's words made Lindsay and the others' faces turn serious. The prison has 3 levels. The outer layer holds ordinary felons, murderers and robbers, all desperate outlaws. The middle layer holds some special prisoners, like spies from other forces, or people like me, who know too many secrets and used to be insiders. At this point, he instinctively touched his empty right sleeve, and a deep hatred flashed in his eyes. "I need a detailed internal map, the guard shift change times, the weak points of the defenses, and the warden's information." Wrench stared at Suji for a long while, then suddenly laughed. "You kid really has the biggest guts I've ever seen. Fine, since the deal is done, I won't back out." He stood up and walked to a greasy metal cabinet in the corner of the shed, unlocked it, and dragged out a dusty wooden box from the bottom shelf. Inside the box were not any valuable treasures, but rolled up blueprints wrapped in oil paper and several thick notebooks.
These, I secretly drew and recorded from memory when I was still working inside. Wrench pulled out the largest rolled-up blueprint and with a whoosh, spread it open on the workbench. It was an incredibly detailed architectural structure drawing, hand-drawn with pencil and charcoal. Blackstone Prison. Every level's layout, every passage, and every guard post's position, even the direction of the ventilation ducts were clearly marked. Blackstone Prison is built on the foundation of an abandoned underground air raid shelter, with only one entrance, which is the main gate on the north side. Every day at 4 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon, garbage trucks come out from the prison's logistics passage to dump the day's garbage. This is the only chance to mix in or sneak out. The guards take shifts in 3 teams, changing every 8 hours. But the middle and inner layer guards operate independently, managed directly by the warden's confidants who never contact the outer guards. Nobody knows their shift change times. Wrench's fingers moved across the map, his voice rough and serious. As for the weak points and defenses, there are none. The entire prison is 30 meters underground, with walls poured with high-strength alloy mesh that can withstand heavy explosives. All passages have high-voltage electric nets and nerve gas spray ports. Once the alarm is triggered, it becomes a dead zone within 3 minutes. The only variable is that mad dog of a warden. Nobody knows his real name. He's a sadist, psychologically twisted. His greatest pleasure is to enjoy the suffering of prisoners. Every Wednesday night, he holds games in the arena between the inner and middle layers. This is when the prison's defenses are the most chaotic and strict. Suji quietly listened, remembering every detail in his heart. When Wrench finished speaking, he took out another notebook from the wooden box and tossed it to Suji. Inside, I have all the details I could remember, including some of the guards' personal habits and some rumors about the warden. That's all I can help you with. Suji took the notebook, flipped through a few pages, filled with dense handwriting and various sketches, recording the daily life of hell. I'll take this map and this notebook with me. Whatever. Wrench waved his hand, appearing indifferent. At that moment, Lindsay, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. We will go with you. Suji's movements paused, and he looked up at Lindsay. Lindsay's gaze was serious, showing no hint of joking. You saved all our lives. We must repay this kindness. Although we are not familiar with Blackstone Prison, we can help with infiltration and some minor sabotage. One more person, one more strength. The mouse beside him also nodded vigorously, although his face still showed fear, but his eyes were determined. Yes. Brother Lin is right. We can help you create chaos outside the prison. Shinya said nothing, but she silently checked the gun holster at her waist. Her attitude was already clear. Suji looked at the 3 of them. He instinctively wanted to refuse. But Lindsay's team, although not strong, each possessed irreplaceable specialized skills. They might be useful in the future. Suji bid farewell to Lindsay and the others and returned alone to the dormitory in Area F. The night had grown deeper. The noise and chaos of the south of the city were left behind, and the cleanliness and order of Area B gradually faded away. When he stepped onto the streets of Area F again, the surroundings had become silent, with only the dim streetlights casting lonely light in the cold wind. Back in that single dormitory, Suji locked the door, drew the curtains, and completely isolated himself from the outside world. His thoughts sank into his mind. On the semi-transparent system panel, the phantom of the Shanxi Automobile DeLong X6000 heavy truck quietly hung there. The countdown below had only a few minutes left. Suji's heartbeat began to quicken uncontrollably. Chapter 78 Greytown Ramparts. Countdown 00:00:00:10. 09. 08. Unlike the last time he enhanced Abyss Phantom, this countdown brought not just anxiety but a heavy sense of solid anticipation for the imminent harvest. This heavy truck was another cornerstone, equally important in his doomsday plan as the Abyss Phantom. If the Abyss Phantom represented ultimate destruction and mobility, the most pointed spear in his hand, then this soon-to-be-finished heavy truck would be his strongest shield, his mobile home on this cruel wasteland. 03. 02. 01. When the last second finally reached 0. There were no dazzling lights or splendid effects. Boom. A grand roar that seemed to come from the birth of the universe, when chaos was not yet separated, exploded directly in the depths of Suji's consciousness. It was not a sound but a pure, violent vibration capable of crushing everything. Suji's consciousness was enveloped by this power, instantly sinking into that independent reinforcement space. In the void darkness, the originally red Shanxi Automobile DeLong X6000 tractor had disappeared. In its place was a massive steel beast. Its main outline still resembled a heavy tractor, but there was no trace of modern industry to be found. The entire body was a dull gray with a metallic cold glow, not a smooth paint surface but an exterior made up of countless giant, irregular polygonal armor pieces stitched together. Every piece of armor was extremely heavy, with complex internal mechanical structures faintly visible in the seams of the stitching. The front of the vehicle became a gigantic, jagged ram. At the very front of that ram were three absurdly thick alloy spikes arranged in a triangular shape, engraved with complex energy patterns, clearly possessing terrifying breach capabilities. The position of the cockpit was entirely moved back and elevated, embedded in the thick vehicle body armor, with the windshield in front transforming into a deep black crystal material, making it impossible to see any internal scenes from the outside. And the most exaggerated part was its tires. Those could no longer be called tires. 10 massive driven wheels, each with a diameter exceeding 2 meters, made not of rubber but a highly complex composite. The tire walls were covered with opening and closing armor plates, and one could imagine that on different terrains, these armor plates would flip, restructure, and adapt to extreme environments. This was no longer a truck. This is a moving steel fortress, an industrial miracle created to survive in the harshest environments, filled with the aesthetics of violence. Suji's breath nearly stopped. In the next moment, a brand new attribute panel slowly unfolded before him. Item, Greytown Fortress. Enhancement multiple, 100 times. Core engine, heavy arc reactor. Armor material, composite armor, includes memory alloy layer, shock absorbing layer, energy conduction layer. Maximum speed, 380 km/h. Additional functions. 1. Fortress mode, expand the vehicle body to form a fixed defense position with a radius of 50 meters, activating 4 close-range electromagnetic gun turrets and 2 small missile launch silos. 2. Repair factory module, built-in high-precision mechanical arms and material printer, capable of repairing, modifying, and basic manufacturing of medium and small machinery. 3. Wide area energy shield, consumes energy to form a super high-strength composite energy barrier around the vehicle body, with an effective range adjustable according to energy output. 4. Signal jamming field, emits interference waves to jam all conventional communications and radar signals within a designated range. 5. Magnetic traction system, can tow load units with a total mass not exceeding 300 tons and provide them with energy. 6. Form switch, Town Fortress Titan, not activated. 7. Onboard intelligence, pending name. Suji read each word, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. It's done. It really is done. A moving defensive position, equipped with close defense cannons and missiles. A factory that can self-repair and manufacture parts. An area-wide energy shield and signal jamming. This is no longer a vehicle, it is a mobile palace that only the king of the apocalypse can possess, a war base capable of supporting a small survivor camp. Especially the repair factory module, its value exceeds even that of powerful firepower to some extent. This means Suji has the ability to sustain combat and growth. Any damaged parts of the Abyss Phantom in battle, as long as they are not damaged to the level of the core reactor, can theoretically be repaired by this Greytown Fortress. He can even use this module to create many drones or enhance his conventional weapons. This is true logistical support. And the form switch of the Town Fortress Titan gives him endless room for imagination. The Deep Shadow Knight form of the Abyss Phantom is an 8-meter-tall killing machine. So what about the humanoid mode of this Greytown Fortress, known for its heaviness and defense? What kind of terrifying existence would it be? Forcefully suppressing the swirling thoughts in his mind, he withdrew his consciousness from the enhancement space, returning to that small and dark dormitory. He walked to the window, pulled open a corner of the heavy curtains, and looked at the distant sky over the Jinghua safety zone, cloaked in the energy shield of the sky curtain, glowing with a ghostly blue light. With the completion of the Greytown Fortress, the last trace of worry in Suji's heart disappeared. He now possessed 2 trump cards. Although he could not immediately take these 2 steel behemoths out in the Jinghua safety zone, their existence itself was Suji's greatest confidence and support. He glanced at the time on his phone. It was deep into the night. There was still time to make some preparations. Just enough time to enhance for the next action, adding 1 last trump card. What to enhance? Suji fell into deep thought. The first thing he thought of was to enhance himself. Long before the apocalypse, when he got this system, he had this idea. But when he aimed the enhancement at himself, the estimated time given by the system made him give up outright. Target, host body. Tenfold enhancement estimated time, 10 years. 10 years. At that time, this time seemed like an astronomical number to him, simply unbearable. Now, although he had obtained a weakly powered special energy source, it can be used to reduce time, but one can also know that applying it to a single item may yield remarkable results, yet using it to enhance the human body, this most complex and intricate creation, is simply not enough energy. The option of enhancing oneself was first eliminated by Suji. This path is far too long, and the investment and return are completely disproportionate at this stage. Perhaps in the future, after acquiring more and more powerful energy sources, it could be reconsidered. But the thirst for power had already planted a seed in his heart. Chapter 79, The Road Ahead. Since directly enhancing the body is not feasible, could there be another way of thinking? What if a created martial art were transformed into something real? Before the apocalypse, to cope with potential crises, he stored vast amounts of data on his computer. From survival manuals to mechanical repair blueprints, from weapons manufacturing principles to a comprehensive compendium of chemistry, almost nothing was left out. Among them, there were many contents related to physical training, fighting techniques, and even ancient guidance methods. He could easily copy the most plausible methods of fitness from this data onto paper and then enhance that paper. The essence of system enhancement is the sublimation of concepts based on existing foundations. An old mobile phone can be enhanced into a concept phone that surpasses the times. A concept sports car can be enhanced into the Abyss Shadow, capable of switching to a human form. Then, would a booklet containing training methods, after hundredfold enhancement, become a true martial arts manual capable of breaking the limits of the human body? As soon as this thought appeared, it crazily took root in his mind. But he quickly calmed down again. Based on his experience from reading some novels, practicing such martial arts often requires massive resources. Whether it is rare materials, miraculous pills, or the flesh and blood of extraordinary beasts, that's an insatiable pit of resource consumption. Where could he find these things now? He did have some extraordinary beast flesh stored, but he didn't dare to experiment lightly. This route seemed very tempting, but it was full of unknowns and risks, not in line with his usual cautious style of action. Suji temporarily suppressed this thought and shifted his gaze back to more realistic options. He needed a piece of equipment that could directly enhance his survival ability and combat power. He thought of the black special combat suit he was currently wearing, which had been stripped from the Crow. This combat suit was made of extraordinary material and had an excellent foundation for enhancement. The only flaw was the damage caused by the Abyss Shadow's penetrating claws at the chest. A damaged piece of equipment would undoubtedly have its enhancement potential greatly reduced. But now, this issue was no longer an issue. His newly completed Grey Fortress had an important module, a repair factory. He could completely repair this combat suit to perfect condition with the Grey Fortress first, and then enhance it. This way, not only would he obtain the best enhancement results, but he could also use the precious energy source efficiently. This choice was undoubtedly the most reliable and the most straightforward in terms of gains right now. Once successful, even without the vehicle, he would possess extremely strong personal protective abilities. After making his decision, Suji no longer hesitated. He had to take out the newly completed Grey Fortress. In the southwestern corner of the Jinghua safe zone, in the abandoned heavy industrial area. The huge steel factory building stood like the bones of ancient behemoths, casting terrifying shadows in the pale and cold moonlight. Suji drove through this area in a black sports car. He ultimately chose the largest steel mill. The massive iron door of the mill, large enough to accommodate trains, had long rusted shut, but a huge breach had been blown open on the side, allowing any vehicle to easily enter. Inside the factory, the space is astonishingly large, the towering dome reaching into the darkness without an end, the massive steelmaking furnace and intersecting metal pipes presenting a desolate and dead silence of the post-industrial age under the beam of the flashlight. The ground here is relatively flat, thick dust covering all traces. After confirming that there are no signs of life around, Suji walked to the center of the factory. His thoughts sank into his mind. Extract, Greytown Rampart. Buzz. A sound, deeper and mightier than the appearance of the Abyss Phantom, echoed throughout the empty factory. The air violently twisted and compressed. In the next moment, a massive steel beast that could take your breath away appeared out of thin air before Suji. Its dark gray body almost merged with the surrounding industrial ruins, filled with a heavy and brutal sense of oppression. Over 2-meter diameter giant tires slammed down on the dust-covered ground, making the entire factory floor tremble lightly. The tall body almost brushed against the low-hanging pipes of the factory. The sharply shaped crash horns arranged in a trident form at the front of the vehicle glimmered with a chilling metallic light in the darkness. Suji walked around this colossal machine and reached out to touch its cold composite armor. The texture that reached his fingertips was rough, thick, and full of power. Click! A light sound, and a seemingly unremarkable armor plate on the side of the vehicle slid up, revealing a hidden boarding ladder below. Suji climbed up the ladder and arrived at the elevated cockpit door. The alloy door slid open to one side, revealing an interior style that was distinctly different from the Abyss Phantom. If the cockpit of the Abyss Phantom is filled with a futuristic sci-fi style, then the inside of the Greytown Rampart resembles a mobile military command center. The space is unimaginably spacious. Directly in front is no longer a curved screen, but an entire wall made up of countless small screens, capable of displaying different images according to need. The design of the driver's seat is also heavier and more complex, with 2 co-pilot seats next to the main driver's seat and several tactical operation stations. Suji sat in the main driver's seat, and the seat automatically adjusted to his body shape. As he took his seat, the lights of the cockpit gradually turned on, soft white light illuminating every corner. Identity recognition completed. Permission confirmed. Binding to the unique commander, Suji. A voice, distinctly different from the Abyss Phantom's vehicle intelligence, sounded. This voice is heavier and steadier, like a no-nonsense general. The vehicle intelligence system has been activated, at your service.
Commander. Open the maintenance factory module. Suji issued his first command. Deploying the maintenance factory. Rumble.
Behind the cockpit, the area originally designed as a tactical operations station revealed the deep mechanical structure below as the alloy plates on the ground silently slid open to the sides.
Immediately after, more violent vibrations followed.
The enormous chassis, originally meant to carry containers, was undergoing tremendous changes. Heavy gray armor began to slowly split open from the central axis. Countless tiny hydraulic rods and interlocking gears operated beneath the armor plates, pushing the massive structure to deform. As the chassis armor fully opened, a folded, precise, and industrially aesthetic mechanical platform slowly rose from within the vehicle. It was a mobile factory composed of numerous mechanical arms, conveyor belts, high-precision laser probes, and all kinds of unnameable instruments. At the center of the platform stands a circular operation table with a diameter of about 3 meters, beside which looms a menacingly designed a material printer filled with countless tiny nozzles. Above the platform, a massive gantry crane extends from the structure on both sides of the vehicle, spanning across the entire repair platform.
Beneath the gantry crane, several high-precision robotic arms of varying sizes and functions hang suspended.
When all the mechanical structures are in place, in the vast center of the steelmaking factory, that enormous gray truck has transformed from a simple towing vehicle into a small, fully functional mobile repair base.
Chapter 80, Equipment Optimization. Commander, the repair factory module has been deployed.
The material printer is ready, and the high-precision robotic arms have completed self-checks.
They can execute repair tasks at any time. The steady voice of the vehicle's AI sounds again, devoid of any emotion, yet it gives an absolutely reliable feeling. Suji stands up from the driver's seat, crosses the spacious cockpit, and walks directly through an open hatch to the repair platform behind him. The platform under his feet is made of a rough, anti-slip metal, feeling incredibly solid. In the air, a unique blend of oil and metal fills his senses. He walks to the center of the platform and takes off the combat suit he acquired from the Crow, placing it on the operation table. The gaping hole in the chest of the combat suit appears particularly glaring under the soft overhead lighting. Scan target, generate repair plan. Suji issues the command.
A pale blue beam of light shoots out from a probe above the platform, carefully scanning the combat suit from top to bottom. On the massive information wall inside the cockpit, a 3D model of the combat suit is instantly constructed, along with a refreshing stream of white data beside it.
Scanning started.
Target, Special Operations Suit.
Material, high polymer memory fiber mixed with 7.3% unknown biological keratin.
Damage, penetrating damage in the chest, diameter 7.3 centimeters, edge fiber structure shows radial fractures, molecular chain collapse. Analyzing material composition. Unknown biological keratin structure analysis in progress.
Analysis complete. Repair plan generated. Execute. Suji says without hesitation. V-room.
Above the repair platform, the main robotic arm hanging from the gantry crane slowly descends. Its front end is not a claw, but a complex structure, integrated with dozens of functional composite tools. A pale blue scanning beam shoots from the tool head, covering the entire combat suit and feeding all data back to the information wall. Next, the tool head switches modes, and several probes finer than a hair extend, accurately piercing the edges of the fiber break at the hole, beginning molecular-level cleaning and connection. On the other side, the material printer starts up, with countless tiny nozzles glowing softly. It does not spray any visible liquid or powder, but rather a mist of nanoscopic particles suspended in the air that cannot be distinguished by the naked eye. This mist is constrained by an invisible field, precisely gathering at the hole in the chest of the combat suit, beginning to fill, weave, and reconstruct at an astonishing speed. The originally broken fibers are reconnected, and the special material unique to Crow's combat suit, mixed with biological keratin, is perfectly replicated under the powerful analysis and manufacturing capabilities of the Greytown Wall.
The entire process takes no more than 5 minutes.
When the robotic arm retracts, the combat suit on the operation table has been completely refreshed. The gaping hole in the chest has entirely disappeared, the surface smooth as before, showing no signs of any repairs.
Repair complete. Structural integrity 100%, material matching degree 99.97%, the vehicle AI reports in its steady voice. Suji steps forward and picks up the combat suit.
The feel in his hands is just as before, cold, flexible, filled with a sense of power. He doesn't delay, and with a thought, he stores the perfectly repaired combat suit into the system space in his mind.
Consciousness sank into it. He locked his target onto that combat suit. Suji chose tenfold enhancement.
He took out the thumb-sized light blue crystal from his storage space. Use. The moment the thought landed, the light blue crystal instantly transformed into a pure stream of light, merging into the module representing universal enhancement.
Boom!
The countdown numbers on the system panel began to jump and decrease wildly at a visible speed. Finally, as all the brilliance receded, the rapidly rolling numbers finally stopped.
Remaining enhancement time, 1 hour 00 minutes 0 seconds.
Su-ji felt determined in his heart. For this hour, he also did not intend to waste it. He walked to the repair platform, his thoughts flashing continuously. Swish! A large pile of items was taken out from his storage space, piling up on the empty ground beside him. A black 92 pistol, several rifles, the tactical dagger obtained from the Crow, along with some scattered magazines, explosives, and military grenades. Finally, there was that fist-sized silver metal sphere, the reconnaissance unit Little Geo.
Commander, multiple standard weapons and an unknown reconnaissance unit detected, the onboard AI's voice sounded. Scan all items, check for damage and performance, and propose optimization plans, Su-ji commanded. Command received.
Beams of scanning light shot out from various corners of the repair platform, completely enveloping the pile of junk. Soon, on the information wall, the 3D models and data of each item were displayed.
92 pistol, slide wear on the interior walls of the barrel, recoil spring fatigue at 7.3%, replacement recommended.
Optimization plan, replace with a high-strength tungsten steel barrel, enhance the body structure, improve shooting stability. Tactical dagger, there is a 0.03 mm microscopic notch on the blade. Optimization plan, molecular level recasting and surface coating reinforcement can be conducted to enhance sharpness and toughness. Reconnaissance unit Little Geo, main structure intact, outer shell has multiple scratches. Internal reconnaissance module function damaged by 31%, drawing unit damaged, communication protocol has a backdoor vulnerability. Optimization plan, recommend replacing with a 3-layer composite armor shell, repair and upgrade all internal electronic modules, remove backdoor program, and install a miniature energy shield generator. Su-ji looked at the detailed reports and optimization plans displayed on the information wall, feeling even higher praise for the Greytown garrison in his heart.
Execute all optimization plans. Commander, all optimization plans will consume 3.7% of the basic materials reserve. Confirm? Confirm. Su-ji did not mind this consumption at all.
When he stocked up on supplies, he had prepared quite a bit of various metal raw materials and chemical materials, enough for Greytown garrison to splurge for a while.
Optimization procedure initiated.
The mechanical arms on the repair platform immediately began to work busily. One mechanical arm precisely clamped the 92 pistol, securing it on the operating table, while another mechanical arm's tool head switched, beginning disassembly. The material printer started up beside them, beginning to print a brand new tungsten steel barrel and strengthened parts. The entire repair factory, like a team of precise machinery, seamlessly upgraded all items in an orderly manner. Just then, the silver metal sphere placed in the corner suddenly lit up, and a cartoonish little bird hologram projection popped out.
Chirp! Chirp! I'm getting stronger. I'm going to become Super Little Geo.
Little Geo flapped its wings, excitedly spinning in midair, the bright and noisy electronic synthesized voice echoing in the empty factory.
Chapter 81, Dark Weaving Within. Su-ji frowned. He commanded the onboard AI, silence its voice module, I don't want to hear it anymore. Command received.
Just as Little Geo was about to continue cheering, its projected body froze. It opened its mouth, but no sound came out. It curiously patted its throat. He tried calling out a few more times, but it was still silent. The little bird's projection became dejected, its two tiny eyes turned into a pitiful underscore shape, floating helplessly in front of Su-ji and rubbing its head against his arm. Su-ji no longer paid attention to the cartoon bird still performing its mime, redirecting his focus back to the countdown echoing in his mind.
Time passed, second by second. Work on the maintenance platform continued in an orderly manner.
Gun after gun, newly upgraded, was assembled, displaying a profound matte black color, far exceeding the strength and performance of the past. The blade of the tactical dagger, even under the light, showed no reflection whatsoever, as if it absorbed the light, exuding a sharpness that made one's heart race. Little Geo's silver-white shell was replaced with a heavier and sturdier dark gray composite armor, and its surface bore energy patterns that Su-ji couldn't understand. When the last grenade, specially modified to have greater penetration and explosive power, was picked up by the robotic arm from the production line and placed into a nearby storage box, only 5 minutes remained until the hour of enhancement ended. Su-ji withdrew all the upgraded weapons into his storage space. He returned to the cockpit of the Greytown fortress, sat in the large command chair, and waited quietly. His mind once again submerged entirely into his consciousness.
As the countdown numbers hit 0. On the entire system panel, the module representing universal enhancement burst forth with an abyssal darkness.
This darkness did not swallow any light but instead felt like an absolute void, a pure nothingness, completely absorbing Su-ji's consciousness. In that isolated enhancement space, the originally black combat suit hung silently. At this moment, it was being wrapped, tainted, and reshaped by that profound darkness. There was no earth-shattering change, it simply became darker in the dark, with lines becoming more streamlined and fitting to the human body. When the darkness dissipated, a brand new, body-hugging battlesuit, seemingly woven from shadows, appeared before Suji's eye. In the next moment, a brand new attribute panel slowly unfolded.
Item, dark woven combat suit. Enhancement multiplier, 10 times. Core, microbiological battery, passive charging type.
Material, adaptive nanofibers, self-repairing.
Additional functions.
1. Basic physical amplification, built-in micro-servo unit passively boosts the user's base strength by 100% and base agility by 100%. 2. Composite bulletproof structure, the nanofiber layer can instantly harden upon impact, effectively resisting conventional caliber firearms and significantly reducing impact force.
It was done.
The attribute panel of the dark woven combat suit slowly faded from Suji's consciousness.
Wearing the combat suit, he could feel a layer of cool and flexible material tightly adhering to every inch of his skin, as if it were a second layer of flesh. A strange force surged from deep within his limbs, not violent but ceaseless. He tried to clench his fist. His joints made slight cracking sounds as an unprecedented sense of strength gathered in his palm. He had the illusion that, if he wished, he could easily crush a brick. This was not an illusion. Basic strength and agility had been enhanced by 100%. This meant he now possessed the physical qualities of an athlete, even surpassing that. Suji did not waste time testing the limits of his strength.
With a flash of thought, the upgraded tactical dagger from the Greytown Fortress and the modified 92 Type pistol with a tungsten steel barrel, along with several enhanced grenades and produced helmet gear, were all drawn back into his storage space. He stood up and stretched his body. Every movement became light and coordinated, actions that once required deliberate effort now flowed effortlessly. Now, relying solely on instinct, it was easy to accomplish. He glanced at the time displayed in the cockpit of the gray armored vehicle. There were still 2 hours left until the garbage truck's departure, as mentioned by the wrench.
That was enough. Suji took one last look at this moving steel fortress and retracted it into the reinforced space.
In the massive steel mill, only 2 huge tire tracks remained on the ground, proving that they had once existed.
In District F, the single dormitory. Awake, Suji changed into the most inconspicuous gray-black worker's jacket and pants, pulling the brim of his cap low.
He took out the intercom from the storage space and pressed the talk button. After a crackling sound of static, Lindsay's voice came through, tinged with a hint of tension.
We have arrived at the outskirts of the 3rd power station on the west side of District C.
The guards here are very lax, with only 2 of them dozing off.
Wait for my signal.
After Suji finished speaking, he cut off the communication. He opened the door and his figure blended into the deep darkness of the corridor.
Midnight in Jinghua. Suji traversed the narrow alleys at the junction of District F and E, his footsteps silent.
His speed was quick, and when he encountered a wall taller than a person, he simply pushed off gently with his feet and used his arms to propel himself, flipping over like a raccoon, landing without even stirring up a speck of dust.
This was the change brought by agility and strength doubled.
The world seemed to slow down half a beat in his senses. Every obstacle, every protrusion to push against, was clearly presented in his mind, forming the optimal path ahead. District C, the industrial and storage area of Jinghua, also the location of Haishi Prison. The closer he got to this area, the more the smell of disinfectant faded, replaced by a cold mix of oil and metal. Tall warehouses and factories cast massive shadows in the night, making this area look like a steel graveyard.
At 3:40, Suji arrived at the location marked on the wrench's map.
It was a narrow, filthy back alley, flanked by towering warehouse walls, filled with various rusty metal trash cans and rotting parts, emitting a nauseating sour smell. According to the map, the logistics garbage truck of Haishi Prison passed by here every day at 4 in the morning, heading to the incineration plant to the south of the city. Suji's figure melted into the shadow cast by a gigantic garbage bin, becoming one with the darkness. He leaned against the cold wall, adjusting his breathing, entering a state of absolute calm.
Time passed, second by second. At 3:55, Suji pressed the intercom. Make your move. Chapter 82, Infiltration and Raid.
In the distant back alley where Suji was, clusters of lights suddenly went out without warning.
The entire west side of District C sank into deeper darkness.
Immediately, piercing alarm bells rang out from all directions, breaking the silence of midnight.
Booming.
The heavy roar of engines grew closer. A massive garbage truck slowly drove in from the other end of the alley. Its front was equipped with thick collision barriers, and the windows were narrow bulletproof glass. The body was welded from thick steel plates, covered in grime and scratches. 2 fully armed prison guards, dressed in black combat uniforms, flanked the garbage truck, holding assault rifles, with tactical flashlights sweeping back and forth warily across the dark street. Damn it, why did the power have to go out at this time? The guard on the left muttered angrily.
Shut up and do your job.
"Who knows if those rats are up to something again," replied the guard on the right, his voice colder. Their flashlight beams swept over the garbage bin where Suji was hiding. The light beam paused for half a second at the edge of the shadows. He moved swiftly, his body sliding out from the shadows. The guard at the end, sensing something, felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He was about to turn around. A cold touch pressed against the back of his neck. He didn't even see who his enemy was or what weapon they had. Suji's left hand was empty. But just as his palm was about to touch the guard's neck, a reforged tactical knife appeared in his grasp. The blade silently sliced through the guard's throat at a cunning angle. No scream erupted, only the faint puff of blood spraying from the arteries. The guard's body slumped, his rifle slipping from his hands and thudding to the ground. Bang! The dull sound startled another guard walking ahead. What happened? He turned and locked the beam of his tactical flashlight onto his fallen comrade in the blurred shadow behind him. Instinctively, he raised his gun while opening his mouth to shout. But he only had time to see a shadow leaping toward him. Suji's right arm lifted, his hand open, aimed at the guard's face. A black pistol with a silencer appeared out of nowhere. The gun's barrel pressed firmly against the guard's bulletproof visor's observation window. Puff! A sound stifled to the extreme. The bullet easily pierced through the visor, exiting from the back of the guard's head. The guard's body stiffened momentarily, then fell straight back. From the moment Suji took action to the deaths of the two prison guards, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. Clean, swift, deadly. Inside the garbage truck's driver cabin, the driver remained oblivious to the commotion outside, perhaps the noisy engine covered everything. Suji didn't hesitate. He quickly dragged the two bodies into the nearby trash bin and closed the lid. Then, he took a running leap, his legs exploding with power, as he effortlessly grabbed the handrail on the side of the garbage truck. He nimbly flipped over and climbed onto the roof, finding the repair hatch marked on the map with a wrench. It was a metal cover less than half a meter square, secured with 4 rusted bolts. Suji took a multifunctional tool from his storage space and quickly unscrewed the rusty bolts. He pulled open the hatch, and a foul stench mixed with blood, decay, and disinfectant rushed at him. He hesitated not at all, covering the hatch again, leaving only a tiny gap, then slid into the interior of the truck. Inside the truck, it was filled with black garbage bags. Suji landed on a pile of bags, burying himself within. Rumbling. The massive garbage truck carried him through the dark streets, slowly heading toward the towering structure in Area C. Rumbling. The heavy truck body crushed against the ground as it entered a vast underground cavern. The cavern ceiling was high, embedded with rows of blinding white spotlights illuminating everything below in a harsh white glow. The air was thick with the acrid smell of disinfectant, yet it couldn't mask the pervasive stench of decay and blood seeping in from all around. This is the garbage processing station of Blackstone Prison. Dozens of prison guards, dressed in black combat uniforms, stood emotionlessly in various corners of the processing station, the barrels of their rifles slightly lowered, maintaining absolute vigilance. The garbage truck came to a halt, the enormous rear compartment slowly rising with a sharp hydraulic sound. Crash! Piles of black garbage bags poured out, crashing to the ground, forming a stinking little mountain. In the unnoticed corner, a part of the garbage mountain stirred slightly. Suji emerged quietly, moving lightly. Silent as a feather falls to the ground. With a flick of his hand, a sleek, dark gray helmet, simple yet full of a sci-fi vibe, appeared out of nowhere, and he placed it on his head. This was the protective gear he previously tailored for the darkweave combat suit. The helmet clicked into place with a soft snap. The world before him suddenly became clear. A ghostly blue HUD interface lit up inside the visor. In the upper left corner was his physiological status monitor, in the upper right corner was environmental parameter analysis, and right in the center was a real-time updating 3-dimensional radar scan. Connected to the Greytown Fortification Tactical Analysis System. Linked to the Little Chirp Reconnaissance Unit. In his mind, different voices rang out almost simultaneously. Little Chirp, activate. Scan ahead, build a real-time map, mark all life signals and surveillance devices. Suji gave the command in his mind. A soundless response. In his pocket, the upgraded dark gray metal sphere glowed softly, then fell silent completely. But on Suji's HUD map, lines representing the structure of buildings began to extend and expand rapidly, with red dots representing prison guards and yellow triangles representing cameras clearly floating over the 3-dimensional map. Suji transformed into a black shadow close to the ground, choosing not to take the common passage marked on the map but instead rushing towards a row of huge exhaust pipes on the side of the processing station. With all his strength in his legs, he soared into the air, relying on the power boost of the darkweave combat suit. His arm grasped the edge of the pipe, and an immense power surged from him, effortlessly pulling his entire body up. He opened the grill of the exhaust vent and quickly slipped inside, his figure vanishing into the darkness. The inside of the pipe was narrow and filled with dust.
Yet Suji's movements were not hindered.
On the map, the prison structure diagram created by Little Chirp was becoming more and more complete, unveiling every inch of this underground maze before his eyes.
Chapter 83, Action.
Haishi Prison, Central Control Room. Dozens of screens formed a monitoring wall, showing real-time footage from various parts of the prison. Guards in black uniforms patrolled the corridors, while prisoners lay or sat in their respective cells. Everything appeared orderly, dull, and lifeless. Suddenly, more than a third of the screens on the monitoring wall simultaneously transformed into a gray filled with static, without any warning.
What's happening?
A guard responsible for monitoring stood up and loudly tapped the console in front of him.
Report. The monitoring signal from the outer districts of Area B, Area C, and the channel in Area D has been completely interrupted. Switch to backup lines immediately. No. The backup lines can't connect either. It's as if someone has severed it from a physical level. There was a commotion inside the control room. The alarm sounded, but only rang for less than 2 seconds before stopping abruptly, leaving only the glaring red warning lights spinning silently in the room. The alarm system has also been interfered with. Immediately send a patrol to check Area C.
The head of the control room, a man with a scarred face, broke into a cold sweat as he shouted into the communicator. He had no idea that at the same moment he issued the order, the intruder they were searching for had already sneaked past all the regular passageways and sentinels through the ventilation ducts, arriving at the target area, the mid-level section of the prison. In contrast to the outer district's decayed smell mingled with sweat and despair, the air in the mid-level section carried a dense, overwhelming scent of disinfectant. The corridor floor was laid with a special anti-slip metal, and the walls were also made of cold alloy plates, with an infrared sensor and an automated machine gun every 10 meters. Suji's figure slipped out from a hidden door in a maintenance passage, wearing the helmet. The HUD interface clearly marked the locations of all traps.
These deadly defenses, heavily marked in the wrench's notes, were.
At this moment, in his eyes, it was no different from the lines drawn on paper. He easily avoided all the sensing zones, his figure quickly moving through the corridor. Here, the cells were different from the outer layer. They were fully enclosed alloy prison rooms, with only a small observation window on the door.
Suji's footsteps did not pause for a moment.
His target was very clear, the middle control core. According to the wrench's map and notes, that was the nerve center of the entire middle area, controlling the access to all the cells and the middle communication system. As long as he could paralyze that place, he could buy himself precious time.
In less than 3 minutes, Suji arrived outside the door of the middle control core.
Here, 2 elite guards were on duty. Suji stopped in the shadow at the corner, without acting rashly. He was waiting for an opportunity. This opportunity soon came. A hurried sound of footsteps came from the other end of the corridor. A prison officer ran over, his face full of anxiety.
The outer prison area has lost contact. The alarm can't be sent out. Is there anything unusual here?
The 2 guards exchanged glances, and one shook his head, saying, "Report, sir, everything is normal in the middle."
Come with me to the main control room.
After the officer spoke, he hurriedly ran back in the direction he came from, taking one of the guards with him. Only the last guard remained. Though he stood straight, his attention was clearly drawn by the recent disturbance, glancing back towards the direction the officer had left.
Now's the time. Suji moved. With the power boost of his stealth combat suit, his speed was quick.
The guard seemed to sense something and quickly turned around.
Puff. A dull gunshot rang out.
The guard's body swayed, and his tall figure crashed heavily to the ground, making a loud sound.
Bang!
This loud noise made the officer and the other guard, who had just turned the corner, pause in their steps.
What happened?
The officer turned back, asking sharply.
What answered him was an oval-shaped black object rolling out from around the corner. The officer's eyes suddenly tightened. Grenade!
He barely had time to let out a terrified roar before being engulfed.
Boom! A violent explosion sent a chaotically wild shockwave and flames through the narrow metal corridor. Suji avoided the enemies he might encounter and headed straight for the location where his sister Su-Ching was imprisoned. In less than 5 minutes, he arrived at his destination. He quietly descended from a vent. Before him was an empty corridor, and at the end of the corridor was a standalone alloy door. Outside the door stood 2 guards. But their attention was clearly drawn by the distant explosions and sounds of chaos from the middle area. What exactly is happening over there? Who cares? Didn't the warden go over?
We just need to guard this place.
Suji didn't give them more time to talk.
He emerged from the shadows, raising his right hand, and his .92 Type pistol appeared out of nowhere.
Puff! Puff!
With 2 light sounds, the 2 guards fell to the ground.
Suji quickly stepped forward, standing in front of the alloy door. The door had an electronic password lock and a small observation window. Little Gio, hack the access.
The electronic lock screen flickered a few times, and the red light instantly turned to green. Click. Suji pushed the door open and closed it behind him. The prison room was very simple, with only a single bed and a table. A young girl wearing a gray prison uniform was sitting by the bed. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she instinctively hugged her arms tight and shrank her body. When she looked up and saw the figure wearing a full-cover sci-fi helmet, all in black, her eyes filled with fear and confusion. Suji did not speak. He raised his hand and slowly took off the helmet from his head. Brother! Suqing's lips moved lightly, tears instantly streaming down her face. She could hardly believe her eyes. I've come. Suji's voice was somewhat hoarse as he quickly stepped forward and tightly embraced Suqing. Brother! It's really you. It really is you. Suqing could no longer hold back and cried loudly in Suji's arms. Don't be afraid, I'll take you out. Suji gently patted his sister's back. He helped Suqing to stand up and put on the helmet again. Stay close to me. He said no more and pulled Suqing out by pushing the door. Outside the corridor, 2 guard corpses lay quietly on the ground, blood pooling on the metal floor. The smell of disinfectant in the air could not cover the fresh stench of blood. Chapter 84 Going Home. Suqing's face suddenly turned pale, and she instinctively covered her mouth. Though she had struggled to survive in the apocalypse and had seen death, she had never faced a corpse so close that still held warmth, even though she knew very well that this was a person her brother killed to save her. Don't look, keep moving forward. Suji's voice came from the helmet, sounding slightly distorted but carrying an unshakable strength. He gave his sister no time to adapt and pulled her quickly forward. On the HUD interface, the 3D map scanned by Xiaojiu was incredibly clear, with red dots converging from all directions towards the center of the chaos on the mid-level, while some dots began to disperse to search the area where Suqing was imprisoned. They were running out of time. Suji chose not to return the same way, but instead followed the map's guidance, pulling Suqing into another more secluded maintenance passage. The passage was pitch black, with only the 2 tactical beams of light from Suji's helmet cutting through the darkness in the narrow space filled with dust and pipes. Suqing tightly held her brother's broad hand, while her other hand lifted the wide pant leg of her prison uniform, stumbling to keep up behind him. The surrounding environment felt oppressive and strange, and the only warmth she felt was from her brother's hand, which was her only support at that moment. She wanted to ask many questions. She wanted to ask where her brother got this sci-fi-like equipment, why he had such terrifying skills, and what he had experienced during this time. But looking at her brother's silent and straight back ahead, she swallowed all her words. She could feel that her brother had changed. His back was like a mountain, steady and reliable, yet also radiated a kind of heart-wrenching loneliness. Brother! Suqing's throat felt a bit dry. Suji did not stop his steps. Where are we going? Home. Suji's answer was simple and direct. Home. This word felt so luxurious yet warm in the apocalypse. Suqing's eyes grew hot again. She nodded vigorously, no longer speaking, simply quickening her pace to keep up with her brother's rhythm. After passing through the long and winding maintenance passage, Suji stopped in front of a rusty vertical ladder. I'll go up first, you wait for me down here. Suji released Suqing's hand, grabbed the iron ladder with both hands, and with a burst of strength, he climbed up quickly like a nimble monkey. At the top of the ladder was a huge square iron plate that sealed the exit. Suji took out a crowbar from his storage space, found the edge of the iron plate, his arm muscles bulging slightly as he exerted force. Creak! A harsh metal grinding sound as the iron plate was pried open with a gap. He listened carefully and confirmed that there was no noise outside before fully pushing the iron plate open. This was an abandoned supply storage room on the outermost part of the prison, filled with various discarded tables and equipment. Suji climbed out of the opening and softly called to Suqing below, "Come up." Soon, Suqing's figure crawled up from the dark opening. Not wasting any time, Suji pulled her through the messy storage room to a tightly closed iron door. Xiaojiu, unlock it. Click. The door lock responded and opened. Outside was the garbage disposal station they had passed through before. At this moment, it was completely deserted. All the prison guards were dispatched to quell the chaos in the middle levels. In the vast underground cave, only the glaring searchlight and the thick, lingering stench remained. Cover your nose. Suji urged, pulling Suqing quickly across the empty processing station, from the massive entrance where the garbage trucks entered, back to the darkened streets of Area C. The regional power outage had not yet ended. In the distance, the alarm still echoed, mixed with some vague shouts, making the midnight of this industrial area particularly chaotic. Suji led Suqing, not stopping on the streets but quickly slipping into the shadow of an abandoned factory next door. Wait here for me. Suji released his sister's hand and walked alone to a wide, empty space in the center of the factory. Suqing leaned against the cold wall, watching her brother's back, her eyes filled with confusion.
In the next second, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. The air in front of the place where her brother stood began to distort and compress violently, as if an invisible hand was tearing apart space. Buzz. A deep, pulsating sound, as if from the depths of the universe, suddenly rang out. A completely black, sharply designed supercar, full of futuristic sci-fi feel, appeared out of thin air in the factory's open space. The matte black, obsidian-like scaly texture on the car's surface absorbed most of the light under the distant flames, appearing deep and mysterious. Long, crimson veins flowed slowly along the body of the car, flickering with light and shadow. This is... Su Qing's mouth slowly gaped open, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This had completely exceeded her understanding. Is it magic? Or a miracle? Click. The black sports car's door opened upwards, like spread wings. Su Ji turned back and waved at his still-dazed sister. Get in the car. Su Qing nearly climbed into the sci-fi-filled cockpit with her hands and feet. As she sat in the co-pilot seat, which seemed custom-fitted for her, the seat automatically adjusted, gently wrapping around her. The cold alloy car door slowly closed, completely isolating the noise and cold of the outside world. Inside the cockpit, it instantly became quiet, leaving only the faint hum of the instruments. Su Qing looked around, her eyes filled with lingering shock. There was no steering wheel, no dashboard, just a uniquely shaped half-ring control stick in front of the driver's seat, and a massive curved screen that wrapped around the entire front. Su Ji sat in the driver's seat, his entire presence perfectly blending with the steel beast. Start. Buzz. A deeper roar came from beneath the car, as if a slumbering giant beast was awakening. The entire car shook slightly in response. The Abyss Phantom let out a low growl, smoothly driving out of the abandoned factory, silently merging into the chaotic night of the Jinghua safety zone of Area C. It activated its optical camouflage and stealth mode, weaving through the shadows of the abandoned factory roads and buildings like a true ghost. Su Qing, sitting in the co-pilot seat, looked through the massive curved screen at the rapidly retreating, darkness-shrouded ruins outside, unable to speak for a long time. Her mind was in a mess. Captured, imprisoned, despairing, then her brother descended like a god, taking her out of that hell on Earth. Finally, they sat in this supercar that should only appear in sci-fi movies. All of it felt like an unreal dream. She turned her head, looking at her brother, who was focused on driving. His profile, illuminated by the screen's blue glow, was sharp and defined, his gaze focused and piercing. Brother Su Qing's voice was a little dry. Su Ji's gaze did not leave the road ahead. Chapter 85, The Twisted Fog. I thought I would never see you again. Su Qing's voice was very soft, like a wisp of smoke that might disperse at any moment. Don't say silly things. Su Ji reached out his right hand and ruffled Su Qing's hair. The Abyss Phantom moved through the chaotic night, its optical camouflage and silent mode making it a ghost that did not exist, silently bypassing all patrols and blockades. The chaotic scene of Jinghua District C rapidly retreated, the distant flashing police lights and flames had nothing to do with this isolated space. Su Ji controlled the Abyss Phantom, heading straight towards District F. Brother, where are we going? Su Qing looked at the screen as the desolate landscape gradually transformed into orderly streets, asking softly. A place to rest. Su Ji answered. He pressed the communication button. After a crackling sound, Lin Zhe's voice came through, carrying the breathless excitement of having survived a disaster. We've pulled out, in an abandoned garage to the south. What about you? What's it like over there? I'm fine. Su Ji interrupted him. The old place. Wait for me to find you. Okay, you, be careful. Lin Zhe didn't ask more. After disconnecting the communication, the Abyss Phantom had already entered a secluded alley on the outskirts of District F. The vehicle stopped in the shadow of an abandoned building. We've arrived, get out. Su Ji opened the car door first, and a cold wind rushed in. Su Qing was only wearing a thin gray prison uniform and shivered from the cold. She followed him out of the cockpit, looking at the dark alley before her, filled with confusion. Just as she wondered why they had to get out here, she saw Su Ji reach out to the sci-fi-looking sports car, gently grabbing it. The next moment, the huge black sports car vanished into thin air with a wave of invisible air. Su Qing's mouth opened again, unable to say a word. Su Ji walked up to her, and under her dazed gaze, paused with his hand in the air. Once again, summoning something from thin air, a brand new and neatly folded thick winter outfit appeared in his hand. A white long-down jacket and warm clothes, thick black pants, and a pair of boots that looked very warm. Put it on, don't freeze. Su Ji shoved the clothes into her arms. Su Qing mechanically accepted the clothes, feeling the soft warmth on her fingertips, finally confirming that all of this was not an illusion. She quickly changed clothes in the shadow of the deserted alley, and when the thick down jacket completely blocked the external cold, a wave of warmth spread from her body to her heart. Let's go. Su Ji took her out of the alley and onto the relatively quiet and tidy street of District F.
They crossed several streets and finally stopped in front of an old but reinforced residential building. Suji led her up the stairs to the third floor and opened room 302's door. The room was small, only a dozen square meters, with a single bed, a desk, and a chair, simply furnished but very clean. Suji locked the door, pulled the curtains, and the room instantly filled with reassuring tranquility. With a thought, he took out a bottle of unopened purified water from storage and handed it to Su-Ching. "Drink some water first." Su-Ching cradled the water bottle in both hands, sipping it slowly, feeling the chill in her body completely dissipate, and her racing heart gradually calmed down. She sat on the edge of the bed, looking around this small but safe space, then glanced at her brother standing steadily at the desk. After a long time, she finally asked the question. "Brother, what exactly is going on?" Su-Ji turned around and looked at her. "A fortuitous encounter," he said succinctly, "received before the apocalypse arrived." He didn't explain further. But Su-Ching was sharp and understood that there must be secrets and hardships behind this that her brother didn't want to elaborate on, so she stopped pursuing the question. Su-Ji paused for a moment and initiated the conversation. "Tell me about yourself. Why were you arrested?" "The charge is stealing controlled biological samples." "What happened?" Upon hearing this, Su-Ching clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly. Su-Ji did not urge her, only waiting quietly. After a long while, Su-Ching began to tell her story in fragments. Su-Ji listened silently, not interrupting, but as Su-Ching spoke, his frown deepened. The truth of the matter was entirely different from that cold accusation. Su-Ching had not stolen anything, she was framed. The real reason stemmed from her mentor, a respected biology professor at Tsinghua University, Chen Hanlin. After the apocalypse broke out, Professor Chen was recruited by the Tsinghua Safe Zone for his authority in biology, becoming one of the heads of the core laboratory in Area A3. He had been studying biological mutations after extreme cold. But about a week ago, Professor Chen's research direction suddenly changed. Through some secret channels, he obtained some extremely strange samples and intelligence from the wilderness outside Tsinghua. It was a kind of fog. A grayish-white, seemingly living fog. According to the intelligence, this fog was quietly spreading in some extremely remote and seldom visited areas. Wherever the fog spread, the environment would undergo incomprehensible changes. Plants would twist into bizarre shapes, animals would undergo mutations deeper and weirder than frenzy, and even the laws of physics would become blurred in the fog. The areas shrouded in fog were described by survivors with one word: circle. As if that area had been circled out from this world, becoming a completely different world. Professor Chen named this phenomenon misty disaster. Through analyzing the samples, he reached a shocking conclusion. The current global extreme cold and biological mutations might just be the prelude, merely a selection. The real apocalypse was this misty disaster, which was quietly expanding. Once the scope of the misty disaster expanded to a certain extent, the entire planet's environment would undergo fundamental and irreversible changes. That would be an era of forced migration. Humanity would have to abandon the cities and safe zones they clung to seek out those clean lands not yet eroded by the fog, or face a dead end. However, this conclusion was unexpectedly met with much skepticism and opposition. Professor Chen's research was forcibly halted, and all related materials were sealed. But he refused to give up. He sensed that disaster was approaching and began to secretly organize his research data, trying to send it out of Tsinghua to warn the world. As a result, Professor Chen died of a heart attack in his own laboratory. And as his most trusted student and assistant, Su-Ching was made the scapegoat. A so-called stolen controlled biological sample was pinned on her, and she was caught on the spot by the patrol team, thrown directly into Blackstone Prison. This was both a silencing and a warning. Chapter 86 Trade. Su-Ji listened quietly, and the whole room fell into dead silence. He did not voice any words of comfort, he only took out a few cans and a pack of compressed biscuits from his storage space, placing them on the table. Beef can, luncheon meat can, and a can of peach slices. First eat something, then get some sleep. Su-Ji pulled over the only chair in the room and sat down at the table. Now, leave everything to me. Don't think about anything, just rest well. Su-Ching looked at the food on the table and nodded heavily. She picked up a can of luncheon meat, clumsily twisted it open, and began to eat it voraciously. Su-Ji watched her devour the food without speaking, only taking out a bottle of purified water, twisting the cap off, and placing it by her side. One can quickly ran empty. Su-Ching then picked up the can of peach slices, taking a few bites, but her speed noticeably slowed down. With food in her stomach, her body began to warm up. An extreme sense of fatigue began to sweep over her nerves. Her eyelids started to fight, and her body involuntarily swayed. Su-Ji extended his hand to support her shoulder. Go sleep on the bed for a while. Su-Cheng nodded, put down the can, and obediently walked to the bedside, took off her coat, and lay down. Almost the moment her head touched the pillow, she fell into a deep sleep.
Suji pulled up the blanket for her and stood by the bed for a moment. With a thought, he took out a dark gray metal sphere from the space. A soft blue light projected out, and the cartoon bird figure reappeared. It seemed still wrong for being silenced earlier, flapping its wings but daring not to make a sound. For the time being, you are responsible for guarding. Suji instructed in his mind, monitor all activities within a radius of 100 meters from this room. If you find anyone trying to approach here, alert me immediately. The little bird's bright eyes lit up, and it nodded vigorously. Then it flew to Su Qing's bedside and found a corner to stop. The projection dimmed, entering guard mode. After doing all this, Suji walked to the door. He took one last look at his sleeping sister on the bed, then gently opened the door, slipped out, and closed the door behind him. The hallway was empty, only the sound of wind coming from afar. Suji's figure didn't linger, quickly going downstairs and soon disappearing into the night of the complex alleys of Area F. The 7th Scrap Metal Recycling Station. A bonfire burned fiercely in a fire pit made from an oil barrel, dispelling the cold in the shed, casting flickering shadows on everyone's faces. Lindsay, Xinya, and the mouse sat around the fire. Unlike the tension and fear when they returned from the last mission, they now had a hint of uncontainable ease and excitement in their eyes. The shed's door was pushed open, and a figure came in, carrying the night wind from outside. "You're here." Lindsay stood up, concern in his voice. Suji nodded, took off his cap and casually placed it on the table, pulled a chair, and sat down, getting straight to the point. "Is everything taken care of?" "Done." The mouse answered eagerly, excitedly pushing up his glasses. "Just like you said, the 2 guards at the power station were like they were asleep. I plugged in the pulse program, and they didn't react at all. The entire Western Sea District was dark for at least 5 minutes. We were the same here." Xinya's voice remained cold but was a bit quicker. "We followed your plan and created physical short circuits in several places at the border of B and C districts, and we blew up one of their backup engine rooms. The central control room must be in chaos." Lindsay took over, summarizing. "The chaos on the outside, combined with the explosions in the core area, means at least half of the guards in Blackstone Prison are tied up tonight." Suji nodded. "We agreed last time." Lindsay carefully took out a few metal boxes wrapped in shockproof materials from his backpack. "In the B4 Research Institute, aside from that agent, everything we found is here. Take 30%. This was their agreement after the last mission. Suji helped them paralyze the drones, and they gave him 30% of their gains as payment." Suji didn't stand on ceremony, glanced at the items, and then collected them all into the storage space. Lindsay and the others watched those items disappear into thin air, their pupils shrinking again. The wrench watched silently, took the last sip of his drink, releasing a satisfied sigh. He tossed the empty bottle aside, looked at Suji, and a complex light flickered in his murky eyes. "You really pulled them out?" "Pulled them out." Suji replied calmly. "Damn." The wrench cursed softly, unsure whether it was admiration or emotion. "Did that mad dog do anything to you?" "He didn't have the chance," Suji said. The atmosphere in the shack fell silent for a moment. "Your sister, she?" Lindsay hesitated but still asked. "She's fine, just a bit shaken. She's resting in a safe place now." Suji looked at Lindsay. "Thank you for today." "Don't mention it." Lindsay waved his hand, a bitter smile on his face. "We should be thanking you. Without you, we wouldn't have survived, let alone gotten the medicine to save my brother." Suji did not dwell on this topic any longer. He took out 10 brand new military can meats from his storage space, split them into 2 piles of 5, and pushed one pile in front of Wrench and Lindsay. "This is your reward." Wrench's eyes widened at the sight of the 5 cans, and with one arm extended, he scooped the cans into his embrace, chuckling. "Kid, you're much more straightforward than those big shots. If you need my help in the future, just name your price." Lindsay stared at the cans in front of him, momentarily stunned. "This, we agreed to help without any pay." He declined. "Take it." Suji's tone was undeniable. "One payment for one service. You created chaos for me and took on risks. This is what you deserve." He paused and continued. "Moreover, I have something else I need your help with." "What is it?" Lindsay asked seriously, his smile fading. Suji looked around at the others in the shack, finally settling his gaze on Wrench, and spoke in a deep voice. "I want to ask you to help me deal with a batch of goods. Goods?" Wrench toyed with the cans in his arms, his murky eyes squinting. "What kind of goods?" Suji didn't answer directly. He stood up and walked to the relatively empty area in the center of the shack. His thoughts stirred. With a whoosh, a pile of items appeared out of thin air, instantly forming a small mountain on the ground, exuding a strong smell of blood and coldness. Lindsay and the others, along with Wrench, stared wide-eyed at the sudden pile of things before them. It was a heap of corpses from mutated creatures. Chapter 87 Acquisition.
Large in size, their fur displaying an eerie grayish-white, their canine teeth semi-transparent, even long dead, still releasing a cold and fierce aura, frostfang wolves. Their wings made of eerie bones, sharp claws glittering like metal, even in a ruined state, betraying the ferocity of their former life, bony-winged vultures. Most eye-catching was the one creature that was crushed into a deformed shape, but could still be recognized by its terrifying outline. Their bodies were long and slender, and the most frightening were the 8 long, sharp-jointed limbs, now broken and twisted, with black blood congealed at the joints. It was the long-limbed spider. These. Lindsay's voice was dry, his throat bobbing as he struggled to spit out a few words. Did you kill all of them?
Took care of them on the way.
The spiders. Rat finally found his voice. He stepped forward, suddenly stopping 2 meters from the corpses, pointing at the 8 broken limbs, speaking quickly. The monster encyclopedia records them as high threat. An individual hunting difficulty of A level. You need at least a 10-man heavy firepower team to have a chance to surround and kill.
Damn.
Wrench finally took a swig of his drink, wiping his mouth and muttering under his breath, his gaze towards Suji completely changed.
You brought these things out to exchange for contribution points? Wrench asked the crucial question. No. Suji shook his head. I need your help to deal with them through your channels. I'm not in a position to show myself now.
Lindsay glanced at Rat and Chinya beside him, both were silent.
These things are worth a lot.
Lindsay organized his words, especially the spider's limbs and exoskeleton, which are top materials for making special weapons and protective gear.
Though the bones of the bony-winged vultures are fragile, after special treatment, it is an excellent lightweight alloy additive. Frostfang's canine teeth and fur are also very popular on the black market.
If all goes through official channels, the contribution points you earn are enough to exchange for a nice apartment in Area A, ensuring you won't have to worry about food and clothing for a long time.
I need everything that can enhance the body.
Potions, biologically processed materials, or any similar items you have heard of. The air inside the shack quieted down. Lindsay and the others exchanged glances, seeing a hint of surprise in each other's reactions. Nowadays, the vast majority of survivors are pursuing more food, safer housing, and more powerful weapons. People like Suji, who directly request to exchange for such body-enhancing items, are very rare.
Are you sure?
Chinya couldn't help but speak, her tone cold. Most of the so-called gene optimization fluids and physical enhancers circulating in the market are subpar products that have leaked out from the research institutes in Area A, or even obsolete items. Their effects are minimal, and many people find no difference after using them. The cost-effectiveness is extremely low. It's too wasteful to exchange so many precious materials for those things.
I'm sure.
Suji's answer had no hesitation. No matter how weak the effect, it doesn't matter, as long as there is. I want them all.
I want as many as possible. He has a strengthening system.
These potions, which others see as weak and useless, may undergo a qualitative change after being enhanced by the system. Seeing Suji's attitude, Lindsay stopped trying to persuade him. He knew that every decision made by the man in front of him had its own reasoning behind it.
We have channels.
Lindsay pondered for a moment and gave a definite answer. My younger brother had poor health before, and I studied all the enhancement potions on the market in Jinghua, and I know some dealers who specialize in selling these things, as well as black market merchant. Although most of them are of inferior quality, if you only want this type of item, we can help you exchange for all of them.
Great. Suji nodded. How long will it take to handle these bodies?
If everything goes fast, 3 days.
Lindsay provided a time frame. Okay. Suji agreed. Once the task is completed, you will take 20% as compensation. No need.
Lindsay immediately waved his hand. This time we are just helping out, and you saved us before.
Business is business.
Suji interrupted him. I don't have time to handle this myself. You are taking on the risk, and that's what you deserve. Besides, I only want the final goods. Any other expenses incurred during the handling process will also come from this 20%. His tone was not open to negotiation.
Lindsay opened his mouth but ultimately nodded. Okay. Working with this kid is straightforward.
The wrench chuckled beside them, playing with the canned food in his hands, highly appreciating Suji's style of doing things, but these bodies are too conspicuous here. The smell of blood will attract unnecessary trouble. He pointed to the back of the shack. There's an abandoned cold storage over there. It used to be used for freezing meat. After the apocalypse, the refrigeration equipment broke down, but it's still relatively sealed.
You should move things there first. All right. Lindsay responded and signaled to Mouse and Chinya to start moving.
After moving all the bodies to the abandoned cold storage and covering them with large waterproof tarps, the group returned to the shack.
The rest is up to you.
Suji glanced at the sky. The east was already tinged with a hint of dawn. I will come back here in 3 days.
Rest assured. Lindsay nodded solemnly.
Suji said no more, put on his cap, and turned to leave the shack, his figure quickly disappearing into the maze of scrap metal at the recycling station. Inside the shack, the atmosphere became somewhat delicate.
Mouse looked at the empty ground, feeling a lingering fear as he said, "Brother Lin, do we really want to tie ourselves to him?
I keep feeling he's too dangerous."
Dangerous? The wrench snorted with laughter. He opened a new bottle of alcohol and took a swig. "Kid, haven't you figured it out yet?
In this apocalypse, being weak is the biggest danger.
Who did you rely on to come back alive from the B4 Research Institute this time? Who helped you get the medicine to save your brother?" The mouse was left speechless by the question.
"We are already on his ship," Jinja said, wiping her pistol. "From the moment we agreed to cooperate and broke into the Research Institute, there was no turning back." Lindsay remained silent, walking to the fire pit and adding a few pieces of wood, watching the dancing flames.
"Uncle Fong is right," he said quietly.
"That gentleman is very mysterious, very powerful, but also follows the rules. He saved us and gave us the reward we deserved.
Collaborating with him is risky, but the rewards are also huge. At least now we have hope, don't we?"
He thought of his brother still lying in the medical center, remembered the hard-earned medicine, and his gaze became more resolute.
Chapter 88, Strengthening Technique. Suji returned to the door of room 302.
He pushed the door open gently. The room was dark, only the bluish glow from the gap in the curtains illuminated the outline of the room.
On the bed, Su Cheng breathed evenly, clearly deep in sleep.
In the corner of the bedside table, a dark gray metal ball projected a cartoon bird, quietly hovering, emitting an almost invisible faint light, fulfilling its duty of vigilance.
Suji walked to the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He began a new line of thought.
The previous infiltration and assassination at Blackstone Prison relied mostly on overwhelming equipment, unexpected attacks, and the almost unsolvable material creation ability of the storage space. Once caught in a real fight, he had little chance of winning. This was his shortcoming, and also his new goal.
With a thought, a laptop appeared on the desk,
along with some large-capacity hard drives. He began to search and organize.
He used modern scientific understanding of the human body as the framework.
He used those time-tested exercise methods as the flesh and blood.
2 hours later, a document spanning dozens of pages appeared on the computer screen. Suji carefully read it from beginning to end, confirming there were no obvious logical errors.
Then, he took out a stack of blank A4 paper and a pen from the storage space.
He began to select key points and quickly copy them down. When the last word was written, Suji put down the pen.
He picked up the stack of papers and neatly stapled it in the top left corner.
A simple, handmade technique was completed. Suji held the booklet in his hand and sank his consciousness into the system panel.
Detected callable strengthening target, unnamed knowledge compilation.
Please select the strength multiplier.
10 times strengthening.
Estimated time for 10 times strengthening, 71 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. 3 days. The same time as when he first strengthened his phone. Start strengthening. The booklet in his hand disappeared, absorbed into the independent strengthening space.
On the system panel, a brand new countdown began to slowly move. When all this was done, a deep sense of fatigue surged up. Suji leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes.
3 days passed in a flash.
These 3 days were a rare period of peace for Suji during this time. On the first day, he was notified to go to the logistics department in Zone F to receive his official ID card and work assignment. It was a blue magnetic card that flickered with light, imprinted with his photo and new name, Liam O.
Occupation, Senior Auto Repair Technician.
Workplace, Military Vehicle Repair Center No. 7 in Zone B.
The one responsible for receiving him was still that young clerk with glasses.
Master Liam O, congratulations on officially becoming a member of Jinghua.
The clerk was even more polite than before.
The 7th Repair Center is a great place, specifically responsible for maintaining the Army's Marauder assault vehicles and heavy trucks. The benefits are top-notch in all of Zone B. From now on, you will be a technical backbone of our Jinghua.
Suji simply nodded calmly, took the ID card, and said thank you.
The next day, he officially reported to the maintenance center. It was a huge semi-outdoor workshop, with dozens of military green camouflaged steel beasts parked inside. The air was filled with a strong smell of oil, and the sounds of huge engines roaring and metal clanging could be heard incessantly. A big-bellied supervisor, covered in grease, received him, briefly explained a few things, then tossed him a set of equally greasy work clothes, pointing to a heavy truck with its engine hood raised high, impatiently saying, "New guy, don't just stand there, go fix that roarer turbocharger for me. The third team has been at it all morning and still can't figure it out. If you can do it, then stick with me from now on." Suji said little, silently put on the work clothes, and took his toolbox over. A series of operations flowed smoothly, without any unnecessary movements. Half an hour later. Under the astonished gaze of the other mechanics, the engine of the heavy truck, referred to as the hard nut to crack, let out a steady and powerful roar.
From that day on, the name Liamo became a small legend in the 7th Maintenance Center. No one knew where this quiet young man came from, only that he had hands that could perform miracles. Any complex mechanical fault in his hands could be resolved effortlessly. The supervisor's attitude made a complete turnaround, calling him Master Mo every day, and even arranged for him to have a separate, private toolroom. Suji took this all in stride. He reported to work on time every day, spending most of his time in his toolroom, rarely interacting with others. For him, work was just a guise to earn contribution points and secure his identity. During this period, Su Qing had been staying in that small room in Area F, not stepping out the door. Every day after finishing work, Su Ji would use the contribution points he earned to exchange food and daily supplies at the Resource Exchange Center in Area E to bring back home. The siblings' lives seemed to have returned to how they were before the end times. Su Qing had slowly recovered from her initial fear and unease, but occasionally she would still wake up from nightmares at night. She took care of all the housework in their small room, keeping the tiny space tidy and organized. Every day, the moment she looked forward to the most was in the evening, when she would hear the sound of keys unlocking the door. "Brother, you're back. I exchanged for beef canned food today. Don't just keep changing for meat, eat some vegetables too. Aunt Wine next door said that not eating vegetables can lead to scurvy." Got it. Simple conversations echoed in the small room, dispelling the coldness of the apocalypse. During this time, Su Ji had contacted Lin Zhe once. Lin Zhe told him that the bodies of the mutated creatures had been completely processed through channels, and the items received far exceeded expectations. They were fully acquiring all the strengthening potions they could find on the market, as per Su Ji's request. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner. On the evening of the third day, when Su Ji returned to the dorm after work, Su Qing had already cooked steaming porridge in a simple electric pot. It was made from crushed compressed biscuits, mixed with dehydrated vegetable powder and the broth from canned meat. The taste wasn't exactly great, but in the apocalypse, it was already considered a rare delicacy. "Brother, come eat, today I added half a can of meat broth." Su Qing handed over a bowl. Su Ji took the bowl, looking at the thick food inside, then glanced at the eager smile on his sister's face. He sat down and silently began to eat. After finishing dinner, he sat alone at the table, his gaze resting on a point in the air. In his mind, on the system panel, that countdown timer only had a few minutes left. Chapter 89, Body Refinement Method. At the moment the countdown reached 0. Su Ji only felt his consciousness wrapped in a warm and vast power, as if sinking into a warm ocean. In that independent strengthening space, a simple booklet made of A4 paper was quietly floating. Strands of chaotic colored airflow were born from the void, slowly wrapping around the booklet. Under the washing of these airflows, the paper began to undergo wonderful changes. The modern industrially manufactured white paper changed from white to yellow, its texture becoming more ancient and tough, until it transformed into a unique material between silk and bamboo slips. The neat handwriting written with a ballpoint pen also began to twist and reorganize, turning into strong and simple black symbols, as if containing some profound truths. When all the chaotic airflows completely merged into the booklet, the light faded away. A beautifully bound, ancient yellow-covered scripture appeared before Su Ji's eyes. On the cover, there were 3 ancient characters flying like dragons and dancing like phoenixes. Item, Body Forging Method. Enhancement multiple, 10 times. Type, Fundamental Method. Description, the most basic and direct method of body enhancement. By guiding energy, breathing, and striking, external energy is integrated into the body, continuously breaking through human limits. The cultivation process heavily relies on the body's endurance and recovery ability, and if specific enhancement potions are used as support, the cultivation efficiency will be greatly improved. It's done. Su Ji's consciousness returned from the strengthening space. Crash. That ancient, bound scripture appeared out of thin air in his hand, landing on the table. It felt slightly heavy, with a warm texture like jade. He reached out and gently stroked the 3 characters on the cover. Body Forging Method. He opened the first page. Rows of strong black ancient characters came into view. Heaven and earth have spirits, all things have energy. The body of a person contains the universe. Su Ji continued to read on. The content of the energy guiding chapter was not complex. There were no mysterious meridian running routes, nor obscure philosophical discussions. It only talked about 3 things: visualization, breathing, striking. After casually flipping through a few pages, Su Ji put the body forging method into his storage space, not starting to cultivate immediately. This cultivation method was simple and straightforward, the core being guiding energy into the body, then forcibly integrating the energy into flesh and bones through striking. The process heavily depended on the body's endurance and recovery abilities, and it clearly stated that using specific enhancement potions would greatly increase efficiency. In other words, this was a path to greatness that could be built with resources. Theoretically, he could enhance any ordinary food into treasures containing immense energy, or any regular potion into miraculous elixirs that could transform the body. But Suji did not do that. Enhancement takes time. Whether it's food or potions, the higher the enhancement multiple, the longer the required time. He even had a bolder thought to enhance the body forging method again, but when he saw the estimated time, he decisively gave up. Goal: body forging method, enhanced. Estimated time for tenfold enhancement, 288 days. Almost 300 days was too low of a cost-performance ratio. It seemed that re-enhancing an already enhanced item would exponentially grow in difficulty and required time. Now that he possessed the body forging method, his body itself was a project that could continuously invest in and continuously grow stronger. And the precious enhancement opportunities should be used where they mattered most. For example, enhancing those potions that already had enhancement effects, but weak ones, with a tenfold enhancement. Enhancing these inferior products would require a comparable amount of time as enhancing ordinary items, but the resulting effects could be multiplied several times over. That was the most cost-effective choice. Without delaying any longer, Suji stood up and walked to the bedside. His sister, Su Cheng, was sitting cross-legged on the bed, hugging a laptop. This was what Suji had previously taken out from the storage space to entertain her. Inside, there were a lot of movies, music, and single-player games from before the end of days. At that moment, she was wearing headphones, focusing on the screen, the flickering lights reflected on her fair face, making her look more lively than she had in the past few days. Seeing her immersed in her little world, momentarily forgetting the cruelty of the apocalypse, Suji felt a little relaxed and didn't disturb her. On the bedside table, the cartoon projection of Xiaojiu fluttered its wings and made an okay gesture to Suji, indicating that everything was normal. Suji ignored Xiaojiu's cute antics, took out her phone, and operated it a few times to lift the voice module restrictions on Xiaojiu. Master, master. I'm here, the electronic voice immediately rang out in the room. In the next few days, when I am not here, Suji looked at Xiaojiu's projection and quietly commanded, you will keep her company and be responsible for guarding. Report any abnormalities to me immediately, prioritizing her safety. Xiaojiu's wide eyes instantly lit up, and the little tuft on its head excitedly swayed. Mission guaranteed, Jiu. Xiaojiu is the best at chatting. Xiaojiu knows 365 bedtime stories, 1001 jokes, and Suji didn't continue to listen to its lengthy speech. She turned around and walked out of the room, gently closing the door behind her. At the 7th scrap metal recycling station, in the wrench's shed, Lindsay and the others were there, and on the table in the shed, over 30 glass bottles of different sizes were arranged. Inside the bottles were colorful liquids, but most looked a bit murky, resembling failed products from a chemistry lab. Suji pushed the door open and entered. Everyone's here. Lindsay pointed at the bottles on the table. According to your request, these are the various enhancement potions available on the market. A total of 37. Mouse added, Brother Lin even specially found a black market drug dealer and paid a high price for a few so-called fine products that were said to be discarded from Area A's lab, the deepest colored bottles. Suji stepped forward and picked up one bottle containing a light green liquid. The label on the bottle read, Primary Cell Activation Liquid. He glanced at it, then stored it in his storage space before picking up the next bottle. Strength Enhancement Agent. Muscle Endurance Booster. Suji collected all 37 potions and then looked at Lindsay. How many contribution points did you get for selling those mutated creature corpses? After deducting the cuts for the black market and official channels, the total is 37,000 contribution points. Lindsay reported a number. These potions cost 21,000. There's still 16,000 left. 16,000 contribution points. This amount of money was enough for an ordinary survivor to live comfortably in Area. Can it be done? The wrench stared at Suji for a long while, seemingly trying to read something from his expressionless face. In the end, he grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. Sure. Of course it can be done. Don't say just one carriage. If you pay enough, I can even make you a damn tank. He patted his chest, waving his one arm, appearing grand and bold. However, military-grade high-strength alloy plates and composite materials are controlled goods. It's hard to get them on the market. 8,000 contribution points is a bit tight. Then just the basic framework and functional partitions. Suji said, as long as it meets the basic needs for living and working. I'll handle the armor and internal details myself. With the repair shop module of Greytown Fortress, any basic carriage in his hands could be transformed into a mobile war fortress. All he needed now was a solid and durable basic structure. Hearing Suji lower his requirements, the struggling look on the wrench's face disappeared. That's no problem. He replied readily, his tone much more relaxed. If it's just a framework, then it will be quick. 10 days. At most 10 days, I guarantee to make you the sturdiest carriage in all of Jinghua. Okay. The deal was struck. Suji didn't waste any more words. He looked at Lindsay and said, "This time the trade will cost 8,000 contribution points. The rest, you all keep for now."
Lindsay was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. "No, that's too much."
"This is a prepayment." Suji said, "Next, I need you all to keep an eye on the market for reinforcement potions, no matter the quality, buy as many as you can."
He gave Lindsay an irresistible reason.
"All right." Lindsay nodded heavily. "Then it's settled."
Suji stood up, put on his cap, and prepared to leave.
"Wait." Chinya suddenly spoke up. Suji stopped in his tracks. "Recently in the city, it's not peaceful."
Shinya's voice was very low. "At the border between District D and District D, 3 people have gone missing in a row, all from their homes at night. The Public Security Administration has locked down the news, but some whispers have come out."
Suji paused for a moment. "What's going on?" "Not clear."
Shinya shook her head. "Some say mutated beings have infiltrated, while others say certain gangs are causing trouble. But the strangest part is that the missing people's homes were all intact, they just vanished into thin air."
She looked at Suji. "You and your sister should avoid going out at night." Suji replied, opening the shed door and disappearing into the night. Back in his single-room dormitory in District F. Suji sat at the table, placing the 37 colorful reinforcement potions on the surface one by one.
He picked up a bottle of basic cell activation liquid. His consciousness sank into the system.
Detected enhancement target, basic cell activation liquid. Estimated time for tenfold enhancement, 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. 3 hours. An acceptable time. Without hesitation, Suji chose to enhance. The potion bottles on the table vanished, and a new countdown began to tick down on the system panel.
After finishing all this, he took out the ancient stitched book Body Forging Method.
He opened to the first page. Visualization, breathing, pounding. Suji sat cross-legged on the cold floor, closing his eyes.
Following the description in the breath guiding chapter, he began to adjust his breathing rhythm.
Inhale and exhale, long and steady.
At the same time, a strange image began to form in his mind. It was a chaotic starry sky, countless particles of light floating in the darkness. With his breathing, these particles began to gather towards him, being drawn into his body. At first, he felt nothing. But as time passed, about half an hour later, he suddenly felt a faint warm current, flowing through his mouth and nose, entering his lungs, then slowly spreading to his limbs. This warm current was very weak, but it was undeniably real.
It came. Suji focused his mind and continued to maintain his breath and visualization.
Warm currents increased, gathering within his body, like gentle streams flowing slowly through the meridians he had never sensed before.
An hour later, Suji opened his eyes. He could feel that his body was filled with a kind of warm energy, every limb and bone warm and comfortable beyond words. But this was just the first step. Next, it was time for pounding. Suji stood up and took off his shirt. He took a deep breath, then followed the order recorded in the body forging method, clenched his fist, and struck hard at his left shoulder. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Intense pain instantly shot through his shoulder, causing him to gasp sharply. But he did not stop. Bang! 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 He gritted his teeth, throwing punch after punch, following a specific order in strength, pummeling his chest, abdomen, back, and limbs. Each punch landed with pain. But he could clearly feel that with each strike, the warm currents that had gathered inside him were being forcibly smashed into his flesh and bones. When he had pummeled his entire body in sequence, he was already sweating heavily, with his skin bruised and looking somewhat horrifying. But at the same time, a strange tingling sensation was coming from every corner of his body. The places that had been struck were heating up and itching. He could feel that his body was undergoing repair and rebirth in an extraordinary way, beyond common perception. Chapter 91, Gathering Chi. Days went by. During the day, Suji was the taciturn and highly skilled masterly MO at the repair center. At night, he locked himself in the tool room or returned to the dormitory in Zone F, digesting the contents of the body forging method while drinking the strengthened potion and simultaneously enhancing new potions. Life was as calm as a stagnant pool. But beneath this calm, the Jinghua safe zone was surging with hidden currents. In Zone F, in a common residential building, a young woman was preparing dinner in the kitchen. Her husband was a member of the patrol team, scheduled to return very late tonight. She hummed a tune popular before the apocalypse, putting the last piece of jerky into the pot, stirring the goo that no longer resembled original ingredients. Knock. 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 Suddenly, a knock at the door sounded, unhurried and rhythmic. The woman froze for a moment. Who could it be at this time? The neighbors had locked their doors early, and her husband had a key. Who is it? She wiped her hands and walked to the door, looking outside through the peephole. Outside, the corridor's motion sensor light did not turn on, it was pitch black. She could see nothing.
Who was out there? She asked again, her voice tinged with a hint of vigilance.
There was no response outside. But the knocking persisted. Knock. Knock. Knock.
It felt as if the knocking was not on the door, but on her heart. Sweat began to form in her palms as she instinctively gripped the doorknob, ensuring the door was locked. She dared not make another sound, only staring fixedly at the peephole.
Suddenly, in the dark peephole, a face appeared without warning.
A face that was pale and swollen from the water, features distorted, with a pair of pure white eyes void of pupils staring straight at her.
Ah!
The woman let out a short scream, her body jerked back, and she fell to the ground. She crawled away from the door, huddling in the corner, trembling all over. But the knocking suddenly stopped. Outside the corridor, there was a deathly silence. After a long time, the woman finally trembled and got up from the floor, mustering her courage to look through the peephole again.
Outside, it was still pitch black. Had that terrifying face vanished? Was it an illusion?
The woman patted her chest, her heart beating as if it would explode. She dared not turn on the light, feeling her way back to the kitchen, staring at the steaming goo in the pot, yet no longer had the slightest appetite.
Night, deeper and deeper. In the early morning hours, the woman's husband returned home, dragging his exhausted body.
He used his key to open the door, but what welcomed him was not warm light and his wife's smiling face. Instead, there was a cold darkness.
"Xiaofeng," he called out. No one responded.
He turned on the light, and the room was completely empty. In the kitchen pot, the food had completely cooled down. On the table, 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks were neatly arranged. In the bedroom, the bed was tidy, showing no signs of having been disturbed.
Yet in the air, there lingered a faint, invisible mist.
Area B, the 7th Military Vehicle Maintenance Center, Independent Tool Room.
Su Ji sat cross-legged on the cold cement floor.
He was bare-chested, and his skin was covered in horrifying blue-purple bruises, marks from long periods of intense self-punishment. Since he learned the body refining method, he practiced this almost self-harming training every night. He drank one enhanced potion after another, feeling the medicinal power spreading inside him, healing the injuries inflicted by his own beating, refining every inch of flesh and blood. At this moment, his eyes were tightly closed, and his breathing was long. In his mind, that chaotic starry sky visualization became increasingly clear. Countless specks of light, like dust, were drawn in with his breath, entering through his mouth and nose, merging into his limbs. In recent days, the warm current within him had gathered from a trickle into a rushing stream, flowing freely through his body. Tonight, however, felt different. Those surging warm currents, after flowing through his entire body, no longer dissipated slowly as usual but began to gather in a single direction.
The Dan Tian. This mysterious place was clearly marked in the body refining method.
All the warm currents were converging, compressing, and swirling towards it. Su Ji's body began to tremble uncontrollably, tiny beads of sweat forming on his skin, his muscles tensing, with countless little snakes seeming to wriggle beneath the blue-purple bruises.
Pain.
An indescribable excruciating pain surged from deep within his body. But he gritted his teeth firmly, maintaining the rhythm of his breath and the visualization in his mind, not making a sound. He knew this was the most critical moment. The Qi introduction chapter was about to reach completion. Boom! After an unknown period, a muffled sound echoed in Su Ji's mind. As if something had broken through. In that instant, all the pain receded like a tide.
What replaced it was an unprecedented sense of comfort and clarity. He could clearly see that in his dantian, the gathered warm currents were finally compressed into a thin thread. A thread as thin as a hair, yet incredibly refined, radiating a warm and lustrous chaotic color airflow. It was done. The feeling of Qi had formed. This was the mark of mastering the first level of the body refining method, the Qi introduction chapter. Su Ji slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of stale air. He stood up, moved his body, and his joints made a series of crisp cracking sounds. An unprecedented strong sensation surged from every cell in his body.
He clenched his fist. It was no longer just pure muscle strength. He felt that with a shift of his mind, that thread of chaotic color airflow in his dantian would flow to the tip of his fist along some mysterious trajectory. Though it was only an insignificant thread, it transformed the nature of his strength.
Su Ji looked down at his body.
His skin had returned to its original fair complexion, even more delicate than before. But upon closer inspection, one would notice that a nearly imperceptible layer of extremely thin keratin seemed to cover his fair skin, reflecting a nearly jade-like luster under the light. This was the result of Qi entering the body, a preliminary fusion of Qi and flesh. His body's strength had already exceeded that of an ordinary person. Su Ji's gaze swept across the tool room, landing on a heavy toolbox in the corner. That box was filled with special alloy wrenches and parts. He usually needed both hands to move it with great effort. He walked over, his mind stirring, the airflow in his dantian quietly flowing to his right arm. He reached out his hand, grabbed the handle of the box, and casually lifted it up. That heavy box, weighing hundreds of pounds, was effortlessly lifted by him with one hand, as if it had no weight at all. He didn't even feel the tension in his muscles, the whole movement was smooth and natural. He took 2 steps in the narrow space, his sense of balance and agility far surpassing before, his steps so light that they barely made a sound. This was the change brought by Chi, a fundamental transformation from the inside out. Suji put on his work uniform and restored the tool room to its original state. He glanced at the clock on the wall, it was already late at night. Leaving the maintenance center, Suji walked on the deserted streets of Area B. Just as he was about to turn into the alleyway leading to Area F, a hurried sound of footsteps came from behind. Master Liam O. Wait. Chapter 92, Mysterious Attack. Suji stopped and looked back. It was the portly supervisor from the maintenance center, running toward him, breathless and anxious. Something happened. The supervisor rushed to Suji, leaning on his knees, gasping for breath, and said, the military is here. They say a batch of urgent military supplies needs to be transported, and a few haulers in the convoy broke down, specifically asking for you to repair them. Suji frowned slightly. The military people are waiting at the intersection ahead, the convoy is leaving in 5 minutes. The supervisor wiped the sweat from his forehead, this is a military task, it can't be delayed. You need to come with me quickly. Without asking much, Suji quickly followed the supervisor toward the intersection. Sure enough, there was a small convoy parked there, with several camouflaged heavy trucks and 7 or 8 fully armed soldiers standing nearby. At the forefront was a young officer with a lieutenant insignia on his shoulder. Seeing the supervisor bringing Suji over, he immediately came up, his face full of impatience. You are Liam O? The officer sized up Suji with a suspicious tone. It's me. 5 minutes, can you fix it? The officer pointed at a heavy truck with its hood raised high, asking without room for doubt. Suji didn't answer. He walked to the howler and just glanced at it before saying, the turbine blades are stuck, and the fuel line has a slight blockage. Give me 3 minutes. Saying that, he took the toolbox from the supervisor and started working on his own. The officer and the surrounding soldiers were stunned. They were seeing such a decisive and efficient mechanic for the first time. 3 minutes later. Amid the astonished gazes of the soldiers, the engine of the heavy truck that had broken down let out a steady and powerful roar. The officer's expression changed from suspicion to shock, and finally to admiration. Well done. He patted Suji heavily on the shoulder, you're called Liam O, right? I'll remember you. Are you interested in joining our transport team? The treatment is definitely better than fixing cars here. Suji shook his head, not interested. The officer was not angry, he laughed heartily, alright, everyone has their own ambitions. Thank you today. Just as he was about to call the soldiers to get in the vehicle, as if he remembered something, he turned back, took out a communicator from his pocket, and handed it to Suji. Brother, to be honest, your skills are too underappreciated in Area B. The officer's tone became more sincere, I have a good job, I don't know if you dare to take it. Suji looked at him. Area A3, you know, right? The core research area. The officer lowered his voice, there is a big shot there, last name Joe Weiming, the new number 2 in the biology laboratory. His exclusive vehicle is a modified barrage 6-wheel off-road vehicle. The life support system and electronic equipment inside have some problems, and those academics in Area A couldn't fix it after a long time. Supervisor Joe has a bad temper and is currently in a fit. If you can fix his vehicle, you will gain a lot. Joe Weiming. When this name drilled into Suk's ears, his body stiffened slightly. It was Joe Weiming who, after Professor Chen's death, immediately took over the laboratory and orchestrated the framing of Su Ching. Thoughts raced through Suk's mind, yet his face showed little expression. He silently accepted the communicator, saving a number stored on it. Contact this number when you've figured it out. The officer smiled with satisfaction as he saw Suk take it. If you succeed, no one in Jinghua will dare to underestimate you. After saying this, he waved his hand and signaled the soldiers to get into the vehicle. Let's go. The convoy quickly started, the roar of engines echoed through the night sky as they drove towards the southern gate of the Jinghua safe zone. Suk watched the departing convoy. For a long time. He turned and walked into a secluded alley. The night wind blew, stirring up the dust on the ground, carrying a bone-chilling cold. Suk walked in the center of the alley, rapidly calculating his next move. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt stop. An indescribable chill unexpectedly surged from all directions, instantly wrapping around his entire body. This was not the physical drop in temperature from the outside world, but a kind of direct coldness affecting the depths of his soul. The surrounding light began to twist, the outline of the factory in Zone B became blurry, as if seen through a rippling water surface. On both sides of the alley, large patches of damp stains emerged on the walls, emanating a faint putrid odor.
The air thickened like liquid, making every breath incredibly difficult. Worse still, he felt the strength within his body rapidly depleting. Just having cultivated to the peak of chi drawing, the powerful sensation filling his limbs was now deflating like a leaking balloon. He wanted to lift his hand, but found his arm too heavy to raise. He wanted to communicate with the system in his mind and retrieve weapons from his storage, but his spirit felt fuzzy, unable to concentrate at all. What is happening? Suk's heart sank. He stood rigidly in place, unable to move, only able to watch as an invisible force crazily drained his vitality. His vision began to blur, a buzzing sound echoed in his ears, and consciousness gradually sank. What is this? Just as Suk's consciousness was about to be completely engulfed by darkness. Deep within his dantian, a wisp of chaotic-colored energy, only as thick as a hair, suddenly trembled. Like a sleeping lion disturbed by an ant, a supreme dignity born of instinct suddenly erupted. Buzz. A grand buzzing sound resonated in Suk's mind. That wisp of chaotic energy shot out from his dantian, transforming into an invisible torrent, instantly washing over his limbs and bones, every meridian, every cell. The cold energy that clung to him, extracting his life force, shrieked silently as it came into contact with the chaotic energy, evaporating, purifying, and vanishing in an instant. In that moment, all negative states were swept away. His strength immediately restored, the sense of dizziness was dispelled, and his consciousness became clearer than ever. Suk suddenly opened his eyes wide, his pupils filled with the utmost suppressed rage. He had almost died silently here. Died under a strange attack that he could not comprehend at all. This feeling of powerlessness, this sensation of his life being toyed with by others, drove him to rage. He looked up sharply, his gaze locked tight on a shadow at the end of the alley. There, a twisted, semi-transparent human silhouette was slowly seeping out from the wall. It had no facial features, its body shape continually shifting between male and female, exuding that nauseating coldness and putrid smell. Is this the damn thing? The killing intent in Suji's heart erupted completely at this moment. Chapter 93, Chaotic Airflow. The air around Suji distorted and compressed violently. In the next second, a fierce steel beast, carrying an unparalleled sense of oppression, suddenly appeared in the narrow alley. Its matte black obsidian armor absorbed all the surrounding light, only a few long, crimson lines glimmering like the blood-red eyes of a furious beast, flashing ominously, radiating a threatening glow. Ka! The black car door opened upwards. Suji swiftly sat in the cockpit. Start. V-room. A deeper, more suppressive roar came from beneath the Abyss Phantom, shaking the entire alley's ground. On the curved screen, a ghostly blue data stream refreshed frantically, locking onto the translucent silhouette at the end of the alley. Thermal imaging scan, ineffective. Life signal detection, ineffective. Energy spectrum analysis, unknown high-frequency fluctuations, unable to analyze. A series of ineffective alerts made the atmosphere in the cockpit even heavier. At the end of the alley, the translucent silhouette seemed to sense the threat of this steel beast. It stopped changing, and its twisted body slowly solidified into a woman's form. A peculiar arc cracked open on her pale, swollen face, as if mocking, yet also seeming to smile. She did not evade or retreat, simply suspended quietly in midair, letting the roar of the Abyss Phantom's engine pound against her. This silent provocation ignited Suji's fury completely. Seeking death. Suji's cold voice echoed in the cockpit. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his right hand forward. Boom! The Abyss Phantom's engine throbbed violently, the two elongated crimson lines of light at the rear of the car flaring brightly, the entire vehicle shot forward like an arrow, turning into a dark bolt of lightning, charging straight towards the translucent ghost. Beneath the front of the car, the fierce barrier-breaking spikes had silently extended, gleaming with a chilling metallic light. However, facing this thunderous strike, the ghost remained still, showing no signs of movement. Just as the front of the car was about to collide with her, Suji suddenly jerked the joystick to the right. The screeching sound of tires scraping the night sky rang out. The Abyss Phantom's body made a sharp tailspin at high speed, the heavy rear carrying an immense force, fiercely striking towards the ghost. Bang! A dull crash resounded. The rear end, made of memory metal, struck hard against the translucent silhouette. However, the brutal scene of blood and flesh flying did not occur. The rear end seemed to swipe through a mass of air, directly passing through the ghost's body, heavily smashing into the wall beside it. Crash! The sturdy concrete wall was dented deeply, bricks shattered, and dust billowed. Yet the struck ghost only swayed slightly, then returned to its original state. The curve of its swollen face seemed to broaden in a silently mocking way. Physical contact, target energy density unchanged. Attack ineffective. The cool voice of the onboard AI confirmed Suji's worst fears. This damn thing can actually be immune to physical attacks. The Abyss Phantom's body slowly straightened, stopping in the middle of the alley. Suji stared hard at the untouched ghost on the screen, his heart sinking bit by bit. He pushed the joystick again.
This time, the Abyss Phantom's speed was even faster, the barrier-breaking spikes at the front drawing a deadly cold gleam in the night, charging straight ahead.
Puff. A sound so faint it could almost be ignored.
The fierce spikes penetrated the ghost's body without resistance, deeply stabbing into the wall behind.
The alley shook again. Cracks on the wall spread out like webs.
The body of the ghostly shadow was pierced by the horn, yet it remained unharmed.
Its outline even produced strange ripples, swaying with the warped air around the horn.
It lowered its head, those pure white eyes seemed to gaze directly at Suji in the cockpit through the thick armor and curved screen. That cold, sticky chill began to seep back into Suji's consciousness. The temperature in the cockpit started to drop at a visible speed. The edges of the curved screen even began to form a thin layer of frost.
Warning!
Abnormal fluctuations detected in the driver's life signs.
Warning!
Unknown energy detected eroding the cockpit.
The piercing alarm echoed within the cockpit. Suji's face turned grim. I must find a way.
His mind raced at lightning speed.
Physical attacks are ineffective, how about energy attacks? Electromagnetic pulse?
That's for electronic devices.
Energy shields? That's defensive. Ground effect flight mode? Humanoid mode?
It's impossible to use in this narrow alley.
Could it be that there is really no way to deal with this ghostly thing?
Cold sweat broke out on Suji's forehead. At that moment, deep within his dantian, a wisp of just solidified chaotic energy trembled slightly once more. A warm sensation spread from his dantian, instantly dispelling the cold that invaded the cockpit.
A flash of brilliance sparked in Suji's eyes.
Since this energy can purify the cold energy, it means it can be used to harm this ghostly creature. With that thought, Suji no longer hesitated, focused his mind, and mobilized all that wisp of chaotic energy from his body without reservation. The chaotic energy surged from his dantian, flowing through his hands, gripping the control stick into the Abyssal Phantom's body. Buzz. The entire Abyssal Phantom suddenly trembled. The matte black obsidian-like armor's surface, those complex scales began to light up and swirl with nearly imperceptible chaotic glimmers. These glimmers quickly connected into patches, outlining an invisible energy network across the entire surface of the body. At the end of the alley, that ghostly shadow seemed to sense the change in the Abyssal Phantom. It no longer hovered in place, its translucent body began to shake violently, as if trying to escape.
Too late.
Suji's voice was cold. He pushed the control stick down hard again.
Ah! A shrill scream, unlike any human sound, suddenly rang out. That sound seemed to drill deep into the soul, filled with endless pain and resentment.
The chaotic energy-covered piercing horn, at the moment of contact with the ghostly body, erupted with blinding light.
Hiss! Like a red-hot iron pressed into ice and snow, vast clouds of white smoke rose, accompanied by a nauseating burnt smell.
The ghostly body began to rapidly dissolve and disintegrate under the purification of the chaotic energy. It struggled violently, its twisted body turning into a rolling black fog, trying to escape the lock of the piercing horn.
But it was all in vain. The Abyssal Phantom pressed against it, slamming into the alley's end with an unmatched violent force. Chapter 94, Alarm Bells. Boom!
The whole building shook violently, the walls could no longer withstand the terrifying impact and collapsed.
Clouds of dust and debris swallowed everything.
Inside the cockpit, Suji's body swayed, his face pale as paper. The chaotic energy in his body had been completely exhausted in that instant.
The dust gradually settled.
In front of the Abyssal Phantom's piercing horn, on the shattered ground, was left a small pile of gray-white, fine powder.
The alley was silent without a sound.
The piercing horn retracted. The chaotic-colored dim light above had completely faded away. Suji pushed open the car door and stepped out, the cold night wind invigorating him. He walked to the shattered ground, bent down, and carefully examined the pile of grayish-white powder. At the same time, he took out a clean bottle from his storage space, carefully collecting as much of the powder as he could. After finishing all this, he returned to the cockpit without a moment's pause.
Activate optical camouflage, silent mode.
Buzz. The vehicle silently glided away from the already devastated alley.
10 minutes later.
Several patrol cars marked with Public Security Administration screeched to a stop at the alley entrance. The headlights shone brightly, illuminating the tragic scene within the alley clearly. The car doors opened, and more than a dozen fully armed security team members rushed down, quickly setting up a cordon. A man in his 50s, weathered with age and named Wang Jin, walked over casually with an unlit cigarette in his mouth. A young team member in his 20s followed him, named Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang looked at the ruins before him, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg.
Wang. Captain, did a missile strike this?
One side of the alley's wall was completely gone, replaced instead by a huge hole, exposing twisted steel bars and broken pipes within the building. Piles of rubble and concrete chunks amassed on the ground.
Wang Jin said nothing.
He walked to the ruins, squatted down, pinched a bit of dust, and smelled it. There was no smell of gunpowder. He went to the collapsed wall, shining his flashlight on the fracture. At the break, the concrete was crushed, but the steel rebars inside presented a strange, inward bent shape, as if they had been violently broken from outside by an irresistible force. Go check the surrounding surveillance, Wang Jin spat out the cigarette but, giving instructions without looking back. Captain Wang, the nearby surveillance has been broken since yesterday, the repair team hasn't had time to fix it yet. Xiao Zhan looked troubled. Ha! Wang Jin let out a cold, ambiguous laugh. He stood up, looking around. There were no shells, no bloodstains, no signs of a struggle. Besides this pure, unreasonable destruction, nothing else was left. Let's pack up. Wang Jin turned and walked away. Ha! Captain Wang, are we packing up just like this? Xiao Zhang was stunned. Aren't we going to investigate the scene? This is clearly a malicious act of destruction. Investigate? How do you investigate? Wang Jin glanced back at him. Tell me, what could collapse half a building in one blow, leaving no traces? A military siege hammer, or a big guy that ran out from Area A's lab? Xiao Zhan was left speechless by the question. The room was very quiet. Su Qing curled up in bed, already fast asleep, her breathing steady. On the bedside cabinet, the cartoon projection of Xiaojiu dimly hovered, diligently performing its duty of vigilance. Su Ji stood at the door for a moment, gently closed it, and locked it. He walked to the desk and sat down, leaning back in the chair. A wave of dual fatigue from both spirit and body washed over him. Tonight's encounter rang alarm bells in his mind. That thing was not a mutated creature. It ignored physical attacks, could directly extract life force, and even affected him through the thick armor of the abyssal shadow. If it weren't for the stream of chaotic air from the body tempering method, he would probably be a cold corpse now, silently disappearing in a dirty corner of the Jinghua safety zone. The abyssal shadow was strong, and the Greytown fortress was an indestructible moving stronghold. But they were ultimately external objects. Once faced with such a strange enemy that could not be fought using conventional means, the effectiveness of these steel constructs would be infinitely weakened. Only one's own power was the true foundation. Su Ji's thoughts calmed down. He had to accelerate his cultivation of the body tempering method to quickly refine more chaotic air. He glanced at his sleeping sister. This small studio of just over 10 square meters was too small and too unsafe. The attacker had appeared in the alleys of Zone B. Next time, no one could guarantee it wouldn't show up in the residential buildings of Zone F. He had to find another place. A place that was more spacious, more concealed, and safer. In his mind, the shadow of that dark gray steel behemoth, the Greytown fortress, appeared. A moving home, a fortress of war. A chassis was being built for it. As soon as the chassis was completed, he could take his sister and completely escape the crowd of the safety zone, establishing a territory that truly belonged to them, absolutely private. There, he could cultivate without restraint, could summon the abyssal shadow and the Greytown fortress at any time, without having to be as constrained as he was now. Determined, Su Ji took out the bottle containing the gray-white powder from his storage space. He held the bottle in his hand, his consciousness sinking into the system. Detected target to be enhanced, unknown powder. Estimated time for tenfold enhancement, 120 days 0 hours 00 minutes 0 seconds. Chapter 95, Progress. Su Ji frowned slightly, then gave up on the idea. The time was too long, the cost-effectiveness too low. The current top priority for enhancement was those potions that could assist his cultivation. He put the bottle back into storage. The origins of this thing were mysterious, but now was not the time to study it. Then, the face of that officer and the name Zhou Weiming floated in his mind. Zone A3, the second in command of the biological laboratory. The mastermind behind framing Su Qing and causing Professor Chen's death. This was an opportunity. An opportunity to approach the other party, investigate the truth, and even look for a chance for revenge. But Zone A3 was the core area with the strictest defenses in Jinghua, and Zhou Weiming himself was absolutely not an easy character. Su Ji sat in the dark, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the table. He remembered Professor Chen's research, remembered the misty disaster mentioned by Su Qing. That gray-white, living mist, that strange area sealed off from the world. Was that ghostly thing that attacked him tonight related to the misty disaster? A strong premonition rose in his heart. He had to go. Not only to seek justice for his sister and Professor Chen but also to clarify and gather more information about this new emerging threat. After making the decision, Su Ji no longer hesitated. He sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to operate the body tempering method. His dantian was empty, that stream of chaotic air that had saved his life was already exhausted. He had to quickly recover his strength. He took from the storage space. Take out a strengthened ordinary potion. Down it in one gulp. A faint warm current spreads in his abdomen, slowly flowing to his limbs and repairing the meridians that were slightly damaged from forcibly manipulating the airflow. Suji closes his eyes, dispelling distractions, and visualizes the chaotic starry sky once again in his mind. With his long and steady breath, the external energy is drawn in, penetrating through his mouth and nose. With the assistance of the enhanced potion, the speed of energy gathering has increased significantly.
Early the next morning.
When Suji opens his eyes, the light from the sky shield outside the window has become bright. After a night of cultivation, a strand of chaotic airflow, as fine as a hair, has finally been recondensed in his dantian. The feeling of that power returning to his body brings him some peace.
Brother, you're awake.
Suqing's voice comes from beside him. She is already dressed and tidying up the room. Suji stands up and stretches his body, his joints making a slight cracking sound.
I made porridge. Suqing points to the simple electric pot on the table. Suji walks over and serves himself a bowl.
Still the mush made from compressed biscuits, dehydrated vegetables, and meat broth, but today's taste seems particularly fragrant.
Did you come back late last night? Suqing asks casually while wiping the table.
There was something at the maintenance center.
Suji replies. Suqing pauses her actions, turns her head, and looks at Suji. Brother, did you do something dangerous again? Suji stops drinking his porridge.
He looks up and sees the worry in his sister's eyes.
No. He puts down the bowl. Just ordinary work.
Suqing doesn't ask further, she silently turns back and continues tidying up.
The atmosphere in the room feels a bit heavy.
In a few days, we'll change places.
Suji suddenly speaks up. Change places?
Suqing is somewhat surprised. To a bigger and safer place.
Is this place not safe? Just in case. Suji doesn't explain further.
After finishing breakfast, Suji, as usual, prepares to go to the maintenance center in Area B for work. Before leaving, he stops Suqing.
Take this.
He hands her a 92 type handgun optimized by Greytown Fortress along with 3 fully loaded magazines. The handgun is matte all over, its structure reinforced, heavy in the hand.
Suqing is startled and instinctively wants to pull her hand back. I don't know how to use this.
I'll teach you.
Suji takes her hand and places her fingers in the correct positions one by one. This is the safety, turn this off. This is the trigger, load it like this. His explanation is simple and direct, without any unnecessary words. Remember, don't shoot unless absolutely necessary. But if someone wants to harm. Today we start walking the internal pipelines and area partitions. In 4 days, I guarantee you can drive away. Suji nodded, and after discussing some compartment layout matters with the wrench, turned and left.
Returning to the 7th Military Vehicle Maintenance Center in Area B, Suji changed into the greasy work uniform and walked into his private toolroom. After locking the door, he took out the communicator left by the officer from the storage space.
He pressed the call button. After a crackling sound, a cautious male voice came through. Who is this? Lee M.O. Suji reported his fake name, introduced by Captain Zhang of the transport team.
There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, as if confirming this information.
Hold on.
The other person's tone softened a bit, but still very brief.
Suji did not hang up, just quietly waited.
After about 2 or 3 minutes, another voice came through the communicator, this time sounding younger and more polite.
Is this Master Liamo?
Yes, it is.
I'm Lu, assistant to Supervisor Zhou.
The young voice said, Captain Zhang has already informed me.
Supervisor Zhou's vehicle has indeed had some issues. Do you have time now? If you're in Area B, I can send a car to pick you up. I have time. Suji answered, I am at the 7th Maintenance Center. Okay, the 7th Maintenance Center, I've noted it down.
The car will arrive in 15 minutes, it's a black Bastion, license plate number A03-771. Please wait for me at the entrance of the Maintenance Center.
Chapter 96, Area A.
The call ended. Suji put away the communicator, took off the work uniform, changed back into his own clothes, and walked out of the toolroom.
Master M.O., leaving this early today?
The supervisor smiled as he saw him come out, approaching him with enthusiasm.
A bit of personal business. Suji replied calmly. All right, you handle your matters. The supervisor nodded repeatedly, not daring to ask further. Suji walked out of the maintenance center's gate and stood by the roadside.
The streets in Area B had few pedestrians, with only patrol vehicles occasionally zooming by, kicking up a cloud of dust.
He did not wait long.
In less than 15 minutes, a completely black, rugged 6-wheel off-road vehicle silently appeared at the street corner, then smoothly stopped in front of him. This was one of the exclusive modified vehicles for the high-level officials of Jinghua Bastion. The window rolled down, revealing a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking polished and refined. He assessed Su Ji from head to toe, confirming his identity. "Master Liemo? Please get in the car." Su Ji opened the door and got in. The car's interior was spacious, with soft leather seats that felt comfortable and luxurious, contrasting sharply with the roughness of the outside world. A faint scent of high-end perfume lingered in the air. The Bastion silently started up, turned around, and drove toward Area A. Along the way, the assistant Lu did not initiate any conversation with Su Ji, only occasionally observing him through the rearview mirror. Su Ji was pleased with the quiet, leaning back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest, while actually running through various possibilities in his mind. The vehicle passed through level after level of checkpoints, smoothly entering the heart of the Jinghua safe zone Area A. The scene here was entirely different from the outer areas F and E. The streets were clean and tidy, with tall, sleek buildings on both sides, bright streetlights, showing no signs of the decay found in the outer areas. Pedestrians were well-dressed, and there was none of the numbness or despair seen among the survivors outside. This was the center of power in Jinghua, a paradise amidst the apocalypse. The vehicle finally stopped in front of a modern, silver-white building. Above the building's entrance, a row of metallic letters hung, Jinghua United Biological Science Research Institute. "We've arrived, Master Liemo." Assistant Lu parked the car, got out first, and opened the door for Su Ji. "Supervisor Zhou is waiting for you in the parking garage on the third underground level." Su Ji followed him into the entrance of the Research Institute. Inside was a spacious and bright hall. Staff wearing white research coats hurried back and forth, their expressions anxious. Assistant Lu led him into a private elevator, inserted a black magnetic card, and pressed the -3 button. The elevator descended smoothly. "Master Liemo, I need to warn you in advance." Assistant Lu adjusted his glasses and began. "Supervisor's temperament is not very good. His car has been looked at by the best mechanics in Zona before, but they couldn't solve the problem. So, if the supervisor says something unpleasant later, please bear with it." Su Ji merely responded indifferently. Ding. The elevator doors opened. A mixed smell of machine oil, disinfectant, and some strange spices rushed over. This was a huge underground garage, filled with a dozen various luxury cars and modified off-road vehicles. In the center of the garage stood a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, his hair neatly combed, but his expression was dark, standing with his hands behind his back in front of a modified Bastion off-road vehicle. The hood of that vehicle was raised, surrounded by 3 or 4 technicians also wearing white research coats, but with mechanical engineering department badges on their chests, staring helplessly at the complex engine structure, their foreheads glistening with sweat. A bunch of useless fools. Can't even handle a small car system. What use are you to me? The middle-aged man's cold voice echoed in the garage, carrying an undeniable pressure. The technicians scolded were too afraid to lift their heads. Assistant Lu saw the scene, his expression slightly changed. He quickly walked a few steps to the side of the middle-aged man and respectfully whispered, "Supervisor, I've brought the person." The middle-aged man turned his head, his sharp gaze landing on Su Ji. He examined Su Ji from head to toe, frowning slightly, his tone filled with undisguised disdain and impatience. "Just him? The mechanic that Zhang Qishan brought from Zone B?" This man was Zhou Weiming. Su Ji met his eyes but said nothing. The air of someone used to being in power did not affect him at all. "Supervisor, Team Leader Zhang said that this Master Li has exceptional skills. Many heavy truck malfunctions that the military in Zone B couldn't handle were solved by him," Assistant Lu explained softly from the side. "Heavy truck?" Zhou Weiming let out a sneer. "This Bastion was modified by the chief engineer of Zone A with his own hands. Just the customized engine control system and the fully enclosed environmental circulation system inside are worth more than your whole Zone B truck fleet. You want a guy who repairs junk to mess with my car?" His voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with insult. The nearby technicians, hearing this, looked at Su Ji with a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude. If they couldn't handle it, how could a country bumpkin from an outer zone manage it? It was simply a fairy tale. Su Ji still ignored Zhou Weiming's mockery. He walked straight toward the exaggeratedly modified Bastion off-road vehicle and spoke calmly, the complete wiring diagram of the vehicle and the system operation logs for the last 72 hours. His voice was not loud but very clear, with no trace of flattery or nervousness in the face of authority. Zhou Weiming was taken aback, seeming not to expect that this mechanic would dare to speak to him like that. The technicians glanced at each other, and one could not help but murmur softly, "We've already looked through the wiring diagrams and logs countless times. If they were useful, we wouldn't need you. Give it to him." Zhou Weiming waved his hand, his tone impatient. He wanted to see what tricks this mechanic from Zone B could pull. Assistant Lu didn't dare to be slow. He immediately grabbed a military-grade tablet from a nearby workbench and handed it to Su Ji. Suji took the tablet, his fingertips sliding across the screen, bringing up a mass of data streams and complex circuit diagrams. He watched intently, his brows sometimes furrowing, sometimes relaxing, as if he were truly analyzing those cryptic data. No one noticed that his left hand, tucked into his pants pocket, was gripping a strangely shaped mobile phone. On the phone screen, various pieces of information were refreshing. The Fortress off-road vehicle's set of encryption systems, praised as the pinnacle of technology in the capital, couldn't hold up for even a second in front of the concept machine. All the data of the vehicle, including those hidden, high-level design blueprints and underlying protocols, were laid bare before Suji. Chapter 97 Log. Suji put down the tablet and calmly pointed out the core of the problem. The garage was silent. The several technicians were all dumbfounded, staring at Suji. They had studied this problem for 2 full days, without getting a single clue. Yet this mechanic from the outer district only needed less than 5 minutes of information to pinpoint the issue directly? Zhou Weiming's expression also changed. He wasn't a technician and couldn't understand those complex terms, but he could judge from the expressions of his useless subordinates that Suji was right. Can it be fixed? Zhou Weiming's tone had unconsciously softened a lot. Yes. Suji walked to the front of the vehicle, picked up a multifunction screwdriver and wire stripper from the nearby workbench, his movements crisp and efficient. He didn't touch those complex wires and modules but simply unscrewed an extremely concealed cover beneath the dashboard, pulling out a gray wire tightly wrapped in insulating tape. This was a wire run privately for the installation of an independent encryption communication module later on. But the shielding wasn't done well, its data pulse frequency is too close to the air circulation sensor's frequency, causing crosstalk. As Suji explained, he used the pliers to cut the wire, then took out a black chip the size of a fingernail, which looked unremarkable, and connected it. That chip was a signal filter he had temporarily printed out in advance using the Greytown Rampart module. After finishing all this, he tucked the wires back in and replaced the panel. The entire process flowed smoothly, taking less than 2 minutes. All done. Suji dusted off his hands. All done? Zhou Weiming was somewhat skeptical. Suji didn't reply but just pointed toward the cockpit. Assistant Liu understood at once, immediately sat in the driver's seat, and started the vehicle. V-room. The barrier engine let out a deep roar. On the dashboard screen, the red alarm light indicating the life support system flickered twice and finally stabilized into green. Supervisor, it's ready. It really works. Assistant Liu's voice was filled with excitement. Zhou Weiming quickly walked to the car door, staring intently at the green indicator light, his gloomy face cleared away, replaced by a shocking disbelief. The problem that even the top mechanics from Area A couldn't solve was actually resolved by a mechanic from Area B in 10 minutes. He turned around to re-evaluate the quiet young man before him. Your name is Liam O? Yes. Very good. Zhou Weiming nodded, his tone already indicating unhidden admiration. A talent like you, staying in Area B to repair those broken down scraps is a real waste. As he was about to extend an invitation, Suji suddenly shifted his gaze toward another vehicle in the garage's corner. That was a sleek black luxury car, seeming to be a product from before the apocalypse, but it was maintained exceptionally well, gleaming like a mirror. That car, is it also yours? Suji asked. It's my private car, what about it? Zhou Weiming was somewhat surprised. It has a problem with its hybrid power system. Suji's voice remained calm, the cooling pipe for the high-voltage battery pack has a slight leak. It's not obvious right now, but over time, it will cause the battery pack to overheat. A slight failure could lock up the power, while a serious one could trigger thermal runaway during high-speed driving. Zhou Weiming's pupils contracted. This car was his favorite collectible, always maintained by a dedicated staff, and it had just undergone a comprehensive checkup 2 days ago, with the report showing everything was normal. This Liam O, just by glancing at it from over 10 meters away, could tell there was a coolant leak? Are you sure? When I walked over just now, I smelled a very faint mixture of heated ethylene glycol and insulating polymer. Suji casually made up a reason based on extraordinary senses. Get a high-precision thermal imaging device, scan the engine cover, and you'll know there are definitely abnormal hotspots. Zhou Weiming immediately signaled with his eyes to Assistant Liu. Assistant Liu did not dare to delay, hurriedly ran into the nearby tool room, and soon came running out with a handheld thermal imager. Under Zhou Weiming's watchful gaze, he aimed the device at the black sedan's engine cover. Beep, beep, beep. On the instrument screen, a clear red area representing high-temperature anomalies instantly appeared, accompanied by a piercing alarm sound. The last trace of doubt on Zhou Weiming's face vanished. His expression towards Suji shifted from admiration to a certain degree of awe. Fix it too. Zhou Weiming's tone now carried a hint of request. Okay. Suji walked towards the black sedan. This was his true purpose. Repairing the first car was to showcase value and gain trust.
But repairing the second car was to gain enough time and freedom to move. He opened the hood and pretended to check the complex pipes inside, while the concept machine phone in his pocket had quietly connected to the local area network of the underground garage via Wi-Fi. The network defenses in Zona 3 were seamless, forcing an external intrusion would be like trying to strike a stone with an egg. But from the inside, especially in this relatively isolated, physically separated underground garage, there would always be some overlooked vulnerabilities. Sure enough, the car's intelligence system quickly found a network port for vehicle diagnostics. This was reserved for technicians to perform remote diagnostics. Although it had a password, it was useless in front of the concept machine. A massive stream of data surged into the phone. Suji didn't attempt to touch those core servers that were heavily encrypted, that would immediately trigger the highest alarm. His goal was merely to browse and search for keywords. High-energy reaction. Mysterious disaster. Sample. One keyword after another was entered. The screen filtered out countless irrelevant messages, and soon, a few highlighted logs appeared before Suji's eyes. Log number, 774. Time, 17 days ago. Summary: initial research report on the mysterious disaster phenomenon submitted by Chen Hanlon was rejected, and related materials are classified as S-level top secret, stored in the underground 7th floor, Archive 01. Log number, 779C. Time, 14 days ago. Summary: Professor Chen Hanlon passed away suddenly from a heart attack. The high-risk mutation source project he was in charge of was taken over by Zhou Weiming. Log number, 801B. Time, 12 days ago. Summary: anomalously high-energy reactions detected in the underground 5th floor, high-risk sample isolation zone, suspected to be enhanced activity of sample 3. The highest level of physical isolation plan has been activated. Chapter 98, Layout. Lines of information flickered rapidly and finally came to a halt. Underground 5th floor, high-risk sample isolation zone. Underground 7th floor, Archive 01. One concealed an energy source with a system prompt, and the other concealed the truth of the mysterious disaster. This haul exceeded expectations. Besides the clues about his sister and the energy source, he also discovered some more intriguing things. In a certain encrypted corner of the network, he intercepted several material allocation forms. A large number of military-grade vehicle modification parts, enough to arm a small convoy to the teeth. Enough high-energy compressed food and pure water to sustain hundreds of people for a year. And a huge sum of fuel quotas sufficient to drive an armored unit for a 1,000-mile migration. The applicants for these supplies are varied, but the final approvers all point to a few big figures at the top of Pyramid A. All right. Suji straightened up, closed the hood of the black car, and spoke calmly. Zhou Weiming and Assistant Liu quickly walked over, and Assistant Liu scanned again with a thermal imager. The screen showed a normal green, and the glaring red high-temperature area had vanished. Is it really resolved? Assistant Liu's tone was filled with disbelief. Zhou Weiming said nothing. He walked around the black car, touched the cold hood with his hand, and his expression shifted continuously. He looked at Suji, and in his eyes, a seriousness emerged for the first time. Li Mo. What do you want? Zhou Weiming finally spoke, his voice low. Contribution points? Supplies? Or residency in Area A? Whatever you say, what I can give you is definitely much more than Zhang Qishan in Area B. Suji shook his head. I don't want anything. Zhou Weiming raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by this answer. I'm just a mechanic. Suji's tone had no waves. Fixing cars is my job. As for the compensation, Captain Zhang has already paid. After saying this, he turned to leave. Wait. Zhou Weiming called out to him. The middle-aged man's sharp gaze lingered on Suji's back for a moment, then a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Master Li, don't rush to leave. He took out a pure black metal business card from his suit pocket and handed it over. I am not one to owe favors. If you need help in the future, feel free to contact me directly. In Jinghua, this business card is better than 10,000 contribution points. Suji took the card. It felt cold and heavy in his hand. It only bore a string of numbers and a surname, Zhou. Also, Zhou Weiming shifted the topic. His tone regained the casualness of someone in a superior position. The mechanical engineering department in Area A is currently short-staffed. I see you are quite interested in these electronic devices. Would you be interested in coming over? I can give you the position of deputy supervisor, with a salary 10 times your current one, plus a separate apartment in Area A. Assistant Liu listened with his heart pounding. The deputy supervisor position in the mechanical engineering department of Area A was something many people spent their whole lives trying to reach. But Suji seemed not to hear it, simply putting the business card away in his pocket. I'm used to Area B, he declined softly. A flash of astonishment crossed Zhou Weiming's face, followed by deeper interest. He had seen too many people eager to climb up, but this was the first one indifferent to the olive branch he threw. Interesting. Zhou Weiming smiled and did not press further. Since that's the case, I won't insist. Assistant Lu, take Master Li back.
Also, go to the finance office and transfer 20,000 contribution points to Master Li's ID card.
Just say it's my personal reward for technical talent.
Yes, supervisor.
Su Ji said nothing more and followed Assistant Lu into the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, Zhou Weiming's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling contemplation. He walked to the repaired Fortress SUV, gently touching the cover that Su Ji had worked on with his gloved hand. Investigate. He spoke to the empty garage without turning around. Check all the information on Liam O. I want to know where he comes from, who he knows, and what he has done. I need all the information from his birth to now. In the shadows of the garage, a figure almost blending with the darkness quietly appeared, bowed deeply to Zhou Weiming, then silently vanished. The black Fortress SUV was driving back to Area B. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat silent. Master Li, you truly opened my eyes. In the end, Assistant Lu couldn't help but speak first, his tone filled with admiration and confusion. Director Zhou personally came to recruit you, why didn't you accept? That's Area A. I don't like being controlled by others. Su Ji leaned back in his seat, watching the scenery outside flying by fast. Hearing this, Assistant Lu forced a smile and did not persuade further. The vehicle quickly returned to the entrance of the 7th Military Vehicle Repair Center in Area B. Su Ji got out of the car and nodded to Assistant Lu, a gesture of farewell. Master Li. Assistant Lu called out, poking his head out of the car window, lowering his voice. Director Zhou is very deep-minded. He values you so much today, he will definitely look for you again in the future. You should be careful. Su Ji's footsteps paused, but he didn't turn back, he just waved his hand and walked into the repair center's main door. He did not return to his tool room but directly passed through the noisy factory, exiting through the back door. After numerous twists and turns, he entered a quiet alley leading to Area F. Confirming that no one was around, he took out that pure black metal business card. Vehicle intelligence, copy and analyze this number's communication protocol. An invisible wave swept over the business card. Communication protocol analysis is complete, encrypted communication copy established. Shall we listen? Listen. Su Ji ordered in a low voice. Command confirmed. After finishing all this, Su Ji put the business card away again. He knew that from the moment he stepped into Area A, he had already been targeted. Zhou Weiming would never believe that an ordinary mechanic from Area B could have such technology. Investigation was inevitable. But Su Ji was not worried. His identity as Liam O was perfectly hidden under vehicle systems and various layouts. The deeper they investigated, the more they would believe he was just a gifted mechanical genius. By refusing the recruitment today but accepting the contribution points and business card, he aimed to create an image for Zhou Weiming as capable, proud, but not completely detached from the world. This business card was the fishhook Zhou Weiming had cast. And Su Ji needed this fishhook to touch the deepest secrets of the Jinghua safety zone. He returned to his dormitory in Area F, where Su Qing was sitting at the table, staring into space while holding a 92-style pistol. When she saw him return, a slight relaxation appeared on her face. Brother, you're back. Su Ji walked over to her side, glancing at the pistol on the table. How's the practice? I'm still a bit scared. Su Qing said softly. Even if you're scared, you have to learn. In this world, the only thing that can protect you is what you hold in your own hands. Su Cheng nodded vigorously. Su Ji checked the balance on his ID card. The 20,000 contribution points from Zhou Weiming had already arrived. He did not delay and immediately went out, heading to the Material Exchange Center in Area E. He used this large sum of money to exchange for a significant amount of food supplies and water produced in the safety zone. He bought these supplies in batches and then stored them all in a storage space. After doing all this, the sky had already darkened. Chapter 99, The Grey Giant Beast. Su Ji did not rest, he went again to the 7th scrap metal recycling station. In the wrench's shed, lights were bright, and the enormous truck frame had been assembled. Wrench was inside, working with several helpers to lay intricate pipes. Seeing Su Ji come over, Wrench wiped the sweat off his face and grinned. How's it going? I'm reliable, right? Su Ji walked in and carefully inspected every corner of the truck frame. The steel plates were heavy, the welds were even, the structure was solid, and it fully met his requirements. Very good. He nodded and then looked at Wrench. I need to speed up the progress. What's the rush? Are you in a hurry to leave? Wrench took a swig of liquor. Is there trouble? Sort of. Su Ji did not deny it. Wrench stared at Su Ji for a while and exhaled a mouthful of alcohol breath. All right. I'll add a few more people, 2 days. At most 2 days, I guarantee it will be done. He patted his chest and promised, however, the price. Add 5,000 contribution points. Suji directly quoted the price. Deal. 2 days later, night fell. The wrench used his only remaining left arm to forcefully hit the huge object in front of him, his face showing undeniable pride and exhaustion. How about it? In all of Jinghua, you won't find anyone better at craftsmanship than me, the wrench. Suji stood quietly in front of the carriage, watching. It was a gigantic metal box, 12 meters long and 3 meters wide. It was entirely welded from heavy military-grade high-strength alloy plates, with an added layer of slanted bulletproof armor on the surface. The seams were processed seamlessly, filled with a sense of industrial power. According to Suji's request, the inside of the carriage was divided into 3 areas. The front was a resting area, the middle was a work area, and the end was a storage area. An independent water and electricity system had been laid out, just waiting to connect to energy. Nice craftsmanship, Suji nodded, acknowledging him. Of course. The wrench took a big gulp of alcohol and burped. To rush your work, I brought all the skilled hands I could find from the South City. I haven't slept for 2 days and nights. 5,000 contribution points were well spent. Suji didn't waste any more words. He walked to the side of the carriage and gently touched the cold alloy shell with his hand. The next second, under the astonished gaze of the wrench and a few helpers who were too tired to stand straight, the massive carriage weighing several dozen tons vanished into thin air. In the air, there remained only a barely perceptible ripple. Damn! The bottle in the wrench's hand fell to the ground with a loud crash, shattering into pieces. He rubbed his eyes hard, staring intently at where the carriage had been, now an empty space. Am I seeing things from drinking too much? A helper stammered. Are you seeing things too? Another helper's voice trembled. Everyone looked at Suji, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. This method of making a huge object disappear was beyond their understanding. Even though Suji had displayed similar abilities before, they could be understood as technological means or magic, but this method surely exceeded the realm of ordinary science. Suji didn't explain, he looked at Lindsay. Where's the potion? Lindsay's face was slightly pale, he suppressed his astonishment and took out a box from his backpack. It's all here. We've basically gathered all the goods circulating in the market these days. A total of 21 vials. Suji took the box and directly stored it in the storage space. Thank you. He looked at Lindsay, Chinya, and the mouse. Our transaction ends here. Lindsay opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he held it back. He knew Suji was leaving. This enigmatic man swept across the dark night of Jinghua South City like a shooting star, leaving behind a trail of shock and mystery before quietly departing. Will you come back in the future? Chinya asked softly. Maybe. Suji's answer was ambiguous. Take care. Leaving those 2 words, Suji turned, put on his cap, and his figure quickly blended into the deep darkness outside the scrap metal recycling station. In front of the shed, it fell into a dead silence. After a long time, the mouse finally trembled and spoke. Brother Lin, is he a person or a ghost? The wrench bent down to pick up a piece of the broken bottle, murmuring, it really is space ability. When did such a fierce person appear in Jinghua? Lindsay clenched his fists. He didn't answer the mouse's question, just stared at the direction Suji had disappeared, his eyes complex. In Area F, Room 302. Su Qing had already packed all her things, leaving only a small backpack. She sat on the edge of the bed, tightly hugging the cold 92-style pistol in her arms, her fingers turning slightly white from tension. The door to the room slowly opened. Suji walked in. Brother. Su Qing stood up. Are you ready? Let's go. Suji didn't say any more unnecessary words. He walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and took a glance outside. The night in Zone F was silent to a suffocating degree. Although Su Qing did not understand, she obediently followed. Suji took her quietly out of the dormitory building, through several dark alleys, and finally arrived at an abandoned parking lot. Brother, what are we doing here? Su Qing asked quietly, feeling uneasy in the empty, cold space. Suji did not answer, only calmly said, stand here and don't move. In the next moment, under Su Qing's horrified gaze, a pitch-black, sharply designed sci-fi sports car appeared out of thin air before them. Get in. Suji opened the car door. Su Qing awkwardly sat down in the sports car. When the car door closed, cutting off the outside world, a strange feeling of weightlessness surged, but it was gone in an instant. When she got out of the car again, she found herself no longer in that underground parking lot. She was now in a vast, empty factory filled with the smell of metal and dust. Looking around. A tall dome, rusted pipes, abandoned conveyor belts, it felt like a forgotten industrial relic. Brother, we. Before she could finish her sentence, she was completely shocked into silence by what unfolded before her. In the open space in front of them, the air began to twist and compress violently. A deep rumble, so low it made the soul tremble, came from the void. A massive, suffocating dark gray steel beast appeared out of nowhere. It was made up of countless irregular polygonal armor pieces, brimming with a savage and primal sense of power. The three thick alloy horns at the front glimmered with a chilling metallic light under the factory's dim illumination. 10 gigantic drive wheels, each more than 2 meters in diameter, slammed heavily onto the ground, causing the entire factory to shudder. Chapter 100, The Cabin. Su Qing looked up, her mouth wide open, her mind a blank. What is this thing? Is this really a vehicle? Get on. Su Ji's voice pulled her back from her shock. She saw a section of the giant truck's armor silently slide upwards, revealing a ramp leading up. Su Qing quickly climbed up. When she entered the high cockpit, she was once again stunned by the sight in front of her. The interior of the cockpit was unbelievably spacious, and in front was not a traditional windshield, but a massive information wall made up of countless small displays. Next to the heavy and complex driving seat were several equally complex tactical control stations. Buckle up. Su Ji's voice came from the main driving position. Su Qing instinctively sat in the passenger seat beside her, and the soft seat automatically adjusted, snugly enveloping her. The cold hatch silently slid down and closed. The noise from the outside world was instantly cut off, leaving only the faint sounds of the instruments in the cockpit. Su Ji placed his hand on the control panel of the main driving position. V-room. The lights of the entire cockpit gradually lit up. On the enormous information wall in front, countless data streams rushed by rapidly. A deep and steady synthetic voice resonated in the cockpit. Identity confirmed, unique commander, Su Ji. Greytown Rampart system activated. Welcome back, Commander. Immediately after, another, more lively electronic voice eagerly chimed in. Master. Master. Xiaojiao is here too. In the corner, a cute cartoon bird hologram appeared, flapping its wings excitedly. Su Ji ignored it. Open the repair factory module. He gave his first command. Rumble. A deep vibration came from the rear of the vehicle. Through the side observation window, Su Qing saw the massive chassis, originally used to carry containers, undergoing a dramatic transformation. Heavy gray armor split from the central axis to both sides, with countless complex mechanical parts moving, revealing a mechanical platform full of precise industrial beauty. A slow rise from within the vehicle body. The gigantic gantry crane stretched out, and the high-precision mechanical arms danced like nimble fingers in the air above the platform. In less than a minute, Greytown Fortress transformed from a terrifying heavy-duty tractor into a small, fully functional mobile repair base. Extract the vehicle compartment. With a thought, Su Ji commanded. The space above the repair platform twisted, and the enormous alloy compartment, which had just been retrieved from the wrench, appeared out of thin air and landed steadily on the platform. Perform structural reinforcement and functional integration. Transform it into a completely independent mobile ecological life capsule. Requirements: highest defense level, highest energy utilization efficiency, highest comfort. Command confirmed. Starting analysis of target structure. Estimated modification time, 47 minutes. The colossal mechanical arms began to move, and the material printer started to spit out nanoparticles. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Su Qing was utterly mesmerized. She felt as if she were dreaming, everything happening before her completely overturned her worldview. She turned her head to look at her brother, who was focused on operating all of this beside her. His profile, illuminated by the soft blue light of the screen, appeared sharp and defined. That ordinary brother in her memory, who was somewhat reclusive and silent but always appeared when she needed him, harbored how many secrets within him? Su Ji did not notice the complex gaze of his sister. He called up another screen and began analyzing the area surrounding the research institute in Zone A. Vehicle intelligence, combined with existing map data, perform 3D modeling of the target building, analyze its internal defense system, guard deployment patterns, and potential structural weaknesses. Modeling begins. On the screen, a complex architectural structure diagram rapidly generated, with countless red dots and data marked and flashing across it. While waiting for the compartment modification and the map analysis of the research institute, Su Ji was not idle either. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank into the system. Enhance, Strength Booster. The potion on the table vanished, and a new countdown began to tick down. After completing all this, he slowly exhaled and leaned back in his chair. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. He glanced at his sister, still in a daze next to him, and said, "If you have any questions, just ask." Su Qing's body gently trembled, she turned her head, her lips moved, but she didn't know where to start. Is all of this real? She finally asked the simplest question. It is real. Then, that sports car, and this big guy now, they all belong to you? Yes. How did you do it?
Before the apocalypse arrived, I had an extraordinary adventure, Su-ji explained in the simplest of terms. You can understand it as a special ability. Su-ching fell silent. She knew her brother wasn't telling the whole truth. At least, he wasn't telling all of it. But she did not press for more answers. Brother. Su-ching's voice was very soft. In the future, no matter where you go or what you do, take me with you, okay? Su-ji looked at her, seeing the unreserved trust and attachment in her eyes. That was the only thing he needed to protect in this apocalypse. He reached out and, like when they were children, ruffled her hair. Okay. 47 long minutes passed. Commander, the mobile ecological life capsule has completed modification. The synthesized voice of the vehicle intelligence sounded. Su-ji looked up. The compartment on the repair platform had undergone a significant transformation. The originally rough alloy shell was covered by a layer of dark gray, honeycomb pattern composite armor, with no seams visible on the surface, appearing seamless. Su-ji led Su-ching down from the Greytown fortress and approached the compartment. A section of armor on the side silently slid open, revealing the interior scene. The compartment was divided into a bedroom, living room, kitchen, bathroom, and a small workshop, making full use of its space. The walls were a soft off-white color. The lights were bright yet not harsh, and various pieces of furniture were cleverly secured. Su-ching walked into the bedroom and saw a soft big bed and a wardrobe, even a small vanity. Her eyes suddenly lit up, showing a look of joyful surprise and happiness. Such a safe, clean, and warm place was something many survivors dreamed of after the apocalypse, and she was no exception. She even began to imagine placing a pot of green plants in this small living room, making this moving fortress truly filled with the vitality of home. From now on, this will be our new home, Su-ji's voice rang out behind her. He opened a hidden compartment in the wall, revealing an independent air circulation and water purification system. Chapter 101, The Fog. In the Jinghua safe zone, at the junction of Area E and Area D. The shrill alarm tore through the tranquility of the night. The panicked crowd swarmed out like ants from a blown nest, screaming and crying, running aimlessly from the rundown residential buildings and converted container shacks. Don't panic. Everyone back. Back. The security team formed a makeshift line with their riot shields, trying to block the tide of people, but it was of little use. Wang Jin stood on top of a patrol car, with a cigarette butt in his mouth, using binoculars to look at the source of the chaos. Behind him, a young team member, Xiao Zhang, had a pale face, and his hand holding the rifle trembled uncontrollably. Wang. Captain, what is that thing? At the edge of Wang Jin's vision, a strange, thick gray-white mist was spreading out from the streets and alleys. The mist rolled and swirled, extinguishing lights and swallowing sounds. Everything fell into deadly silence. It was not like ordinary fog, it felt more like a living creature, preying on the city. A man who ran slowly was caught by the edge of the mist. He only had time to let out a brief, sharp scream before being dragged into the thick fog. The mist surged momentarily, then became calm again, leaving nothing on the ground. Fire! Fire at will! Behind the line, a young officer shouted hoarsely. Tat 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 tat! A dense stream of bullets rained into the gray-white mist. However, it was useless. The bullets disappeared into it, not even causing the slightest ripple. The mist continued to advance slowly, steadily swallowing everything in front of it. Cease fire! Cease fire! Conserve ammunition! Wang Jin jumped down from the car roof, snatching a radio from a nearby team member. Calling command center! Calling command center! Conventional weapons ineffective. Repeat, conventional weapons ineffective. Requesting heavy fire support. Requesting. Before he could finish, he saw a shadow suddenly burst out of the thick fog. The creature moved with startling speed, its form indistinguishable, only a blur flashed past, and a security team member holding a shield was crushed in half. Blood and flesh exploded, staining the faces of those nearby. Ah! Monster! The defensive line collapsed instantly. Fear was more contagious than any monster. Stay steady. Everyone hold it together. Wang Jin shoved the terrified Xiao Zhang behind him, raising his rifle and firing madly at the mist. But he knew in his heart that it was futile. This was no longer something they could deal with. At that moment, the cold and urgent orders from the command center came through his radio. All units, abandon the outskirts of Area D, all personnel retreat to the main roads of Areas B and C, establish a hard isolation zone. Repeat, abandon the outskirts of Area D, establish a hard isolation zone. Authorized to use all means to prevent the infection zone from expanding. Wang Jin's action stopped. Abandon? This meant that the entire Area D, along with most of Area A, and the tens of thousands of survivors who hadn't escaped in time, all have been treated as discarded pieces. He turned back to glance at the city behind him, engulfed in flames and panic, then looked at the expanding, grayish-white mist ahead, which represented death. He spat out the cigarette but in his mouth, a self-deprecating bitter smile appearing on his face. Go! Retreat! He pulled the still-dazed Xiao Zhang and turned to run. The end of the world never gave people a chance to choose. A 3-district, Jinghua Joint Biological Science Research Institute, underground floor 9. This is Zhou Weiming's private laboratory. On the huge circular screen, chaotic scenes from District D and District E were being broadcast in real time. Flames, thick fog, screams, blood. Zhou Weiming, dressed in a tailored suit, held a glass of red wine, calmly enjoying it all, even wearing a sickly, please smile. Director! The laboratory door was suddenly pushed open. Assistant Lu stumbled in, sweating and terrified. Director! It's bad. District D and E have fallen. That thing has appeared. Zhou Weiming turned around, gently swirling the red liquid in his glass, his tone flat and emotionless. What's the panic about? But, that's chaos disaster. Just like what was described in the report. It's already starting to spread in the city. Assistant Lu's voice trembled. We must report the truth to the Supreme Committee immediately. Report? Zhou Weiming snickered, and then what? Let those fat-headed politicians and ignorant fools who only know how to fight find out that Jinghua is finished. Then that would just cause greater panic, and everyone would trample each other trying to escape, ultimately leading to everyone dying on the road? Assistant Lu was left speechless. Relay my orders. Zhou Weiming took a sip of wine and said slowly, first, raise the laboratory security level to the highest, physically seal all entrances and exits. From now on, no one is to enter or exit without my command. Second, all research materials concerning the chaos disaster phenomenon are to be classified as burning level secrets, and besides you and me, no third person is allowed access. Third, he paused, walked up to Assistant Lu, and patted his shoulder. In my name, submit an emergency report to the military committee. Just say, according to preliminary assessment, this incident was caused by a newly mutated organism with collective effects, leading to chaos. Threat level, high. It is recommended to use heavy firepower for regional suppression, and then establish a permanent isolation wall. Assistant Lu's eyes widened in shock. He understood. Zhou Weiming was going to conceal the truth. He wanted to take advantage of this information gap to lead the upper levels of the safe zone to make wrong decisions. Director, you are. This is an opportunity, Xiao Lu. Zhou Weiming's smile turned meaningful, a chance to cleanse all burdens and uselessness. Also, it is the best time for us to initiate the ARC plan. He looked at the grayish mist on the screen that was devouring the city, his eyes filled with ambition and fervor. The old world is dying, and the new order will be established by us. Activate the magnetic traction system. Mobile ecological life pod has been connected, status perfect. Retrieving the maintenance factory module. Accompanied by a low, mechanical hum, the huge maintenance platform folded and closed, recovered by heavy armor. The Greytown barrier transformed again into a heavy traction vehicle full of brute strength. Chapter 102, Devour. Inside the cockpit of the Greytown barrier, a heavy and steady synthetic voice rang out again. Commander, all modules have been retracted, the attachment unit is securely connected, and we can depart at any time. Suji's fingers lightly tapped on the virtual keyboard of the control panel, bringing up the real-time map of the Jinghua safe zone. On the map, a large area representing the junction of District D and E was already covered by a sinister, pulsing gray, which was expanding at a visible speed. Warning, a large amount of encrypted communications has been detected within the Jinghua security zone's internal communication channels. Attempting to decrypt. Decryption successful. Intercepting urgent communications from the Public Security Administration and the Military Committee. Sizzle. After a burst of chaotic electrical noise, fragments filled with fear and confusion played through the cockpit's surround sound system. Monster. Coming out of the fog. Open fire. Fire now. It's useless. Bullets can't penetrate. No. They can't hit. That thing has no form. Calling command center. Sector D's third defense line has been breached. Requesting heavy fire support. Repeat. Requesting heavy fire. All units, attention. Abandon the perimeter of Sector D, all personnel retreat to the main roads of Sector B and C, establish a hard isolation zone. Repeat, abandon the perimeter of Sector D. Cold commands, mixed with desperate screams and dense gunfire, echoed in the quiet cockpit. Su Qing's face turned slightly pale. Brother. In the city. Aha, something happened. Suji's expression showed no change, only calmly shutting off the communication monitor. In the end times, there has never been the safest place, and Jinghua was no exception. He did not explain further, gripping the semicircular control stick in front of him. Buzz. A grand, deep roar came from deep within the body of the vehicle. The entire massive vehicle shook slightly as if an ancient giant beast, asleep for thousands of years, had finally opened its eyes. On the huge information wall in front of the cockpit, the energy output readings from the heavy arc reactor began to steadily rise.
Where do we go out?
Su Ching asked quietly, looking at the not-so-spacious rolling shutter door of this giant factory.
Su Ji did not answer, only provided the answer through action. Target, straight ahead. Move forward. Boom.
The Grey Town fortress moved. 10 huge drive wheels, each over 2 meters in diameter, began to rotate simultaneously. The heavy vehicle advanced with an unexpectedly smooth demeanor for its size. There was no pause or hesitation whatsoever. The 3 fierce and thick alloy rams at the front of the vehicle aimed at the factory's heavy wall, made of reinforced concrete.
Boom. A deafening roar erupted.
Dust and rubble burst apart, rebar was torn and twisted, emitting a painful groan. That thick wall, capable of withstanding small bombs, was as fragile as a cookie before the Grey Town fortress. A huge, irregular hole appeared in the wall. The Grey Town fortress rolled over the collapsed bricks and stones, yet the vibrations felt through the vehicle's body were easily dissolved by the powerful suspension system, making it almost unnoticeable as it smoothly exited the factory, stopping in the open space outside.
Immediately after, a black shadow silently slipped out from the hole, the Abyss Phantom in autonomous driving mode. It followed the Grey Town fortress like the most loyal knight, quietly trailing behind it.
Su Ching looked through the side observation window at the huge hole behind them and the factory wall reduced to rubble, her mouth slightly agape, unable to say a word for a long time. Vehicle intelligence, scan the nearby area for recyclable metal materials.
Su Ji issued a new command. Command confirmed. Scanning started.
Locked onto 3 abandoned freight trucks, 1 abandoned bus, 3 cargo trucks, 5 civilian cars.
All meet recycling standards. Basic material reserves remaining, 96.3%. Proceed with recovery operations? Yes, recover. After receiving Su Ji's confirmation, accompanied by a dull rumble, the Grey Town fortress started up again.
This time, it no longer moved cautiously but showed its true nature. That terrifying heavy tractor dragged a gigantic, seamless dark gray metal compartment, like a moving mountain of steel, crushing deeper into the industrial area.
Its speed was not fast.
With every step carrying a tremendous momentum, the ground groaned under the weight it couldn't bear. Soon, the first target appeared. It was a bus tipped over on the roadside, its body already rusted and worn. The Grey Town fortress showed no sign of slowing down and drove straight into it.
Bang! A loud crash.
The bus crumpled inward, twisted, and distorted like a fragile soda can the moment it made contact with the 3 thick horns of the Grey Town fortress's front. Below the front of the Grey Town fortress, several magnetically charged arms flickering with ghostly blue lightning suddenly shot out, fiercely attaching themselves to the wreckage of the bus. A powerful magnetic field erupted instantly, and the metallic body of the bus emitted a piercing, shredded scream. Under Su Ching's horrified gaze, the bus was forcibly disassembled by an invisible force, twisted into an irregular mass of metal before being dragged under the chassis of the Grey Town fortress. A gap in the armor of the vehicle's chassis opened, revealing a decomposition furnace inside that flashed with high-temperature red light like a beast's throat. The metal chunks were thrown into it without a sound and were instantly devoured. On the cockpit screen, the progress bar representing basic material reserves visibly jumped upwards.
This.
Su Ching's mouth fell open, unable to utter a word. The Grey Town fortress did not stop. It continued to advance.
The second target, a heavy dump truck. Collision, absorption, ripping, devouring.
The third target, an abandoned sedan.
Collision, absorption, ripping, devouring.
This gray steel beast roamed like a greedy scavenger in a forgotten city. Any metal creation that blocked its path would be turned into its nourishment in the most brutal and direct manner.
Su Ji leaned back in the wide driver's seat, calmly watching it all.
On the screen, the material reserve progress bar steadily climbed.
Meanwhile, the chaotic communications channel captured the ongoing turmoil in District D and District E.
The spread of the mist has slowed down. The isolation zone is working. But more and more monsters are charging out of the mist.
They are hitting the isolation zone. Requesting aerial support. Repeat, requesting aerial support. Our firepower is about to be overwhelmed. Chapter 103, Citywide Evacuation.
In the sky, drone after drone whizzed by, dropping bombs deep into District D.
Boom. 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 The violent sounds of explosions could be faintly heard even over 10 kilometers away.
The blaze of the explosions painted the edge of the heavens in bright red. The entire Jinghua safety zone resembled a barrel of gunpowder with its fuse lit. Inside the cockpit, the green progress bar representing basic material reserves finally reached 100% after consuming the last abandoned freight truck.
Commander, basic material reserves are full. All modules are in normal condition, ready to depart at any time. A heavy, steady synthetic voice echoed in the quiet cockpit.
Suji's fingers lightly tapped on the virtual keyboard of the control panel, shutting down the still broadcasting chaotic battle communications channel. On the map, a large area representing the junction of District D and District E was covered by an ominous, pulsating gray color, which was visibly expanding outward. What made his heart sink even more was that in other areas of the map, including their own abandoned industrial zone in the southwest corner, faint wisps of gray mist began to appear, barely perceptible. Su Qing watched the sky outside, illuminated by the fiery glow and filled with the distant sounds of explosions, causing her entire being to tense up.
Brother, hold on tight.
He offered no further explanation and gripped the semicircular control stick in front of him.
V-room.
A grand, low roar emanated from deep within the vehicle's body. The entire massive vehicle trembled slightly in response. Like an ancient giant beast that had slept for 1,000 years, finally opened its eyes. In front of the cockpit, the huge information wall showed the energy output readings of the heavy arc reactor, which began to steadily rise.
Abyss Phantom, clear the way ahead. Greytown Fortress, proceed forward. Target, Zone A3, Beijing Hua Joint Biological Science Laboratory.
The command was given. The black sports car that had always quietly guarded the side let out a low roar from the engine, the light around the car slightly warped, instantly entering optical camouflage, turning into a blurred shadow, silently heading towards the main road on the outskirts of the industrial area.
Boom! Greytown Fortress moved.
10 giant drive wheels with a diameter of over 2 meters began to spin simultaneously, as the heavy vehicle moved with a smoothness that was completely out of sync with its size, rolling over the broken bricks on the ground, following the path of the Abyss Phantom, moving forward. This moving steel mountain dragged along a massive, seamlessly integrated dark gray metal cabin, finally revealing its fangs. As Greytown Fortress drove out of the abandoned industrial area and merged into the main road leading to the urban area, the sight before Su Qing took her breath away.
The originally wide lane was now blocked tight.
Several modified trucks, SUVs, and even a few bulky buses were crammed together like headless flies. The harsh sounds of horns, angry curses, and desperate cries mixed together, forming a chaotic picture of a doomsday escape. These people were all survivors trying to take advantage of the chaos in Zones D and E while the military was too busy to care and leave the safe area of Beijing Hua.
Brother, so many people, what do we do? Should we take a detour? Suji remained silent, calmly looking at the chaotic traffic ahead.
Abyss Phantom, clear a passage.
The next second. In front, a modified pickup truck was stuck.
A man with a face full of flesh was poking his head out, waving a machete in his hand, roaring madly at a car blocking his way.
Get the hell out of my way. If you don't move, I'll crash through.
At that moment, he felt his vehicle shake violently.
Bang! The dull sound of a collision. His prideful, steel-guarded pickup truck suddenly crumpled inward as if hit by an invisible hammer. Who the hell hit me?
The flesh-faced man was furious. Just as he was about to jump out of the car to fight, he saw a scene he would never forget. A blurred, distorted air flashed past his car. Then, without warning, the car blocking his path exploded at the rear, lifted by a tremendous force, and crashed into a nearby building.
Boom! This completely ignited everyone's fear. Ghost! There's a ghost. Can't see it. That thing is invisible.
The chaotic vehicle line instantly turned frantic. And that invisible ghost did not stop.
Bang! 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 A series of dull sounds of collision rang out one after another.
One after another, vehicles trying to cut in or block the road were forcefully moved aside in the most brutal ways. Some were directly smashed away, some were shoved to the side of the road, and some were even torn apart from the middle. A passage wide enough for a heavy truck to pass through was cleared in just a dozen seconds. Everyone was stunned by this eerie and terrifying scene, huddled in their cars, not even daring to breathe. At that moment, the ground began to tremble rhythmically.
Thud. Thud. Thud.
The sound was deep and oppressive, like some enormous creature was moving, each step pressing down on everyone's hearts. A survivor closest to the passage trembled and peered back through a gap in the car window. Then, his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw, through the dust raised by the chaos, an unimaginably massive dark gray silhouette slowly drove out.
It was a heavy-duty tow truck.
No, it could no longer be called a truck. The military trucks, modified with steel plates and rams, commonly seen in the apocalypse, looked tiny like toys in front of it. The entire shell, made of countless irregular polygonal armor pieces, was filled with a fierce and primal sense of power. The 3 exaggeratedly thick alloy rams at the front of the truck glinted with a chilling metallic light under the dim street lamps. It was like a moving steel fortress, appearing before everyone's eyes with an unmatched sense of oppression.
What is that? Is it a new weapon from the military? Going to suppress the monsters in Zone D? Impossible. I've seen military vehicles, none look this exaggerated. When did Jinghua get such a terrifying presence?
On the other side of the street, an armed vehicle modified from a pickup truck was trying to force its way through. The driver, a short-haired man with a fierce face, was impatiently honking the horn. But when he saw the gray giant beast turning from the intersection ahead, the muscles on his face twitched violently, and he instinctively slammed on the brakes.
Chapter 104 Breakthrough.
The Gray City Bastion was advancing smoothly without obstruction. With the Abyss Phantom leading the way, any obstacles trying to block it would be swiftly cleared.
As the vehicle continued deeper, the surroundings were changing.
From the chaotic Zone F, to the relatively orderly Zone E, and finally to the bright and organized Zone B.
The streets became cleaner, the patrolling soldiers increased, and the sense of panic from the apocalypse seemed to be isolated outside.
But Su-ji knew that this was just a facade. On the information wall of the cockpit, the battle reports about Zones D and E were still being refreshed. The defensive line was retreating step by step, and the Gray Miasma disaster area was firmly expanding. Finally, the vehicle stopped at the junction of Zone B and Zone A.
Ahead, a blockade line made up of heavy alloy barriers and dozens of armored vehicles stretched across the middle of the road. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers stood solemnly, guns drawn, guarding the area like a military fortress. All vehicles and personnel trying to approach Zone A were kept outside.
"Brother, we can't get through," Su Qing said worriedly.
Suji did not respond, he just looked at the blockade line. Last time, he had entered by riding in the assistant Zhou Weiming's vehicle due to his special identity. This time, he would get in his own way. Gray City Bastion, activate wide area energy shield. Activate signal jamming field. Command confirmed.
Buzz. A layer of invisible energy ripples, centered around the Gray City Bastion, instantly spread out. In front of the blockade line, a soldier responsible for monitoring suddenly noticed a large area of blinding static on his radar screen.
What's going on?
The signal is being jammed. The communicator is also malfunctioning.
Can't contact the command center. What's happening?
The commanding officer's face changed instantly, and he quickly raised his binoculars. At that moment, he saw a scene he could never forget in his life.
A large heavy truck appeared at the end of the street.
It did not try to go around or stop to negotiate. It simply charged straight ahead.
Open fire! Open fire!
The officer's shout changed pitch from fear.
Tat 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 tat.
All heavy machine guns and automatic fire platforms on the blockade line instantly spat out angry flames.
The dense hail of bullets poured out like a downpour toward the charging steel beast.
However, all bullets, just a few meters away from the body of the Gray City Bastion, felt like they hit an invisible wall, bursting into showers of sparks and then falling powerless. They could not even leave a scratch on that thick armor.
Can't hold it back. It's coming. Quick, dodge away. The soldiers' formation instantly fell into chaos. Boom!
The head of the Greytown fortress crashed into the first armored vehicle acting as a roadblock. That military armored vehicle, weighing more than 10 tons, seemed like a paper toy in front of the Greytown fortress. The vehicle was deformed upon impact, then violently sent flying by an unstoppable force, rolling and crashing into a nearby building.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The speed of the Greytown fortress showed no signs of slowing down. It forcibly broke through the seemingly indestructible blockade in the most barbaric and unreasonable way, creating a path. All roadblocks, all armored vehicles, were merely toys that could be pushed aside. As this steel giant dragged its chassis, completely crossing the blockade and entering the wide, tidy streets of Area A, behind it lay chaos and a group of dazed, lost soldiers.
Area A. The power core of the Jinghua safe zone. It still maintained the pre-apocalypse prosperity and cleanliness, with tall buildings standing and lights shining bright. But Su-ji keenly sensed something was different.
In the air, there was a faint, almost invisible gray-white mist. That chilling sensation was exactly the same as when he was ambushed in the alley, just 1,000 times weaker.
Su-ji's target was the Jinghua United Biological Science Research Institute.
Whether to seek justice for his sister or to uncover the truth about the disaster of confusion left by Professor Chen Hanlin, he had to go there. Just as the vehicle was about to turn onto the main road leading to the institute, Su-ji suddenly stopped. The system in his mind sent a prompt. Special energy source detected moving at high speed.
Su-ji's heart jumped violently. Moving?
He immediately recalled a log he had seen when he invaded the institute's network.
It mentioned sample number 3.
A huge information wall in front of the cockpit instantly displayed a 3D map of Area A. A giant, pulsating scarlet light spot was wildly moving on the map, scattering the small blue dots representing civilians in panic, one by one extinguishing.
Brother, what's wrong? Su Cheng noticed the change in atmosphere and asked nervously. Something's coming.
Su Ji stared intently at the ever-approaching red dot, gripping the control stick tightly. With a sudden pull, the massive Greytown fortress emitted a low sound of braking, its 10 huge drive wheels locking onto the ground, stopping in the middle of the intersection.
He wanted to see what kind of monster was running out from the research institute. Thump! Thump! Thump!
The heavy thuds came from the end of the street, accompanied by the crisp sound of breaking glass and the screams of the crowd.
A black dot appeared at the edge of his vision. Then, that dot rapidly grew larger at a terrifying speed. When it rushed to the intersection, exposed in the light beams of the Greytown fortress, even Su Ji's pupils dilated in shock. It was not any creature he recognized. It was a massive, writhing monster, made up of countless gray-white flesh and pale bones. Its form was extremely unstable, the main body being a mass of semi-liquid meat, continually swelling with pus-filled blisters before bursting, splattering foul-smelling liquid. Dozens of limbs of various lengths and shapes erratically protruded from the meat mass. There were fierce arthropods covered in shells, oddly twisted arms resembling humans, and sharp bone spikes like knife edges. These limbs crazily clawed at the ground and the buildings beside them, plowing grooves into the hard asphalt and ripping walls apart. The most disgusting thing was the dozen human faces embedded in that mass of flesh.
The expressions on those faces were frozen in extreme pain and fear, their eye sockets empty, but their mouths silently gaping, as if issuing a haunting wail. And at the pulsing core of flesh, a deep, dark blue crystal, as if containing a thunderstorm, was radiating an ominous light. Ugh! Su Cheng could no longer hold back, covering her mouth as she made a dry heaving sound. The scene before her had exceeded her limits, a horror that no nightmare could depict.
Chapter 105, The Golden Diamond of the Town Wall. In-vehicle intelligence, analyze the target. Analyzing. Warning.
Target structure cannot be resolved.
Life signal is chaotic. Threat level, unknown. Continuously rising.
Target detected actively absorbing unknown energy particles from the surrounding environment.
Its body is undergoing proliferative expansion.
With the vehicle's alarm, Su Ji clearly saw that around the monster, the faint gray-white mist was being pulled by an invisible force, turning into small whirlwinds and crazily rushing into its body. With every whiff of mist it absorbed, its body visibly swelled, and those erratically extending limbs became even more robust and powerful.
Su Ji instantly understood.
This thing could grow stronger by devouring mist. He suddenly pulled up a map of the entire city of Jinghua, and a horrifying thought exploded in his mind. This monster was coming out of Zone A, heading south.
Its targets were Zones D and E, the areas with the densest fog disaster. Once it rushed into that thick fog, how strong would it become? A moving mountain of flesh several hundred meters in diameter? Or a source of disaster capable of easily destroying the whole city? Su Ji dared not think further.
By then, not to mention leaving Jinghua, the entire safe zone would probably be completely swallowed by this monster.
No!
He must stop it before it reaches Zone D. Just as Su Ji made up his mind, the monster seemed to have discovered him. Or rather, it had noticed the Greytown wall, that giant steel construct emitting immense energy. In the mass of flesh, those dozens of painful faces all turned toward the direction of the Greytown wall.
The next second. Roar!
A sound that no creature could make, mixed with countless voices, piercing through the eardrums, erupted from that mass of flesh. The enormous body of the monster abruptly paused, then turned direction, all limbs exerting power simultaneously, rushing toward the Greytown wall.
It regarded this massive steel construct as prey. Brother! Su Cheng exclaimed in shock.
Su Ji's expression did not change at all, only his gaze became incredibly sharp.
Hold on tight. Boom!
The massive vehicle surged forward, the 10 gigantic drive wheels leaving deep imprints on the ground, the entire Greytown wall transformed into an unstoppable steel war chariot, crashing head-on into the charging monster. A showdown between a giant beast and a monster erupted violently on the empty streets of Jinghua's Zone A.
Boom!
The deafening sound of collision exploded on the vacant streets of Zone A. The ally ram of the Greytown wall, capable of shattering rocks, slammed solidly into the monster's fleshy body. It was not the crushing defeat one would imagine. The writhing mass of flesh burst open at the moment of contact, releasing a stinking, grayish-white slurry.
But the next second, the splattered flesh eerily wriggled back, pulled by an invisible force, reassembling itself.
The immense impact only pushed the monster's gigantic body backward by several meters, its numerous erratically extending limbs screeching and carving deep grooves into the ground. It had actually withstood the full-force charge of the Greytown wall. Inside the cockpit, Su Cheng's body was firmly locked in the safety seat due to the intense inertia. The face was pale. Su Ji's expression showed no change, his hand steadily gripped the joystick, without a hint of tremble. On the information wall, the onboard intelligence rapidly refreshed its analysis results. Warning! The physical impact effect is decreasing. The target is analyzing the impact energy and making adaptive structural adjustments. Warning! Target mass is continuously increasing, energy absorption efficiency up by 12.7%. Conventional physical impacts will be completely ineffective in 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Suji's pupils constricted. This thing is completely different from the Sky King. The Sky King was purely powerful, with flesh and blood, and had weaknesses. But the monster before him had no fixed form, could absorb energy, self-evolve, and even adapt to attacks. Fighting it in a war of attrition was tantamount to seeking death. It must be a quick battle. Abyss Phantom. Suji's voice was cold and resolute. Form switch, Abyss Knight. Hold it down. Command confirmed. The black sports car following beside the great gray fortress roared with a high-pitched growl. Without hesitation, the entire car suddenly dipped as it surged forward at high speed. Snap. Snap. Creak. The piercing sound of metal deformation rang out again. In the swift gliding, the Abyss Phantom's body separated, flipped, and reassembled in a dazzling manner. The front of the car flipped upwards, becoming chest armor and shoulder plates. The body stretched and reshaped, forming 2 powerful mechanical thighs. When its form switch was complete, it charged right in front of the conglomerate monster. An 8-meter-tall, pitch-black steel giant, wielding a jagged arm blade, skidded across the ground, leaving 2 long sparks, coming to a steady stop. Roar! The conglomerate monster seemed enraged by this suddenly appearing little thing, with dozens of limbs waving simultaneously, smashing down towards the Abyss Knight. The Abyss Knight did not retreat but advanced, its entire body turned into a black phantom, skillfully weaving through the dense attacks of limbs. The arm blades in its hands danced up and down, carving deep wounds that revealed bone on the monster's flesh. Black, foul-smelling liquid splattered everywhere. But those wounds, in just 1 or 2 seconds, completely healed in bizarre writhing. Brother, that robot Suching looked at the information wall, where blood and flesh filled the battlefield images from the Abyss Knight's perspective, her heart leaping to her throat. That's just the beginning. Suji's voice fell. He released the control stick of the Great Grey Fortress, crossing his hands and placing them flat on the central control panel in front of him. Great Grey Fortress. He enunciated each word, issuing a command that had never been activated before. Form switch Fortress Titan. Command confirmed initiating first form switch. Warning. Detected mounted unit mobile ecological life pod, form switch will temporarily take the mounted unit offline. Continue? Continue. Command confirmed. Form switch, Fortress Titan. Estimated time, 27 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. A grand, heavy rumble erupted from deep within the Great Grey Fortress's body. The entire steel fortress suddenly sunk, its 10 massive drive wheels instantly locking. Next, from beneath the chassis, 8 giant hydraulic supports, thicker than ever before, sprang out violently, forcing them deep into the ground. Bang! 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 The asphalt road instantly exploded, the supports plunged deep into the soil beneath, firmly anchoring the heavy truck in place. Behind, the huge dark gray carriage automatically disconnected from the front, gently lowered onto the ground by a soft magnetic field. Chapter 106, Conglomerate Monster. Creak! The massive front of the Great Grey Fortress split explosively from the central axis, cracking open towards both sides. The cockpit where Suji was located, along with its heavy body structure, was undergoing an even more intense reorganization. The cockpit, which was originally high at the front, was now being pushed by countless interlocking gears and hydraulic rods. Sank toward the center of the entire steel beast's chest, embedding itself. The seat automatically adjusted its angle, firmly securing Suji and Suching. Suji sat upright in the driver's seat, hands gently gripping both sides of the semicircular control lever in front of him. Before him, the massive information wall faded from solid form, transforming into an exceptionally transparent crystal viewport. As the external scene surged in, a massive amount of information crystallized into key tactical data streams, imprinting themselves like brands at the edges of his vision, clearly displaying the status of the machine and the parameters of its weapons. The original front section of the vehicle, after completely splitting apart, flipped and reorganized, turning into an enormous, heavy chest and shoulder armor that perfectly wrapped and protected the cockpit in the most central position. Below, the massive chassis of the vehicle, with 10 drive wheels each over 2 meters in diameter, was undergoing a drastic transformation. The entire drive wheel assembly fractured, flipped, and reformed into 2 incredibly thick, gently clench in the air. Creak! That was the roar of metal joints under extreme pressure, a dull and terrifying sound. On the battlefield, the situation of the Abyss Shadow Knight had begun to turn dire. The size of the amalgam monster had expanded again in just a few minutes. Its flesh and blood writhed even more violently, and the silent wails of the tortured human faces became more piercing. Its attacks grew increasingly frenzied, and its strength kept rising. Though the Abyss Shadow Knight was agile, each slash of its arm blade was blocked by the monster's thicker and tougher bones, while the bone spikes wielded by the monster left corrosive marks on the knight's black armor. At that moment, the amalgam monster seemed to lose patience. Its massive writhing flesh suddenly split open a huge mouth, devoid of teeth, only with folds lined with suction cups that continuously contracted inward. A terrifying suction force emanated from that gaping mouth. The Abyss Shadow Knight was caught off guard, being yanked by this force and stumbling forward, leaving deep grooves in the ground, its whole body uncontrollably sliding towards the disgusting giant mouth. At this critical moment, a massive shadow loomed over the entire battlefield. The amalgam monster seemed to sense something. It stopped its suction, and the dozen faces embedded in the flesh turned to look at the source of the shadow. Then, their expressions froze. A primal fear, stemming from biological instinct, appeared on those twisted faces. Boom! The guardian titan moved. With a simple step forward, it crossed a distance of dozens of meters to stand before the amalgam monster. Then, it lifted its gigantic iron fist, shimmering with deep yellow energy patterns. No unnecessary movements. No complex techniques. Just the simplest, purest, and most violent straight punch. It smashed down hard towards the writhing, nauseating mass of flesh. Whoosh! The enormous iron fist tore through the air, creating a deep, thunderous roar. Time seemed to slow down infinitely for a moment. Su Qing only saw that massive iron fist, carrying unrivaled power to suppress all, striking the body of the amalgam monster. Thud! The moment the giant iron fist made contact with the amalgam monster's body, it produced a muffled sound like a heavy hammer smashing into mud. The huge, writhing mass of flesh and blood of the amalgam monster collapsed inward under the force of the guardian titan's fist, then exploded with a roar. Grayish-white flesh, foul-smelling liquid, and pale bone fragments, mixed with countless twisted tissues, shot out in all directions. The whole street was hit by a storm of monster remains. However, Su Qing's expression showed no sign of relaxation. Chapter 107, Locking On. Inside the cockpit, the heavy voice of the onboard AI echoed through the large transparent viewport. Warning! Core target is undamaged. Detected a large amount of biomass undergoing high-speed recombination. The recombination speed has increased by 34.5% since the last time. Before the words faded, the blood and flesh wreckage that had been blown away and splattered everywhere seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, rolling back against the laws of physics. They converged in the air, writhing, and once again coalesced into a mass. But this time, it had undergone an even more terrifying transformation. The previously semi-liquid mass of flesh had become denser, its surface covered with a layer of metallic gray keratin that shimmered. The wildly extending limbs had also become more unified, all transforming into sharp bone sides. And at the very center of its body, that deep blue crystal glimmered with an even more eerie light. Roar! The monster let out a sharper and angrier screech. Its massive body suddenly hunched, dozens of bone sides stabbing into the ground, and its entire body transformed into a gray lightning bolt, rushing towards the lower section of the fortress titan. Brother! Be careful! Su Qing shouted a brief warning. Su Ji paid no attention. At this moment, he was adapting. This 20-meter-tall steel giant operated differently from the Shadow Rider's pursuit of extreme reaction and human-machine integration. The Fortress Titan's sense of control was heavy, stable, and an absolute force that crushed everything. Every action required tremendous energy, and every command carried a sense of delay. But this delay was not a defect. It was power accumulating. In Su Ji's vision, in the lower right corner of the crystal viewport, several new icons popped up. Close Defense Electromagnetic Gun Turret. Small Vertical Missile Launch Silos. Wide Area Energy Shield. Magnetic Traction System. Facing the monster charging forward, Su Ji did not choose to retreat. Right shoulder, activate Close Defense Guns 1 and 2. Waist, activate Close Defense Guns 3 and 4. Target locked, fire at will. Ka! 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 With a solid blow, it struck the monster's body, dragged through the magnetic field right in the center. This impact was heavier and more violent than the last one. The monster's entire body twisted in the air into a distorted V-shape, then transformed into a gray cannonball, flying backward. Boom! Its massive body crashed through 3 buildings in succession, finally being buried in a sea of rubble. The whole street trembled violently under this terrifying impact. In the distance, the Abyss Knight had already ceased its attack, standing quietly aside, its crimson electronic eyes flickering, as if also shocked by this absolute power. Inside the cockpit, Su Qing's mouth opened wide, unable to make any sound. The scene before her had completely surpassed her understanding. This was no longer a battle. This was one-sided, pure, crushing power. Target life signal is rapidly diminishing.
The heavy voice of the onboard AI broke the brief silence. Suji did not let his guard down.
Shoulders, missile silos 1 and 2, activate. On the back of the shoulders of the Jinyuan giant, 2 heavier armor plates slowly rose, revealing the neatly arranged, deathly hive-like missile launch openings below. Inside each launch opening lay quietly a pitch-black missile, with red energy patterns on its tail.
Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 blinding tails of flame, trailing the path of death, accurately burrowed into the enormous ruins. The next second. Boom boom! 2 giant, blazing fireballs shot into the sky.
The horrific explosion completely blew apart the ruins, sending countless burning concrete shards and steel bars soaring hundreds of meters into the sky, then raining down like a meteor shower.
The shockwave from the explosion even made the 20-meter-tall Jinyuan giant sway slightly.
Target has been eliminated.
The onboard AI's voice finally marked the end of this brief and violent battle. Suji let out a long breath. What a thrilling battle!
He drove the Jinyuan giant, taking heavy steps towards the still burning ruins.
The enormous metal foot crushed the burning wreckage into dust.
At the very center of the ruins, a giant pit over 20 meters in diameter appeared before his eyes. At the bottom of the pit, there were no remains of the monster. Under the terrifying heat and impact of the 2 missiles just fired, that merged monster, along with all its blood and flesh, had been completely evaporated and gasified, leaving no trace behind. Only a fist-sized, deep blue crystal lay quietly in the center of the giant pit.
Chapter 108, Choice.
The Jinyuan giant stood quietly in the middle of the street, its 20-meter-high steel body casting a huge and silent shadow, enveloping the ruins it had created with its own hands. The surrounding area was deathly silent, only the crackling sound of concrete blocks bursting under high temperature and the distant chaos of the Jinghua Security Zone defense team shouts could be heard. Inside the cockpit, Su Qing tightly gripped the seat's armrest. She looked through the transparent viewport at the completely gasified giant pit below and the few buildings farther away, cut in half and emitting black smoke, with her mind blank. That terrifying monster, beyond description, that blood and flesh amalgamation capable of becoming any survivor's lifelong nightmare, had just been wiped off this world by her brother beside her with a nearly crushing, unreasonable force. She turned her head to look at Suji in the driver's seat. Suji's expression was calm, just his breathing slightly faster than usual. This calmness gave Su Qing an inexplicable sense of peace. Brother. She opened her mouth. The voice was dry, yet didn't know what to ask. Suji did not turn back, just slightly nodded as a gesture, then raised his hand and pressed a few virtual buttons on the console in front of him.
Greytown Fort, released the Vajra form, switched to vehicle mode. Command confirmed. The heavy and steady voice of the vehicle's AI echoed in the cockpit. Changing form. Estimated time 19 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. The War King, standing tall among the ruins, began its transformation again. Its massive arms retracted, folding and hiding back into the heavy armor on either side of the vehicle.
Those giant legs that had crushed the earth began to flip and reorganize, turning back into 10 immense, oppressive drive wheels. The towering chest and shoulder armor slowly sank and merged, reshaping into the fierce and heavy cab of the truck. Suji and Su Qing's cockpit also descended steadily back to the original driving position as the body transformed. The transparent viewport in front reverted back into a huge information wall made up of numerous small screens. Click. With the final dull sound of metal locking, the towering Greytown Vajra disappeared. What replaced it was a dark gray heavy-duty truck, full of a doomsday wasteland style, quietly parked on the messy street. You wait for me in the vehicle. Suji instructed, standing up. The vehicle door slid open, revealing the climbing ladder leading outside. A wave of hot air mixed with the smell of burning and dust rushed toward him. Without hesitation, Suji followed the ladder down step by step from the several-meter-high body, landing steadily on the cracked pavement. He did not immediately approach the giant pit, but first went around the Greytown Fort to confirm that the vehicle had sustained no damage during the previous battle. The Shadow Knight had already transformed back into sports car form, silently parked behind the heavy truck, with black scales on its body shimmering with profound light under the flames. After confirming everything was in order, Suji finally moved forward, walking towards the still burning ruins. The closer he got to the giant pit, the hotter it became. The ground was covered with melted metal and glass-like concrete, making a crackling sound as he stepped on it. Suji stood at the edge of the giant pit, which was over 20 meters in diameter, looking down into it. At the center of the pit's bottom, a fist-sized deep blue crystal lay quietly. The surrounding ground had completely melted due to the terrifying heat from the missile explosion, forming a smooth, glassy surface. The crystal itself was unharmed, and its deep blue glow seemed to contain a stormy sea, radiating a pulse of energy that sent chills down his spine. Suji slowly walked into this pit, which was several meters deep. The scorching temperature baked his skin, but the dark woven combat suit on him blocked most of the heat. He approached the crystal, crouched down, and reached out his hand. The system's notification panel automatically appeared.
High concentration special energy source detected. This was the second time since the Linchuan shelter asked him to open the storage space that the system had given a high concentration evaluation. He recalled the previous medium intensity energy source, which only served to shorten the enhancement time of the heavy truck. But now this high concentration crystal could even shorten the enhancement time of certain equipment directly, which seemed a bit wasteful. Should he use it to enhance himself? He remembered the system's estimate that it would take 10 years to enhance the host's body. Even if this high concentration energy source could greatly reduce the time, it probably couldn't finish in one go. Moreover, the changes directly altering his body brought unknown risks. The risk was too great. Su Ji's gaze flickered for a moment. He thought of another path. The body strengthening method relied heavily on the body's endurance and recovery capacity. At the same time, with specific enhancement agents, efficiency can be significantly improved. He had previously enhanced low-quality agents produced in the safe zone, with remarkable results. What if he used this high-concentration energy source to further enhance the martial arts secrets? Or, to enhance a super potion specifically designed for the body forging technique, generated by the system? There are many paths to choose from. He decided to keep it for now. This crystal is an important trump card in his hands, and it must be used at the most critical moment. Without further hesitation, he placed his palm over the crystal. Absorb. The deep blue crystal vanished into thin air in his palm. After doing all this, Su Ji turned around and quickly returned to the edge of the giant pit. He took a glance around. In the distance, Zone A was already in complete chaos. The sounds of alarms, roaring vehicles, and screams from people mixed together, breaking the peace and order that once existed here. It wouldn't be long before a large force would arrive. He had to leave quickly. Su Ji returned to the Greytown fortress and re-entered the cockpit. "Brother, are you okay?" Su Qing asked as he saw him return, her worried heart finally settling down. "I'm fine." Su Ji sat back in the driver's seat, and the seat adjusted automatically. He didn't start the vehicle immediately but instead issued another command first. Greytown Fortress, magnetic traction system activated, attach the rear mobile ecological life pod. Command confirmed. From the rear of the heavy truck, several thick mechanical arms extended, precisely connecting to the huge dark gray compartment behind. With a dull clanking sound, the two were firmly locked together. "Where are we going now?" Su Qing asked softly. She looked at the hellish scene outside the window, feeling a bit lost for a moment. "To the place we need to go." Boom! The steel beast let out its unique, heavy roar once again. Chapter 109 Silver Metal Box. Meanwhile, in the underground private laboratory of the Beijinghua United Biological Science Research Institute, Zhou Weiming stood in front of a spotless observation window, hands behind his back, calmly watching the chaotic images flashing across dozens of monitoring screens before him. On the screens were the expanding gray mystery disaster at the border of Zone D and Zone E, monsters frantically crashing against the quarantine line, desperate cries from survivors, and the military's futile artillery fire. All of this felt like two separate worlds, one isolated from the pristine, constant temperature and humidity of the white laboratory that smelled faintly of disinfectant. "Supervisor, the spread speed of the mystery disaster is 17% faster than we estimated," Assistant Lu said from behind him, his voice trembling uncontrollably, and his face pale as paper behind gold-rimmed glasses. "The military has completely given up on Zones D and E, and the hard isolation line in Zone C is also about to hold out no longer." "Wait. Why panic?" Zhou Weiming didn't even turn his head, his tone flat and even slightly displeased. "Everything is going according to plan. Some useless remnants being eliminated is a necessary process. This will save precious resources for the Ark. He reached out and gently tapped one of the screens that suddenly turned to static. The signal on the west side of Zone A has gone dark. There seems to be a violent energy reaction there. Assistant Lu quickly pulled up backup data and nervously reported, "Report, Supervisor, it's the sample number 3. After breaking out of the quarantine zone, it didn't head straight for the core of the mystery disaster, but stopped on the street in the west side of Zone A. It seems to have encountered something." "Oh?" Zhou Weiming finally showed a bit of interest, turning around with a playful smirk at the corners of his mouth. "Something that can stop it is no ordinary character." "Have you found out what it is?" "The signal interference is too strong, and the monitoring has also been blocked, only capturing some vague outlines. It looks like a very, very gigantic mech." Assistant Lu's voice grew increasingly dry. "Mech?" Zhou Weiming raised an eyebrow, then relaxed with a light chuckle. "This is getting interesting. It seems that in this dead water of Jinghua, there are still a few unknown big fish hidden. But it doesn't matter anymore." He adjusted his expensive custom-made suit, with not a wrinkle in sight. The prey has already been released, and the bait has been scattered. Now, it's time to harvest our results. Zhou Weiming took a step forward, walking out of the laboratory. Notify them to gather in the underground parking lot. Assistant Lou did not dare to ask more, quickly bowed in response, and hurriedly followed behind. Boom! The heavy arc reactor of the Greytown roared with a dull roar. 10 gigantic drive wheels rolled over the burning ruins, crushing broken steel bars and concrete blocks into powder. The enormous steel beast dragged the equally enormous mobile ecological survival pod, slowly turning around on this chaotic battlefield. The abyss shadow followed silently behind the heavy truck like a quiet knight. Target: Jinghua Joint Biological Science Research Institute. The front horn of the Greytown truck lowered slightly, as the whole truck resembled a waking ancient beast, crushing along that broad road paved with broken buildings and twisted metal, heading toward the core area of Zone A. The scenes along the way were shocking. Dozens of meters-high office buildings were cut in half, with flames roaring at the break. Military armored vehicles were torn in two, tossed aside like broken toys on the roadside. The ground was covered with massive claw marks and corrosion pits, and a strange air filled with a mix of gray powder and burnt smells hung in the atmosphere. Occasionally, some surviving soldiers could be seen, hiding behind shattered walls, watching this steel fortress that drove out of hell with terrified expressions. No one dared to step forward to question, and no one dared to open fire. The devastating punch of the town's fortress had already smashed all courage and order, along with that monster, into powder. In the face of absolute power, any rules appeared weak and powerless. The Greytown fortress moved without obstruction. Minutes later, a sci-fi silver building appeared at the end of sight. Jinghua Joint Biological Science Research Institute. However, at this moment, this palace symbolizing Jinghua's highest technological level was no longer clean and majestic as before. In front of the main entrance of the research institute, a pit over 30 meters in diameter was glaringly present, so deep that its bottom could not be seen, with the edges of the ground showing a bizarre crystallization, evidently the place where a monster broke through the ground. The main structure of the research institute was also affected, its outer alloy panels torn apart extensively, countless cables hanging down like severed veins, flickering with dangerous electrical sparks. Arrived at the target location. Scanned the underground parking entrance on the west side of the building. The entrance has been severely damaged. The voice of the onboard intelligence sounded. Su-Ji controlled the Greytown fortress, bypassing the large pit, and slowly drove toward the damaged underground parking entrance. The entrance's rolling shutter door was torn apart from the inside by a tremendous force, twisted into a heap of scrap metal. This revealed a broad, sloping ramp leading down into deep darkness. Su-Ji did not drive in immediately. He ordered the vehicle to stop at the entrance, and the images on the information wall changed, bringing up the reconnaissance perspective of Little Geo. A dark gray metal sphere flew into the parking garage, transmitting real-time images from inside. Inside the garage, chaos reigned. Most of the ceiling lights were shattered, only the emergency lights flickered with a ghostly green glow. The ground was filled with overturned vehicles and scattered parts, with enormous claw marks covering the heavy support columns. At that moment, Geo. The holographic projection of Little Geo suddenly lit up next to Su-Ji, issuing a warning. Multiple life signals detected. Located on the third underground floor, moving towards our position. Su-Ji's movement paused momentarily. He magnified the reconnaissance feed from Xiaojiu and saw on the other side of the garage, behind a bombed wall, beams of flashlight light illuminating a maintenance passage leading deeper inside. A group of people was emerging from the passage. At the forefront was Zhou Weiming, dressed in a sharp suit, his expression arrogant. Behind him was Assistant Liu, with a pale face, along with a dozen black-clad commandos in tactical gear, holding assault rifles, their movements filled with a chilling aura. They walked directly to an empty space in the center of the garage. "Director, it's right here," one of the black-clad men reported after examining the remaining traces on the ground. "The sample number 3 broke through the physical barrier of the 7th layer from here and rushed out." Zhou Weiming nodded, taking out a silver metal box the size of a hand, continuously emitting a low, humming sound. This very object emitted a special energy frequency that pushed away the surrounding gray-white mist, creating a safe zone about 5 meters in diameter. Chapter 110, Settling Accounts. "Let's begin," Zhou Weiming coldly commanded. Several black-clad men immediately stepped forward, starting to operate on the ground, seemingly searching for some mechanism. In the cockpit, Su-Ji quietly watched the scene. Brother, that Su-Ching also saw the image on the screen and recognized the person who had once plunged her into despair. "It's that Director Zhou. Today brother will help you settle the score with him." Su-Ji's voice was soft, but it carried an undeniable strength. He turned off the reconnaissance feed from Xiaojiu and firmly gripped the half-circular control stick in front of him. The next second. Boom! The Greytown Fortress's engine crashed down the sloped ramp into the dark underground garage. Inside the garage, Zhou Weiming was impatiently urging his men to hurry up. Suddenly, a violent shaking, like an earthquake, came from the direction of the entrance. Then, a heavy engine roar, like thunder, grew louder and approached. "What's going on?" Zhou Weiming furrowed his brows. Everyone stopped their movements, warily looking towards the dark entrance ramp.
Two blinding yellow beams of light, dazzling like the sun, suddenly tore through the darkness, illuminating the messy garage as bright as day. The Greytown fortress, carrying an unmatched might, appeared before everyone's eyes. That menacing, heavy front, the huge ram glimmering with metallic cold light, those 10 driver wheels taller than a person.
Joe Waming and assistant Lou's pupils instantaneously constricted.
The black-clad men behind them instinctively raised their guns.
What is this thing? Fire! Someone shouted. Rat-a-tat-tat.
Dense tongues of fire surged forth from the muzzles of several assault rifles.
Countless bullets poured down like torrential rain onto the armored front of the Greytown fortress. Clang! 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 Clang!
However, those bullets, strong enough to shred ordinary steel plates, only sparked a series of insignificant sparks upon striking this steel beast, leaving not even a white mark.
The Greytown fortress showed no signs of slowing down.
With a rude, unreasonable posture, it crushed forward.
Get back! Back up quickly! The black-clad men shouted in terror, firing while retreating. A look of horror appeared on Joe Waming's face. He couldn't understand how such a terrifying machine could suddenly appear within the capital's safety zone. Boom!
At that moment when the massive ram was about to turn everyone into meat paste, the engine of the Greytown fortress let out a deep roar. The gigantic body suddenly swerved at high speed, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of braking. It made a near 90-degree sharp turn, forcibly straightening the car body, and came to a steady stop in front of everyone.
The powerful airflow blew everyone askew.
In the garage, there was a deathly silence. Only the deep roar of the steel beast's engine and the hurried breaths of the crowd could be heard. A cold voice came from the loudspeaker at the front of the car, echoing throughout the garage.
Joe Waming. Hearing this voice, Joe Waming was suddenly taken aback.
He felt the voice was somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had heard it. Who are you? He forced himself to calm down and asked sharply.
Ka.
The sound answering him was the cockpit door sliding open. Under the uncertain gazes of everyone, a figure stepped down from the several meters high car body, one step at a time down the ladder.
The person wore an unremarkable worker's jacket and a cap pulled down low, obscuring their face.
Until he reached the last step and stood on the ground, he slowly lifted his head. The instant he saw that face, Assistant Lou's body trembled violently, and he blurted out, Lee.
Lee M.O.?
The pride and amusement on Joe Waming's face completely froze and shattered when he recognized Suji's appearance. Behind him, Assistant Lou's eyes, under his gold-rimmed glasses, widened in shock, his finger trembling as it pointed toward Suji, his lips moving but no sound coming out.
Lee M.O. That repairman from the B District Maintenance Center. The one he had looked down upon, the one he had recruited, the one he viewed as a tool with a bit of cleverness that could be easily exploited. He actually descended before them in such a manner.
The underground garage was dead silent. Only the massive heavy arc reactor gave a stable and dull pulse, each pulse striking against Joe Waming's heart.
You. Joe Waming's throat moved, dryly uttering a word. He wanted to ask something. Who are you? How do you have this? What do you want?
But all the questions were blocked back by Suji's indifferent gaze.
Suji had no interest in explanations, nor did he plan for small talk.
He was not here to negotiate. He came to take back what belonged to him and then collect a debt.
My patience is limited.
Suji's voice echoed in the empty garage, clear and cold without the processing of the loudspeaker.
Professor Chen Hanlin's data.
Sample data from the 5th underground layer.
Hand it over, or I will take it myself. Joe Waming's facial muscles twitched violently. After the extreme shock came overwhelming humiliation and anger.
He, Joe Waming, one of the future helmsmen of the Jinghua Safe Zone and the chief designer of the ARC project, was being threatened face to face by this upstart who came out of nowhere.
Do you think with this pile of scrap metal, you can walk all over Jinghua?
Joe Waming's voice became sharp with anger as he stepped back suddenly, shouting, You have no idea who you're facing.
I am purifying this world. I am preserving the last ember for humanity. You, foolish enough to only care about the present. You.
Before he could finish his words,
Suji's figure moved. Without warning.
He simply took a step forward, the speed not fast. But just that one step made the several black-clad men in front of Joe Waming, still holding guns and highly tense, unconsciously pull the triggers.
Day.
Dense fire tongues instantly spewed out from the muzzles of more than a dozen assault rifles. The metal storm formed by the bullets was enough to tear any flesh and blood into pieces.
However, in that moment, Suji's body slightly tilted in a way that defied human mechanics.
The chaotic airflow within him surged throughout his body, his senses heightened to the extreme, and those high-speed flying bullets appeared in his eyes.
It seemed as if everything slowed down by half a beat.
Most of the bullets grazed his clothing and flew past.
Only a few struck beneath his unremarkable worker's jacket. Ding! 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 Dull thud sounded as the bullet's kinetic energy was completely absorbed and neutralized by the nanofiber layer of the dark-woven combat suit, then weakly bounced off, not even tearing the jacket. From the outside, Suji seemed to stroll through the hail of bullets, unscathed. This scene caused all the black-clad people's pupils to constrict, even their fingers on the triggers hesitated for a moment. Chapter 111, Collection. Fool! Suji whispered, while his right hand waved casually at his side. Just as he charged forward, attracting all the firepower, 3 optimized, completely black oval objects appeared out of thin air under the feet of those black-clad figures. This was the combination of the speed and defense brought by the body forging technique and dark-woven combat suit, with the unexpected tactical application of storage space. The black-clad people didn't even have time to look down and see what it was. Boom! 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 3 bursts of blazing fire, accompanied by deafening explosions, instantly swallowed everything. The optimized grenades far exceeded conventional power. The shockwave of the explosion mixed with countless shrapnel, forming a storm of death that plowed up the entire floor of the underground garage. Those black-clad men in special combat suits didn't even have time to scream, they were torn to pieces in an instant at the center of the explosion. Even Assistant Liu, who stood a bit farther away, was blown away by the blast and crashed into a load-bearing pillar, his head twisting, and he fell unconscious, unsure of his fate. Smoke and dust filled the air. Zhou Weiming's ears buzzed, he was knocked to the ground by the shockwave of the explosion, his expensive tailored suit ripped in several places, his face covered in dust and blood, looking disheveled. He struggled to lift his head, and through the choking smoke, saw Suji stepping out from the dust. Unscathed? Suddenly, a fear that came from the instinct of life gripped Zhou Weiming's heart uncontrollably. He finally understood that what he faced was not someone he could reason with, nor someone he could threaten or bribe. It was a monster with inhuman power. Don't come closer. Zhou Weiming scrambled backward, his voice trembling with fear. Suji did not stop his steps. He walked in front of Zhou Weiming, looking down at him from a high position. Data. Sample. He repeated his demands, with no change in tone. I'll give it to you. I'll give you everything. Zhou Weiming completely broke down, he got up from the ground, pulled out the humming silver metal box from his chest, and held it high. This is the core of the disaster of confusion research. Without it, even if you get the data, it's useless. As long as you. He tried to use this metal box as his last bargaining chip. However, Suji's interest seemed completely not in that box. He just calmly looked at Zhou Weiming, then extended his left hand. Just as Zhou Weiming thought he was going to take the metal box. Put. A dull sound of a blade entering flesh echoed. Zhou Weiming's body stiffened suddenly, and he looked down in disbelief. A tactical knife, entirely black, with a blade that seemed to absorb light, appeared in Suji's left hand, and at this moment, the tip had already sunk into his lower abdomen, shredding his organs. Agonizing pain surged in like a tide. Ugh! Zhou Weiming let out a scream that didn't sound human, and the silver metal box slipped from his hands. Suji's right hand was as quick as lightning, accurately catching the box in midair, then casually storing it away. He gripped the knife handle in his left hand and violently slashed upward. Put. The blade cut through flesh and blood, leaving Zhou Weiming with a horrific wound deep enough to see the bone. Zhou Weiming cried out in agony and knelt on the ground, blood gushing from his wounds, staining the ground in front of him red. Suji released the handle of the knife, allowing the tactical dagger to remain embedded in Zhou Weiming's body. He crouched down, his right hand gripping Zhou Weiming's neck, lifting him up and pressing him against the side of a nearby car. Now, let's talk about the second matter. Suji's voice was low, only audible to the two of them. My sister, Su Qing. Why did you frame her? Zhou Weiming's pupils constricted violently. Su Qing. He remembered this name. Wasn't she Chen Hanlin's most capable female student? She saw everything clearly through the external monitoring of the cockpit. Whether it was the entry of the steel beast or Suji moving through gunfire, casually triggering grenades in an inhuman scene, it all severely impacted her freshly established worldview. It's okay now. Suji's voice was as calm as always. He walked to the main driver's seat, casually took off the slightly dusty cap, and threw it aside. He didn't offer too much explanation, he simply activated the vehicle's smart system and called up the internal status monitoring interface of the Greytown Fortress. Confirming that the vehicle was fine, Suji then focused his mind and began to count the gains from this raid. First was the silver metal box seized from Zhou Weiming's hands. With a thought, the box, about the size of a palm, appeared in his hands. The box felt cold to touch, its surface smooth with no seams, and it was entirely made of an unknown silver-white metal. It continued to emit a low, humming sound, with an invisible frequency radiating outward from it. Scan, analyze. Suji issued the command to the air. Command received. Beginning scan. Item analysis in progress.
A pale blue beam of light shot down from the cockpit ceiling, enveloping the metal box in Suji's hand.
A few seconds later, a clear attribute panel appeared on the information wall. Item, Mist Disaster Suppressor. Type, Special Functional Artifact.
Function, releases energy waves in specific frequency bands through a built-in high-frequency oscillation core, effectively interfering with and dispersing mist particles within a 5-meter radius, creating a temporary absolute safe zone. Status, Energy core has 17.3% remaining energy, structure unstable, overload self-destruction risk present.
Tenfold enhancement estimated time, 97 days 8 hours 13 minutes 2 seconds. Mist Disaster Suppressor. Suji looked at the attributes of the box, understanding in his heart.
This thing was indeed crucial, especially now with the mist disaster expanding. A device that could create a safe zone was invaluable.
But the enhancement time of over 3 months made him temporarily give up the thought of immediate enhancement.
He put the box back into the storage space, preparing to handle it later. Next was the code Zhou Weiming disclosed before dying. The onboard intelligence had already verified it, meaning the door to the 01 archive library on the underground 7th level, which housed all of Professor Chen Hanlin's research blood and sweat, was now open to him. The truth of the mist disaster, the true apocalyptic vision for humanity, might be hidden there. But Suji did not rush to the underground 7th level. He brought up the system panel, looking at the persistent alert. Weak intensity special energy source detected. In line with his usual style, since he was here, he would not leave empty-handed. Even the smallest mosquito was meat, he wouldn't miss any opportunity to enhance his strength. Little Gio, plan a safe route to the underground 5th level, avoiding all monitoring and patrol units.
Suji commanded in his mind. Gio. Received. The coolest little Gio is at your service.
The holographic little bird immediately perked up, saluted in the air, and then its virtual image disappeared, clearly dedicating itself to the task. Soon, a detailed, three-dimensional route map that included ventilation ducts, maintenance pathways, and abandoned elevator shafts appeared on the massive information wall of the cockpit.
Su Qing, stay in the car and don't move. Suji stood up and instructed his sister, I have temporarily transferred the defense authority of the Greytown Fortress to you. If anyone approaches, directly activate fortress mode and solve them with the closed defense cannon. Brother, where are you going? Su Qing asked nervously. Going down to get something, I'll be back soon.
After Suji said this, he took out the matching tactical helmet, dark gray all over, from the storage space and put it on. The deep blue HUD interface lit up before him, connecting the vehicle's smart system and the scout network of Little Gio. He walked up to the cabin door, turned back, and added a sentence. Don't be afraid, you are safe here. After saying that, he no longer lingered, swiftly sliding down the boarding ladder, his figure quickly melting into the darkness of the underground garage. Inside the cockpit of the Greytown Fortress, Su Cheng watched Suji's back disappear, her small hands clenched tightly into fists. She walked to the driver's seat, imitating her brother's posture, sitting down, looking at the information wall filled with dense data and weapon module icons representing the fortress's defense system, her heart filled with unease, but also a strange courage beginning to grow. At the connection between the 3rd and 4th underground floors, Suji's figure moved like a ghost, silently gliding through the abandoned maintenance passage. The power boost from his tactical suit allowed him to easily climb up vertical pipes, while the agility enhancement made each of his landings soundless. The entire underground section of the Research Institute had already fallen into a semi-paralyzed state due to the outbreak of the miasma disaster and the loss of control of sample number 3. Most researchers and guards had either been urgently evacuated or reassigned to maintain order in Zone A, leaving only a fraction of the defense intact. This provided excellent convenience for Suji's infiltration. Using the real-time map provided by Little Gio, he easily bypassed several monitoring cameras and infrared sensors that were still operational. Soon, he reached the emergency escape stairs leading down to the 5th underground floor. The alloy door in the stairwell was locked tight, but this was no problem for Suji. He took out a crowbar from his storage space and, using his strength, smashed the door lock, pushing the door open. A wave of colder air hit him, mixed with a strong smell of disinfectant and formalin, even more intense than the upper floors. 5th underground floor. High-risk sample isolation area. The architectural style here was completely different from above. The whole corridor was cast from a single piece of metal, the floor as smooth as a mirror, with no visible seams in the walls, filled with a cold, oppressive sense of technology. Every short distance along the walls, there appeared a heavy circular alloy gate, red warning lights flashing on the door, with sample numbers labeled beside them. On Suji's HUD map, the faint light point representing the energy source was at the end of this corridor. He quickened his pace. Along the way, he saw many signs of battle. Twisted and deformed alloy walls, pits corroded by strong acid, and some gray-white tissue solidified on the ground, the origins of which were unknown. These were left behind when the massing monster broke out of the isolation zone.
Suji arrived at the door of storage unit number 11 at the end of the corridor. This door was smaller than the others, but seemed to have a higher level of defense. In addition to an electronic password lock, there was also a fingerprint scanner and an iris scanner on the door. Chapter 113, The Imitator. Suji stood in front of the door, extending his hand to feel the thickness and material of the alloy door, his mind quickly making a judgment. He took out a conceptual device from his space, and the screen lit up, pressing it against the scanner. On the screen, the three virtual lock icons representing password, fingerprint, and iris were washed by surging data streams, each producing a crisp click sound in succession, changing from warning red to safe green. The indicator lights on the access system quickly turned green. A faint hissing sound of hydraulic release occurred, and the extremely heavy alloy door slowly opened. Inside storage unit number 11 was not large, about 20 square meters, resembling a cold storage room. The walls of the room were covered with low-temperature pipes, and in the center stood a cylindrical container similar to room 307, quietly towering. But unlike before, the glass cover of this container had shattered, and the low-temperature liquid inside flowed all over, freezing into ice on the ground. And on the shattered base of the container, a crystal the size of a fingernail, emitting a faint, dim blue light, lay quietly there. Weak intensity special energy source detected. The system's prompt appeared again. Suji stepped forward, bent down, picked up the crystal, and stored it in his storage space. But just as he was ready to head to the 7th underground level, a built-in terminal with a lit screen in the corner of the room caught his attention. It was an experimental log recording terminal. On the screen, seemingly activated by the previous tremor, a fragmented log file was displayed. Suji walked over. The log was signed by a name completely unfamiliar to him, Wang Hai. Experimental log, 798. Recorder, Wang Hai. The erosion speed of the disaster exceeded everyone's expectations. Professor Chen's theory was right, we were all wrong, shockingly wrong. This is not a simple biological mutation, this is a higher dimensional overlapping, physical rules are twisted in the fog, and our understanding is failing. That madman Zhou Weiming, he isn't trying to save the world, he wants to be the god of the new world. He used Professor Chen's research to merge sample 3 with the source material of the disaster. He created a monster that cannot be understood nor killed. Today, I secretly entered Unit 11. This is where the failures of the fusion experiment are stored. It does not have the unlimited reproduction ability like Sample 3, instead, it has exhibited another, more terrifying characteristic. It can mimic, it can learn. I saw it mimicking my actions, even mimicking my thoughts. It has no entity, or rather, its entity is concept itself. I must destroy it. Before it completely learns us. The log abruptly stopped here. On the screen, only a line of blood-red garbled characters, interfered by data flow, flickered endlessly. It is watching me. Suji looked at the last line on the screen, a chill surged up his spine. He suddenly turned around and looked towards the entrance of the room. In the dark corridor, a figure, identical to him, wearing a worker's jacket and a tactical helmet, stood quietly there. That Suji slowly raised his head. Beneath the helmet was a completely identical face to his, devoid of any expression. It suddenly grinned at the Suji in the room, with a strange, stiff curve at the corners of its mouth. Then, it raised its right hand, fingers spread, and gently made a grasping motion towards Suji. In an instant, an invisible force was born, gripping Suji's heart tightly like an ice pick. As if his life, his strength, everything was being forcibly grasped out from his body. Again, that feeling. Just like when he encountered that translucent ghost in the alley, even more pure, even more domineering. But this time, Suji showed no signs of panic. The lesson from last time had made him deeply understand that facing such an enemy that surpasses existing physical understanding, any conventional probing is just a waste of time, even giving the opponent a chance to learn and adapt. To deal with such unreasonable existence, only a more unreasonable power would work. Looking for death. Suji's voice was low, squeezing out 2 words from deep within his throat. At the moment his heart was gripped by that invisible force, a strand of chaotic energy, as thin as a hair, deep in his dantian, suddenly shook. The chaotic energy flowed throughout his body along his meridians in an instant, and that strange grasping power, upon contact with the chaotic energy, was easily purified, dispersed, and annihilated like boiling soup on snow. The feeling of restraint on his heart disappeared. The power within Suji became smooth and harmonious once more. The strange smile on the face of that Suji at the door froze for the first time. It seemed unable to understand why its unstoppable attack suddenly failed. Now is the time. Suji's thoughts raced as his right hand made a virtual grip at his side, and the completely black tactical dagger fell into his palm out of thin air. The moment the blade appeared, Suji didn't hesitate to channel all the chaotic energy within him, rushing down his arm, powering the knife with a fierce force. In an instant, the originally matte black surface of the blade lit up with an indescribable faint glow. In that moment, the entire short knife's presence underwent a tremendous transformation. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. At the moment when the smile on the Suji froze, the real Suji was already in motion. The ground beneath his feet trembled violently, and he turned into a bolt of lightning, charging straight toward the door. The Suji also almost perfectly mirrored the action, stepping forward with one foot, mimicking a grasping motion with its right hand. But its hand was empty. It seemed to want to imitate Suji's weapon summon, but it failed to understand the concept of storage space. Still, it bravely approached without fear of death. It raised its empty hand and swung down at Suji's head. If hit, Suji's head might not explode, but his consciousness and soul could face an erasure-like attack. Suji neither dodged nor avoided this attack. He raised the tactical dagger wrapped in chaotic mist and swung it at the opponent's invisible arm. Swish! The sound was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Suji felt as if the knife was slicing through a layer of invisible sticky barrier. The Suji at the door shook violently, its forward momentum abruptly stopping. Its swinging arm began to flicker and distort from the elbow, becoming half-transparent like a poor television signal. Effective! Suji's heart surged with excitement. Not one to retreat when triumphant, he flicked his wrist, drawing a sharp arc with the blade, aiming it horizontally toward the opponent's neck. Chapter 114, The True End of Days. Swish! The blade seamlessly sliced into the ethereal neck. The body of the mimic Suji trembled violently. Where the blade passed, a flickering and distorting gap appeared, like an interrupted television signal. It stopped all actions, and a look of confusion seemed to rise on its face that was identical to Suji's. It could not understand. Why could this imitated target harm it? But Suji would not give it the chance to understand. With one strike successful, he twisted his wrist, thrusting the dagger wrapped in chaotic mist at an even sharper angle, rapidly plunging it into the heart position of the opponent. Thud! This time, it was not the smoothness of cutting through butter, but the sensation of piercing a tough balloon. The place where the blade struck did not bleed, instead, it collapsed inward violently, forming a swirling vortex. Ha! As a strange, leaking hiss escaped from the throat of the mimic Suji, it began to flicker and twist violently, its very foundation breaking down and collapsing at an unprecedented speed under the purification of chaotic energy. It raised its hand, seemingly wanting to do something more. But Suji would not give it a moment's respite. He suddenly twisted his hand, gripping the dagger. Boom! A dull explosion echoed from within the body of the mimic. At this moment, its body, like an overinflated balloon, it burst with a thunderous sound, transforming into countless shimmering gray-white particles that instantly filled the entire room, only to vanish into nothingness in a very short time. When all the light spots disappeared, only a small pile of gray-white powder, resembling the heap in the alley, remained in the same place. The room finally returned to complete silence. Suji stood in place, his chest rising and falling slightly. He could feel that the strand of chaotic-colored energy he had barely managed to condense within his body was once again depleted in the recent deadly blow. This power was his only means to restrain the strange presence in the maze disaster, but it required an immense amount of energy. Still too weak. Exhausted just by dealing with such a small monster. I must continue to strengthen my abilities in the future. He shook his head. He took out a clean sample bottle from his storage space and carefully collected the gray-white powder from the ground. Having completed all this, he did not pause for a moment. He quickly walked out of storage unit number 11, not even looking back at the incomplete experimental log. Imitators, shadow spirits in the alley, amalgam monsters. These strange existences were all connected to the maze disaster. And the deceased Joe Waiming left behind a password, which was the key to unlocking all these mysteries. He must obtain the information as soon as possible. Suji's figure sped through the empty, cold metallic corridor on the 5th underground level, heading straight towards the elevator shaft leading deeper. Underground level 7. Document archive number 01. The defense level here was far more stringent than any layer above. The incredibly heavy circular alloy gate isolated everything from the outside. Suji stood before the door, inputting the complex password revealed by Joe Waiming before his death through the communication system in his helmet and using his phone as the medium. Password verification successful. Access confirmed, Joe Waiming, highest access authority. Welcome, Supervisor Joe. A cold electronic synthetic voice sounded. Accompanying it was the dull sound of mechanisms moving and hydraulic air release, as the alloy gate slowly slid open to both sides. Behind the door was a huge, futuristic-looking data center. Countless server arrays buzzed with low hums, and eerie blue indicator lights flickered in the darkness. Suji stepped inside. He plugged his phone into the physical port of the control console. Connection successful. Beginning to take control of the archive data system. Data system under control.
Scan, organize, and analyze all research materials regarding May's disaster, higher dimensional coverage, and samples in archive number 01, and extract core conclusions.
Su-Ji calmly issued a series of commands.
On the concept machine screen, vast data streams flew by like waterfalls, as the onboard intelligence system processed all the information stored in this archive at an unimaginable speed.
A few minutes later. Analysis complete. The conclusion is as follows.
The essence of May's disaster is neither a biological virus nor an environmental mutation, but a form of information pollution and physics rule coverage from a higher dimension. It is irreversibly formatting our three-dimensional space into a more chaotic, unstable higher-dimensional projection. The mist of May's disaster is a concrete manifestation of this coverage process and is a carrier of higher-dimensional energy. Any area shrouded in the mist for an extended period will see its fundamental physical constants disorder, giving rise to strange existences that cannot be understood by existing science. Any existing technology or weapon of humanity cannot fundamentally stop the expansion of May's disaster, nor can they completely eliminate the strange. According to mathematical models established by Professor Chen Hanlon, the expansion of May's disaster exhibits nonlinear characteristics. It does not advance steadily but randomly ignites disaster singularities across the globe or follows specific rules. Although the model predicts that the average time for over 90% of the world's land to reach a fully polluted state is 3 to 6 months, the outbreak of any singularity could turn the surrounding hundreds of kilometers into a dead zone in a very short time.
The conclusion is that resistance is ineffective, and fighting back is meaningless. The only way for humanity to survive is migration. Give up all polluted areas eroded by the disaster of confusion and continually move between the pure lands that the disaster of confusion has not yet spread to, trading space for time, seeking a glimmer of life in the cracks. This will be a journey of wandering without an end. A journey of wandering without an end. This sounds like a unique romance of the apocalypse. But Su-Ji remained indifferent. From the moment the apocalypse arrived, he never held any optimistic illusions about this world. For this, he had been preparing, anticipating various possible troubles. Professor Chen Hanlon's report merely confirmed, in a more brutal and realistic way, the premonition that had long existed deep in his heart. The so-called safe zone is just a slightly sturdier cage. When the disaster of confusion, this ever-shrinking poison circle, descends, everyone will have to come out of this cage and be forced to embark on the road of escape. The so-called safety is just an illusion. This is the most real appearance of this apocalypse. Chapter 115, Heading North. Su-Ji turned and left the number 01 archive. The truth was now in hand, there was no longer any meaning in staying here. He had to leave immediately. Leave this Beijing safety zone that was about to be completely swallowed by the disaster of confusion. When Su-Ji's figure reappeared in the garage on the third underground floor, outside, the sound of urgent police sirens and chaotic footsteps had already begun to echo. Obviously, the dramatic changes within the research institute had alerted the defense troops of Area A. Su-Ji ignored it. He swiftly returned to the cockpit of the Greytown fortress along the boarding ladder. Brother! Seeing Su-Ji return safely, Su-Ching finally let go of her worried heart. Hold on tight. Su-Ji sat back in the driver's seat, grasping the cold half-ring control stick again. He pulled up the real-time map of the Beijing safety zone. On the map, the gray area representing the disaster of confusion had completely swallowed Area D and Area E, and it was visibly spreading toward Areas C and B. The entire Beijing seemed like a sand table stained with ink. Falling was just a matter of time. Vehicle intelligence. Yes, Master. Plan a route, destination, the northern gate of the Beijing safety zone. Clear all obstacles on the route. Command received. Route planning. Route planning completed. Abyss Phantom, clear the way ahead. With Su-Ji's command. The Abyss Phantom vehicle, parked behind the Greytown fortress, shot out like an arrow released from a bow, instantly bursting out of the damaged garage entrance and disappearing into the night. Immediately following that. Boom! The massive heavy arch reactor of the Greytown fortress let out a thunderous roar. This sleeping steel giant had finally awakened once more. Its 10 gigantic drive wheels, each over 2 meters in diameter, slowly began to turn, crushing the metal and solidified blood on the ground, as it descended the sloped ramp, unhesitatingly charging toward the ground. Boom! The Greytown fortress broke through the ground. The Abyss Phantom had already cleared the way ahead, its body under optical camouflage turned into an invisible spearhead, smashing any vehicle wreckage that blocked the main road off to the sides. Following closely, this steel giant, the Greytown fortress, dragged along a similarly massive mobile ecological life capsule, advancing into the chaotic streets of Area A with an unstoppable posture. The defense troops in Area A were already in disarray. Some tried to put out the fire ignited by the battle, while others futilely organized the evacuation of survivors. When they saw this colossal entity, the Greytown fortress, all actions came to a stop. A hoarse warning and questioning voice came from the loudspeaker, but Su-Ji completely ignored it. Destination, Northern Gate. Full speed ahead. The vehicle intelligence system plotted an optimal red path on the information wall, directly spanning the entire Area A and Area B. The 10 massive drive wheels of the Grey Fortress erupted with terrifying power, speeding up more and more. Those armored vehicles and roadblocks lying across the road were weak like children's toys in front of it, easily knocked aside and crushed. The whole street trembled under the feet of this steel beast. At the northern gate of the Jinghua safe zone. This was the last line of defense and the only escape route. Thousands of survivors and vehicles were stuck here, forming a desperate wall of people. The tall ally gate was tightly closed. On the city wall, hundreds of fully armed soldiers stood ready. Their enemy was not the mutated creatures outside the city, but the grey mist spreading within the city and the endlessly cascading tide of frantic people behind them wishing to escape. Do not open the door. Command center orders, no one is allowed to leave the safe zone until the quarantine zone is fully established. An officer shouted into a megaphone at the crowd below, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the roaring mass of people. Just then, the earth began to shake rhythmically. From far to near. The soldiers on the city walls sensed something unusual and turned their gaze deep into the city. They saw a massive steel beast, entirely dark gray, speeding down the main road towards the northern gate. Ahead of it, the air continually distorted, and cars blocked on the road were tossed into the air by an invisible force. What is that thing? A young soldier shouted in shock. Open fire. Warning shots. The officer also panicked and immediately gave the order. The heavy machine guns and automated turrets on the city wall quickly turned to aim at the approaching steel beast. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Boom. Dense tongues of fire and shells exploded into dazzling flashes on the armor of the Grey Fortress. However, the steel beast's speed did not slow down at all, charging straight into the crowd at the northern gate with an overwhelming force. Survivors screamed in terror, desperately dodging to the sides, forcing a path open. Run! In the chaos, the massive alloy ram of the Grey Fortress crashed heavily into the closed northern gate alloy door. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The entire section of the city wall shook violently. The large gate, made of high-strength alloy and several meters thick, suddenly dented inward at the point of impact, with countless cracks spider-webbing out from there. The officer and soldiers on the city wall were stunned by this terrifying scene, even forgetting to continue firing. Before they could react, the Grey Fortress slightly retreated 10 meters, and the roar of the engine became sharp and high-pitched. In the next second, it once again slammed against the gate. Crash, boom. This time, the alloy gate could no longer withstand this destructive force. The massive door broke apart from the middle, deforming and blasting away. A huge gap appeared in the northern city wall of the Jinghua safe zone. Suji did not stop for a moment, driving the Grey Fortress out through the shattered gap, officially leaving this city that once symbolized humanity's last bastion of civilization. Behind the car was a moment of silence, followed by a truly explosive and more frantic tide of fleeing people. A wilderness covered in ice and snow, endless. The sky was gray, unable to see the sun or the clouds. A massive steel beast left deep tracks in the ankle-deep snow, moving northward in solitude. 3 hours had passed since leaving the Jinghua safe zone. Inside the mobile ecological pod of the Grey Fortress, Su Qing looked out through the small porthole at the silent snowy landscape outside. The expression on her face changed from initial shock to fear, now numbness. In the warm room, the air purification system emitted a faint buzzing sound, completely isolating them from the cold and filth outside. Suji was carrying 2 servings of heated beef canned food coming over. Dinner. He placed one portion on the small table in front of Su Qing. The rich aroma of meat made Su Qing's stomach betray her with a growl. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat slowly. Brother, Su Qing raised her head while eating, where are we going next? North. Chapter 116, The Journey. Brother, eat slowly. Su Qing saw Suji nearly pouring the canned food into his mouth and whispered a word. Suji paused his movements, glanced at her, said nothing, and just slowed down his chewing. The outside world was a frozen wasteland of minus tens of degrees, with a gray death fog that could creep in from any corner. Yet inside this heavily armored moving fortress, they were able to enjoy a hot meal. This feeling was unreal, yet incredibly solid. I just looked at the map you pulled up. Su Qing took a few bites but couldn't help but speak. She pointed with her chopstick tip at the air. The main roads out of Jinghua are mostly heading south and west. We are the only ones choosing to go north. Suji swallowed his food and took a sip of water. Where there are many people, there are many troubles. Is it because of resources? Su Qing pressed on. That is one aspect. Suji put down the water bottle and picked up his chopsticks again. More importantly, you will never know what is hiding in the crowd. Those who want to live, those who don't want to live, those who want to drag others down with them, and those things that can no longer be considered human.
He remembered the ghostly figure he encountered in the alleys of Jinghua, as well as the creature on the 5th underground level that could mimic him. These things loved to haunt crowded places the most. Su Qing fell silent, recalling the death of Professor Chen Hanlin and the madness of Zhou Weiming. People can sometimes be scarier than monsters. I turned on the radio function, you'll know when you listen. Su Ji said as he walked to one wall of the life support capsule, raised his hand, and slid it across the smooth wall. The wall immediately lit up with a soft glow, and a virtual radio interface appeared, syncing with the broad communication system of the main cockpit. ZZZZZZZZZZ. After a burst of harsh static, a rough and anxious male voice came through the speaker. This is the Iron Fist convoy. This is the Iron Fist convoy. We are moving towards the Lan City fortress in the southwest. Our convoy is armed. We have heavy trucks. Brothers who want to survive, come over. We have food, we have weapons, as long as you are not a coward, you can find a place here. Repeat. We are 300 kilometers southwest of Jinghua. Follow us when you see our signal flare. The voice was intermittent, quickly drowned out by another wave of static. All survivors who hear the broadcast, please pay attention. East is a dead end. East is a dead end. The coastal confusion singularity in the east has exploded. High-intensity energy reactions detected. Do not approach. Repeat. Do not approach the eastern coastline. This area has been designated a high-level military restricted zone. This voice sounded more cultured, but spoke quickly, filled with warning. Damn it. Viper people, listen. Dare to steal our oil. I will eventually skin you alive. Brothers, we head south. To Lin Chuan. There are boats over there. We can go to sea. I heard the small island in the south is still untainted by those damn things, let's go take it as our own. This was a voice full of hostility, mixed with gunfire and curses in the background. ZZZZZZZZZZ. A woman's voice came through the radio, laced with tears. Is there anyone who can save us? We are trapped in the Stonegate service area, the car has run out of fuel, and the food is almost gone. Outside, there are monsters everywhere. Please, I beg you. The voice grew weaker, finally swallowed completely by the noisy static. Su Qing listened to the chaotic broadcast, feeling as if the whole world had turned into a pot of porridge. Those who want to go to the West Lan City don't know that the East has already exploded, and those who want to go south don't even know if anyone wants to go out to sea. Those who want to go south might not even know what the lost disaster is, thinking it's just the cold weather and more mutated creatures. They are like a group of headless flies, running around everywhere. After Su Ji finished speaking, he directly turned off the radio. The whole room returned to silence. Information Island. Su Qing suddenly spoke, putting down her chopsticks, her expression turning serious. Professor Chen talked about this concept in class before. When a huge system collapses due to disaster, the communication of information between various subsystems is cut off, and each subsystem makes decisions based on its limited information, believing them to be the most correct. But from a global perspective, these decisions can be deadly. She raised her head and looked at Su Ji. The current situation is just like this. Once the information center of Jinghua collapses, all the escapees become islands. The Iron Fist convoy might be strong, but they don't know the truth about the lost disaster. If they dive into the western mountainous areas, encountering a new anomaly, no matter how strong their arms are, it won't help. Going south to the sea is even more of a gamble, no one can guarantee that the sea is safe. Su Ji looked at her in surprise and nodded. You are right. With her brother's affirmation, Su Qing's thoughts seemed even clearer. It's like a torn net. Before, Jinghua was the center of the net, where all information gathered and then was distributed. Now that the center is gone, the entire net has shattered. The convoys we hear about are like remaining nodes on the net. Some want to make themselves the new center, like Iron Fist. Some just want to save themselves, like Viper. But they have lost contact with each other. So, following any convoy is a gamble. You bet their direction is right, bet their leader isn't crazy. Su Qing concluded. Su Ji leaned back in his chair, saying nothing, just quietly listening. He noticed that his sister, who had come out of the oppressive environment of Jinghua and emerged from despair, seemed to be regaining some of her own things, like the keen analytical ability and logical thinking that belongs to a researcher in reserve. Brother. Su Qing suddenly spoke again. Next time when your big truck turns into a robot, can you please let me know in advance? Su Qing's voice was very soft, and she even looked a bit embarrassed. Last time in Area A, I was in the cockpit, and it suddenly stood up. I almost thought we were going to flip over. Su Ji paused for a moment. He recalled the scene when the Guardian King first transformed on the streets of Area A. Got it. He replied. And that black sports car can transform too.
Which one is stronger? The bigger one. Suji's answers were always simple, but Su Qing didn't find it annoying.
This back-and-forth chatting made her feel like they weren't fleeing in the apocalypse, but rather on a long road trip.
Although they didn't know the destination of this trip for now. Besides fewer people, is there another reason we're heading north? Su Qing changed the subject again. There is.
Suji didn't immediately answer this time. He walked over to Su Qing and looked out the window at the unchanging snowy landscape with her.
It's cold in the north. It's somewhat of a psychological comfort. Theoretically, lower temperatures can't hurt.
Maybe it can affect the activity of those ghostly things.
Of course, don't expect too much. This is just a trivial possibility.
And, Suji paused, there's something in the north that I need to get.
Chapter 117, Hundredfold Elixir. A map appeared in Suji's mind.
In the extreme northern area of that map, near the borderline, there was a mark circled in red by him. That was an abandoned underground military base from the Soviet era, long before the apocalypse burst forth. According to the fragmented information he had gathered, there might be hidden an unfinished, true big guy. That was the third and final trump card he prepared for his apocalypse plan, aside from the Abyssal Shadow and the Greytown Fortress. Of course, he wouldn't tell Su Qing about this.
Get something? Yes, some industrial equipment, as well as materials, Suji replied casually.
The Greytown Fortress moved alone across the wasteland.
The night was deep.
Inside the cockpit of the Greytown Fortress, only the flowing blue data on the information wall illuminated Suji's calm face. He set the vehicle to autopilot mode, moving steadily northward at a speed of 80 km per hour across the snow-covered, desolate wasteland. Through the thick black crystal windshield, outside was an eternally unchanging gray and white world. Su Qing had already fallen asleep in the mobile ecological life chamber at the back. The whole world seemed to be left with only Suji, and this solitary steel giant moving forward. He sat cross-legged in the spacious driver's seat, closing his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his mind. Within his dantian, the chaotic energy that had been nearly exhausted in the battle with the imitator, after hours of meditation, finally recovered to the thickness of a hair. The recovery speed was too slow. Suji's brows wrinkled slightly. The two strange attacks he encountered in the Jinghua safe zone had sounded the alarm for him. Whether it was the ghostly shadow in the alley that ignored physical attacks or the creature on the 5th underground level capable of mimicking him and extracting life force, both exceeded the category of ordinary mutated creatures. Confronting these things, whether it be the Abyssal Shadow's sharp blades or the fortress's iron fist, had extremely limited effects. Now, the only thing in his hands that could deal a devastating blow to them was this strand of chaotic energy he cultivated through body forging techniques. He needed to quickly increase the total amount of chaotic energy. Suji opened his eyes, a thought flickering. The geostorage space module unfolded before him. In one corner of the space, an ancient, yellow book bound with thread, body forging technique, quietly floated. Reinforce it again? That thought appeared for just a moment before Suji rejected it. The estimated time for enhancing the body forging technique again on the system panel was 288 days. He couldn't wait. Since the technique itself couldn't be improved in a short time, he could only focus on the materials for cultivation. The introduction to the body forging technique clearly mentioned that, when combined with specific strengthening potions, the efficiency of cultivation could be greatly enhanced. Suji's consciousness scanned another corner of the storage space. There, neatly arranged in a metal box, were glass tubes of varying sizes and colors. These were all the stock he had traded from Lin Zhe before leaving Jinghua. Most of them were substandard products labeled inferior and diluted. Over the previous time, he had already consumed several of the weakest potions that had been enhanced tenfold by the system. The effects of using potions greatly exceeded simple meditation. And now, the box still contained around 20 bottles. Suji's consciousness brushed over these potions one by one. Beginner Cell Activation Liquid, diluted version. Muscle Endurance Enhancer, excess impurities. Nerve Reaction Amplifier, expired. Finally, his consciousness lingered at the very back of the box, on a potion fixed by special sponge, its entire body displaying a deep blue color. The size of this potion. Larger than others, the liquid inside is thicker. Concentrated Power Amplifier. This is the best quality and highest concentration potion among all the medicines he received from Lin Zhe. It is also the one he has never been willing to use. Before, he only performed a simple tenfold enhancement on these potions, boosting the inferior products to a barely usable level. The process of tenfold enhancement is short, usually taking only 2 to 3 hours, just right to match his cultivation cycle. But this time, Suji does not plan to do it that way anymore. The piecemeal improvements can no longer keep up with the pace of the apocalypse's deterioration. He needs a qualitative leap. He remembered his 2 instances of a hundredfold enhancement. Abyss Shadow and Greytown Fortress. Each hundredfold enhancement from the system does not simply bring about a quantitative change, but a transformation at the conceptual level.
So, what if a potion is subjected to a hundredfold enhancement? What would he get? A bottle of medicine whose effect is amplified 100 times? Or something he can't possibly imagine? Suji's heart raced uncontrollably. He took the power amplifier out of his storage space and held it in his palm. The cold glass tube radiated a strange wave of energy. System. He issued the command in his mind. Perform a hundredfold enhancement on this target. Buzz. Before him, the system panel unfolded. Detected target, power amplifier, concentrated version. Quality, inferior. Analysis, extracted from various mutated biological muscle tissues using rough biological electrolysis and centrifuge technology, contains unstable biological energy. Long-term use may cause irreversible damage to the nervous system. Please select enhancement multiplier, tenfold/hundredfold. Suji's intention firmly chose the hundredfold option. Selected, hundredfold enhancement. Enhancement path deduction in progress. Deduction complete, estimating enhancement time. The characters on the panel began to scroll rapidly. Suji held his breath. Time is the biggest limitation of the system. He was prepared to wait for a few months. Finally, the rolling characters slowly came to a stop. A clear set of numbers appeared in the center of the panel. Estimated time for hundredfold enhancement, 30 days 0 hours 00 minutes 0 seconds. 30 days. It's about the same time he took to enhance the shadow car back then. Although still long, it was much better than he expected. Just as Suji was about to confirm, his action suddenly halted. He remembered something. With a thought, he retrieved something from another corner of the storage space. It was an irregular crystal, the size of a fingernail, radiating a faint blue glow. This was something he found in Storage Unit 11, where the imitator resided, on the 5th underground level of the Jinghua A3 area. Detected a weak intensity special energy source. Would you like to use it to shorten the current enhancement project's time? Yes. Suji issued the command. The blue crystal in his hand instantly turned into a gentle stream of light, merging into the system panel before him. On the panel, the string of numbers representing time began to retreat at a crazy speed. 30 days. 28 days. 25 days. Finally, the retreating trend slowly stopped. Remaining time for hundredfold enhancement, 3 days. Chapter 118, Icefield Falcon. Greytown Fortress moved lonely across the vast snowfield. Behind it, the mobile ecological habitat was warm as spring. Soft lights illuminated the small area of about 10 square meters, and the independent air circulation system emitted a low hum, delivering filtered fresh air to every corner. Brother, look, I made a curve graph of the changes in atmospheric pressure and radiation values collected along the way yesterday. Su Qing sat on the small sofa in the living room, with a laptop placed on the coffee table in front of her. She organized the complex data, marking out the abnormal fluctuation points. Under Su Ji's guidance, she mastered the operation of all equipment in the life pod in just one afternoon. From adjusting the most comfortable room temperature, to starting the water purification system, and then connecting to the main database of Greytown Fort, retrieving and analyzing those tedious yet crucial data. Suji sat cross-legged on the carpet opposite her, closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing. In his dantian, 2 streams of chaotic-colored chi were slowly and steadily growing stronger with his unique breathing technique. These radiation peaks appear near those cities we passed. Suji did not open his eyes, his voice steady, cross-referenced these coordinates with the disaster diffusion model on the map. Okay. Su Qing immediately responded, her fingers flying over the keyboard. Such rare calm lasted for an entire day and night. Until the next afternoon, when Su Ji had just finished a round of meditation, a calm and steady synthetic voice suddenly sounded without warning. Warning, a large-scale, fast-moving biological group detected. Direction, straight ahead, 15 kilometers. Quantity, 317. Estimated contact time, 5 minutes. Suji opened his eyes. He stood up, showing no panic, and walked to the life pod's door. The heavy alloy door slid open inward, and a cold draft rushed in, swiftly neutralized by the warmth inside the pod. He passed through the narrow connecting passage and entered the exaggeratedly spacious main cockpit of Greytown Fort. On the huge information wall, the same tactical map occupied the core position, while a flood of data streams was rapidly refreshing next to it. Target analysis completed. The vehicle's intelligence voice echoed again. Naming, Icefield Falcon. Threat level, medium-high, group. This species is a unique mutated raptor in polar environments, with a wingspan exceeding 4 meters, highly carbonized bone structure, and claws and beaks capable of easily tearing ordinary steel plates. It possesses a strong sense of group cooperation and high-speed, high-altitude infiltration ability, with a strong aggression towards large moving heat sources. Brother, they're coming for us. Su Qing's voice carried a hint of tension through the internal communication channel. Suji calmly sat in the large driver's seat, watching the increasingly close red lights. Stop. Suji issued the command. Activate fortress mode. Boom.
The moving steel giant instantly locked 10 huge drive wheels, plowing 10 deep grooves into the ice field, coming to a steady stop. Immediately after, the entire vehicle began to emit a grand and heavy rumble.
Crack. 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 Countless heavy polygonal armor plates began to separate and flip. Four hideous, black-barreled close-defense electromagnetic gun turrets slowly rose from the top and sides of the vehicle, automatically calibrating and locking onto the sky. In the middle and rear section of the vehicle, 2 huge armor plates slid open to reveal 2 deep launch silos below. The heads of 2 small surface-to-air missiles gleamed with dangerous cold light. Buzz. A visible, eerie blue halo suddenly spread outward from the center of the vehicle. The halo instantly solidified at a radius of 50 meters, forming a giant, translucent energy shield that enveloped the entire Greytown fort along with the surrounding ground. In just over 10 seconds, a heavy truck moving across the wilderness had transformed into an armed-to-the-teeth steel fortress. Inside the life pod, Su Chang leaned against the porthole, seeing a growing dark cloud on the distant horizon. That dark cloud was composed of countless black dots flapping their wings, emitting sharp, piercing shrieks, their sound waves converging as if to tear apart the desolate sky. They were coming. The icefield falcons descended like a black tide from the sky, crashing violently into the seemingly fragile blue shield. Bang! 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 In an instant, the dull sound of impact blended into a chorus. Hundreds of hunting falcons, with their claws and beaks sharp enough to tear through steel, frantically attacked the energy shield. The surface of the shield stirred up waves of dense ripples, the light flickering on and off, yet that thin layer of defense was incredibly solid, showing no signs of breaking. All attacks were blocked outside, unable to penetrate. All enemy targets are in effective range. Inside the cockpit, the onboard intelligence reported the battle situation. Lock on all targets. Suji looked at the red dots swirling frantically outside the shield on the information wall and calmly uttered 4 words. Fire at will. In the next second. On the dead silent ice field, the symphony of death began to play. Whoosh. 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 4 close defense electromagnetic artillery towers erupted in unison with a roar. Armor-piercing rounds, invisible to the naked eye, were accelerated to several times the speed of sound by powerful electromagnetic forces, forming 4 continuous, deadly metal storms that swept towards the swarm of hunting falcons in the sky. PFF. A hunting falcon charging at the front of the pack suddenly stiffened in midair, a huge blood hole blown open in its chest. The hot bullet easily pierced through its proud carbonized skeleton, turning its organs into mush, bursting through its back and leaving a cloud of black blood mist in its wake. And this was just the beginning. Wherever the metal storm passed, the once mighty icefield hunters were as fragile as paper dolls. Their wings were torn apart, their heads shattered, and their sturdy bodies were directly split in half. A rain of minced meat, bone fragments, and gray-black feathers began to fall from the sky. The hunting falcon swarm was thrown into chaos and fear. Some falcons attempted to rise, escaping from this death zone, but the electromagnetic artillery tower's targeting system accurately locked onto every moving target. No matter how they maneuvered, in the next second, a deadly bullet would precisely strike their vital points. In less than 10 minutes, the massive cloud of falcons in the sky had become sparse. When the last icefield hunting falcon was blown to bits in midair, turning into a cloud of blood mist, the entire world returned to silence. Only the 4 artillery towers still emitting light wisps of smoke and the dark red-stained snow filled with remains outside the shield bore witness to everything that had just happened. All enemy targets have been eliminated. The battle is over. Suji closed the fortress mode. The energy shield disappeared, and the artillery towers and missile silos slowly retracted beneath the vehicle's armor. The Greytown fortress turned back into a silent heavy truck. He stepped out of the cockpit and onto the bloody snow. The cold wind swept by, stirring up a strong smell of blood, but it could not dissipate the warmth on his body. He walked over to a fairly intact hunting falcon corpse, pulled out a shovel, and skillfully dissected it. After confirming there were no crystal cores or similar items, he used his mind to categorize these massive corpses into his storage space. These hard bones and feathers were excellent basic materials. Chapter 119, The Eve. After processing the battlefield, Suji returned to the life pod. A rich meat aroma wafted over. Su Ching had made a pot of steaming meat soup using the flesh of that brutal wild bull, paired with the dehydrated vegetables from the storage space, in a small electric hot pot. Under the soft light, the soup bubbling, deep red chunks of beef floated within, exuding an enticing sheen. Brother, it's time to eat. Su Ching handed over a pair of chopsticks and a bowl, her face showing a hint of anticipation and excitement. This was the first time after the apocalypse she had properly cooked with fresh ingredients. Okay. Suji sat down by the sofa and took the bowl.
He picked up a chunk of beef the size of a fist and put it in his mouth. The beef was tender and juicy, not the coarse, dry texture he had imagined. The meat was unexpectedly tender and glutinous, with just a slight chew, rich juice burst open in the mouth, a pure, overpowering freshness instantly taking over all the taste buds. More importantly, when this heat flowed down the esophagus into the stomach, a faint but extremely pure warmth quickly spread through every limb and bone. Every cell in the body seemed to awaken, letting out joyful moans. No wonder it's the meat of the brutal wild bull. Suji swallowed the beef and sincerely praised. This taste surpassed any top-quality wagyu he had tasted before the end of the world by 100 times. Really? This is my first time cooking this kind of meat. I'm afraid I didn't handle it well. Su Qing's eyes sparkled as she carefully picked up a small piece, tasted it, and then happily squinted her eyes. It's really so delicious. When I was in Jinghua, I saw some information from internal channels, Su Ji explained while eating. The flesh and blood of high-level mutated creatures contain vast energy unmatched by normal food. For ordinary people, eating it can strengthen the body and slowly improve their physique. This is also why, back in the Jinghua safe zone, he preferred to eat processed food daily instead of taking out this beef. Such good stuff was naturally meant to be saved for the most needed times, meant for his own people. Our research institute also discussed this topic. Su Qing swallowed her food and continued. Professor Chen once said that this might be an evolutionary path for humans to adapt to new environments. But in Jinghua, this high-quality mutated creature meat is more precious than gold, available only to the real big shots in Area A. Ordinary people don't even get to see it. As she spoke, she ladled a big bowl of meat soup for Su Ji. Stop adding so much for me, you should eat more yourself. I still have plenty here. Mum. Su Cheng was not polite and ate heartily. Mentioning the remaining beef in the storage space, a sturdy and honest figure unconsciously surfaced in Su Ji's mind. Back then, in the logistics park, if it weren't for that man named Lei Jin helping him, he wouldn't have been able to process such a large bowl in a short time alone. He wondered how Lei Jin and the others were doing. Having gone to Lan City with the rock camp, he hoped they were all right. From the collected information, it seemed Lan City had resisted the wave of mutated creatures and was accepting survivors. It appeared to be doing fairly well. After finishing a meal, the siblings felt warm all over, filled with strength. Su Qing took the initiative to clean up the dishes, then returned to her computer to begin organizing and analyzing disaster data. Su Ji sat down cross-legged again, closed his eyes, and started a new round of cultivation. His mind sank deeply into the system panel within his brain. In the Universal Strengthening module, a countdown was silently ticking away. 100 times strengthening, power amplifier, concentrated version. Remaining strengthening time, 1 day 17 hours 32 minutes, 9 seconds. There was just over a day's time left. Time flew by during the monotonous practice and cultivation. When the countdown showed only 3 hours left, Su Ji, sitting cross-legged in the life support cabin, suddenly opened his eyes. It was a warning stemming from his own spiritual awareness. Since he began practicing body tempering techniques, his perception had sharpened several times over. Just now, he clearly sensed a faint feeling of being watched coming from a far distance, landing on the Greytown fortress. That feeling was cold, sticky, filled with blatant malice. He immediately commanded the Greytown fortress, which had been smoothly cruising, to slow down and stop. What's wrong, brother? Su Cheng noticed the vehicle had stopped. She lifted her head from the data analysis, puzzled. There's something. Su Ji got up and quickly walked through the connecting passage to the main driving position. On the huge information wall, everything appeared normal. The radar scanned within a 50-kilometer range. No life signal. The thermal imaging system was a cold, icy blue. Little Gio. Su Ji's voice was heavy. Gio. Master, I'm here. A Q-version cartoon little bird hologram immediately appeared above the control panel. After the optimization from the repair factory in Greytown Fortress, Little Gio's computing ability and reconnaissance module were enhanced, plus the boost provided by being in Greytown Fortress, its exploration range expanded significantly. Activate wide-area passive sonar, scan for all abnormal frequencies. Understood, Gio. In the next second, a new window popped up in the corner of the information wall. In the window, an extremely weak signal wave, almost undetectable, was rhythmically pulsing irregularly. Abnormal signal source locked. The vehicle's intelligent voice rang out. Position, northeast direction, 73 kilometers. Signal type, unknown. Brother, over 70 kilometers? What is that thing? Su Qing's voice came through internal communications, filled with confusion. Su Ji did not answer. In his mind, the confidential report about the calamity of confusion from when he was in the Jinghua safety zone floated up. The report mentioned that when the calamity of confusion covered an area, it would give birth to all sorts of unimaginable strange entities. They would no longer follow conventional physical laws. No one knew what kind of terrifying monsters had been nurtured beneath this land, covered by snow and ice for years. Continue monitoring. Suji issued the command, his voice cold, all weapon systems, enter combat readiness.
Yes, master. Suji chose not to leave immediately.
Because he knew very well that being targeted by a being of this level made fleeing pointless. If the opponent had already locked onto you from over 70 kilometers away, no matter how fast you ran, you could hardly escape. The best way was to hurt it deeply, scare it, or even kill it. He once again plunged his mind into the system.
Remaining enhancement time, 2 hours 41 minutes 15 seconds. Time was not enough.
What he had to do was wait.
Wait for the potion that would allow him to complete his transformation.
Also, wait for that unknown enemy to voluntarily come to him.
Chapter 120, Chaos Internal Energy. Seconds flowed by.
Suji sat in the broad, heavy main driving seat, his mind fully immersed in two places.
One was the faint wave representing the abnormal signal source that kept pulsing on the information wall.
The other was deep in his mind, the countdown about to reach 0.
Remaining enhancement time, 00:00:00:01. 00:00:00:00.
The numbers reached 0.
Suji's consciousness sank into the enhancement space.
The needle filled with deep blue concentrated liquid had long since vanished. In its place was a drop of liquid, completely presenting a chaotic color, quietly hovering in the center of the enhancement space. It had no gloss, did not reflect any light, only existed purely, as if it was the most primitive piece of matter before the birth of the universe, containing infinite possibilities.
In the next second, a brand new attribute panel slowly unfolded before Suji. Item, Source of Chaos. Enhancement multiple, 100 times. Type, Concept level enhancement item.
Traced from the essence of matter, a strand of true source intercepted from chaos. Special effect 1, True source refinement. After taking, it will thoroughly reshape and optimize the host from the inside out based on the life source, greatly enhancing various basic qualities of the body.
Special effect 2, Chi-C Cave Sky. After taking, it will open up a Chi-C in the host's dantian, replacing the original chaotic airflow.
The Chi-C will spontaneously absorb void energy, transforming it into chaotic internal energy, achieving uninterrupted passive cultivation around the clock, with a tenfold increase in cultivation efficiency.
Special effect 3, All rivers return to the sea.
After taking, the host will directly obtain 100 strands of chaotic internal energy and master the basic internal energy operation methods. Chaotic internal energy will move freely, circulating throughout the body. Suji forcibly suppressed the joy in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, his intent moved.
The drop of chaotic colored liquid hovering in the enhancement space instantly vanished.
In the next moment, it appeared in the cockpit of the Greytown barrier, hovering in Suji's palm. He opened his mouth and gently inhaled this drop of chaos true source into his mouth. The liquid entered his mouth. Immediately, a storm of earth-shattering magnitude erupted violently within his body. A grand, warm, yet incredibly domineering energy burst forth from his dantian, instantly sweeping through every corner of his being.
Crack! Crack crack!
Suji clearly heard the fine and crisp cracking sounds of his bones within him. Under the wash of the true source, they were undergoing an incredible optimization and reorganization, becoming denser and more resilient.
Next came his muscles, fascia, internal organs, blood vessels.
Every cell in his body moaned with joy under this energy's baptism. They greedily devoured this power from the very source of life, eliminating impurities, mending flaws, and evolving toward the most perfect state. Meanwhile, an even more intense change was occurring in his dantian. The two strands of chaos energy, originally the thickness of hair, instantly dispersed and returned to their origin under the impact of the true source. Next, that area began to collapse, rotate, and compress. A small, deep vortex of emptiness slowly formed deep within his dantian. The energy sea formed. As the energy sea took shape, streams of pure energy surged from an unknown place, being swallowed by the energy sea and transformed into new, more refined, and more agile chaos energy.
1 thread, 2 threads, 10 threads, 50 threads.
Finally, a full 100 threads of chaos energy swam gently like docile schools of fish within his energy sea. A feeling of harmonious, plump, and everlasting strength filled his limbs and bones. If his body was previously a small puddle storing just 2 drops of water, then now it was a deep well capable of producing its own spring water.
The whole process, though lengthy to recount, actually took just over 10 seconds.
When Suji opened his eyes again, the entire world felt different in his perception. Every muscle in his body was filled with explosive power, and he even had the illusion that if he desired, he could punch through the cockpit's special alloy with ease. But the most crucial change came from his perception. Before, the feeling of being spied upon from 73 kilometers away was a vague and almost imperceptible malice to him. But now, just as he opened the energy sea and gained the chaos energy that returned like rivers to the sea, that probing gaze became incredibly clear in his perception. It was no longer a sensation but a real, tangible, invisible line connecting him to that unknown existence. Following this line, Suji's awareness seemed to leap across 73 kilometers of icy plains, instantaneously sensing the source.
It was deep within a frozen, dilapidated city ruin. On a half-collapsed church steeple stood an indescribable silhouette.
It had no fixed form, made up of a constantly writhing, entangled mass of gray-black mist. Within the mist, countless twisted, anguished faces could be faintly seen rising and falling, screaming.
A pure, high-dimensional malice directed at all living beings emanated from that mist, accurately projecting onto Suji through that invisible line. It was it.
The moment Suji saw it, that monster also sensed Suji's reverse probing. The gray mist that formed its body suddenly froze, and one enormous face turned towards Suji, cracking a disproportionately mocking and sneering smile. It was provoking him.
Suji smiled coldly. You're still staring. I'm coming to collect you.
Before his words finished, he suddenly stood up from the main cockpit seat.
Brother? You?
Always focusing on Su Qing through internal communications, she sensed Suji's tone had an unabashed murderous intent, and her voice was filled with worry. Wait for me in the car, don't go out.
Suji dropped the instruction and closed the communication.
He quickly walked to the side door of the cockpit and pressed the button to open it. The heavy alloy hatch slid open to the side, a cold gust rushed in, but it could not make his currently vigorous body feel any chill.
Suji stood at the door, more than 3 meters off the ground, and leaped down.
His body traced an extremely light arc in the air, and when his feet hit the ground, 2 deep imprints were left in the thick snow. He stood beside the massive Greytown fortification, looking up at the northeastern direction, where the monster was located.
Then, he willed it.
Buzz. A familiar, low-humming sound of space being compressed echoed. In the open area before him, the air twisted violently, and the next second, a jet-black beast, sharpened lines, full of dead silence and cold beauty, appeared out of thin air.
The Abyss Phantom. Chapter 121, The Battle of the Great Fog. Click.
The Abyss Phantom opened its door, revealing a sci-fi-filled cockpit inside.
Suji took a quick step, agilely sitting inside. The seat adjusted automatically, wrapping around him.
The huge curved screen in front of him lit up instantly, ghostly blue data streams converging into a UI interface.
Start the engine, full power output.
A massive body coalesced on the ground into a writhing, pitch-black pool of mud. From the mud, pale arms extended, grasping the ground, dragging its enormous form towards the icy plains at the edge of the city. It had decided to greet this oblivious insect. It would crush it in its hands, tear it apart, devour its soul, turning it into another face of pain and wailing within its own body. It wanted this insect to understand what true despair is.
73 kilometers, for the Abyss Shadow, was just a short few minutes of sprinting.
Inside the cockpit, Suji's body was firmly secured in the seat, yet he felt no discomfort from the ultra-high-speed maneuvers. The Chaos True Source had reshaped his body, granting him strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. This level of impact was merely a gentle breeze to him. All his focus was locked onto the distant target by that invisible line of perception. A raw, unfiltered malice and mockery surged from his consciousness, continuously assaulting Suji's mind. If it were the old him, he would have lost his mind long ago. But now, these spiritual attacks couldn't even stir a ripple before the torrent of chaos energy flowing in his body. Detecting a high-energy reaction ahead. The target is approaching at high speed. The cold mechanical voice of the vehicle's AI rang out. At the horizon of Suji's vision, a writhing, massive shadow was rapidly expanding. The Abyss Shadow's speed began to slow. Finally, on an open icy plain, the black, steel beast came to a slow stop, confronting the indescribable monster 100 meters away. Finally, he saw it clearly. It was a mass of swirling, entangled gray-black mist, over 30 meters in diameter. Inside the mist, hundreds and thousands of tortured, twisted, desperate human faces floated and screamed, yet they could not produce any sound. Beneath the monster, countless pale, twisted arms extended from the mist, clawing at the ice, supporting its enormous body, producing a nauseating scratching noise. A pure, bone-chilling malice aimed at all living beings emanated from it, thickening the air around. It had no eyes, but Suji could clearly feel the countless faces focus their gaze on him. It was a gaze that viewed him as an insect. A gaze that saw him as a dish ready to be served. Accompanied by an invisible will, crossing 100 meters, a voice resonated directly in Suji's mind. It was a pure exchange of thoughts filled with arrogance and disdain.
Insignificant. Struggle. Interesting, soul. Become a part of me. Suji sat in the cockpit.
He did not respond but expressed his attitude through the most direct action.
Switch to humanoid mode. Command confirmed. Transformation, Abyss Knight. Click. Click. Clatter.
A series of dense metallic friction and mechanism sounds echoed across the icy plain.
Boom. A completely black, aggressive-looking steel giant replaced the sports car, standing tall on the ice plain. Abyss Knight.
Upon seeing this, the gray mist monster paused for a moment, its rolling mist clearly stalling. It seemed curious about the form this insect displayed.
Then, the arrogant thought came again. An interesting toy. I will, slowly, take it apart.
Before the words fell, dozens of tentacles formed from high-density gray mist shot out from the massive body of the gray mist monster. These tentacles cut through the air with a sharp whooshing sound, striking towards the abyss knight from all directions.
Suji sat in the cockpit, his eyes cold. With a single thought,
In the Dantian Chi, the chaotic inner energy instantly boiled.
Suji let out a low shout.
Streams of pure chaotic inner energy crazily surged into every node of the steel giant through the connection of his hands with the Abyss Shadow Knight.
Buzz.
The surface of the Abyss Shadow Knight's matte black armor suddenly lit up with narrow crimson lines, shining brightly. Immediately after, a faint, almost imperceptible chaotic-colored halo covered the entire body of the Abyss Shadow Knight.
Chapter 122, Steel Inner Energy.
The originally cold metal, at that moment, seemed to be infused with a soul.
The Abyss Shadow Knight raised its right arm. 5 mechanical fingers suddenly closed into a fist.
With the boost of chaotic inner energy, the surface of the steel giant's fist became more solid with the layer of chaotic-colored halo. Facing the dozens of howling gray mist tentacles, Suji controlled the Abyss Shadow Knight and, without dodging, threw a punch. Whoosh! Where the fist passed, the air was instantly expelled and compressed by extreme force, crashing heavily into the first few gray mist tentacles.
Bang!
Those few gray mist tentacles, which could easily tear apart a tank, made a sizzling sound upon contact with the Abyss Shadow Knight's fist and rapidly melted, crumbled, and vanished. The chaotic inner energy wrapped around the fist had a certain degree of restraint and purification effect against this strange phenomenon. After one punch, the Abyss Shadow Knight's momentum did not wane and continued forward. Any gray mist tentacles in its path were all torn apart and purified by that unmatched tyrannical power and chaotic inner energy. In just 1 second, the Abyss Shadow Knight's iron fist broke through dozens of tentacles' blockade and heavily struck the body of the gray mist monster.
Boom!
The huge body of the gray mist monster caved in at the point where it was struck, forming a massive pit. The gray-black mist that made up its body stirred violently, bubbling up like a lake into which a giant rock had been thrown. Countless faces of pain screamed together in a chilling wail at that moment.
Pain.
You shall pay. A wave of furious and disbelieving thoughts exploded wildly in Suji's mind.
It could not understand. How could this tiny insect, which it didn't even regard, and this seemingly flashy metal toy, manage to hurt it? Why could it make it feel the pain that comes from its very essence? It felt its high and mighty dignity had been violated. This is just the beginning. Suji whispered fiercely in the cockpit.
He controlled the Abyss Shadow Knight, retracted its fist, and violently swung its left arm. The armor on the arm instantly reshaped, and a 5-meter-long arm blade, gleaming with a metallic cold light, shot out, also covered in a layer of faint chaotic-colored halo. In the next second, the Abyss Shadow Knight bent its legs slightly, and the ice beneath it exploded. The entire steel giant turned into a shadow, charging towards the massive gray mist monster. Roar! The gray mist monster was utterly enraged. It no longer maintained its loose mist form, and its massive body began to shrink and condense rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a 30-meter diameter gray mist into a giant over 15 meters tall, barely resembling a human silhouette, composed of solid gray-black matter. The surface of the giant's body was no longer ethereal mist but a gray shell covered with strange patterns, similar to a keratin layer.
Its arms turned into 2 10-meter-long, menacing, bony sides.
At the place of its head, countless faces of pain merged together, forming a huge, twisted face with a single, purely malicious eye. Boom! The gray mist giant took a step, shaking the entire ice field. It swung the enormous bone scythe in its hand, producing a shriek that ripped through space. A fierce slash came down towards the charging Abyssal Knight.
When? A deafening clash of metal echoed through the sky.
The Abyssal Knight precisely blocked the falling bone sickle with the blade on its left arm.
Sparks flew everywhere.
2 completely different forces violently collided together. The ice layer beneath the Abyssal Knight instantly collapsed half a meter. The invincible bone sickle of the mist giant created a small crack at the edge when it contacted the chaos-infused arm blade, and wisps of black mist escaped from it.
Is this all?
Suji's voice carried a hint of disdain.
He controlled the Abyssal Knight, abruptly using its left arm to sweep the bone sickle away.
At the same time, the right iron fist, filled with immense strength, smashed fiercely towards the mist giant's chest. A furious expression appeared in the giant's single eye of the mist giant. The bone sickle in its other hand swept towards the Abyssal Knight, trying to intercept the iron fist. But the Abyssal Knight's movements were faster. Just as the sickle was about to hit, the Abyssal Knight's iron fist suddenly opened, and 5 ghastly mechanical fingers grabbed the sweeping blade.
Creak! A painful metallic grinding sound rang out.
The Abyssal Knight's 5 fingers tightly clutched the bone sickle, preventing it from moving an inch. The motion that was originally aimed at the chest suddenly changed, and the entire body charged forward violently. The 8-meter-tall steel giant crashed into the 15-meter-tall mist giant with its gruesome shoulder armor. Boom! The heavy impact forced the mist giant's massive body to stumble backward a step. Before it could steady itself, the Abyssal Knight's attacks followed one after another like a torrential storm. Knee strikes. Elbow strikes. Head butts. Iron shoulder slams. The Abyssal Knight abandoned all fancy moves, maximizing the chaos energy, using every part of its body to engage the mist giant in the most primal and brutal close combat. Each strike carried the chaos energy that purifies everything. Each blow caused the mist giant's solid body to dent and crumble. Boom! 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 The muffled impacts formed a continuous sequence. The mist giant was pushed back, its massive body shedding and splattering gray-black fragments under the Abyssal Knight's relentless assault. It wildly swung its other bone sickle, but the Abyssal Knight skillfully dodged one after another or blocked with its arm blade. You are looking for death. A thought filled with endless malice and anger exploded in Suji's mind. The giant's single eye of the mist giant suddenly turned blood red. A malicious force, several times stronger than before, erupted almost into a tangible form. Boom! A gray-black shockwave of energy burst forth from its center, rapidly spreading outwards. The Abyssal Knight was violently hurled away by this force, tumbling in the air before thudding heavily onto the ice dozens of meters away, carving out 2 deep furrows. Inside the cockpit, Suji's body also shook violently, but it had no significant effect. Meanwhile, the mist giant opposite was undergoing even more terrifying changes. Its previously somewhat damaged gray shell was rapidly peeling away, replaced by a pitch-black, light-absorbing crystalline substance, similar to obsidian. Its size surged again, rising from 15 meters to nearly 20 meters high. 2 massive gashes suddenly tore open behind it, and 2 huge, crystal-covered wings extended from within. At this moment, its aura suddenly became exponentially stronger than before. Let me show you, true despair. Chapter 123 Black Crystal Giant. The Black Crystal Giant suddenly opened its mouth, and a pitch-black beam, compressed from high-concentration gray mist energy, shot out instantly, targeting the distant Abyss Shadow Knight. Where the beam passed, the space showed slight distortion. Not good. Suji's pupils constricted. He suddenly pulled the joystick hard to the side. The engine of the Abyss Shadow Knight instantly overloaded, and in a critical moment, it rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly beam. Boom! The pitch-black beam struck the ice field behind the Abyss Shadow Knight. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a deep, bottomless black hole with a diameter exceeding 10 meters appeared on the icy surface. At the edge of the hole, all material, whether ice or frozen soil, was completely obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Looking at the terrifying destruction caused by this strike, a cold sweat dripped from Suji's forehead. And the chaotic inner energy within him had already depleted nearly 30% during the recent series of frenzied attacks. He could not delay any longer. It was time for a quick resolution. Suji's gaze became incredibly sharp. He controlled the black steel giant that had just crawled up from the ground and issued a new command. Abyss Shadow Knight, full power release. Activate. Command confirmed. Abyss Shadow Knight, overload mode activated. Engine power output limit lifted, structural integrity lock released, energy core output raised to 120%. Warning, prolonged overload mode will cause structural damage to the machine, maximum safe duration 180 seconds. Please use with caution. The ethereal and calm voice of the onboard intelligence echoed in the cockpit. Buzz. A sound much deeper and more violent than any before erupted from the Abyss Shadow Knight's body. The crimson pattern on its armored surface, which had been flickering slowly, erupted into brilliant light, shining like magma. Crack. Crack. The matte black armor of the Abyss Shadow Knight made a series of grating cracks. Countless fine armor plates slightly opened, revealing the underlying energy vents that emitted a ghostly blue light. Streams of scorching airflow erupted from the vents, instantly vaporizing the surrounding snow. Its size remained unchanged, but the entire outline of the machine appeared more fierce and wild due to the open vents and surging airflow. Countdown starts, 180, 179. The cold numbers relentlessly flashed in the corner of the curved screen. The black crystal giant across from it displayed a trace of human-like disdain in its enormous single eye. It seemed to mock the bug's final, powerless struggle. It opened its mouth again, condensing another black beam capable of obliterating all. Just 1 second before the beam was about to be unleashed, the Abyss Shadow Knight moved. Boom! The ice surface exploded into countless cracks beneath the feet of the Abyss Shadow Knight, and the 8-meter-high machine transformed into a blurred black shadow, leaving behind a spreading white sonic boom cloud.
The pitch-black beam grazed the afterimage left by the Abyss Shadow Knight, shooting into the distant sky and leaving a lingering black trace in the gray sky. What? In the mind of the Black Crystal Giant, pure shock appeared for the first time. Its single eye barely had time to catch the movement of the Abyss Shadow Knight. The next second, a tearing pain shot from the root of its right wing. Hiss. The figure of the Abyss Shadow Knight had somehow appeared at its side. The 5-meter arm blade, wrapped in chaotic inner energy, drew a deadly cold light at super high speed, slamming into its wing covered in black crystal. The black crystal material, capable of withstanding cannon fire, could not withstand the blade's edge. Fragile as decaying wood. Accompanied by the piercing sound of friction, the huge right wing of the Black Crystal Giant was actually severed in half by this single strike. Black crystal fragments and the gray mist energy within them poured out wildly. Roar! The unprecedented pain caused the Black Crystal Giant to let out a deafening roar. It suddenly turned around, swinging the bone scythe in its other hand, creating a shadow of death, trying to completely crush the tiny being that dared to severely injure it. But the Abyss Shadow Knight's speed had already exceeded its understanding. The moment the bone scythe swung, the Abyss Shadow Knight exploded with immense force in its legs, causing its entire body to leap off the ground at an unbelievable angle, landing on the back of the bone scythe. The metal composite beneath its feet struck the black crystal scythe's back, sparking 2 glaring flames, using this power to leap high once again. Activate optical camouflage. Suji calmly issued the command. In midair, the Abyss Shadow Knight's figure twisted the surrounding light sharply. In the next moment, it vanished from the Black Crystal Giant's sight as if it had disappeared into thin air. Gone? The massive body of the Black Crystal Giant froze for a moment, its single eye filled with confusion and fury. It could sense the tiny life force nearby, but no matter how it tried, it could not lock onto its position. This feeling made it, this towering being, feel a rare unease. It frantically waved its remaining bone scythe, creating a zone of indiscriminate attacks around it, trying to force the hidden fly to come out. But it was all in vain. Suddenly, a deadly sense of danger surged from behind it. It spun around violently. The Abyss Shadow Knight's figure had, without its knowledge, appeared behind it. The gleaming arm blade, empowered by chaotic inner energy, emitted a faint chaotic glow, aimed precisely at the root of its left wing. Same spot again. The Black Crystal Giant tried to dodge, but its enormous body appeared incredibly clumsy in the face of the Abyss Shadow Knight's ghostly speed. Whoosh! Another spine-chilling sound of cutting. The Black Crystal Giant's remaining left wing was severed with a single strike. With both wings cut off, the Black Crystal Giant lost its ability to fly. Its nearly 20-meter-tall body, now off balance, crashed forward heavily. Boom! The ground trembled violently. Again! Suji yelled loudly. He maneuvered the Abyss Shadow Knight, and in the instant it severed the opponent's wings, its legs once again exploded with force. The entire steel giant, like a black cannonball, leaped high into the air and accurately landed on the wide back of the Black Crystal Giant, which was now tilting forward. Thud! The weight of the Abyss Shadow Knight accelerated the Black Crystal Giant's descent, slamming its massive body face-first into the icy ground. The Abyss Shadow Knight raised its right fist. Without the arm blade blocking it, the massive, destructive steel fist, infused with chaotic inner energy, radiated chaotic colored swirls that were visible to the naked eye. Die! Suji's throat let out a suppressed growl. The fist came crashing down. The target was the giant's single eye on the Black Crystal Giant's head, filled with terror and rage. Chapter 124, The Dust Settles. Boom! A muffled, earth-shattering sound. The Abyss Shadow Knight's iron fist effortlessly pierced through the crystalline armor of the Black Crystal Giant's head. The massive body of the Black Crystal Giant jerked suddenly. Its gigantic single eye cracked like spider webs. A burst of resentment and unwillingness echoed in Suji's mind for the final time. You will regret. Before the words could even finish, Suji manipulated the Abyss Shadow Knight, twisting its right fist violently. Crack! The Black Crystal Giant's entire head. Booming explosion. Countless black crystal fragments, mixed with the gray mist energy contained within, shot out in all directions. And that massive, headless body began to disintegrate rapidly. The black crystal substance covering the surface of the body peeled off and shattered piece by piece, turning into the most primitive dust. Those countless faces filled with pain, bound within, seemed to find relief at this moment, disappearing one by one into the air, leaving no trace behind. In just a few seconds, the once invincible Black Crystal Giant, radiating high-dimensional malice, completely vanished upon this icy plain. Only a large patch of black crystal dust remained on the ground. Who? In the cockpit, Suji gasped heavily. The series of extreme maneuvers he just performed had taken a tremendous toll on his spirit. More than 80% of the chaotic inner energy in his body had been consumed, and only a few strands of inner energy were slowly drifting in the sea of energy. On the curved screen, the overload mode countdown of the Abyssal Shadow Knight still showed 37 seconds remaining. Cancel overload mode. Switch to sports car mode. Suji issued his final command. With a slightly stuttered mechanical transformation sound, the Abyssal Shadow Knight reverted back into a sleek black sports car. Suji did not leave immediately. He drove the sports car slowly to the center of the black crystal dust. Opening the door and stepping out, the cold wind hit his face, bringing a piercing chill. He crouched down and found a hard, cold object among the pile of dust. It was an irregular bone piece, only the size of a thumb. It appeared a gray-white color, with a texture neither metal nor stone, and its surface bore strange, naturally formed patterns resembling blood vessels. This bone piece was the only tangible remnant left after the black crystal giant was completely purified by chaotic inner energy. Suji held it in his hand. Detected unnamed special item. Naming. Item, strange bone. Type, unknown. An indescribable existence's anchor point when it descended upon this world. Anchor point? Suji looked at the strange bone in his hand, deep in thought. He carefully stored it in the storage space. This object's origin was odd, and he wouldn't use it lightly until he understood its specific function. He also collected some of the dust. After finishing all of this, he returned to the driver's seat of the Abyssal Shadow. The Abyssal Shadow drove away, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield and the slowly covering black powder by the wind and snow. The night was deep, and the wind and snow on the icy plain showed no signs of stopping. The 73-kilometer journey, fast when coming, felt exceptionally long when going back. When that gray town wall, like a steel mountain, finally appeared at the end of his view, Suji felt his tense mind relax. Suji opened the car door and jumped into the snow that reached his ankles. The cold wind, mixed with ice crystals, rushed towards him but could not penetrate the thin keratin layer on his skin. The air twisted, and the black sports car disappeared behind him. He walked to the door of the mobile ecological life chamber. Click. The door slid open to the side, and a rush of warm, dry air greeted him, dispelling the chill from his body. Brother! Su Qing, dressed in home clothes, immediately stood up from the living room sofa and hurried over. When she saw Suji's slightly tired face, concern overflowed in her words. Are you okay? Out there just now. I'm fine. Suji waved his hand, shutting the chamber door behind him to completely isolate the wind and snow outside. Encountered a little trouble, but it's resolved. He changed out of his snow-soaked shoes and walked into the warm and bright living room. Su Qing followed behind him, hesitating to speak. But she did not press for details. She simply turned silently into the kitchen and served a bowl of steaming meat soup from the thermos. A bowl was handed to Suji. Drink something warm first. Suji took the bowl without being polite, gulping down the warm meat soup in a few sips. A wave of warmth rose from his stomach, quickly spreading to his limbs, easing the fatigue that lay deep within his body. I'm fine, just exerted a bit too much strength, a night's rest will do. Suji set down the bowl, his voice steady. Su Qing nodded, feeling slightly reassured. She sat back on the sofa, her laptop screen still displaying a mass of data and curve graphs. Still sorting through those data? Suji casually asked. Yeah. Su Qing pointed at the screen. I've cross-referenced the radiation values, atmospheric pressure, and special energy fluctuation frequencies collected along the way and discovered a pattern. In areas where the concentration of disaster mist is higher, there is an increase in the intensity of infrasonic waves around 17 Hz, which we have never recorded before. I suspect this may be key to how the disaster mist affects the mental state of living beings. Suji walked over to her side and took a glance. The model on the screen was complex and precise, far beyond what he could understand as an outsider. Can we find a way to deal with it? Very hard. Su Qing shook her head, a serious expression on her face. This seems more like an environmental background noise, rather than a signal that can be directly shielded. Unless we can change the physical rules of the entire area from the source, we can only passively endure it. Suji said nothing, just patted her shoulder. He was already clear about these matters. Get some rest, we'll hit the road again tomorrow. Okay. Su Qing closed her laptop and obediently returned to her bedroom. Only Suji was left in the living room. He sat on the sofa, not immediately practicing, but sinking his mind into the system panel in his mind. Target, host body. Enhancement multiple, 10 times. Estimated enhancement time, 10 years, 3 months, and 21 days. At the very onset of the apocalypse, this option had already existed. But after 10 long years, he had no hesitation in giving it up. Now, with his cultivation of body forging techniques and opening his energy sea, his physical quality far exceeded that of ordinary people, yet the estimated time behind this option had not only failed to decrease but had instead increased further. Suji understood the reason inside. Enhancement was a multiplication of the foundation.
The stronger his foundation, the more energy and time the system would need to perform 10 times enhancement, naturally larger and larger.
Chapter 125, Temporary Broadcast. The cost-performance ratio is too low. Su-ji muttered to himself.
Now he had this clear path of body forging to follow, constantly enhancing himself through practicing and consuming potions. This path was tough, but each step was solid, and every improvement was clear.
In contrast, direct enhancement felt like a gamble.
He would be putting all his hope in the unknown result 10 years down the line. This did not align with his usual style of conduct. Maybe, once my body strength hits a bottleneck and conventional means no longer yield progress, and I find more things like high concentration special energy sources to shorten the time to an acceptable range, then I'll consider this option. The stronger the foundation, the greater the returns from 10 times enhancement.
Using it now would be a waste.
It was like using a mountain of gold to break down a wooden door. While it could achieve the goal, the cost would be far disproportionate to the reward. Having realized this, Su-ji completely extinguished the thought of enhancing himself in the short term. He shifted his attention back to reality, walking over to the control panel of the life support pod, turning on the onboard all-band radio.
Crack, crackle.
After some adjustments, a burst of intermittent signals mixed with loud noise came through the speaker.
This is the temporary broadcast from the Human Civilization Continuation Alliance. Channel survivors, please pay attention. Survivors, please pay attention.
A hoarse, tired, yet determined male voice echoed. According to our latest gathered intelligence, the fog disaster has exhibited irreversible expansion globally. Beijing, Moscow, New London, all major safety zones have been consumed by the fog to varying degrees.
Humanity's living space is rapidly shrinking.
Su-Ching heard the commotion and stepped out of her bedroom, standing behind Su-ji, her expression focused as she listened intently.
We must abandon our fantasies and prepare for battle.
From now on, all survivors must learn how to survive in the fog. Based on countless survivors' experiences, gained at the cost of their lives, we temporarily categorize the fog zones into 3 levels.
1. White safety zone. Areas not yet eroded by the fog.
These zones are rapidly decreasing and are places where safety can be ensured.
2. Gray normal zone.
Areas shrouded in thin grayish-white fog. In this zone, visibility decreases, communications will be slightly disrupted, and plants and animals have a certain chance of low-level mutation. Conventional firearms remain effective, but vigilance must be maintained, and prolonged stays are not advised.
3. Black high-risk zone. Areas enveloped in thick, nearly black fog.
In this zone, physical laws may undergo unpredictable distortions, conventional electronic devices will quickly fail, and communications will be completely cut off. Horrors that defy common sense lurk within the fog, and physical attacks are almost ineffective.
If one accidentally enters, it's a matter of life and death. Any survivor should avoid the black high-risk zone at all costs.
The voice in the broadcast paused, seemingly giving the audience time to digest the information.
Su-ji and Su-Ching exchanged a glance, both recognizing the understanding in each other's eyes.
This classification standard aligns closely with Professor Chen Hanlon's theory of the fog disaster and their own personal experiences. However, the broadcast did not mention that above the black high-risk zone lies the disaster singularity, a concept capable of giving birth to entities like the black crystal giant.
How to determine the danger level of the fog? We recommend all survivors to seek an old-fashioned Geiger counter used for nuclear radiation detection before the apocalypse. This is currently the only relatively effective rough measurement standard we can find. Based on tests, when the Geiger counter readings are below 0.5 microsieverts per hour, that area is relatively safe. When readings are between 0.5 and 5 microsieverts, it's the gray normal zone, and protective equipment must be worn. When readings exceed 5 microsieverts, or even cause the instrument to overrange, please evacuate immediately, you have entered the black high-risk zone. To repeat, look for an old Geiger counter readings below 0.5 microsieverts for safety zone.
Upon hearing this, Su-Ching couldn't help but whisper, so primitive this old device is bulky and heavy, and there's very few of them left.
Using it as a standard, I can't imagine how many people will die. But this is the only method they can utilize now. Su-ji replied calmly. This is the price of an information island.
Now, survivors scattered around the world can only use the most primitive and clumsy methods to explore this world, which has become unrecognizable. And they, possessing the Greytown fortifications and abyssal shadows, armed with creations that far exceed this age's technology, have stood at the pinnacle of all survivors. The voice in the broadcast continued, announcing some coordinates confirmed as white safety zones, and the contact frequencies of various survivor camps, urging everyone to unite and overcome this crisis.
Su-ji chose not to listen further.
He crossed his legs once more, closed his eyes, and began to practice his body training method. As he breathed in and out, the thin chaotic energy began to slowly condense in the empty air sea, strand by strand.
A night passed without a word.
The next morning, when Su-ji opened his eyes, the chaos within his energy sea had recovered to about 30%. Although it was far from peak condition, it was enough to handle most unexpected situations. Moreover, his body had been passively drawing energy from the void, slower than active training, but it was like an automatic training session 24 hours a day. So even if he didn't train moving forward, the inner energy in his body would slowly completely recover over time, and once at full strength, it would continue to improve automatically. He stood up to stretch his muscles, his whole body making a series of crackling sounds. A night of training not only restored his inner energy but also swept away the fatigue left from last night's battle. Su Ching had prepared a simple breakfast, mushed compressed biscuits, along with a small piece of jerky. The two ate in silence. Su Ji walked back to the main cockpit of the Greytown Fortress, and Su Ching followed him in, sitting in the co-pilot's seat. "Brother, where are we going next?" Su Ji brought up a huge electronic map, his finger pointing to the northernmost edge of the Huaxia territory, a borderline covered in ice and snow. "Here. This is the national border?" Su Ching was a bit confused. "Are we leaving the country?" "The destination is nearby." Su Ji did not explain much but simply issued the command to depart. Greytown Fortress, engine start, target, due north. Abyss Phantom, external alert. Hum. The slumbering steel beast let out a deep roar. 10 gigantic driving wheels began to turn slowly, crushing the thick ice and snow beneath, charging forward with unstoppable momentum toward the vast, desolate northern lands. Chapter 126, Pure Land. Lan City, Northwest War Zone, Underground Command Center. The air was filled with the smell of disinfectant and the burnt odor of overheated electronic components. In the huge command center, only the low hum of equipment operation and the suppressed breathing of the communications personnel could be heard. Gao Jingyun stood before a massive electronic sand table, hands pressed against the cold metal frame, motionless. His weathered face was lined with deep creases, and his white hair shone harshly under the stark lights. The burden of the apocalypse had aged this formerly serious middle-aged general, marking him with the passage of time. He had been standing there for over 48 hours. "Commander," a young officer walked up behind him, his voice dry. "East Sea War Zone, the final data packet has been decrypted." Gao Jingyun's body trembled slightly, almost unnoticeable. He did not turn around but asked hoarsely, "What's the result?" The officer paused for a moment, struggling to speak. "It failed. The Heaven's punishment plan has completely failed." Within the command center, everyone who heard these words froze for a moment. The air seemed to solidify. "Bring the footage over." Gao Jingyun's voice was calm yet carried a threat of authority. "Yes." The officer operated a few controls at the nearby console. On the gigantic main screen directly in front of the command center, snowflakes flickered for a moment, then a sequence filled with noise and data garble began to play. It was a final view captured from an aerial reconnaissance aircraft. On the screen, a city ruin was shrouded in a thick, dark mist that seemed impossible to disperse. In the center of that black fog, an unimaginably large shadow, too immense to describe with words, was slowly writhing. It had no fixed form, merely a mass of countless twisted limbs, shapeless flesh, and thousands of wailing faces, all together forming a continually reproducing mass of flesh and blood. Its height exceeded 500 meters, nearly touching the low-hanging clouds. Just viewing this image was enough to drive any mentally sound person to complete despair. But that wasn't the most hopeless part. Around the massive shadow, several more solid black figures, close to 100 meters tall, were swimming about. They varied in shape. Without exception, they were all covered with a thick, crystal shell resembling obsidian, with clear outlines and limbs, truly monstrous entities in every sense. In the image, a dazzling, slender trajectory swept across the sky, accurately striking one of the tallest crystal beasts holding a massive bone scythe. Dongfeng 41 modified, carrying the Heaven's Punishment warhead, has hit the target. A cold electronic synthesized voice echoed in the footage. The next second, a white sun erupted at the edge of the black mist, booming up into the sky. Silently, with an extreme brightness, the white light instantly engulfed the entire screen. All the viewers unconsciously closed their eyes. Even through the screen, the terrifying energy capable of destroying a civilization made one's soul tremble. The white light lasted for a full 10 seconds before slowly fading away. The imagery on the screen became extremely distorted and blurred due to a powerful electromagnetic pulse. But everyone still saw it clearly. They witnessed the hellish scene. In the enormous crater at the center of the nuclear explosion, the crystal beast nearly 100 meters tall not only survived vaporization but still stood there. Its indestructible black crystal shell was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, with large pieces of armor peeling off, revealing writhing, grayish-white flesh beneath. One of its arms was completely vaporized, and half of its body had turned to charcoal. Yet, the terrifying energy released by the nuclear bomb, equivalent to 15 million tons of TNT, was visibly transformed into arcs and streams of light, greedily absorbed and consumed by it. Those terrifying cracks were healing at an astonishing speed. The evaporated arm regrew twisted flesh and bones from the blackened stump, quickly covered with an even thicker, more ferocious black crystal. A wave of energy bursting forth from its body was now several times stronger, filled with brutality and a sense of destruction. It raised the intact bone scythe, letting out a silent roar toward the sky. At this point, the footage abruptly stopped. The reconnaissance plane was destroyed. In the command center, a pin drop could be heard. Every face was etched with unspeakable despair. Humanity's most powerful weapon not only failed to kill it but instead became its source of evolution. This reality shattered the last ounce of hope in everyone's heart. He. Gao Jingyun suddenly let out a low, ambiguous laugh. He slowly straightened up and turned around. We have lost. He looked around at the pale faces, calmly stating this truth. Conventional warfare has no meaning anymore. From today on, all combat units will abandon large-scale positional warfare. Break down into smaller units, fight separately as survivor camps, and preserve our living forces. Pass down the order. Yes. The staff stood at attention, saluting with tears in their eyes. The command center quickly emptied, leaving only Gao Jingyun alone. He turned back to stare at the now darkened main screen, his eyes vacant. After a long time, he spoke as if to himself. A nearly 100-meter-tall physical beast possesses the ability to absorb energy and self-evolve. Physical attacks are effective, but require an absolute power surpassing the critical threshold. He softly repeated the analysis conclusion just earned with lives by the technical department, each word heavy beyond belief. If the Pango project had been completed. He tiredly closed his eyes, his face full of bitterness. That towering figure over 70 meters tall, secretly crafted to counter this world-destroying beast with controllable nuclear fusion at its core. Forged with the strongest alloys for its body and the most powerful firepower to pierce through all, its design goal was to directly confront such monsters. Gao Jingyun's voice was filled with endless regret. Unfortunately, when the project was halfway done, doomsday arrived. The secret base located in the desolate area of the extreme north is probably completely buried under ice and snow now. A shell without an energy core and unfinished, even if found, what use would it have? He shook his head, a hint of self-mockery curving at the corner of his mouth. During the peak of human civilization, they invested all their efforts to create a mechanical king that could contend with disaster. Unfortunately, the king did not arrive, but doomsday came first. And that steel giant, which should have been a beacon of hope, could only quietly wait to be rusted away under the frozen north. Perhaps that is the greatest irony. Chapter 127, Boneworm. Gao Jingyun did not know that while he sighed over the Pango plan's demise, a steel behemoth, made of polygonal armor, was crushing the ice and snow, resolutely heading towards the abandoned secret base on that icefield he deemed a dead end. At this moment, Suji was sitting in the wide main cockpit of the Greytown fort. Ahead, a gigantic information wall composed of countless small screens was displaying the external icy landscape in real time, along with various operational parameters of the vehicle. He focused his mind, looking at the empty enhancement space under the vacant Universal Enhancement module. All his trump cards so far had originated from this mysterious system. Now, with the enhancement space empty again, it meant he could start the next project. With a thought, he pulled out the silver metal box snatched from Joe Weiming's hands from the storage space. Disaster Suppressor, Prototype. This palm-sized, finely crafted box lay quietly in his hand, its surface icy cold. Suji recalled its strange ability to dispel the gray fog when it was in the underground parking lot of Area A. A radius of 5 meters. This range might barely suffice for personal protection, but for the mobile fortress he currently possessed, it was like a drop in the bucket, hardly worth mentioning. More importantly, the bizarre entities appearing in the Jinghua safe zone, whether it was the ghost in the alley ignoring physical attacks or the concept monster on the 5th underground floor that could mimic him, were all linked to disaster. This suppressor was also one of the few means he had to deal with such enemies. It must be enhanced. Enhancement multiplier, 10 times. Suji silently thought to himself. He had already prepared himself mentally. The technology contained in this thing clearly surpassed the current era, even involving interference with the high-dimensional phenomenon of disaster. According to common sense, the enhancement time should definitely not be short. He had even thought that if the estimated time exceeded a month, he would temporarily give up. However, the number that popped up on the system panel made him pause slightly. 10 times enhancement estimated time, 48 hours 00 minutes 0 seconds. 2 days. It only needed 2 days. This reminded him. Under the premise of the first enhancement of an item. The system's enhancement time was not much related to the technological content of the target, but rather had a more direct relationship with the target's volume or mass. This also meant that he could be more flexible in choosing enhancement targets in the future. Some small but critical objects could undergo a transformative change with great efficiency. Without any hesitation, Suji confirmed the enhancement option. Start enhancement. The silver metal box in his hand disappeared instantly, being absorbed into an independent enhancement space. On the panel, a brand new countdown began to tick down slowly.
Remaining enhancement time, 47 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. After finishing all this, Su-ji withdrew his focus.
He glanced at Su-ching in the passenger seat, who was concentrating on her laptop, without disturbing her.
Greytown Fortress, continue to move forward.
Buzz. The steel giant roared to life again, crushing the thick snow, heading towards the boundless north, continuing onward. The journey was dull and long.
Night fell.
The icy plains of the north were shrouded in deep darkness. The howling wind whipped the feather-like snow, slamming against the thick armor of the Greytown Fortress, making a muffled sound. Outside was a cold severe enough to crack steel, while inside the mobile ecological survival pod, it was warm as spring. Su-ching had returned to her bedroom to rest.
Su-ji sat alone in the main cockpit, monitoring the vehicle's progress. Suddenly,
a harsh alarm sounded.
Warning!
At 7 o'clock on the right side, 315 meters away, an unknown energy reaction has been detected. On the information wall, a red dot representing the threat appeared out of nowhere, with no movement track, as if it had flashed into being.
Su-ji's gaze sharpened, and he immediately stopped the vehicle. He switched to an external monitoring view and zoomed in.
In the swirling snow and fog, a long, gigantic figure, seemingly made up of countless pale bones, was rapidly approaching. Its movement was extremely strange. Its body was sometimes clear, sometimes blurry, each flicker would suddenly span dozens of meters, leaving a faint afterimage in the air.
Switch to fortress mode. Su-ji calmly issued the command. Boom!
The massive body of the Greytown Fortress instantly began to transform, for fierce close-range electromagnetic cannon turrets rose up from beneath the armor, their dark barrel mouths locked onto the flickering monster in the mist.
Target locked. Attack mode confirmed.
The cold electronic voice of the vehicle's AI echoed in the cockpit, the red dot on the information wall now close at hand. From the external monitor, Su-ji finally saw the true form of the monster. It was a giant bone centipede more than 30 meters long. Its body was made up of large segments of bone, glowing pale, and beneath each segment were dozens of sharp, knife-like, slender bone legs. The strangest thing was its method of movement. Its body continuously switched between reality and illusion. Each time it blurred, it left a faint afterimage in place, while the real body instantaneously emerged at another position dozens of meters away. Almost at the same time the vehicle's AI issued the warning, the giant bone centipede had already flickered to the front of the Greytown Fortress. Its massive body suddenly solidified from the void, bearing an extremely cold, sinister wind, crashing violently against the side armor of the Greytown Fortress.
Buzz. A dull humming sound. A faint blue wide area energy shield appeared just before the collision, with countless arcs of electricity surging wildly across its surface.
The full force impact of the giant bone centipede only caused the entire Greytown Fortress to sway slightly before the resilient energy shield completely neutralized all impact.
Su-ji's eyes narrowed slightly.
From the alley ghost he encountered in the Jinghua safe zone, to the imitators underground 5 levels down, and to the black crystal giant made of gray mist on the ice plains, he found that he had started to discern some patterns. Those strange entities that were immune to physical attacks were mostly not large, humanoid in size, and had a more illusory form, closer to an energy being. Yet the bone centipede before him, while having a strange movement pattern, was massive, and its solid parts made up the majority.
As long as it was solid, it could not be totally immune to physical attacks. Open fire freely. In the next moment, the 4 close-range electromagnetic cannon turrets mounted on the Greytown Fortress roared in unison.
For scorching metal storms accurately covered the massive body of the giant bone centipede from different angles.
Poo 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 poo.
The sound of crunching bones echoed sharply. The hard, pale skeleton of the giant bone centipede, under the barrage of tungsten core armor-piercing shells, shattered like plaster struck by a heavy hammer. Huge chunks of bone armor were violently broken apart, exposing the writhing, gray-black tissue beneath, resembling bundles of nerves.
Chapter 128, A Final Strike.
Hiss. A sharp hiss filled with pain and anger, unlike anything a living creature could produce, pierced directly into Su-ji's mind. This was a targeted mental shock. However, this shock wave was crushed to pieces the moment it came into contact with the chaotic inner energy flowing within Su-ji's body. The giant bone centipede, in pain, once again became blurry, instantly disappearing from the cover of the metal storm.
In the next second, it reappeared directly above the Greytown Fortress.
Its circular mouth, filled with sharp teeth, suddenly opened wide, and a thick, pungent liquid mixed with gray-white mist cascaded down like a waterfall. Strong acidic corrosive liquid. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The foul-smelling liquid splashed against the deep blue energy shield, instantly erupting into thick, acrid white smoke. The energy glow on the surface of the shield dimmed at a visible rate, and the energy reserve value on the information wall began to slowly and steadily decline. Energy shield strength decreased to 97%.
High concentration of misfortune particles detected eroding.
Conducting energy counteracting purification, energy consumption increased by 12%. Seeing this scene, Suji frowned slightly. Prepare the missiles. In fortress mode, the cover plates of the two small missile silos in the Greytown fortress silently slid open, revealing the black warheads glowing with a cold light inside. The giant bone centipede seemed to sense the lethal threat. It stopped spewing the corrosive liquid, and its massive body began to flicker again, trying to create distance. However, Suji was faster. Magnetic attraction system, activate. Target locked. Buzz. An invisible, powerful magnetic field instantly spread out, centered on the Greytown fortress. The giant bone centipede, just entering a semi-ethereal state, suddenly froze, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand, unable to complete the spatial jump. Its body flickered and struggled violently between reality and illusion, but could not shake off the powerful pull. Now's the time. A cold glint flashed in Suji's eyes. Boom! Boom! Two specially made missiles, equipped with high explosive warheads, shot out with long tails of fire, roaring toward the giant bone centipede, forcibly pinned in midair with an unbeatable momentum. In the next second, two blaring fireballs erupted high above the ground, dozens of meters up, with a deafening sound. The terrifying explosion instantly swallowed the colossal body of the bone centipede completely. The violent shockwave, carrying numerous burning bone fragments and flesh, swept in all directions. The explosion's flames illuminated Suji's face inside the cockpit, casting flickering shadows. On the information wall, the red dot representing the threat flickered violently a few times before disappearing completely. As the vehicle's smart prompt tone rang out, Suji slowly leaned back against the seat. The battle was over. It was just a few minutes. This was the strength of the Greytown fortress. The enormous vehicle of the Greytown fortress shifted back into the form of a heavy tractor. Suji opened the cockpit door and jumped down, landing lightly on the snow. In the air, there lingered a mixture of gunpowder and burnt meat smell. On the ground, there were charred bone fragments everywhere from the explosion. He walked to the core area of the explosion, where there was only a massive glassy pit melted by high temperature and swiftly frozen. At the center of the pit's bottom, he found a small, baby fist-sized, still emitting a faint cold aura, pale white bone fragment. He picked it up, stored it in his inventory, and turned to walk toward the steel-heavy truck behind him. This battle, and validated many of his thoughts in his heart. When facing different enemies, one should adopt different strategies to respond. Click. The heavy hatch of the cockpit closed behind him, cutting off the wind, snow, and cold from the outside. Suji sat back in the wide and sturdy driver's seat. His mind sank into his brain, his consciousness landing on the translucent panel that only he could see. Reinforcement target, fog disaster suppressor, prototype. Remaining time for reinforcement, 29 hours 13 minutes 44 seconds. If the reinforcement succeeds, its range and effectiveness will surely undergo a qualitative leap. Perhaps, it can create a larger and more stable safe zone with lower energy consumption. Even a bolder idea surfaced in Suji's mind. If he could completely analyze the structure and principle of this fog disaster suppressor, could it be possible to use the maintenance factory to copy or even manufacture a simplified version of the suppressor? If that could be realized, what he held in his hands would not just be a tool for self-preservation, but a unique technology that could change the entire landscape of survivors in the wasteland. In this apocalypse, where everyone is fearful and may be swallowed by strange entities at any time, a portable device that can disperse fog and create a safe zone is invaluable. He could use this as a foundation to establish a power that guarantees safety. He could even exchange it for all the resources he needed. The key lies in the finished product that will complete reinforcement in 2 days. One must eat bite by bite and walk step by step. At this point, let's move forward. Buzz. The sleeping steel giant once again let out a low rumble. 10 massive drive wheels, each over 2 meters in diameter, began to turn slowly, crushing the bones and frozen flesh scattered on the ground. The colossal vehicle, powered by unmatched kinetic energy, unwaveringly continued toward the vast, desolate northern lands. 2 days later, the monotonous journey was finally nearing its end. Outside the car window, the scene was no longer a uniform, endless flat snowfield. The terrain began to grow complex, rolling hills and jagged rocks covered in ice and snow gradually appeared on the horizon. The heavy wheels of the Greytown's fortress rolled over the frozen ground, emitting a dull, rhythmic roar. Suji sat cross-legged in the cockpit's heavy commander seat, eyes tightly shut, completely immersed within his own body. Within his Dantian's energy sea, a different scene unfolded. The chaotic energy sea, which once only contained strands of energy as thick as a hair, now boasted nearly 200 strands of extremely condensed chaotic internal energy, resembling awakening dragons swirling and tumbling within the energy sea, chasing each other. Each collision made the entire energy sea tremble, releasing even more pure energy, nourishing Suji's limbs and bones. The second level of the body forging technique, condensing chi chapter, had reached perfection. His body, through 2 days of unbroken training, had reached a new limit. Every inch of muscle, every bone, felt like finely tempered steel, containing explosive power. He was just one step away from success. Suji mobilized all the chaotic internal energy within the energy sea and, following the methods of the third level of the body forging technique, chi penetrating chapter, began his final push. Those nearly 200 strands of chaotic internal energy, guided by his will, stopped acting independently and began to madly converge and compress towards the center of the energy sea.
Chapter 129, Stabilizer. Boom.
At the center of the energy sea, the chaotic internal energy, compressed to the extreme, suddenly collapsed inward. A far more powerful and purer torrent of energy than any before erupted from the center of the energy sea, instantly sweeping through Suji's entire dantian. The originally chaotic energy sea, under the washing of this energy, miraculously began to calm down. The form of chaotic internal energy also underwent a qualitative change. They were no longer threads of energy as thick as hairs. Instead, it condensed into a liquid, like heavy mercury, slowly flowing at the bottom of the chi sea, gathering into a small, bottomless, chaotic-colored lake. Body refinement method, third level, chi penetration chapter, completed. Suji slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath filled with faint grayish-white murky air. The murky air burst forth, actually leaving a clear trace in the air that extended several feet, lingering for a long time before slowly dissolving into the cabin's constant temperature air. He clenched his fist, and his joints let out a series of crisp snapping sounds.
An unprecedented sense of power surged from every cell in his body.
If before, his physical quality was 3 times that of an average person, now, this number had at least doubled. More importantly, with the breakthrough in his skill, a whole new piece of information naturally surfaced in his mind. It was the special application method of the third level of the body refinement method that he had seen before.
External explosive energy, law form solidification. In simple terms, it was an explosive internal energy application technique.
It could, in a very short time, detonate all the liquid internal energy in the chi sea, forming an invisible protective chi barrier on the body's surface. This layer of chi barrier not only significantly increased defense, but could also amplify and release one's own attacks over super long distances through the transmission of internal energy.
When the internal energy reached a certain intensity, it could even condense an energy-based law-form illusion outside the body, completely synchronized with the body's movements, to counter enormous giant monsters. This was the true meaning of having the capital to face off against those doomsday behemoths, often dozens or even hundreds of meters tall. Suji suppressed the impulse to immediately find a place to experiment.
He was very clear that such explosive moves had enormous consumption and were to be used as trump cards.
Just then, the semi-transparent system panel in his mind finally showed new changes. The countdown that had continued for 48 hours completely hit zero at this moment. Reinforcement complete. No extra effects, only a simple line of notification. In the reinforcement space.
In the void darkness, the originally palm-sized silver metal box had been completely disassembled. Countless parts and energy circuits, too small for the naked eye to discern, floated in the air, forming a complex, flickering star cloud. In the next moment, all the parts and circuits seemed to receive an invisible command, beginning to rapidly reorganize. They engaged in precise stitching, merging, and transformation in a way that surpassed all current human industrial technology understanding. Finally, as the last glimmer of light retracted, a brand new, beautifully sci-fi object quietly hovered before Suji. It was no longer the original square metal box. Its main body was a multifaceted crystal about the size of a fist, made of an unknown dark metal.
The crystal surface was smooth as a mirror, yet did not reflect any light, as if it could absorb everything within.
Several long, circuit-like dark blue light bands were carved into every angle and facet of the crystal, flickering with life and a sense of technology as the internal energy flowed. At the top of the crystal, 3 black metal probes of varying lengths extended outward, resembling antennas, with a tiny white light concentrated at the tip of each probe. The new attribute panel slowly unfolded in Suji's consciousness.
Item, Domain Stabilizer, Prototype. Reinforcement multiple, 10 times. Core, Micro-Space Resonance Unit. Material, High-Density Energy Aggregation Crystal. Additional features.
1. Stabilizing force field. Once activated, it creates a spherical stabilization area with an initial radius of 50 meters, adjustable, centered around the device. In this area, the disaster repulsion particles will be continuously expelled and purified, significantly reducing the probability of spatial distortion and physical rule anomalies occurring. Concept purification. It can actively release a high-frequency resonance wave to purify and dispel the concept level of designated targets. It has a significant destructive effect on non-physical, energy forms, or strange existences with spatial jumping abilities.
Daily usable times, January 1st.
Energy absorption. It can draw energy from external sources, for example, arc reactor, through an exclusive interface to recharge. Suji read through the new attribute panel word for word.
Domain Stabilizer. This name is undoubtedly more fitting than the previous disaster suppressor. Its function is no longer just a simple suppression. A radius of 50 meters. This basic range is enough to completely envelop the entire Greytown fortress, along with the mobile ecological habitat behind it. This means that as long as energy is sufficient, he can create an absolutely safe pure land. However, since it is adjustable, a larger range is naturally better, allowing more redundancy to respond to emergencies. The second function, concept purification, gives him hope in dealing with those strange existences. Ghost shadows in the alleys, mimics, bone centipedes. The most troublesome aspect of these things is their ability to ignore conventional physical attacks. And now, he has a weapon specifically designed to counter them. Suji focused his mind and exited the enhancement space. He opened his palm, and the sci-fi dark multi-faced crystal appeared out of thin air in his hand. It felt icy cold and heavy, with a surface etched with a ghostly blue light that shone brighter the more it touched his palm, as if it were establishing some connection with him. Suji did not hesitate and directly gave the command. Activate, stabilize the force field. Range, 70 meters. Buzz. A very faint hum, seemingly coming from the space itself, emanated from the domain stabilizer in his palm. Centered on the Greytown fortress, an invisible wave immediately spread out. The air inside the cockpit seemed to become fresher and purer. On the information wall, the background reading representing the external trace concentration of disaster particles, which had always existed, instantly reset to 0 at this moment. An absolute safe zone with a diameter of 140 meters was successfully created. Suji placed the domain stabilizer into the slot on the control panel, directly connecting it to the heavy arc reactor of the Greytown fortress via a data cable. On the information wall, new device information immediately popped up. External device domain stabilizer connected. Current force field radius, 70 meters. Estimated energy consumption, 0.1% per hour. Seeing this number, Suji completely relaxed. With the nearly infinite energy reserves of the heavy arc reactor, such a level of consumption is completely negligible. This means he can maintain this pure land around the clock without interruption. Chapter 130 Coordinates. After doing all this, Suji stood up and stretched his body. With the breakthrough in his techniques, a new treasure was added. Now, he eagerly wanted to test the new power he had just acquired. He glanced outside the window. In front of him was a vast basin covered in ice and snow, surrounded by steep cliffs, a perfect testing ground. Suji opened the cockpit door and leaped down. From a height of nearly 10 meters, when he landed, his feet only left 2 shallow imprints in the thick snow, without making a single extra sound. The cold wind swirled like a knife, with ice crystals cutting against his face, yet it could no longer make him feel even the slightest chill. He walked to an open space hundreds of meters away from the Greytown fortress and slowly closed his eyes. In his energy sea, a lake formed by the gathering of liquid chaotic inner energy. The story began to surge violently. Rise. Suji whispered in his heart. Boom. A vast and unmatched wave of energy exploded with him at its center. The snow and frozen ground beneath his feet were forcibly lifted, exposing the black-brown rock layer below. An invisible yet incredibly tough force enveloped his entire body in an instant. But this was merely the beginning. Suji detonated more than 80% of the chaotic inner energy in his energy sea all at once. The air behind him began to twist and ripple violently. A giant phantom, over 10 meters tall and made of pure chaos-colored energy, slowly rose from behind him. The outline of the phantom was identical to Suji, with blurred features but exuding a terrifying oppressive force that seemed to suppress everything. The law form took shape. Wrapped in the force and shrouded by the law form, Suji slowly raised his right arm and punched fiercely at the steep ice wall a few hundred meters away that towered over 100 meters high. The phantom behind him mimicked the exact same action. The energy-formed fist expanded continuously as it accelerated, eventually becoming a fist larger than a car, shrieking as it tore through the air, and without any embellishment, slammed heavily toward the distant ice wall. The next second. Boom! That massive ice wall, hard as iron, seemed as fragile as paper under the fist of the law form. The ice and rock in front of it were shattered by the violent energy, turning into clouds of dust that shot into the sky. Suji stood still, gazing at the destruction he had caused, and slowly retracted his fist. The phantom behind him also dimmed, eventually transforming into specks of light that dispersed in the air. In the energy sea, the chaotic-colored lake was now completely dried up, with only a few strands of residual inner energy struggling at the bottom. This punch had nearly exhausted all his inner energy, leaving him with a slight feeling of emptiness. Such immense power came with an equally immense cost. It seemed this move could really only serve as a trump card for now. More inner energy was needed for regular use. Suji turned and walked toward the Greytown wall. At that moment, the door of the moving ecological capsule opened, and Su Qing poked her head out. Brother, just now, was that an earthquake? It's nothing. Suji looked up and simply replied, "Just a small noise, you can go back and rest." Su-Ching looked at the giant hole in the distant ice wall and then at the unharmed Suji. Although her heart was filled with doubts, she still obediently nodded and retracted back into the capsule. Inside the capsule, it was warm as spring, with bright and soft lighting. Su-Ching sat on the living room sofa, a cup of hot water on the table in front of her, with both hands cradling the cup as if pondering something. Upon seeing Suji come in, she quickly stood up. "Brother, how do you feel?" Suji sat down on the sofa opposite her and casually asked. "Much better." Su-Ching's response was somewhat unexpected to Suji. She organized her words and seriously explained, "I can't quite express that feeling. It's just, my mind feels much clearer. Before, even when I was in the car, I always felt like there was something outside, very oppressive. Sometimes I would inexplicably feel anxious, and looking at things for too long would make me dizzy. But since yesterday, that feeling has completely disappeared." Suji listened silently. What Su-Ching described was the ongoing erosion of the spirit caused by the disaster environment on ordinary people. That kind of erosion is subtle and gradual, constantly weakening a person's reason and will, ultimately causing them to collapse and go crazy without realizing it. It seems the realm stabilizer's effect is even better than he had anticipated. It can create a true spiritual pure land. But Su-Ching ultimately cannot stay in this pure land forever. Neither can he. Real safety comes from within oneself. Suji looked at his sister's face, which appeared somewhat pale under the gentle light. Made a decision in his heart. He must find a way to give her the most basic ability to protect herself. At the very least, she needed to possess physical qualities and resistance far beyond that of ordinary people. To face the pervasive cold, radiation, and strange erosion in this end-of-the-world scenario. He said no more, only reminding Su-Ching to rest early before he turned and left the lifepod. Back in the vast main cockpit, Suji sat back down in the command chair. He focused his mind and plunged his consciousness into the storage space. He selected the mildest potion from it. Primary cell activation liquid, diluted version. This was the most common low-quality product on the market. It might have a slight effect on ordinary survivors, but for Suji, who had cultivated his body to a certain level, drinking it was no different from drinking salt water. However, for Su-Ching, this was the most suitable choice. Her body was just at the level of an ordinary girl, and rashly using those strong potions would only cause irreparable harm to her body. This diluted potion, after systematic enhancement, would have a qualitative improvement in its medicinal properties, while also removing all impurities and side effects, making it incredibly pure and gentle. It was perfect for laying a foundation for her. Target, primary cell activation liquid. Strengthening multiple, 10 times. He silently thought in his heart. Estimated time for 10 times enhancement, 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Start enhancement. On the panel, a brand new countdown began to tick. After finishing all this, Suji withdrew his mind. He leaned back in the chair, gazing at the tactical map displayed on the information wall. The red coordinate point representing the final destination was already within reach. There was less than 50 kilometers left to the target. During the 3 hours of waiting, he also continued to cultivate and restore his internal energy. Time slowly passed. Until the potion enhancement was complete. Suji stood up. He walked to the information wall, watching the frozen mountains and rocks rapidly recede outside the window. Greytown Fortress, report current location. Master, we have entered the coordinate area. There are 5 kilometers left to the final destination. Estimated arrival in 3 minutes. The cold voice of the onboard intelligence echoed in the cockpit. Finally, it was almost here. Suji stood straight, peering through the huge black crystal viewport at the endpoint of that land shrouded in endless wind and snow. Chapter 131, The Masterpiece. Outside the car window, the wind and snow persisted. But at the horizon's end, it was no longer a monotonous white. A towering and magnificent black mountain, almost merging with the skyline, loomed ahead. It was not a naturally formed mountain but the remains of a gigantic man-made structure made up of countless twisted steel bars and crumbling concrete, now frozen in ice. This was once one of the secret underground military bases. And this was the endpoint of Suji's journey. The voice of the onboard intelligence sounded again. You have arrived at the final destination. 100 meters ahead, detected ultra-high-strength alloy gate, estimated thickness exceeds 5 meters, complex internal structure, suspected to use multi-layer composite materials. Suji stood straight, gazing through the huge black crystal viewport at the steel fortress that appeared hazy in the wind and snow. The fortress's gate had long been completely sealed with thick ice, only the top, a massive, faded red pentagram emblem, could still barely be discerned. Circumvent or look for another entrance? The onboard intelligence offered the usual suggestion. Suji did not respond. He simply raised his hand and slowly pushed the joystick to the bottom. Buzz. The output power of the heavy arc reactor was raised to the limit. Dark armor scenes of the Greytown fortress glowed with earthy yellow energy patterns. The three menacing alloy horns at the front of the vehicle grew hot, distorting the surrounding air. Without any reduction in speed, the sleeping steel giant, under Suji's will, transformed into a heavy hammer for attacking the castle. Boom! A sound that shook the earth and sky. The 5-meter-thick alloy gate, capable of resisting direct hits from conventional tactical nuclear weapons, groaned under the violent impact of the Grey Fortress. Immediately, there was a second impact. Boom! This time, the entire frozen mountain shook violently. The center of the alloy gate was smashed in, creating a huge dent, and countless twisted metal fragments and ice blocks shot inward like cannonballs. Suji, expressionless, launched a third impact. This time, nothing could stop its advance. With a sound of metal tearing that sent chills down the spine, the massive alloy gate, along with several meters of frozen earth and rock behind it, was completely shattered. A huge opening appeared at the front of the fortress. The Grey Fortress rolled over the debris and slowly entered the long silent underground base. Inside the base was a wide passage large enough to accommodate 3 heavy trucks side by side. Every 100 meters along the passage, there was an emergency light long extinguished, and the walls were covered in rust and frost. The air was filled with the smell of metal, oil, and dust mixed together. This place felt like a steel grave forgotten by time. Scan the entire base structure, mark all large spaces and energy responses, Suji commanded. Executing. The base structure is complex, with multiple signal shielding areas, and it is expected to take 17 minutes to complete the initial modeling. Suji did not wait, he controlled the Grey Fortress and slowly advanced along the main passage. The scale of the base was much larger than he had imagined. He passed a huge underground hangar, where dozens of old-fashioned fighter jets, long covered in frost, were parked. He passed a weapons depot, where tall shelves were neatly lined with rows of dust-covered missiles, their warheads marked with blurred Cyrillic letters. These weapons, capable of sparking a localized war before the end times, now lay quietly here, no different from scrap metal. Suji was momentarily uninterested in these things. His goal had never been these conventional weapons from the very beginning. Just as the Grey Fortress rounded a corner, preparing to enter a deeper area, a shrill alarm sounded suddenly in the empty passageway. Then, dozens of hidden armor plates on the walls slid open silently, revealing dark cannon barrels behind them. It was the automated defense system. Tap 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 tap. Flames erupted as 2 metal whips, composed of large-caliber armor-piercing rounds, instantly crossed to sweep toward the body of the Grey Fortress. The bullets struck the heavy polygonal armor, bursting into dazzling sparks, but only leaving shallow white marks. Hostile attack detected. Should we counterattack? No need, Suji responded calmly, activate the wide-area energy shield and continue moving forward. V-room. A pale blue energy shield enveloped the entire vehicle. The dense rain of bullets poured onto the shield, creating only insignificant ripples. The Grey Fortress, undeterred by the gunfire, continued to move deeper into the base without losing speed. Soon, an initial 3D model of the base appeared on the massive information wall in the cockpit. The entire base resembled a giant beehive turned upside down underground, divided into 9 layers, above and below. Suji's gaze went straight past the upper living quarters, command area, and conventional storage areas, landing on the lowest 3 layers. Layer -7 was marked as Energy Core. Layer -8 was marked as Valley Laboratory. Layer -9 was a vast, unmarked blank area, occupying nearly 1/3 of the entire base's volume. Target, Layer -9. The Grey Fortress arrived at the vertical transport passage at the center of the base. It was an ultra-giant lifting platform that could hold segmented modules of an aircraft carrier. Suji parked the car on the platform, and the vehicle's smart system quickly took over this silent Soviet creation. Amidst the roaring sounds of enormous gears meshing, the platform began to slowly sink into the ground. Passing through the -7 energy core area, Suji saw the giant nuclear fusion reactor, long extinguished, resembling a steel heart. Through the -8 laboratory, he saw countless bizarre biological specimens soaked in murky liquids. Finally, with a deep sound, the lifting platform arrived at the very bottom. -9 level. The massive platform door slowly opened. Outside was a magnificent hangar built of high-strength alloy steel beams and reinforced concrete, full of modern industrial beauty. Its surface was covered with a layer of deep gray sound-absorbing paint, gleaming with a metallic coldness under dim light, without any unnecessary decorations, only pure functionality and a sense of oppression. Above the entrance of the hangar, there hung a huge plaque made of glowing alloy, with 2 shining Chinese characters carved in simple but powerful modern font. Tiangong. Suji controlled the giant machine and smoothly drove into the slowly opening massive door. And in the center of the hangar, a colossal figure stood quietly there. It was a giant humanoid mecha, over 70 meters tall. Its whole body showcased a dark, unpolished iron color, an original, crude sense of power surged forth. Chapter 132, Pango Plan. Inside the hangar, only the deep rumble of the giant machine's engine echoed, stirring layers of reverberation in this grand underground space. Suji slowly parked the vehicle right in the center of the hangar. The giant mecha in front of him was clearly unfinished. Its right arm only had the skeletal structure completed, with countless thick hydraulic pipes and energy transmission lines exposed, while the left hand was completely empty. Behind the mech, a huge energy interface was reserved, but there were no signs of any core installation. At the mecha's feet lay various huge, yet-to-be-installed parts. A more than 30-meter-long, fearsome giant battle sword. A heavy shield, visibly layered with composite armor structure. And several weapon-mounting modules of varying sizes, with interfaces for missile launchers and close-in guns, as well as several propulsion modules of different sizes. This was one of the trump cards secretly built by human civilization to combat world-ending disasters before the apocalypse arrived. This was the big guy he was looking for. It really looked enormous. Even the 20-meter-tall town wall in the gold form appeared small in front of this 70-meter titan. He pushed open the cockpit door, leaped down from the front of the vehicle, and his feet landed steadily on the hard alloy floor. He walked slowly to the foot of the steel giant, reached out, and touched its cold leg armor. Rough, heavy, filled with an indescribable sense of power. The sensation that traveled through his fingertips instantly activated the system panel in his mind. Target, giant humanoid mecha component Pangu. Completion rate, 73.4%. Utilizing multiple cutting-edge technologies, this decisive weapon against giant beasts is built on standard industrial systems, with extremely high structural strength. Energy system, operating system, and weapon system are all incomplete. Do you want to enhance? Suji's heart moved. Enhancement path simulation completed. Hundredfold enhancement estimated time, 1,260 years and 7 months. Seeing this number, even Suji, with his calm nature, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Over 1,000 years. This was simply an astronomical figure. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Switch to the tenfold strengthening option. Estimated time for tenfold strengthening, 126 years. It was still an unacceptable number. Now, the only special energy source in his hand was a high-concentration crystal obtained from the aggregation monster, which was just a drop in the bucket for strengthening. It seems that strengthening the whole is not going to work. Suji's gaze shifted to the huge scattered components on the ground. Since the whole cannot be strengthened, what if he just strengthened the most critical parts? For example, what if these scattered parts, like battle blades and shields, were strengthened individually? He turned to touch those scattered parts. Detected target, high-strength alloy battle blade, incomplete. Estimated time for hundredfold strengthening, 97 years. Estimated time for tenfold strengthening, 9 years and 8 months. Still too long. The system's strengthening function seemed somewhat powerless in the face of such a colossal creature. Suji withdrew his hand, took a few steps back, and re-examined the steel giant before him. Giving up was impossible. He had put in so much effort to come here, not to leave empty-handed with a pile of scrap iron. Various plans flashed rapidly in his mind, but were all vetoed one by one. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at the equally massive Greytown fortress behind him. A thought that he had overlooked suddenly jumped out from deep in his mind. The system cannot strengthen it in a short time. Even though using the system to strengthen this path is too difficult and long. However, he can modify it himself. He owns the Greytown Fortress, a mobile and fully functional super repair factory created by the hundredfold strengthening system. That repair factory can theoretically repair, modify, and even manufacture all small to medium-sized machinery. So, what about using it to repair and perfect this larger mech? Though the project is huge, it is not impossible. Suji's eyes grew brighter. He does not need the system to create from nothing, he just needs to use the existing, advanced semi-finished products here and utilize the super processing capacity of the Greytown Fortress to complete this Pangu. Then, he can strengthen the most critical core parts, like the energy core, individually with hundredfold strength. This is the most efficient and currently the most feasible plan. Fix it, and then make it move. Suji looked at the steel giant before him, whispering to himself. He turned around and re-entered the cockpit of the Greytown Fortress. From now on, this will be a base where he stays for a long time. Brother, are we going to stay here from now on? In the moving ecological life pod, Suching looked at the gigantic steel giant, only half of its body exposed outside the window, with shock written all over her face. Yes, at least for a while. Suji answered while handing a vial filled with light blue liquid to Su Chung, which had just been strengthened. Drink this. What is this? Su Ching took the sci-fi-looking vial, a bit hesitant. It's a body-strengthening potion. I've drunk it myself,
Su Ji explained simply and directly. Su Qing looked at Su Ji, no longer asking questions, nodded, twisted off the cap, and drank the liquid in one go. A cool, slightly sweet liquid slid down her throat. In the next second, a gentle heat rose from her abdomen and quickly spread to her limbs. Su Qing's body trembled slightly, and she felt every cell in her body cheering with joy. A feeling of indescribable comfort flooded through her, as the fatigue and hidden injuries accumulated from being in a suppressed environment for a long time were swiftly repaired by this gentle energy. A layer of fine, fishy black impurities began to seep out of the surface of her skin. Su Ji did not disturb her, but turned and left the life pod. Returning to the main cockpit, he issued new commands.
Separation, mobile ecological life cabin. Command confirmed. Disengaging magnetic traction system, disconnecting rigid interface. The voice of the onboard intelligence sounded. Click, click. A series of dense unlocking sounds came. The fixed device connecting the life cabin to the Greytown vehicle body automatically retracted. With a faint sound of the hydraulic system releasing pressure, the life cabin, weighing tens of tons, was smoothly placed on the hard ground of the hangar.
Abyss Phantom, form switch, Abyss Phantom Knight. On another empty section of the hangar, the air twisted violently. The super sports car, entirely black with sharp lines, appeared out of thin air. Then, with the sounds of intense metal friction and machinery engaging, it began to transform violently. In less than 10 seconds, an 8-meter-tall, matte black obsidian-like steel giant stood before Su Ji. Abyss Phantom Knight, switch to auxiliary operation mode. Su Ji issued the command to the Abyss Phantom Knight through the onboard intelligence of the Greytown vehicle. The crimson eyes of the Abyss Phantom Knight flickered for a moment, then it took heavy steps, walked to the huge parts scattered on the ground, and stood quietly. Chapter 133, Doubts. Under Su Ji's directive, the vehicle body of the Greytown started to unfold the maintenance factory module.
Booming.
Behind the cockpit, the enormous chassis of the vehicle, over 10 meters long, slowly split open along the central axis, with countless hydraulic rods and gears working. A folding, precise, industrially beautiful mechanical platform slowly rose from inside the vehicle body, composed of numerous robotic arms, conveyor belts, high-precision laser probes, and various instruments. At the center of the platform was a circular operation station approximately 3 meters in diameter. Beside it stood a menacing materials printer filled with small nozzles. Above, a gigantic gantry crane stretched out from both sides of the vehicle, crossing over the entire maintenance platform, suspended with several high-precision robotic arms of various sizes. Meanwhile, under the command of the onboard intelligence, the 8-meter-tall black mech walked up to the giant battle blade over 30 meters long, its massive mechanical arms opened wide and firmly grasped the handle and the midsection of the blade. Creak! A harsh metallic groan sounded. The Abyss Phantom Knight's legs were outputting power at full throttle, barely lifting the enormous blade off the ground. This unfinished weapon's weight far exceeded imagination. Clank! A loud crash. As the giant blade was placed on the operation station, the entire vehicle body of the Greytown suddenly sank down. Su Ji stood in the cockpit, and on the immense information wall before him, the onboard intelligence had begun a comprehensive scan of the giant blade. Faint blue beams swept across the blade, complex data streams refreshing like a waterfall. Item, Pango Project, matching close combat weapon, incomplete. Optimization plan generating. In the modification plan chosen by Su Ji, the first step was to sharpen the blade. Nanoparticles sprayed by the materials printer would recast the edge at the molecular level, giving it sufficient sharpness. Then, it was to perfect the internal energy conduction lines, allowing it to endure the infusion of chaotic inner energy in the future. This would be a grand and lengthy project. On the maintenance platform, several smaller high-precision robotic arms immediately sprang into action, the composite tool heads at the front emitting hot plasma beams, starting the pretreatment of the 30-meter-long blade edge. Watching the factory module orderly begin to work, Su Ji temporarily shifted his attention away from this massive plan. He turned around, left the main cockpit, and walked toward the mobile ecological life cabin that had been smoothly placed not far away. Click! The cabin door slid open, and a wave of warm, clean air rushed in. Su Qing was sitting on the sofa in the living room. She was still wearing that thick winter outfit, but fine beads of sweat had begun to form on her forehead. A thin layer of greasy black impurities, carrying a fishy smell, was expelled from her skin and carefully wiped away with a damp towel. At this moment, her cheeks glowed with a healthy redness, and her eyes, which had appeared somewhat dull from long-term oppression, had regained their sparkle. Brother! Seeing Su Ji come in, she quickly stood up. How do you feel? Su Ji sat down on the sofa across from her. Very good. Su Chung moved her wrist, her tone filled with wonder. I feel, my body has never been this relaxed, and I have gained quite a bit of strength. The effect of the tenfold enhanced potion had reached Su Ji's expectations. It not only expelled the impurities from Su Qing's body and healed her hidden injuries, but also optimized her physical functions, giving her a constitution beyond that of ordinary people. This is a good start.
Suji nodded. I will be very busy for a while. He pointed at the enormous steel giant outside the window and the Grey Town fortress, which was currently undergoing maintenance. Fixing that big guy and getting it moving will take a long time. Besides that, I need to check the surroundings. Then you must be careful. You staying here is the safest. Suji pulled out a virtual screen and pushed it in front of Su Qing. I have authorized the defense permissions of the Grey Town fortress and the Abyss Shadow Knights to you. If any strange creatures invade this hangar while I'm away, just authorize an attack. On the screen, a simple and clear operation interface appeared. The most eye-catching spot was a large red button labeled Fortress Mode. Below it were options like Wide Area Energy Shield and Signal Jammer. Do not leave the life pod. If anything unusual happens, activate the defenses immediately, then wait for my return. Suji reminded her once more. I understand. Su Qing nodded heavily. After explaining everything, Suji returned to the main cockpit of the Grey Town fortress. He took the dark gray metal ball from the control panel. Little Gio, come with me next. Gio. Got it. It is Little Gio's honor to scout for the master. The surface of the metal ball shimmered, and a Q-version cartoon bird hologram jumped out, spinning in the air. Suji ignored its cuteness and directly tucked it into his pocket. He put on his dark woven combat suit, donned the matching tactical helmet, and checked his weapons and equipment. Everything was ready. He took one last look at the information wall. The maintenance progress at the factory was steadily advancing, and the life pod, which he had set as home, had stable environmental parameters. Suji's figure quietly blended into the dark passage leading up from the -9 level hangar. The entire underground base was left with only the faint humming sound of high-frequency energy-cutting metal coming from the Grey Town Fortress maintenance platform. He climbed up along the maintenance ladder at the edge of the wide vertical transport channel. The cold metal steps made a slight click sound under his tactical boots, a sound magnified many times in this silent steel grave. His goal was clear, first to the -7 level energy core, then up, to find the central control room of the entire base. A massive underground fortress like this couldn't possibly lack a complete operation log. He needed to know what had happened here. Why had a military base that existed before the apocalypse, equipped with powerful automatic defense capabilities, turned into a deserted ghost town? Suji's original guess was that the personnel had executed an evacuation plan after the apocalypse struck. But the activation of the automatic defense system made this guess seem somewhat untenable. If everyone had evacuated, who set up such indiscriminate attack turrets? If they haven't been withdrawn, where are the people? Soon, he arrived at the entrance of level -7. The heavy alloy gate was half open, with some twisted metal parts stuck in the gap, seemingly forcibly damaged by some enormous external force. Suji did not rashly enter. He took out the dark gray metallic sphere from his pocket. Xiao Jiao, go in and take a look. Jiao. I promise to complete the task. The surface of the metal sphere flashed with a faint light and silently slid through the gap of the door. In less than 10 seconds, Suji's helmet HUD interface received Xiao Jiao's reconnaissance footage. Level -7 was an extremely vast circular space, with a dome soaring 100 meters high. In the very center of the space stood a massive device, resembling a small mountain, with countless thick pipes extending from the bottom like the blood vessels of a giant python, connecting to the surrounding walls. That was the heart of this base, a massive, Soviet-style nuclear fusion reactor that had long since been extinguished. Within the entire space, there were no signs of life, nor any energy fluctuations, only utter silence remained.